In order to prove that the saliva of the female ghost has a milky fragrance, I directly kissed a red-dressed female ghost to make her my wife, planning to develop feelings for her over time. It turns out that not long after, the eerie game will merge with the real world, and various powerful evil spirits will descend upon the earth, causing 90% of humanity on Blue Star to disappear. However, those players who have had early contact with the game can gain extraordinary abilities after signing a contract with the eerie beings. The red-dressed female ghost is the queen of the offspring of the eerie, and can continuously reproduce offspring after combining with the opposite sex. In my previous life, there was a person who signed a contract with the SSS Evil King, gaining the ability to control countless powerful evil spirits, becoming a formidable ghost axe. In the last life, although I also contracted a few decent female ghosts, I was ambushed by my girlfriend Lu Ruyan during an exploration of a secret realm. She took my opportunity, causing me to be devoured by countless evil spirits. Now that I have been reborn, the first thing I must do is to acquire all resources before the eerie game arrives. In a shabby rental room, I suddenly woke up, looking around with a face full of suspicion, and hurriedly took out my phone to check the time, only to find that I had been reborn to the day before the eerie online game opened. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my left eye. I endured the pain and went to the mirror, where eerie black blood slowly dripped from my left eye. It was the mysterious ghost eye from the secret realm. My left eye resembled a ghost head, pitch black, emitting eerie black gas, and still flowing with terrifying black liquid. How did this strange eye end up here? And it even followed me to be reborn? Just as I was puzzled, a sudden piece of information surfaced in my mind. This strange entity is called the Reincarnation Eye, which possesses 4 abilities: Reincarnation, which can take the contract holder back in time; Reincarnation Network, which can glimpse into the past memories of strange objects; Reincarnation Illusion, which can manipulate enemies through powerful illusions; and Reincarnation Hub, the heavenly path of reincarnation, where cause and effect cycle, causing enemies to be directly devoured by the heavenly path. Upon seeing this, I suddenly understood everything, and a hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. It is important to know that it is extremely rare to possess 2 abilities at the same time, and although my Reincarnation Eye is mysterious, it actually has 4 abilities, each more bizarre than the last. Tomorrow, a mysterious online game will be launched, and players only need to purchase a game helmet to enter the game. This time, a total of 20 million game helmets will be distributed worldwide. The game mainly allows players to obtain and capture bizarre entities through various methods, sign contracts, and then engage in battles. Players can also enhance themselves through contracted bizarre entities, making themselves stronger. I remember in my previous life, 2 months after the game opened, when all players left the novice village and entered the top 10 bizarre cities, this game actually merged with Earth, instantly giving birth to countless bizarre entities on the planet. The nuclear weapons on Earth are no match for these bizarre entities. Fortunately, the players who entered the online game earlier obtained bizarre entities in the game, and under the leadership of these players, underground shelters were established, allowing humanity to continue surviving. The next day, I went directly to the place selling game helmets and bought one as quickly as possible, wasting no time before entering the game. I knew that the first person to enter the game would have a privilege, so I had to seize the moment. Back home, I immediately put on the game helmet, and as my eyes went dark, I opened them again to find myself in a pitch-black small room. Then a prompt sound entered my mind. Congratulations, player, for being the first to enter the Doomsday Strange Network and gaining a privilege. The player can freely choose a novice village. I directly chose novice village number 4, and as the choice was completed, I was teleported to the designated location. At that moment, an old voice came from behind me. Young man, could you help me with something? I saw an old man looking at me. He was the village chief of novice village number 4. Every player can receive a strange task from the village chief, and upon completion, the player can obtain a strange being. However, it is important to note that all players can generally only contract 6 strange beings, but there are exceptions. In a past life, there was a person who could possess countless strange beings, known as the Strange King. I'm sorry, but I'm here to take away his fortune. Your strange wife and your children will be taken care of by me from now on. At this moment, the old man opened the system map and found the location of the strange Empress's castle. This castle is home to a strange Empress who is not only stunningly beautiful but also possesses extraordinary abilities. At that moment, I walked to the front of the castle, pushed open the door to the hall, and saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a red dress sitting with her eyes closed on the throne. I was instantly stunned. She was just too beautiful. No wonder the strange father always had the strange Empress wear a veil. But I quickly calmed down and directly activated the ability of the Reincarnation Mysterious Eye. In the next moment, the information about the mysterious Empress appeared in my mind. Name: Yen Ho Gue Huan. Level: unknown. Ability is to continuously reproduce mysterious offspring after merging with the opposite sex, and the mysterious offspring are absolutely obedient to the mother. Skill: Soulmate. Yan Hogue Huang is a complete romantic, sharing a soul with her partner, living and dying together, and being completely obedient to her partner. Seeing this, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, she is both strong and perverse, and I can't wait to conquer her right now. Just as I was lost in thought, a crisp and pleasant voice rang in my ears. Who are you? I saw that Yan Hogue Huang had already opened her pair of stunning eyes, staring at me with a cold and piercing gaze. Seeing this, I was well prepared. Early this morning, I found countless pickup lines from scumbags online, and I didn't believe I couldn't make this Yan Hogue Huang's heart flutter. Hello, miss, who I am is not important. What matters is that I have a heart that loves you. I came here drawn by your unique aura, I said as I walked towards her. The Yan Hogue Huang on the throne lowered her head, trembling slightly. The corners of my mouth suddenly curled into a smile, thinking that a naive girl is just a naive girl, trembling with shyness. Indeed, I, a master of romance, had taken her down with one move. At this moment, I had already walked in front of Yan Hogue Huang when suddenly, she erupted with an astonishing ghostly aura, then glared at me with anger. How dare you offend me like this? You are truly damned. Go die. Then she extended her sharp mysterious claws to attack me. My head suddenly exploded, and the ultimate move of a scumbag suddenly flashed in my mind. I didn't hesitate at all, because if I hesitated for a moment, the Queen of Deception would have killed me. I directly kissed the Queen of Deception, holding her body tightly with both hands. The Queen of Deception seemed stunned, allowing me to kiss her wildly. Her lips were so cold and soft. 10 minutes later, I could no longer hold on, releasing the Queen of Deception's lips, then gasping for breath, almost suffocating from kissing a female deceiver. Looking at the Queen of Deception with her dazed eyes, a hint of anxiety appeared in my heart, unsure if the kiss would work. Miss, I originally wanted to say sorry, but before I could finish, a jade-like hand covered my lips. The Queen of Deception looked at me with a shy expression. No need to say more. Having taken away my first kiss, you must be responsible for me. Suddenly, a flash of excitement crossed my eyes, and I eagerly nodded at her. All right, from now on, you are my wife. Indeed, it was the ultimate trick of a scumbag, directly conquering an SS-level deceiver. She shyly called me husband. As a soft white light shot from her body into mine, a system prompt suddenly rang in my ears. The mysterious Emperor of the future wants to sign a soul-mate contract with you. Do you accept, player? I chose to accept. The contract with the mysterious Emperor of the future was successful. Congratulations! You have become the first player in this game to contract with a mysterious entity. Your qualifications have been upgraded by 1 level, and the mysterious Emperor's qualifications have been upgraded to SSS level. You have gained a new skill, Love Transmission, Romantic Brain, allowing the mysterious Emperor to temporarily transfer all of their power to their partner. Seeing this, I was extremely excited in my heart. When I looked at the beautiful face of the Phantom Emperor again, I couldn't hold back any longer and directly picked up the Phantom Empress to walk into the inner room. 8 hours later, I left the castle. The Phantom Empress then transformed into a special phantom pattern, tattooed on the position of my heart. At that moment, the Phantom Empress told me that she was already pregnant and needed a few days to give birth to the first phantom offspring. This caused the corners of Lin Haoran's mouth to twitch slightly. I have to say that the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's speed of fertilization and production is so fast that, but it's better this way. If it takes 10 months to give birth to a ghost heir, then the derivation Queen Ghost Emperor's ability would not be that of a SSS qualified ghost. Lin Haoran returned to the novice village, which was already crowded with people. The players are pretty much in the game already, with a strong sense of excitement and curiosity in their eyes. These people are experiencing this novel 100% virtual real world. Awesome! It's so real, isn't it? It's really a 100% virtual real world. This game I'm going to blow it out of the water. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine there really is such a game. I thought it was a scam. It's so real. The smell, the sight, the sound, and even the taste of this ground smells just like the real world. Ha! Something's not right, bro. You taste in the real world too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Werewolf man, what a flavor. Vomit. You guys are disgusting. Everyone, come and get your quests here from this old man. This is the village headman. The newbie tutorial says that we can get our ghost harvesting quests here from the village headman. Contracting the first ghost. Hey, ghost lady, here I come. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with a hint of indifference when he saw the innocent looks on these people's faces. While he knew that in 2 months, the apocalyptic bizarre online game would merge with Earth, but he's long since stopped trusting anyone. He won't tell anyone about this. What does their death have to do with him? Lin Haoran's face was cold as he arrived in front of the village head ghost old man and said to him, "Village chief, I pick up the task." Old man ghost raised his face full of black spots and glanced at Lin Haoran's chest without leaving a trace. Then he looked at Lin Haoran and said, "Young man, it's you. There are 3 types of difficult quests here. I wonder which one you would like to receive." Difficult. Lin Haoran didn't even think about it and said directly to the old man ghost. There are 3 levels of difficulty in the newbie ghost harvesting quests. Easy level, tough level, difficult level. Simple level ghost harvesting quests are just about the easiest. Basically, if you have a hand in it, as long as you defeat a weak quin ghost, chicken ghost, duck ghost, etc., you'll be done. But you can only get contracts with these weak ghosts. Qualifications are generally F-rated. The arduous level ghost collection quests will require a bit of strength and brains, and the ghosts contracted after completion are usually qualified at D level. Difficult level ghost harvesting quests are pretty hard. If you're not strong enough and your brain isn't working, that's 100% not going to get the job done. Every ghost has a weakness, and if you catch their weakness, you can defeat the strong with the weak, raid it, and subdue it. For example, the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, its weakness was the love brain, so as long as the right medicine was administered, she could be taken under her wing. Completing a difficult level ghost collection quest will usually result in a ghost contract with a qualification of C or even B level. Oh, do you really want it? A glint flashed in old man Ghost's eyes as he asked Lin Haoran. Think about it. I'm going to pick up the difficult level ghost harvesting quest. Lin Haoran's face remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Good. There's a small courtyard on the west side of the village where weird things happen all the time, and some villagers have even disappeared there. Young man, please help me to find out what kind of ghost is haunting me and bring the catch back to me, and you'll be done. The ghost old man finished speaking, then pulled out a small gourd from himself and handed it to Lin Haoran as he continued. This is a trapped ghost gourd, and ghosts that enter it weakly or voluntarily can be taken in. Lin Haoran's left eye flashed with a hint of black light, and information about this gourd instantly appeared in his mind. Name, trapped ghost gourd. Type, D-rank ghosts. Effect, a weak ghost can be incurred, or a ghost can enter voluntarily, and after entering, the ghost can be trapped. In the game, there are a lot of ghostly creatures that exist. There are man-made ghosts. There are also ghosts of heaven and earth that are naturally birthed. There's a hierarchy to these ghosts. 2. Same as ghost qualifications, from high to low. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The higher the level, the more powerful and capable the ghosts will be. In a previous life, after the doomsday creepy Netflix and Earth fusion, items with heavy chi can easily be brewed into ghosts, especially those in tombs. The national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, the Simuwooding, brewed by a powerful ghostly aura, into an SSS-rated ghostly creature, having the ability to go against the grain. It was obtained by a player, who then relied on this SSS-ranked Simuwooding ghost object to rise strongly to power, becoming one of the strongest players at the time that, personally known as, the King of Medicine Ghosts. You can see the horrifying ability of high-level ghosts. Chapter 9, The Ghost in Red Hidden Rewards. Ding dong. You have received the difficult level ghost collecting quest, Spooky Little Yard. Please ask the player to go to the small courtyard on the west side of the village and fulfill the village chief's commission to complete the quest. The system's voice rang in Lin Haoran's ears. Lin Haoran received the trapped ghost gourd before heading towards the west of the village, leaving only the ghost old man with inexplicable flashes in his eyes silently watching Lin Haoran's departing back. I don't know what to think about. Lin Haoran kept following the path on the west side of the village. Along the way Lin Haoran saw quite a few players chasing after little kids in black suspenders in the woods with wooden roots. This little kid, his name is Quin Ghost. The lowest level ghosts are about as strong as humans, but have one ability that's still pretty impressive. That is playing ball. Give it a ball and it'll give you one back. These players looked like they were receiving simple level ghost harvesting quests. Lin Haoran ignored them, and through the dark, damp grove of, finally, we see the small courtyard that the old man ghost was talking about. The small courtyard was quite large, very dilapidated, with many decaying runes hanging in front of the door. Crow crow crow. A few crows stared at Lin Haoran from the trees, revealing eerie gazes. Lin Haoran's face remained unchanged, pushing straight through the worn wooden door of the small courtyard. The cackle. Hoo hoo hoo. An overcast wind came and blew the leaves and dust from the house. Jia jia jia. Just then, a creepy shriek rang out from the house. Lin Haoran's face remained unchanged as he took a step into the house and, it was a shabby parlor, with a table set up with several spirit medallions on both, and attribute, that it was a highly decomposed human head, a pair of dried out eyes that still had a strong look of fear in them, emitting a strong stench that, jia jia jia. At that moment, that eerie smile resounded once again. It seemed to be right behind itself. Jia jia jia. A piercing laugh rang in Lin Haoran's ears. Lin Haoran turned to look at him with no expression on his face. Only a woman dressed in red, with long hair covering her face, and only one eerie red-eye pupil was revealed looking at Lin Haoran with a greedy face. Jia jia jia. An eerie laugh was emitted. Lin Haoran's left eye immediately acquired information about this ghost. Name, Ghost in Red. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability. Ghost Claw in Red. Use sharp ghost claws to inflict horrific damage on the enemy. Ghost info, 10 years ago, she lived happily with her parents in this courtyard. On a certain day, a lame man stayed at her house for a night, saw her, and had bad intentions. The man brutally murdered her parents and then tortured her alive until she died, her ghostly energy brewing and transforming her into a spiteful ghost. But fearing mirrors, her face was brutally destroyed by the man and she would fall into a state of insanity when she saw her face. Hidden quest. Help the Ghost in Red find the man who killed her parents and raped her for a hidden reward. Lin Haoran couldn't help but see the last information tip, and his eyes flashed with a strange color. He hadn't thought that his reincarnation ghost eyes would even be able to dig out hidden quests. This is so unscientific. Talking to ghosts about science. Jia. Just then, the female Ghost in Red saw that Lin Haoran was actually standing motionless in the same place. That's not taking her seriously. Then my sister will put you in my mouth. The red-clothed female ghost violently lunged towards Lin Haoran, her sharp ghostly claws flashing with an icy cold aura. Buzz. Lin Haoran's left eye snapped open, and a pitch-black and incomparably strange ghostly eye with a white circle appeared at first glance. A terrifying energy quietly surged out of the red-clothed female ghost. The figure of the female Ghost in Red instantly stopped where it was. Only one red eye looked fearfully at Lin Haoran's left eye. It seemed to see something horrible in general. This was precisely the third ability of the reincarnation ghost eyes, reincarnation illusion, being able to use illusions, and even manipulate the enemy. Lin Haoran originally wanted to try. Did not think that he could really control the red-clothed female ghost, but he did not think that he could really control the red-clothed female ghost. Realizing that you are currently only level 1, it was too strong to be able to control even a level 8 red-clothed female ghost. Lin Haoran couldn't help but think with secret excitement in his heart. I can help you find the man who killed your parents and abused you. Lin Haoran suppressed the excitement in his heart. His right eye flashed with a glint of light, and he slowly said to the female Ghost in Red. When the female Ghost in Red heard Lin Haoran's words, the pupils of her blood-red eyes contracted violently, looking at Lin Haoran with a face of shock and excitement. Ho ho ho! A ho 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 sound came from his throat. Lin Haoran shut down the ability of the reincarnation ghost eyes, and the female Ghost in Red regained control of her body. The female Ghost in Red knelt directly in front of Lin Haoran, kowtowing to him continuously. Ho ho ho! A pleading cry escaped her lips. If you believe me, enter this gourd. Lin Haoran took out the trapped ghost gourd and said indifferently to the female Ghost in Red. The female Ghost in Red glanced at this trapped ghost gourd, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. With that, he became firm, then turned into a stream of light and drilled inside the ghost trap gourd. Ding dong! Congratulations on the completion of your ghost collecting mission. Bring the female Ghost in Red back to the village chief to receive your reward. The system's beep slowly sounded from Lin Haoran's ears. Lin Haoran walked out of the small courtyard with an expressionless face. Quest rewards he would take, and hidden rewards he would take. He knows about 2 clues so far. First, crippled men. Second, inside the novice village. The novice village was the equivalent of an island, surrounded by mists, and one could not get out at all. Even players can only teleport out by completing the final trial quest. So, the man who killed the ghost of the woman in red 10 years ago must be from this novice village. Chapter 10 Grade A Ghosts, Ghost Embryos. Lin Haoran returned to the village. Still many players were coming and going, talking and laughing. It added a touch of life to the dreary, silent village. Lin Haoran walked into the village and the village is still full of villagers. Men, women and children. Lin Haoran saw a child praying under a large tree, and his heart was slightly moved. Walked up to the kid and asked, "Kids, what are you doing here?" The child glanced at Lin Haoran, then continued to pray. "My mom has been missing for a day. My father said my mother was killed by a ghost, but I don't believe it. She must still be alive. I'm praying for my mother's return." Lin Haoran's heart moved. This is triggering the mission. Lin Haoran was also surprised. He didn't think that he would be so lucky to come across a quest just after returning here. He wasn't in Novice Village number 4 in his last life, so he didn't know much about what happened here. But if there's a mission, you have to take it. This is the first guideline for players. Lin Haoran said to the child with a faint smile on his face. "Child, I may be able to help you find your mother. Can you help me get my mother back?" The child froze at his words, and then looked at Lin Haoran with an expectant face as he asked. "Ding dong. Congratulations on triggering the quest, find the child's mother. The child's mother has disappeared on the north side of the village. You can explore the side. There may be some clues." Lin Haoran smiled and said to the child, "Good. Don't worry. I'll help you find your mother." "Thank you, big brother," the child said to Lin Haoran with a happy face. Lin Haoran touched the child's head, squatted down, and asked in a small voice to the child, "Kids." Then brother asks you a question. "In the village, is there an uncle who has a limp?" The child sniffed slightly and cocked his head. "Uncle Iron seems to be lame, and he lives alone in his house and runs a blacksmith store in the village. What do you want with Uncle Iron?" "Brother," the child asked curiously. "Yes, there's someone for him." Bang 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 bang. In the novice village, in a blacksmith store, a piercing sound of pounding iron came out. Inside the house, a man with a limp was wielding a sledgehammer, pounding fiery red pieces of iron. The crippled man suddenly lurched in his movements and turned his head to look at the doorway, where a man stood. The crippled man looked to the man in the doorway and asked in a raspy voice, "Guest, you want to buy weapons?" Lin Haoran looked at the limping man, about 60 years old, with a wrinkled face. He slowly walked into the house and said, "I don't buy weapons, I find people." The crippled man sniffed and asked with some curiosity, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Haoran stared at the limping man and said indifferently, "A family of 3 in a small courtyard on the west side of the village." Bang on. The hammer in the limping man's hand dropped instantly to the hard floor. The crippled man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly picked up the hammer and smiled at Lin Haoran. "Sorry, I'm getting old and my hands are weak." Seeing the man's reaction, Lin Haoran was already basically certain that it was the old man in front of him. Lin Haoran looked at the lame old man with cold eyes and said indifferently, 10 years ago, I think you whacked that girl's parents to death with this hammer too." And then he forced the girl to, tortured her alive, and disfigured the girl's face. When the lame old man heard Lin Haoran's words, a cold sweat was already running down his forehead. Looking at Lin Haoran with a shocked expression on his face, he couldn't understand how the man knew about it. It's been 10 years, and he thought there was no way anyone could know about it. "You, who the hell are you? What proof do you have? Don't talk nonsense here." The crippled man tightly gripped the hammer in his hand, glaring at Lin Haoran with his copperbell eyes staring at him dead in the face, and roared in a low voice. The eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "Evidence, here's the proof." Lin Haoran directly opened the trapped ghost cord, and a red figure quietly appeared in the house. It was the ghost of the woman in red. As soon as the female ghost in red came out and saw the lame old man, her eyes immediately flashed a thick color of resentment and venom. Dead eyes on the crippled old man. Ghosts! The crippled old man saw the horrible red-clothed female ghost and backed away in fear. Ho ho ho! The ghost in red reached out her hands and slowly ruffled the hair she had covering her face, revealing a horribly disfigured face. A pair of blood-red eyes stared the crippled old man dead in the face. The crippled old man instantly remembered who this female ghost was, when he saw the horrific face of, letting out a terrified shriek. You're a ghost. You're obviously dead. I killed you with my own hands. This must be an illusion. The lame old man looked at the female ghost in red with a face of fear and backed away, his mouth chanting all the time. Ho ho ho! The female ghost in red lunged directly at the crippled man and, the crippled old man let out a miserable shriek. A chilling, gnawing sound came out of the house immediately after it seemed to be eating some kind of tasty food. Lin Haoran stood in the house, quietly waiting for ho ho ho. At that moment, a voice came from behind me and, Lin Haoran turned around and looked at the female ghost in red, only to see that the female ghost in red was covered in blood and broken flesh. A strong smell of blood came from its body and, ho ho ho. A hint of relief flashed in the red-clothed female ghost's eyes as she looked at Lin Haoran. Then her mouth opened and, a shimmering bead spat out of its mouth, and the red-clothed female ghost cupped the bead and handed it to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran's left eye flashed with a strange black light, and a message instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Ghost Embryo. Type, Class A Ghost. Effects, ghosts with qualifications below grade S can increase their qualifications by up to 2 grades when they eat the ghost embryo, but the maximum will not exceed grade S. Ghost information, after the female ghost in red has been ed by the strong woman, the Ean gas becomes an embryo and has been brewing in the female ghost in red to give birth to the ghost, but a stillborn baby is a stillborn baby after all. Chapter 11 Ghost Crystal and Sword Ghost. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes. I didn't think that this red-clothed female ghost would have this kind of good stuff. It's an A-class ghost. If it were in the previous world, an A-grade ghost artifact would definitely cause countless people to frantically snatch it. Nowadays everyone thinks that all this ghost stuff is just a bunch of data. Although you can't recharge the Doom and Gloom online game, you can still negotiate a price, transfer the money in reality, and then transfer the in-game stuff at the end. In the last life there was a tycoon who spent $1 million just to buy an S-rank ghost. It became a momentary bit of news on the gaming forums at the time. It looks like the layout in the real world will begin as well. First get money, then acquire ghosts, and ghost crystals, and it's time to acquire those things too. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and he thought darkly in his mind. Lin Haoran didn't hesitate and directly removed the ghost tire. The female ghost in red also turned into a stream of light and entered the trapped ghost cord. The resentment in her heart had been lifted, and she had no more thoughts of the world. Lin Haoren took the ghost trapping gourd and left. In the village square, the old man ghost was still surrounded by many players, all of whom had completed the quest to find the old man ghost to receive the quest rewards. Old man, I've caught you the Quin ghost you wanted. Hurry up and give me a ghost maiden. And I want an SSS qualified ghost. It doesn't matter if it's pretty, just strong. You're farting while you're resting here. SSS qualified ghosts are the highest qualified ghosts in the game. That's nice to have a D qualified ghost for you. D grade qualification. Dogs don't even want. Yuck. Ha. I'll see if you want it later. These players had confident smiles on their faces, and it seemed that the ghosts of SSS qualified. It's just data, shouted at the old man ghost. Old man ghost had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the players flashing a bizarre gaze. The old man ghost waved his hand and collected the little ghosts that the players had caught back, then handed out the rewards to the crowd. Mission accomplished. Let's see what my first ghost is. Nima. Give me a big-headed ghost, or an F-qualified one. Play Nima. My day. Mine is a poop ghost, eats poop, and can attack with poop too. What kind of crap game is this? These ghosts are useless. I might as well catch Quin ghosts and play basketball. That's just it. That's too stingy. When these players saw the rewards they had comprehended, they immediately wailed and let out sounds of discontent. These players were receiving simple level ghost collecting quests, and the ghosts they obtained were definitely of the lowest qualifications. Lin Haoren ignored these people, took the trapped ghost gourd, and walked to the ghost old man's side. Handing the trapped ghost gourd to the old man ghost, he said indifferently, I'm done. When the old man ghost saw Lin Haoren, his eyes flashed with a glint of light, revealing rows of yellow teeth as he took the trapped ghost gourd and said, the lad has a future. Completed the difficult level so quickly. Come to. Here's your reward. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the difficult level ghost harvesting quest. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining F-rank ghost crystals *5. Sword ghost. Ding dong. Congratulations on the success of your contract, Sword Ghost. As the old man ghost's words fell, the system's beep sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. Lin Haoren felt the markings of a sword floating in his mind and Lin Haoren knew that one has already made a contract with this Sword Ghost. Normally players and ghosts sign a contractual pact that it's all equal contracts. If you mistreat a ghost, the ghost's loyalty decreases. It's dangerous if your loyalty decreases. In a previous life, just a number of players have been devoured by their own ghosts. This contract of equality can be broken at any time, and the player can only contract 6 ghosts. A silhouette of a swordsman whose entire body was filled with black mist and carrying a long sword appeared instantly beside Lin Haoren. It's the very same Sword Ghost that the quest rewards. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. He didn't expect it to be a Sword Ghost. If Lin Haoren remembered correctly, the Sword Ghost was a Class B qualified ghost, albeit a physical class ghost. But the attack is a very strong one. And the reincarnation ghost I presented the information of the Sword Ghost in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Sword Ghost. Qualification, B. Type, physical. Rank, 2. Contract, equality contract. Loyalty, 60, qualified. Ability, ghost swordsmanship. Sword Ghosts possess superb sword skills, killing people in an invisible way. Ghost information, in his life, he was a swordsman who loved swords as much as his name. Practiced swords at the age of 9. Became accomplished in the art of swordsmanship at the age of 16. Traveled all over the world at the age of 20, and became a famous swordsman in the world at the age of 25, and was victimized by traitors in the past 30 years, and his obsession was not dispersed, and his ghostly spirit was conceived, and he was transformed into the ghost of the sword. Description, give it a ghost sword that can kill all enemies for you. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. It was true that he had B-grade qualifications, and his appearance was quite handsome. In the pre-game, this Sword Ghost is already considered a top-notch ghost. Nowadays, very few people can own a B-qualified ghost, unless a player like Ghostfather who got lucky. Special chance of encountering a very low probability of. But now, his chance was his own. The Queen Diffractor Queen is having a baby for herself. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Lin Haoren then turned his gaze to the black crystals in his system backpack. It's called the Ghost Crystal. It is also the hardest currency in the new world from now on. The energy crystals that will be dropped from killing ghosts contain pure energy. Both players and ghosts can improve their strength after consuming them. It's all about leveling up. Ghost crystals are also graded, and are divided in the same way as ghosts. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Class F ghost crystals. They are dropped by killing ghosts of rank 9 or lower. Grade E ghost crystals. Dropped by killing ghosts of level 19 or below. By analogy, the higher the grade of the ghost crystal, the more energy it contained. Chapter 12 Reality Trading S-Class Qualification Sword Demon. Just as Lin Haoren was looking at his sword ghost information, the surrounding players looked at the handsome sword ghost beside Lin Haoren and there was a gasp of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of ghost is this? It's so damn handsome. Why is my ghost a Sling Kuan ghost? This look is not an ordinary ghost. Maybe it's a dequalified ghost. The gap is too big, isn't it? Why are we F-qualified and this kid is dequalified? You're receiving a simple level ghost harvesting quest. People might be receiving difficult level ones. You can go and receive them too if you're capable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm just picking up a difficult level ghost collecting quest, and I got killed by a ghost when I went there. It's not even a quest that people can accomplish alright. This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? He should have completed the difficult level ghost collecting quest by messing around. The surrounding players looked at the sword ghost beside Lin Haoren with envious and jealous faces, pointing at Lin Haoren and saying. Lin Haoren just glanced at them lightly, ignoring these people and preparing to leave. Right at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out beside Lin Haoren. Kid, name your price. I'll buy this ghost of yours and transfer money to you in the real world. Lin Haoren turned his head to look. A fat man was slowly walking to Lin Haoren with two men in tow. The teeth were still encrusted with gold teeth, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know that he was rich, and said to Lin Haoren. The fat man looked at the sword ghost beside Lin Haoren with a delighted expression, his obese cheeks revealing a smile of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, ha 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 ha. This ghost is worthy of my temperament, because Lin Haoren has set privacy mode. Lin Haoren's face will be blurred automatically, so others couldn't see Lin Haoren's face. Lin Haoren looked at this fat man, his heart suddenly moved. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he opened his mouth. This ghost of mine is a B-grade qualified ghost. Name your price. Lin Haoren casually sent the sword ghost's attribute panel to Fatty, which directly made Fatty dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, great. It's surprising that it's really a B-qualified ghost. Kid, I'll give you 10,000 bucks if you sell me this ghost, and I'll absolutely look after you from now on. Fatty was flushed with excitement as he looked at the sword ghost's attribute panel and said aloud to Lin Haoren. After the surrounding players heard that this sword ghost was a B-qualified ghost, and that Fatty spent $10,000 to buy the sword ghost, hiss, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, it's a B-grade qualified ghost. Invincible. Naya. What kind of class do I have? A ghost sells for $10,000. I'll just come and play this game full time. Yes catch ghosts for sale and make a lot of money. Damn, I think this game will definitely be hot. So real game, the windfall of money is here. Brothers seize the opportunity. I think this fat guy is just stupid and rich. It's just a game. The players in the surrounding area were completely nonplussed that, as if seeing a business opportunity. The mind is already making all sorts of plans. Lin Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Then he said to Fatty, available, but it has to be a real-world face-to-face transaction. The fat man's tiny eyes flashed a trace of color, and then he laughed out loud and said, no problem. Brother, where are you from? I said the people of Linha. Lin Haoren was slightly stunned and surprised at his words. Coincidentally, I'm in the city next to yours. Lin Hai. Ha, great. You give me your address and contact info and I'll get you the money tonight. The smile on the fatty's face grew even wider as he said to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren and Fatty exchanged contact information, agreed on a time and address, and left. Looking at Lin Haoren's departing back, the little brother behind the fatty whispered to the fatty, young master, did you really give this kid $10,000? Snap. The smile on the fat man's face had long since disappeared and, with a sinister look on his face, slapped his little brother on the head and said in a low voice, are you stupid or am I a poor bastard like that wants to take my fat ass's money? Dream on. Go over there tonight and get him. Be a good boy and give me that ghost alright or just waste him. He. I understand, young master. Lin Haoren walks on the road, with a faint smile on his face. Just needed money. Here's someone sending me money. What a nice person. I hope you have more money. Or don't blame me. An icy chill flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes. Lin Haoren then took out the grade A ghost item he had gotten from the female ghost in red, the ghost embryo, and handed it to the sword ghost, saying, sword ghost, eat this. You can become stronger after eating it. The sword ghost looked at the bizarre embryo. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he picked it up then swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after a black gas gushed out on the sword ghost, instantly wrapping around it. Ding dong. Your sword ghost consumes the ghost embryo and its qualifications are enhanced. Ding dong. Congratulations on raising your sword ghost qualification to S rank. Congratulations on your sword ghost's new ability. Players are invited to check out. A series of beeps rang in Lin Haoren's ears. It brought a wide smile to Lin Haoren's face. S rank qualified sword ghost. That's a good start. Chapter 13 Ghost Sword Chop Upgrade Grotto. Lin Haoran then opened the Sword Ghost's current attribute panel. Name, Sword Ghost. Qualification, S. Type, Physical. Rank, 2. Contract, Equality Contract. Loyalty, 80. Ability, Ghost Swordsmanship. Sword Ghosts possess superb sword skills, killing people in an invisible way. Ghost Sword Chop. The Sword Ghost condenses powerful ghost energy in the sword and swings a destructive sword at the enemy, destroying them. Ghost Information, Omit. Description, a sword ghost with great swordsmanship, possessing great potential and a promising future. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up. After the ghost sword was promoted to S-rank qualification, a powerful output skill was added that this greatly improves Sword Ghost's fighting ability. Lin Haoran took out the F-class ghost crystal from his system backpack and threw it directly into his mouth. Ghost crystals are like ice that meets fire, instantly transforming into black, pure energy that Lin Haoran draws into his body. Ding dong. Your absorption of the ghost crystal was successful. Ding dong. You have leveled up. Currently level 2. Ding dong. You have leveled up. Currently at level 3. Lin Haoran absorbed 3 ghost essence crystals in a row and successfully upgraded to level 3. The remaining 2 Lin Haoran gave to the sword ghost to absorb. Ding dong. Your sword ghost absorbed the ghost crystal successfully. Ding dong. Your sword ghost leveled up. Current level is 3. Sword ghost has also been upgraded by 1 level to level 3. Lin Haoran faintly felt the changes in his body, clenched his fists, and his veins rippled. The body is full of power. Finally got a little power back, but still too weak. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his heart. The plan to buy ghost crystals with money must be on the agenda. This way you can quickly improve yourself and your ghosts. We'll see if that fat guy's really a dirtbag tonight. I hope you don't let me down. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes as he licked his mouth and muttered. Lin Haoran came to the small forest on the north side of the village. He was going to do the quest of the little boy's missing mother now. In the grove, Lin Haoran also saw some tree urchins that were hiding behind the trees, staring at Lin Haoran with a sinister and cunning face. These tree urchins are generally timid, often hiding inside the trees, and like to frighten people. It's a good ghost for players to practice on. Name, Tree Kid. Qualification, F. Type, Physical. Rank, 2. Ability, Disguise. You can disguise yourself as a tree to scare others. Ghost Information, Omit. Description, 1, 2, 3 woodies to scare you to death. Sword Ghosts. Kill them all. Lin Haoran ordered the sword ghost and said indifferently. The ghost crystals of these tree urchins were still of some use to themselves and could not be wasted. Sword Ghost nodded, drew the sword behind him, transformed into a black stream of light, and stabbed out with a sword that, one of the tree urchins couldn't even react in time, and was stabbed to death by the sword ghost, letting out a horrified cry of dismay. Then it turned into a black mist and dissipated into the air. Only a tiny piece of ghost crystal remains. The remaining tree urchins were terrified. They didn't realize that they were just trying to scare Lin Haoran, that it would cost me my life. They'll never scare anyone again. Woo-hoo-hoo. The tree urchin fled frantically, but the sword ghost was fast, and the sword was even faster, and within moments, a total of 5 tree urchins died under Sword Ghost's sword, contributed to Lin Haoran 5 F-class brat crystals. Lin Haoran directly swallowed it in one gulp, and the ghost crystal turned into energy to strengthen his body, but still no upgrade. Lin Haoran wasn't surprised. These tree urchins were merely level 2 ghosts. Level 3 yourself. You need more ghost crystals to do that. Lin Haoran continued to lead the swords and ghosts towards the north of the village. In the grove the swordsman has killed a lot of tree urchins, too. All of them were turned into Lin Haoran's rations, and his own level managed to reach level 4. The rest of the ghost crystals were given to the sword ghosts to absorb, and although they hadn't reached level 4 yet, they weren't far off. Lin Haoran went through the grove, and coming out of the grove he saw a small river there's a barrel not far from the creek bank. Clothes are falling to the ground. Lin Haoran's eyes twitched as he walked over to the barrel, and a message popped up that, ding dong, you found the barrel clothes of the little boy's mother, and it appears that the child man's mother disappeared here. Ding dong, the truth is close. Players are asked to continue searching for the little boy's mother based on the scene. Lin Haoran's heart moved, looked at the ground dirt. There were traces of resistance entanglement. And there were 2 drag marks, and Lin Haoran followed the marks all the way to the. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Haoran came to a grotto, which was eerie and gloomy. The walls of the grotto are covered with oil lamps and you can still see the road. Lin Haoran let Sword Ghost walk in front of him, and Lin Haoran followed closely behind him. He doesn't want to be killed by a ghost. All of a sudden, the penalty for death in a creepy online game of Doom is pretty high. 2. You lose 1 level for each death, and although you have a chance to be revived, you only have 5 chances to die. After 5 deaths, you can't enter the game. Of course, there's no such thing as resurrection. After the apocalyptic creepy online game Unearth Merge End, Dead is dead and completely at rest. Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost were walking down the gloomy passageway, and Sword Ghost was drawing his own sword now. There was a hint of gravity on his face, and seems to sense danger. Roar! Just then, there was a low growl from the depths of the grotto that the pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly. This ghost doesn't seem simple. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes and he muttered. Chapter 14, The Ghost of the Long-Haired Black Ape. The Power of the Sword Ghost. Lin Haoren passed through the long tunnels with his Sword Ghost and finally came to a spacious place. Just ahead, a woman was being tied to a stone pillar and had fainted. And next to the woman, a ghostly creature with long black hair all over its body, very much like an ape, was sticking out its disgusting black tongue and licking the woman. Lin Haoren's left eye flashed with a strange black light. A message instantly surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Hairy Black Ape Ghost. Qualification, D. Type, Physical. Rank, 5. Ability, Power of the Black Ape. A long-haired black ape ghost possesses more strength than a normal ghost. Ghost information, long-haired black ape ghost, originally an ape on the mountain. After being brutally killed by human beings, the grievances were not dispersed and the ghostly energy was nurtured, transforming into a ghost monster, brutal in nature, extremely hateful to human males, lustful, and fond of human women. Description: this is a lustful ape that has turned into a monster. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes. Surprisingly, it was a rank 5 ghost, but this was just the right time to try out the Sword Ghost's strength today. Roar! Just then, the long-haired black ape ghost also smelled 2 different odors and turned around in a hurry. At once he saw Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost at the edge of the passage. Opening his bloody mouth and revealing his sharp-pointed teeth, he let out an angry roar at Lin Haoren and the Sword Ghost. The baboon-like body then quickly attacked towards Lin Haoren and the Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost, go on, finish it off. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he said indifferently to the Sword Ghost at his side. Hearing Lin Haoren's order, the Sword Ghost nodded, his right hand gripping the rapier tightly, his figure transforming into a stream of light that, charging towards the long-haired black ape ghost. Roar! The long-haired black apes and monkeys waved their sharp ape claws, and violently tore at the Sword Ghosts. A glint of coldness flashed in the Sword Ghost's eyes, and he dodged the sharp claws of the long-haired black ape ghost with a sideways turn. The sharp sword in his hand was as dexterous as a spirit snake. A sword stroke. Put. A sound of a scraping wound rang out and a wound immediately appeared on the long-haired black ape's abdomen and black blood flowed out. Ouch! The long-haired black ape ghost is in pain, letting out a howl of agony. His eyes flashed a crimson glow and he immediately turned around and, swinging his razor-sharp claws, he continued his attack on the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghosts obviously belong to the category of ghosts with high speed and high attacks. It deftly dodged the attacks of the long-haired black ape ghost, and seized the opportunity to keep cutting several bloody wounds on the long-haired black ape ghost's body. The long-haired black ape ghost wailed in pain but it just couldn't catch the Sword Ghost, which made it furious, and its eyes were already red. Roar! The long-haired black ape ghost let out an angry roar, surprisingly giving up on defense altogether. Directly lunged at the Sword Ghost, vowing to thwart the Sword Ghost in order to relieve his hatred. Sword Ghost, now! Use Ghost Sword Chop. Just then, Lin Haoren's voice suddenly rang in the Sword Ghost's ears. Sword Ghost's pitch-black pupils flashed with an icy cold aura. A shocking ghostly aura violently erupted from his body, surging towards the sword in his hand. Buzz. The sharp sword trembled slightly under the infusion of ghostly chi, emitting a sword chime that the Sword Ghost was holding a sharp and terrifying ghost sword. His eyes flashed a flash of deep ethereal cold, and he fiercely chopped out a sword at the long-haired black ape ghost that lunged at him. Put. A pitch-black sword aura cuts through the darkness and black blood splattered in the air and, ouch! The long-haired black ape ghost let out a painful scream, its eyes carrying a strong color of fear. With a look of disbelief, he looked at the huge wound on his chest, shocking and deep into his heart. Countless black blood spurted out violently and, ho ho ho! The long-haired black ape ghost's mouth still wanted to say something, but the weakness coming from its body prevented it from speaking at all. Just fell in a pool of blood. The body turned into a black mist and disappeared into the air, leaving behind a ghost crystal that shimmered with black light. The Sword Ghost handsomely shook the blood off his sword, then picked up the ghost crystal and handed it to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren looked at the Sword Ghost in front of him, a smile of satisfaction on his face. To be able to kill a level 5 ghost in seconds at level 3, it's worthy of being an S-qualified ghost. It's really strong. The SSS-qualified diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor in his own body is definitely even more powerful. And as more and more ghost heirs, Queen can gain access to the abilities of her own ghost heirs, then she will become more and more powerful. In my last life, the SS-ranked qualification queen was able to make Ghost Father a top powerhouse. In this life my wife is SSS ranked. I can't believe just how strong it is. Ha 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 ha. In this life, I, Lin Haoren, will definitely be the strongest. There is no one, Lin Haoran thought excitedly in his heart, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. In his last life, although he was a little-known leader of a ghost-killing organization, but in front of the really strong, is just a little bit powerful mole cricket. When you meet these powerhouses, you could be pinched to death by them at any time. He was the one who offended Li Shuai in the first place, and Shangguan Wanner and Zhang Lei conspired with Li Shuai to kill yourself and go join Marshal Li. In his last life, Li Shuai was not only powerful, heavily powerful, he's one of the top ghost masters in the Dragon Kingdom, and even possesses an SS-qualified Ghost King. The battle power is very scary. Before the end of the world, Li Shuai was the crown prince of Kyoto in the Dragon Kingdom, and dropped the money to play the game, collecting countless ghost crystals and ghosts, even highly qualified ghosts that, unexpectedly, by mistake, he came across the game and the Earth fusion. So Li Shuai became a winner in life. It became the top group of humans in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 15, The Ghostly Bells Exit the Game. Lin Haoran swept a glance at the ghost tattoo on his chest. There was a glint in his eyes. The Empress was still in the ghost tattoo nurturing her fetus, and Lin Haoran wouldn't let the Empress come out until he had to. Wait a minute, it's moving the fetus. Having given birth to a deformed ghost child, Lin Haoran had no tears to cry anymore. I count myself as the father of this ghostly heir. I can't believe that I didn't become a father in reality, but I came into the game for a few days and became a happy father, and a ghost's dad. Lin Haoran looked at the ghost crystals handed over by the sword ghost and said indifferently, "You absorbed it. That will get you to level 4. The swordsman nodded, and was not polite about it, throwing it directly into his mouth. In a short while, the aura on the sword ghost was a few more powerful points. The level reached level 4 and even approached level 5. Lin Haoran nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the woman on the stone pillar and, Lin Haoran let the sword ghost untie her. Then the sword ghost carried the woman out of this grotto, back towards the village. Lin Haoran returned to the small village square, where the little boy was still praying under the big tree. Lin Haoran walked over to the little boy, letting the sword ghost put the women down, and said to the little boy, "Little brother, your mother's mother, brother got it back for you." When the little boy saw the women, his eyes instantly shed tears of joy, and he fell down in front of the women and cried, "Mother, mother, mother, I knew you weren't dead. Woo woo, thank you brother, thank you brother." The little boy said to Lin Haoran with incomparable gratitude, "Where is this place? Buns." At this point, the woman also came to her senses, looked around with a puzzled expression, and then saw her son. A surprised face said, "Mother, you're finally awake. You were caught by a ghost and it was this brother who saved you." The little boy was so happy to see his mother waking up and coming back that he turned to the woman. Thank you, Mr. Benefactor." The woman was stunned, then looked at Lin Haoran with a grateful face. Lin Haoran just smiled slightly and said slowly, "Don't dare thank me. It's just a matter of each having their own needs." The little boy reacted at this time, pulling out a bell from his arms and handing it to Lin Haoran, saying gratefully, "Brother, this is a bell I dug up from digging weeds in the hills behind the village. Now I'll give it to you, to thank you for helping bring my mother back. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing your mission. Ding dong. Congratulations on your ghost item, the ghost suppressor bell." The system's beep also sounded in Lin Haoran's ears, and a small smile appeared on Lin Haoran's face. Receiving the bell in the little boy's hand, the reincarnation ghost eyes also acquired the information of this ghost for the first time. It was presented to Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Ghost Bells. Type, Class C Ghost. Effects, shake the bell to disorient the ghosts. Effective below level 20. The lower the level, the longer the ghosts are disoriented. Ghost information, a burial object from a tomb that was nurtured by a ghostly energy and turned into a ghostly object, which was accidentally acquired by a young boy. The pupils of Lin Haoran's eyes shrunk violently. It wasn't the C-rank ghosts that surprised Lin Haoran, but the ghost information. Lin Haoran's heart stirred as he looked at the little boy and asked with a smile, "Little brother, can you tell brother where you dug up this bell?" The little boy sniffed slightly, then pointed in the direction of the mountains behind the village and said to Lin Haoran, "Go all the way up this road toward the back of the mountain and dig it up there on a little hill." Lin Haoran smiled and nodded, saying, "I know, thanks little brother." Then Lin Haoran took the sword ghost and left. Lin Haoran, through the information from the reincarnation ghost eyes, concluded that there must be a tomb on top of this back mountain. There's a high probability that there are other ghosts in there. Of course, it is also quite possible that ghosts exist. Lin Haoran glanced at the time. It's 8 p.m. Realistically, my body must be hungry, and after staying in the game for so long, it can be very hard on the body and the mind. This was, after all, a game of mental brain connection, and with brainwaves constantly in the midst of activity, it was easy for problems to arise. In the last life, there's just one geek who's extremely addicted to this game. after fighting for 2 days and 2 nights straight in the game, and he's brain dead. He's dead. This caused quite a stir at the time. All this game has to make time to eat and sleep, too, or burp and respawn for nothing. One might just become the most hazing reborn in history. Exit game. Lin Haoran directly said indifferently to the system. The real world. Lin Haoran opened his eyes, removed his gaming helmet and, Kirby, a hunger cry rang out from his stomach, and Lin Haoran was touched by a wave of hunger coming from his. Too hungry. Let's get some dinner first. Lin Haoran put on his clothes and walked out of the rented room. Lin Haoran came to a restaurant, ordered a few small dishes, and then wolfed them down like an evil spirit cast into the world. Morning to night, no food for so long, definitely made Lin Hong hungry. While Lin Haoran was eating, there were a few young men in the next seat who were also eating, excitedly chatting about doomsday creepy online games that, making Lin Haoran's ears twitch slightly. He listened to them curiously. Chapter 16, Blackmail. How much will you pay for your life? Ha ha ha. Luckily, there's a game helmet sale point near us, otherwise we really wouldn't be able to grab this game helmet. Yeah, it's so lucky. I'm telling you guys, the scenes inside this doomsday spooky online game are really too real. It really is exactly like the real world. What a black technology. Who on earth developed the game? And so suddenly, there was no news at all before. Oops, never mind those. You all finished the ghost harvesting quest, right? What qualifications did your first ghost have? Hey, mine is a dequalified ogre. Asterisk. Can Mine is only an F-qualified Quin ghost, who can't do anything but play basketball. Lin Haoran's heart moved, not realizing that these were the people who had grabbed the game helmets and entered the bizarre online game of Doom. These guys aren't great now, but after the game and Earth merge, their dominance in the game would instantly make them the meat and potatoes of the new world. Countless women fall all over themselves and multi-millionaires have to be licking their chops to please them, stimulating you to raise your eyebrows. Just then, Lin Haoran's cell phone rang. Lin Haoran took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. His heart moved and he answered the call. Hey, it's the Rokuto brothers. I'm Fatty Jean. I've come to your city of Linhai. Give me an address and I'll come to you. A familiar voice came from the phone. It was the fat man who was going to spend $10,000 to buy his sword ghost at the game. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently, "Ooh, it's you. Okay, let's meet there at the big fishing village in Linhai." Lin Haoran casually reported an address in his neighborhood. Okay, I'll be right there. Fatty's happy voice came out of the cell phone, and then he hung up. Lin Haoran smiled slightly and paid the bill before heading over to the location. The fish are hooked. Gotta go cop a fish. I just don't know if this fish is fat or not. And on the other side, Fatty and a few of his men were sitting in the car, and after Fatty hung up the phone, his face showed a hint of mockery. Said to his little brother, "What a ing cutie. Ha. Come on, go to that address," he said. Okay. Then it was a short drive to the place Lin Haoran had mentioned, which was surprisingly still in the middle of nowhere. This made the smile on the fat man's face even wider. This kid really hasn't taken a social beating, has he? Hey. Today I, Master Fatty, will let you know what it means to have a sinister heart and a poisonous beating from society. The corners of the fat man's mouth turned up slightly and a perverted smile appeared. When the crowd came to this place, they saw a man in front of them with his back turned to them. Fatty and the others got out of the car and walked towards Lin Haoran, smiling. "Brother Rokuto, it's you, isn't it?" Lin Haoran's left eye was a bizarre pitch black color at the moment, with a circle of white circles, bubbling with a bizarre black mist. There was a faint smile on his face, like a demon. In an instant, these people had been controlled by the illusion of the reincarnation ghost eyes. The appearance of Lin Haoran they saw was actually the appearance of their good brother Zhang Lei. Lin Haoran smiled faintly and said to the fat man, "Hello, my name is Zhang Lei." The corner of the fat man's mouth rose. Then he glanced behind Lin Haoran and said, "Zhang Lei brother, how come you didn't bring your game helmet out? How do you give me the sword ghost me?" A glint flashed in the fat man's eyes as he looked at Lin Haoran and asked, "To the sword ghost you? Not selling you?" Lin Haoran said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Fatty. Ha. The fat man laughed out loud at his words, his face instantly turning ice cold as he stared at Lin Haoran and said indifferently, "Kid, I don't have time for your bull asterisk. Be sensible and hurry up and take me to get your gaming helmet and give me the sword ghost, or I'll waste you." Since Lin Haoran was already here, there was no need for him to pretend anymore, and he simply reverted to his original face. The fat man waved his hand, signaling his men to keep Lin Haoran under control. Ha. The three henchmen immediately looked at Lin Haoran with a bad smile on their faces, and were about to reach out and grab Lin Haoran, but Lin Haoran just smiled faintly, then suddenly threw out a punch. directly hitting a man in the stomach. Vomit. The man went straight to the ground with a dry heaving sound and fell to the ground in response. Kid, you seek death. When the remaining few saw that Lin Haoran dared to resist, they immediately took out small knives from their backs and attacked Lin Haoran. But Lin Haoran's more than 2 years of experience in life and death combat in the post-apocalyptic world could not be compared to these punks. And under the manipulation of the illusion, these guys were directly put down by Lin Haoran in a few strokes, lying on the ground wailing. How is this possible? A hint of disbelief hung on the fat man's face as he watched his men being put down so simply. I thought it was a little sheep, but I didn't realize this guy was a tiger. Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. A cold sweat ran down the fatty's forehead, and his obese face squeezed out a smile as he said to Lin Haoran with a smile, "Dude is really good at this. We are all civilized people. Let's move our mouths and not our hands." Lin Haoran picked up a small knife and slowly walked towards the fat man and said indifferently, "Giving you a chance. How much do you take for your life?" The pupils of Fatty's eyes snapped at the words, knowing that he was going to be blackmailed. Chapter 17, 2 million in the bank official forum. The fat man's face changed. He didn't think he'd meet a blackmailer. However, the fat man also knew at this time that going soft was the most correct choice, and hurriedly revealed a hint of a smile and said to Lin Haoran, "Zhang, brother Zhang, I have money. I'll give you money. Don't ever move the knife. Look at it this way. I'll give you $100,000 as if we were all making a friend. Do you think it's okay?" The fat man lowered his stature and said with a smiling face to Lin Haoran, $100,000. Your life is worth $100,000. Then burn it for you. Put. Aha. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes. Smiling at the fat man, he said. The knife in his hand instantly plunged into the fat man's shoulder. An agonizing scream came out of the fat man's mouth. Lin Haoran pressed down on the knife with deadly force, and blood continued to flow out in the. Hush hush, keep your voice down. I can cut your throat with my knife later. Lin Haoran made a silencing gesture at the fat man, then smiled and said to him. Fatty's face was covered in fear at this moment, looking at Lin Haoran with a fearful expression. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll give you money. I'll give you all my money. Please don't kill me. I have $2 million left on my bank card. I'll give it all to you. The fat man was sweating profusely and his lips were pale as he said pleadingly to Lin Haoran. If it had been like this, wouldn't we not have to suffer? Lin Haoran patted Fatty's fat cheeks and said with a smile, then gave the fat man a bank card number and said, transfer the money into this bank account. Okay, I'll turn now. Fatty did not dare to nonsense. The shoulder of the bleeding, forced to endure the pain. To Lin Haoran's bank card transferred 2 million. Lin Haoran's cell phone text message also received the information that the money had arrived, and a smile appeared on his face. Smiling at the fat man, he said, thanks bro, I'll ask for more if I don't have any money. The corners of Fatty's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he had already Lin Haoran 100,000 times, but he still stiffly squeezed out a smile on his face. Said to Lin Haoran, well, I'll be waiting for Master Zhang to come back anytime. Lin Haoran had a meaningful smile on his face before leaving without looking back, waiting for Lin Haoran to walk away. The fat man's face was completely gloomy as he walked over to the little brother lying on the ground, kicking them wildly, roaring, all a bunch of ing losers. If so many people can't beat one person, what use do I have for you bunch of losers? The minions were screaming from the kicks, but they didn't dare to resist. They knew they had to give the fat man some venting, otherwise they might actually have to roll with it. Hoo. Fatty's tired of kicking. Panting, he said to his little brother, why are you still lying there? Hurry up and take me to the hospital. The minions endured the pain and helped the fat man back to the car before rushing to the hospital. Young master, this is robbery and extortion on his part. Let's call the police. In the car, a junior said to the fat man, report Nima. Do you have any brains? Old man's money is clean. Call the police on yourself and let them catch you. How the hell did I raise a bunch of losers like you? Fatty's face was red with anger, and he cursed at his little brother with a slap. Check for me. Find this Zhang Lei for me. Anyone who dares to hack my money and stick a knife in me, I'll kill him straight away. The fat man's tiny eyes flashed with a shocking murderous intent as he said to his minions, yes, young master, poor Zhang Lei, who has just been rumored to be in a scandal about a Japanese dog, is still at home and doesn't dare to come out, and wash quinquin a dozen times a day, but still feel incredibly nauseous. Inside, it nearly collapsed. I didn't realize that one thing led to another, flying in the face of disaster. A big disaster hit Zhang Lei's head again. Lin Haoran had returned to his rented room by now, and then turned on his own desktop computer, logged onto the official Doom creepy online game forum, with videos of real scenes from inside the creepy online game of Doom out there. More and more people are paying attention to the game that, with over 50 million registrants on the official forums, it's still just one day. You can see the appeal of this game to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. On the forums, countless people are acquiring gaming helmets, which are now speculated to be $30,000 for a. It's still priced to sell. Keep in mind that the official gaming helmet retails for a mere $3,000, more than 10 times in one day. The forums are filled with countless topics and a lot of talk. Acquisition of Doomsday creepy online game helmets. Private chat with me. Money is not a problem. Acquisition of highly qualified ghosts and goblins, preferably B rank or above. High price. Who has a prettier female ghost? I'll trade my ghost with you guys, or I can make up the difference. On the newbie ghost collecting task strategy, for only $10, you can bring home highly qualified ghosts and monsters. Game guild accepting people. The strongest ghost guild, waiting for you to join. Requirements, ghosts with D rank qualification or above. Gong Gong will collect people. 88 newbie village, practicing leveling together and doing quests together. Interested in private chat me. Lin Haoren slid his mouse and looked at the information with a strange smile on his face. Now that you have your own money, you can finally let go of the need to stock up on supplies. Unfortunately, all players are still in their newbie villages, and can only trade in their newbie villages. For now. Otherwise you can trot out a lot of ghost crystals. This made Lin Haoren a bit regretful, but it didn't matter. There were quite a few people in a novice village. It's still possible to acquire a lot of great stuff. Chapter 18, Entering the Game, The Gold Studio. Lin Haoren left a post in the official forum with a title that also read, For Novice Village, Unlimited Acquisition of Ghost Crystals, Ghosts, Ghost Treasure, High Qualification Ghosts, Hidden Tasks, etc. Price private chat. Money is not a problem. Then in the content of the post, I wrote down my ID to make it easier for interested parties to get in touch. Lin Haoren did this and then washed up and went to bed, nourishing his spirit so that he could continue to enter the game and fight tomorrow. A night without words. Lin Haoren woke up early in the morning and ate a big bowl of beef noodles with a few eggs. How you are a millionaire nowadays. You have to eat better. Lin Haoren returned to his rented room at the first opportunity after eating a hearty breakfast, and put on his gaming helmet. Enter the midst of a creepy online game of Doom. Lin Haoren's figure quietly appeared in the novice village. Ding dong. Just then, several consecutive friend request sounds rang out. Lin Haoren slightly froze, opened the friend request interface, and immediately saw a bunch of friend requests from his friends. This should have worked by posting in its own forum. But Lin Haoren was directly speechless when he saw these people's friend request messages. Brother, I'm also in the 4th newbie village. Oh, bring my sister. I'm single. Oh, strawberry jam. Big brother, you're really rich. I can hang out with you. I'm very obedient. And I have an F rank qualification ghost. Oh, very strong. Won't slow you down. Koan. Brothers, I have a S-class ghost item. You transfer money to me first. It's only $10,000. It's earned by you. I'll give it to you right away when you transfer the money over. Brother Chun. Dad, I'm your long-lost son. Bring your son. Dad. LV Fengxian is also. Dozens of useless friend requests from people who are either green tea or chow chow. Even the ones who called their dads came, directly making Lin Haoren ruthlessly speechless. But fortunately, still harvested 2 good messages. One of the articles is, Brother hello, I am playing Gold Studio. You need Ghost Crystal is it? We now have a lot of Ghost Crystal. You open a price. About a place. At any time can be traded, and can continue to cooperate. We can give you a long-term supply of Ghost Crystal. There are ideas can be through a little friend application to chat in detail. This is a man nicknamed, the first man to strike gold. Sent in a friend request. Lin Haoren directly tapped pass friend request. In the early days of the game, there were indeed a number of gold digging studios that saw a business opportunity in the Doomsday spooky online game that. There's been a flurry of switching from endgame to Doomsday shenanigans online, causing an influx of gold digging studios that. But because of the limited number of gaming helmets, not all of the gold hitting studios are so lucky to be able to buy a gaming helmet to get inside the Doomsday Bazaar online game. Ding dong. Just after passing the friend request, the other party sent a message, causing Lin Haoren to admire the efficiency. The first person to play gold, brother. You have time now. I have a lot of ghost crystals on me. You need it. Lin Haoren didn't say anything more. Sent him a direct locator. Ding dong. Bro, I'll be right there. I'm in the village too. The first person to strike gold replied to the message very quickly. This hand speed makes Lin Haoren have to admire. Without being single for 30 years, you really might not be able to do it. In a few moments, just 5 men came before Lin Haoren. At the head of the group was a burly man, probably in his late 30s, with an inch of. He should be the first to strike gold. The first person to strike gold smiled faintly at Lin Haoren and said, Hello, my first person to strike gold. You're the Rokuta brothers, aren't you? Lin Haoren nodded, then ran straight to the subject and said, How many ghost crystals do you have and what level ghosts drop them? I don't need the level 1 ones, generally lower than the ghost of the 3rd level of the ghost crystal. On the ghost and the player will be very little effect. A level 1 ghost crystal, probably 1,000 of them wouldn't necessarily raise one's level. Myself and Sword Ghost are currently at level 4. The ghost crystals dropped by level 1 ghosts already played a very small role for themselves and the sword souls. The level 2s barely work. Don't worry brother, it's all level 2 ghost crystals. Last night our studio brothers brushed all night, and there are currently a total of 255 level 2 ghost crystals, while level 3 ghost crystals are a bit less, only 10. We're only level 2, and the level 3 ghosts and monsters are too strong to brush somewhat. The first person to strike gold said to Lin Haoren with some embarrassment. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up at the words. The number was quite a lot. His heart was a bit pleased, but his face was flat. You name a price, and if it fits I can have them all, and I'll take all the ghost crystals from your studio in the future. We can work together for a long time. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the first person who struck gold, and he exchanged glances with the few people next to him before saying to Lin Haoren, since Brother Six Paths is so forthcoming, then I won't ink anymore. Look at it like this. Level 2 ghost crystals are 20 pieces apiece, and level 3 ghost crystals are 30 pieces apiece, for a total of 400 pieces. After the first person to strike gold finished speaking, he looked at Lin Haoren with some apprehension. They make $400 a night, and they have 5 people in the studio, so that's $80 each. This was already considered a very good result for their newly established gold beating studio to earn 1,000 a day for one person. Okay, no problem. How to trade? Lin Haoren immediately agreed when he heard the words of the first person to strike gold, which was already considered very cheap. Seeing Lin Haoren agree to do so, the first person to strike gold and the remaining 4 instantly had a smile on their faces. Brother Six Roads, do you think this will work? It's everyone's first time trading and we all don't trust each other. Let's split the deal. Lin Haoren shook his head, glanced at the first person to strike gold, and said indifferently, you send me the card number and I'll transfer you 5,400 directly, and then you give me ghost crystals. He was carrying a huge amount of money of $2 million, a mere 5,000 or so, and he was not concerned about it. Chapter 19 Upgrades, Open World Leaderboards. The first few people who struck gold froze when they heard this, and then said to Lin Haoren with an excited face, Brothers Atmosphere, okay, I'll send you the bank card number. The first person to strike gold immediately sent his card number to Lin Haoren there in the friend chat log. Lin Haoren quit the game, then transferred 5,400 to this card number, then re-entered the game. After the first person who struck gold made sure it arrived, he immediately handed Lin Haoren a bunch of ghost crystals that he had pulled out of his system backpack. Excitedly, really thank you so much brother. This is the first bucket of money for our studio. Don't worry Brother Six Paths, we'll soon be leveled up to 3 and then we'll immediately brush you with level 3 ghosts. The first person to strike gold said excitedly to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren nodded as he put all of these ghost crystals into his system backpack in the correct amount, said to the first man to strike gold, good, and any other goodies, feel free to reach out to me as well. Lin Haoren left after saying that, not the slightest bit of mud slinging. Brother Kim, we're rich. I made $1,000 in one day. This game is really too good to make money. It's a good thing we listened to Jean, or we'd still be eating instant noodles. Kim is awesome. When these few people saw Lin Haoren leave, they immediately let out a cheering voice. Jean also had an excited smile on his face as he spoke to a few people. We'll go offline later to eat a good meal and rest for 4 hours. Then come up first thing and practice to level 3. Then go brush level 3 ghost crystals. Must hug the 6th Avenue brothers' thighs. I have a hunch that this person is definitely not simple. Maybe we've met someone precious. Received from. A few people sniffed and immediately shouted out and said. Then a few people went offline excitedly. They had been up all night and had to catch up on their sleep. On Lin Haoren's side, he summoned the sword ghost, and immediately a sword-shaped ghost pattern on Lin Haoren's arm faintly lit up. The figure of the sword ghost appeared in front of Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren directly took out a large pile of ghost crystals and distributed them to the sword ghosts. Then he himself began to absorb the ghost crystals. A ghost crystal was like candy, being thrown into the mouths of Lin Haoren and the sword ghost. It turns into energy and is absorbed by the body. When he had almost finished absorbing all the level 2 ghost crystals again, the system's beep finally sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level, 5. Ding dong. Congratulations on your sword ghost leveling up. Current level, 5. Finally, himself and the sword ghost leveled up to level 5, and then casually dropped the remaining level 3 ghost crystals into his mouth. It's a drop in the bucket, but a mosquito is meat. Ding dong. Just then, a loud droning sound suddenly rang out from the village sky. Ding dong. 20 million players have all reached level 2 or above. Opening the world level rankings, ghost rankings, and ghost qualification rankings, ding dong, and open the regional chat channel as well as the world chat channel. 2 consecutive deafening voices resounded in the skies of all the novice villages. The shocked all the players in the game. Lin Haoren's face was calm. He had known that he would be opening these things up. No surprise there. Ding dong. Congratulations on logging into the level ranking, ghost item ranking, and ghost qualification ranking. Is the player hiding his ID? Just then, the system's voice once again slowly sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. Hide ID. Lin Haoren directly chose to hide, because after hiding, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Lin Haoren directly opened the leaderboards. First of all, the level leaderboards. The current number 1 ranking was none other than himself. NO1, hidden nickname, rank 5. NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, rank 5. NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, rank 5. NO4, Emperor, rank 5. NO5, Handsome World, rank 4. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes contracted slightly as he saw these familiar names once again. Lin Haoren couldn't help but set off a ripple in his heart. Miyamoto Musashi is a player from a small-time trash country who, in his last life, wielded the SS-ranked ghostly Muramasa demon sword. He killed countless ghosts and became the strongest ghostmaster on the island. King Arthur * Caesar was the strongest player in the country of me, and was also the absolute top ghostmaster in his last life. The Emperor is a Dragon Kingdom player, one of the top powerhouses, who in his last life established the Celestial Gathering. It has become a place where countless human beings aspire to be. As for 4th place, Handsome Fighter, a trace of icy killing intent flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes. He is Li Shuai. In his previous life, he had offended Li Shuai because of a small matter, and as a result, he had been blacklisted by him. This man is narrow-minded, extremely lustful and jealous, and will kill anyone who displeases him. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have been killed. Li Shuai, have your best time? Soon I'll let you experience it. What do you mean, life is worse than death? Lin Haoren muttered with a shocking killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Haoren continued to open the other list. The Ghost Object Ranking. NO1, Grade B Ghost Suppressor Amulet, Holder. Emperor. NO2, Grade B Sojourn Needle, Holder. Yama. NO3, B Grade Demon Killer Sword, Holder. Miyamoto Musashi. NO4, C Grade Ghost Suppressor Bell, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO5, C Grade Ghost Aura Slate, Holder. Agman. NO6, Class C Flash Ghost Charm, Holder. Hidden Nickname. Chapter 20, The No. 1. SSS Grade Ghost Item Simu Wooding in the Service. Ghost Ranking. If he hadn't let the sword ghost eat the ghost embryo, then he would definitely be ranked first as well. Now that one's own Ghost Suppressor Bell is currently ranked 4th, and the others are all B-ranked ghosts, Lin Haoren didn't care, and with that, he clicked on the Ghost Qualification Ranking, and without any surprises, his own wife and sword ghost took the top 2 spots. NO1, SSS Class Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO2, S-Class Sword Ghost Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO3, S-Class Tengu Ghost Contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO4, S-Class Evil Bone Ghost Dragon Contractor, Indian San. NO5, S-Class Daojun Ghost Contractor, Emperor. NO6, Class A Minotaur Ghost Contractor, Yama. 20 million players, and only 4 of them currently have S-ranked qualified ghosts and monsters. This shows the rarity of highly qualified ghosts and monsters. What's more, his own SSS class qualified wife, directly in the qualification list is like the sun. The ghosts and monsters below were eclipsed. SSS qualified ghosts and monsters, even 2 years after the fusion of the Doomsday creepy online game and Earth. Only 2 people in the world have one. One of them was the Dragon Kingdom player who had obtained the SSS ranked ghost item, the Sinuwa Tripod, the King of Medicine Ghosts. The effect of this SSS grade ghost item, Simu Wooding, is very counterintuitive, capable of refining ghosts and condensing them into elixirs. One of them is an elixir that can enhance the qualifications of ghosts and monsters. The Medicine Ghost King is the one who refines countless ghosts and monsters with the heaven-defying Simudian Cauldron, upgrading the qualifications of one of your ghosts and goblins to SSS level. Lin Haoren couldn't help but lick his dry lips when he thought of this Simu Wooding, and his eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Murmured. This tripod is stored in the Magic City Museum. After the fusion of the Doomsday creepy online game and Earth, this tripod's thousands of years of history has long been haunted by Yin Qi, and after the brewing of Ghost Qi, it has directly turned into an SSS-grade ghost object. I have to get this tripod. A shockingly cold glint flashed across Lin Haoren's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. And at this time, the open world chat channel, players from all over the world can finally speak freely. It blew up directly in the world chat channel. I'm 18 centimeters, Nima. Brothers, you see, someone owns a SSS class ghost. This is open. Right. I'm still AF class qualification ghost. Oni-chan, it's really outrageous. You get an SSS ranked ghost in your first game. You can't be a ING reborn person, right? The world I am the most crazy, damn. Brothers, let's go to the official forum to report this pussy. Surely hanging, if not sealed. We will collectively withdraw from the game. To see the officials still care about it. Silly not pull, ha 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 ha. I really am amused. The game helmet do not know how many people rush to want it. People lack a player. You hurry to withdraw from the game. Big sculpture cute girl, small day country. Your mom-san okay well. Give my regards to your mama-san. Don't eat too much radioactive fish. You'll die. Sunset sling dancers, doggone island players you good Nima spicy next door. Dare to discharge nuclear sewage. I day your grandma. Shinichi Nakajima, Baka Yalu. You dragon country to be arrogant. We big island country must get you killed. Shinichi Kudo, do you guys in Rikoku want to die? Can't you see that the number 1 ranked SSS ranked Oni is from our island country? Musashi Wild Hog, that's it. You dragon kingdom is dead. This game is destined to be dominated by us. The island nation. Guardian of the dragon nation, put your moms on it. People hide their nicknames. How is it that you are island players? Shameful things. The world chat channel is buzzing with activity. The most sensational thing was still Lin Haoran's SSS qualified diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. Some high-minded players directly said they couldn't accept it and were going to report Lin Haoran for hanging. There's also a portion of the players who got into a fight with the island players because the island released nuclear sewage into the oceans some time ago. Such irresponsible behavior completely aroused the anger of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, after Lin Haoran finished upgrading, he once again tapped on the friend request record, because he also received a friend request with useful information that a player with the nickname, Fat Master I'm Skinny, requested a message to his friend. Brothers, I found a hidden quest, but the level must be someone level 5 to pick up. I am only level 2 now, can't pick up. If you have level 5 you can look for me and complete this hidden quest with me, but you have to give me money. Lin Haoran directly clicked through the friend request and then sent him a message. Give you $1,000. If you can, we'll finish the mission together. If not, forget it. Not a moment later. Just get a message from the Fat Master that I'm skinny. Good Lou. Deal. Brother, where are you? I'm going to find you. Lin Haoran sent him an address locator. It didn't take long for a fat, ball-like chubby guy to trot by and, with a smile on his face, the fat man said to Lin Haoran, "It's the Rokuta brothers, isn't it? What level are you now?" "There is no level 5. That NPC won't let us take the quest." "Oh," Lin Haoran said indifferently. "I'm level 5. The fat man was shocked and blurted out directly, asterisk 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 asterisk. "Brother, you're awesome. It's hard to believe that you're the one at the top of the rank list." Level 5 players were already on the leaderboard, but Fatty couldn't remember a nickname called Rokuto on the leaderboard. The only explanation is that the nickname is hidden. "Give you the card number and I'll transfer the money to you now." Lin Haoran didn't answer the fat man's words and cut straight to the chase, saying indifferently to the fat man, Okay, big brother atmosphere." The fat man was instantly delighted. After giving Lin Haoran a card number, Lin Haoran directly went offline and transferred $1,000 to Fatty. Chapter 21 Hidden Quest, The Truth About the Village of Bean. "Thanks Biggie, big brother atmosphere." Fatty received the money with a burst of joy, not realizing that this game was so easy to make money. "It looks like I'm going to have to concentrate on this game from now on and make it my main job," Fatty mumbled in his mind. "Now can you take me to this hidden quest?" Lin Haoran looked at Fatty and said slowly, "Okay Lou, Biggie come with me." Of course Fatty had no problem with it and teamed up with Lin Haoran before leading him towards the village, through the village square, into the interior of the village, and at a corner of the street there was an old beggar who was begging there. Fatty took out a piece of baklava from his system backpack and handed it to the old beggar, saying, "Grandpa, here I go again. I've brought help this time. He's powerful. He can help you fulfill your commissions." The old beggar grabbed the burnt cake handed over by the fat man, then wolfed it down and, after a minute had passed, the old beggar finished eating his burrito, and his cloudy eyes glanced at Lin Haoran. Then nodded and said, "It does have some power. I'll tell you all about it then." The old beggar raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. The color of memories flashed in his eyes, and he slowly opened his mouth. "Actually, I wasn't originally from this village, but also from a place called Backwoods Village, north of the village. But, in one night, everyone in the village of Backwoods died except me. I still can hardly forget that night. A part of the village was as if they were possessed, biting people on sight, and living to kill other villagers, and frantically gnawing on the body, like a beast without reason." When the old beggar said this, a strong color of fear flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Then continued, "My grandchildren and my partner died too, And I was the only one who escaped by hiding in the hut and then escaping when the sun came up during the day. Eventually came to this village. The old beggar's eyes were moist, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Lin Haoren and Fatty and said in a low voice, I want you to go to Bakin village to find out the truth, and then kill the ghostly thing behind the scenes to avenge my grandson and my old partner, and to let the manipulated villagers rest in peace. Don't worry guys, if you accomplish your mission, your reward will surely satisfy you. The old beggar said to the two Lin Haoren with a solemn face. Okay, I'll take this mission. Lin Haoren slightly contemplated for a moment, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he agreed and said faintly, Ding dong, congratulations on accepting the hidden quest, the truth about the backwoods village. Find the truth about the extermination of the village of Bein, and identify the hidden enemy and eliminate it to complete the mission. Ding dong. This quest is high risk and requires a player level of 5 to receive it. Ding dong. Player level is reached and can be claimed, and the quest can be completed in a group. A series of system beeps rang in Lin Haoren's ears. Successfully next this hidden quest as well. Lin Haoren's heart flashed with a hint of delight. The greater the difficulty, meant the greater the gain. It's a constant law of the game. Two lads, trouble you. But you must be careful. This ghost thing is certainly not simple. The old beggar said to the two with a solemn face. Lin Haoren nodded, then spoke. Let's go. We're off now. Then it was the first to leave. Hey, in such a hurry. Diggy wait for me. Fatty was startled and hurriedly followed Lin Haoren's footsteps. Lin Haoren and Fatty both walked out of the village, and according to the route that the old beggar said, they kept going north. After about 20 minutes of walking, over a small hill, we finally came upon a strip of ramshackle villages that, the air was filled with an eerie black aura, and a raven made a creepy caw from a dead tree. Crow crow crow. Fatty couldn't help but shiver and said with some fear, this game is so realistically done, isn't it, that even the chills appear. Big brother, I feel like this village is too weird. Why don't we go back and get some more people? This gives us a big chance of accomplishing our mission. Fatty carefully whispered to Lin Haoren. He didn't want to hang his virginity and die here. Dropping a level would take quite a while for him to upgrade. Lin Haoren glanced at the fat man and said indifferently, if you're afraid, can go back. I'll be fine on my own. The fat man was dumbfounded, and just smiled at Lin Haoren. Of course he's not gonna go back like that. He knew that the rewards of the hidden quests must be very rich, and he wouldn't give them up until he had no other choice. Let's hug Lin Haoren's thigh first. This guy is number 1 in the rankings. He should have some material. Right. Follow him first and see. If things don't look right, run away immediately. Fatty thought darkly in his mind. Lin Haoren took a rough look around the village, then sneaked in towards the bazaar village. Fatty followed in a hurry, followed closely behind Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren walked into the village, and immediately smelled a strong stench of rot. It was the putrid odor of human corpses. Lin Haoren smelled it right away. In his last life, this smell was too often smelled, only to see a badly decomposed corpse lying on the side of the road, with its stomach gutted by something that had gnawed away at. There's still some skin and bones left. The human skin has rotted away. Some of the crows were still nibbling on the few carrion bits. Chapter 22, Ghoul Minion. The Great War begins. Vomit. Fatty felt a wave of nausea at the smell and the sight of these rotting corpses, and almost didn't throw up. Was dry heaving. Nima, is this game really not going to get banned? It's not disgusting to put out this kind of image as well. Fatty couldn't help but spit out the words. Lin Haoren ignored the fat man and was frowning. This village was too quiet. It was quiet and a little spooky. At the moment, the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. It does get a little hard to do. Lin Haoren could only continue to walk inside the village and summon the sword ghost out at any time. Big brother, wait for me. When the fat man saw that Lin Haoren had already walked away, he was startled and hurriedly followed him. Lin Haoren and Fatty continued to walk forward, and when they reached a small plaza, click click click, there was an eerie noise coming from the house next to the, kind of like the sound of gnawing on a bone. The old boss, there's something. The fat man pointed at the house behind himself with a face of fear and said to Lin Haoren in horror, Shabu. With a thought, the sword-shaped ghost pattern on Lin Haoren's arm lit up with a black light. The figure of the sword ghost appeared in front of the two men at once. Sword ghost, open the door and check it out, Lin Haoren said in a deep voice to the sword ghost. Fatty was shocked when he saw the handsome swordsman in ghost. Sword ghost, hiss, the sword ghost that is second on the ghost qualification list. Hearing Lin Haoren's words, Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. A shocked face mumbled, asterisk 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 asterisk. This is superb. Fatty couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, thinking in surprise in his heart. Fatty summoned his ghost, too. A black light flashed, and a ghostly creature whose entire body was wrapped in long hair appeared in front of Lin Haoren's eyes. Lin Haoren swept a glance, and a trace of color flashed in his eyes. The name of this ghost is Long-Haired Spiteful Ghost. Rank 2. Dequalification. Interestingly enough, it has a decent ability too. It's also a control skill, called Hair Twist, which allows you to extend your hair and wrap it around your enemies. Those who are weak can still strangle their enemies. Strength up. Counts as a good group control spook. On the sword ghost side, he had slowly opened the door of the room, and a thick stench came out. And, upon seeing the scene inside, Lin Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly, while the fat man directly covered his stomach and dry-heaved. I saw a man with a ghostly aura all over his body, frantically gnawing on a corpse. The man had black skin, black claws, and the flesh on his face had rotted away, just like an evil spirit. Lin Haoren's left eye trembled slightly, and a message instantly surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Ghoul Slave. Qualification, F. Type, Physical. Rank, 4. Ability. Call to kindred. Ghoul minions can call their kind over by barking. Ghost information. The well water with ghoul blood consumed by the villagers has mutated into a ghoul slave. This ghost bites at the sight of people, will not rest until it is dead, and likes to eat corpses. Weakness is in the daytime. It will move slower and will die when its head is cut off. Description. Don't bleed or it'll chase you for blocks. Lin Haoren was slightly surprised that he had leveled up to level 4. No wonder it says you need to be level 5 to take this quest. A single brat leveled up to level 4. So you could imagine how high the level of the bosses would be the year after. Roar. At this time, the ghoul slave also discovered the sword ghost and the others, and immediately let out an excited cry that, not good. He's calling out for the same kind. Sword ghost. Hurry up and finish him off and cut off its head. Lin Haoren's face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted at the sword ghost and said, roar. With minced meat, and disgusting blood still in his mouth, the ghoul slave opened his bloody mouth and, then he lunged at the sword ghost. Sword ghost's pitch black eyes flashed with an icy chill. A sword light flashed. Pongba. A head shot up into the sky, like a basketball, and fell to the ground and rolled. This ghoul slave was directly decapitated by the sword ghost with a single stroke of the sword, and its body dissipated into black gas, leaving behind only a ghost crystal. Hiss. So strong. When Fatty on one side saw this scene, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, he can check out ghosts and monsters, too. That's the scrying function that comes with the system, but only the name, level qualification and type of the ghost can be shown. Other information is completely unknown. But a player's already contracted ghosts and goblins generally hide information by default. That's why players generally don't see information about ghosts that have been contracted. But he knew at this point that this ghoul minion was a rank 4 ghost. But he was directly killed by Lin Haoren's sword ghost in a second. It did shock the fat man a bit. Ho 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 ho. Just then, a horrible roar rang out from the neighboring houses. Immediately afterward a ghoul slave with a rotting face walked out of the house with a grimace on its face. Running towards Lin Haoren and the others with open teeth and claws. Biggie, let's run for it. There are too many of these ghosts. The fat man immediately let out a scream of fear and shouted at Lin Haoren. Run. How to run? We're all surrounded already. Only dry. Lin Haoren smiled coldly and said in a deep voice as he saw the ghoul slaves pouring in from all directions. But luckily it's daytime, and these ghoul slaves are moving more slowly. This is important. Lin Haoren took out a sharp tang blade-like weapon from his system backpack. It was taken from his crippled old man's blacksmith store. Fatty is in charge of directing your ghosts to haunt their movements. Leave the rest to us. Lin Haoren said in a loud voice to the fat man. It's Big Brother. Chapter 23. Sword Ghost Upgrade. Elite Ghosts appear. Long-haired spiteful ghosts. Quickly wind them up. Fatty hurriedly gave orders to his ghosts and monsters. Woohoo! The long-haired spiteful ghost suddenly let out a ghostly howl from its mouth, and its long hair was like seaweed, sweeping toward these ghoul slaves, entangling them and influencing their movements. There were even a few ghoul slaves that lost their balance with their entangled feet and fell to the ground. Sword Ghost. Let's go! Quick takes. Lin Haoren, holding a sharp tang sword, bellowed at Sword Ghost, then rushed out. Along with him, Poolies. Lin Haoren's blade was very vicious, and when he chopped down, a head fell off. Blood splattered everywhere and heads fell to the ground. Lin Haoren was like a stern ghost, wielding a razor-sharp tanged sword. He wandered among the ghoul slaves tangled in their hair. Hands rose and fell, mercilessly harvesting these entangled ghoul slaves. And on the other side the sword ghost is even more ferocious, not seeing the body of the sword, only the shadow of the sword. When the sword flashed, someone's head fell to the ground. Sword Ghost's swordsmanship was unrivaled, fast, accurate and vicious, using the least amount of force to do the most damage. For a moment, these ghoul slaves were like bowling balls, being mercilessly reached by Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost. In a matter of minutes, there wasn't a single standing ghoul slave. All of them were separated from their heads, lying bloody on the cold ground. Is this a human being? Fatty looked at the densely packed corpses on the ground, and a strong smell of blood came over him. A shocked face muttered, "He knows Lin Haoren has the strength, but I didn't expect it to be so fierce. A human being goes up there with a knife and SA ghost, and he's ing better than the ghost, and he's got a little potty mouth. It's just refreshed his knowledge of the game. And he always thought this game was all about contract ghosts fighting, and then the players just watching from behind. But I didn't realize that the original player could be so strong." After finishing the battle, Lin Haoren was a bit out of breath but the first thing that happened was to pick up the ghost crystals that these ghoul slaves had dropped. This is a level 4 ghost crystal. It's very useful for upgrading both yourself and the sword ghost. A total of 35 ghost crystals. Lin Haoren couldn't help but have a small smile on his face. Just these ghost crystals were almost enough for himself or the sword ghost to move up a level. "Big brother, you're awesome." Fatty, with his long-haired ingrate, trotted over and said to Lin Haoren with an excited face. Fatty looked at the ghost crystals in Lin Haoren's arms with some gluttony, but he didn't open his mouth to get a piece of the pie, since he didn't actually put up much of a fight and did 0 damage. It was just a matter of letting the long-haired spiteful ghost help control it. Then again, he actually wanted to hug Lin Haoren's thigh. Lin Haoren glanced at the fatty and threw a piece of ghost crystal to it, saying indifferently, "Here's your reward. Give it to your ghost to eat. Rank it higher. It might be useful later." Lin Haoren didn't want to owe others, took out a piece of ghost crystal and gave it to Fatty. Fatty's ghost did have some use for it. When they encountered any powerful ghosts or monsters, they might be able to help themselves. "Thanks, Biggie." The fat man was instantly delighted and hurriedly thanked Lin Haoren, saying, then he gave this level 4 ghost crystal to the long-haired resentful ghost to absorb, and managed to break through to level 3. The long hair seems to have gotten harder. Lin Haoren directly gave all these ghost crystals to the sword ghost to absorb. Ding dong. Congratulations on your sword ghost leveling up. Current level, 6. Unsurprisingly, leveled up 1 level. Lin Haoren nodded with satisfaction, then continued deeper into the village. As Lin Haoren continued to go deeper, the heavier the surrounding yin-chi became, making Lin Haoren unable to help but frown. Ho ho ho. Just then, in one of the cattle pens, there came an eerie voice that Lin Haoren tightly gripped the tang sword in his hand, and sword ghost slowly walked towards the bull ring, only to see the corpses and bones piled up in the bull ring, and a strong bull, rotting all over, gnawing frantically at the human carcasses. Cows have become carnivores too. These villagers never dreamed that the cows they raised would end up eating them. Click click click. This huge bull directly ate even the bones of the humans together, resounding with the sound of biting and crunching the bones. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly as a message surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Ghoul Cow Minion, Elite, Qualification, D, Type, Physical, Rank, 6, Ability, Bullhead Charge, Sharp, Hard Bull Horns, Charge wildly at the enemy, dealing massive damage. Ghost info, a ghoul cow slave that mutated from the well water with ghoul blood that it consumed, and became stronger from eating a large amount of human bones. Weaknesses are that in the daytime, movement is slightly slowed down, and cutting off the head will kill it. Description, beware of its twin horns, which can easily pierce steel plates. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly. Surprisingly, it was a rank 6, elite ghost. Elite template ghosts will have more powerful attributes than normal ghosts, and 2 ghosts of the same level that 1 general template, 1 elite template. That elite template ghosts could easily kill normal template ghosts. Above the elite template is the boss level that. Then there's the elite bosses, the epic bosses, the legendary bosses, the abyssal bosses, the divine and demonic bosses. The more advanced the template, the more terrifying the strength of the ghost. Chapter 24, Level 6, The Bloody Well. Roar. The ghoul cow servant had also discovered the presence of Lin Haoren, Fatty and the others. A pair of blood-red bull's eyes flashed a flash of red light, and he let out a furious roar that, boom boom boom. His strong limbs were like iron pillars, charging towards Lin Haoren and the others like crazy. It's like a big truck, and it's extremely fast, too. Strong limbs stomped on the ground with a roar that, sword ghost, use ghost sword slash. Lin Haoren's face was grave as he hurriedly shouted at the sword ghost. Buzz. The sword ghost's pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up with a black light, and his body violently lit up with a powerful ghostly aura that, instantly coalescing in the sharp sword in his right hand. Buzz. The terrifying energy caused the rapier to shake and emit a sword sound. Swish. A cold aura flashed in the sword ghost's eyes. The ghost sword in his hand swung out with a. The ghost sword wrapped in thick ghost chi chopped on the head of the ghoul cow servant in a flash. Put. Roar. The ghoul cow servant let out an agonizing scream of agony that, a deep, bone-deep gash appeared in its head, exposing the bones inside. The black blood splattered in all directions, but the ghoul cow servant didn't die. Instead, it completely enraged it, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty and crazy light. The roar. The ghoul cow servant roared, and a pair of sharp, hard horns flashed a cold aura that, charging madly at the sword ghost once again. With dexterity, sword ghost dodged the ghoul cow minion's bullhorn charge. Just as the ghoulish cow servant turned his bull's head and tried to send another charge. Jingle bells. Just then, a clear bell suddenly rang out, and it made the ghoul cow servant's mind suddenly go blank, and his eyes flashed with a confused look. I only saw Lin Haoren holding a bell in his hand and shaking it. This is none other than the ghostly object, the ghost suppressor bell. Sword ghost, quick, kill it for me. Lin Haoren took advantage of the moment to immediately shout at the sword ghost. Buzz. The sword ghost understood, and immediately used the ghost sword slash again. A direct hit to the neck of the ghoul cow minion. Put. The ghost sword disappeared into the neck of the ghoul cow servant, and suddenly black blood splashed in all directions. The ghoul cow servant's cow head was directly chopped off by the sword ghost with a single slash, and the huge cow head fell onto the cold ground. Blood flowed all over the floor. The ghoul cow servant's eyes carried a strong look of fear, then turned into countless black gases that dissipated into the air and were blown away by the wind. Leaving a black ghost crystal on the ground. The level 6 elite ghoul cow servant died in the hands of Lin Haoren and sword ghost just like that. Lin Haoren picked up the ghoul ghost cow servant's ghost crystal and threw it directly into his mouth. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level 6. And the system's beep sounded in his ears, causing the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth to rise slightly. Not bad for an elite grade ghost. The energy in the ghost crystals is really several times more than the normal grade ghost crystals. Eat one and you're upgraded. That's great. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his mind. Big brother, this bell of yours, could it be the ghost rankings ghost suppressing bell? This is too powerful. It's so powerful that it can make this damn thing lose its mind. Not bad for a big guy. All this good stuff. Fatty walked over excitedly, looking at the bell in Lin Haoren's hand with a fiery face. Don't patronize. I don't eat it. Let's go. I have a feeling the final boss is about to appear. Lin Haoren glanced at the fat man who was kissing his ass, then continued on with the sword ghost. The fat man gave an awkward smile. Knowing that he had flattered the horse's leg, he hurriedly followed with the long-haired spiteful ghost. Lin Haoren walked at the front. The ghostly aura here was about to be so thick that it was black. Lin Haoren's face was grave, knowing that there was definitely a powerful ghost existing here. It's the horrible existence that made the backwoods village extinguished. Big brother, it feels so eerie in here. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Fatty looked around with a scared look on his face, touched his arm, and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Whispering to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren didn't say anything, and kept vigilantly observing the surrounding area, which was a small square. There's a big, deep well in the middle of the square. I think the village fetches water from here. Wait, well water. Lin Haoren's eyes suddenly pupils snapped shut, remembering the ghostly information of the ghoul slaves. It seems that the villagers were transformed into ghoul slaves by consuming water with ghoul blood. Villagers generally eat well water, so, ghouls may be in the well. Lin Haoren held the ghost suppressor bell in his left hand and the tang sword in his right hand, and with the sword ghost in tow, he slowly walked towards the deep well. Lin Haoren walked to the front of the deep well, and immediately the pupils of his eyes shrunk. At this time, the water of this well had already turned into a pool of blood water. The thick smell of blood hit his nose, causing Lin Haoren to almost not even be able to hold it back. The smell of blood was nauseating. Vomit. Fatty followed suit, and immediately vomited out directly in place up. Do. Just then, a sudden burst of bubbles came out of the blood water, causing Lin Haoren's eye pupils to contract violently. Without a moment's hesitation, running straight for the back, boom, the blood water suddenly exploded, and a terrifying figure violently jumped out in the blood water. Chapter 25, Ghoul Boss Bloodshed. Countless red are blood water gushing out in the air. A huge figure jumped out violently. The roar, an angry shout was like thunder, exploding in the ears of Lin Haoren and Fatty. Aha! Fatty was directly scared out of his wits as he hurriedly ran towards the back on his hands and knees. The blood and water dispersed, and Lin Haoren finally got a good look at the true face of this ghostly creature. At least 2 meters tall, humanoid, with a large mouth revealing sharp-pointed teeth, and a nail at the location of the heart. It was horrifying. The smell of blood is so strong it's sickening. A pair of blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glow, just like an ogre. Lin Haoren's left eye trembled slightly, and a message instantly appeared in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Ghoul, Boss, Qualification, C, Type, Physical, Rank, 8, Ability, Bloodthirsty Berserker, stimulates bloodthirsty instincts, unleashing a powerful force that boosts one's strength, but will lose one's mind. Ghost information, born as a human, but like to eat human flesh. Cannibalism, was found by the people, executed, alive by nails, and buried under the ground below. the grievances do not dissipate. Ghosts bred alien into ghouls. Was dug by the villagers of the back of the village to play the wells. Outflow of blood. The evil ghosts awakened. Weakness of the head. Cut off the head will die immediately. Description: it goes berserk and is afraid to step on itself. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk violently. Sure enough, it's a boss template ghost, and it's still qualification C rank 8. At this stage where it's common for players to be level 2 or 3. The rank 8, it was like a nuclear explosion, and it was a boss template ghost. Qualification up to grade C. Ability bloodthirsty berserk. Not bad indeed. If it was my last life I would have happily contracted him to be my ghost. But this life, qualification C level, I can't really see it. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his mind. Boss template ghosts and monsters can also be contracted, but the boss template disappears after the contract is made. That is, you get the normal C qualification. Rank 8 ghouls. Big brother, it's a rank 8 boss. How is this going to fight? Let's run and get more people to swarm it. Fatty was sweating profusely, looking at the ghoul boss at the well with a scared face, and anxiously said to Lin Haoren, "Run, just beat this ghoul, and it will be done. You can leave if you want." Lin Haoren's face was expressionless as he said indifferently to the fat man, "Gollum." Fatty couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he sniffed. He knew that this mission was so dangerous, and the mission reward must be very generous, and if it does accomplish that, what's the harm in dying once? Damn, it's just a game. Afraid of a chicken. The fat man's eyes flashed with a glint of, cursing angrily, he shouted, "Big brother, I fight too. Big deal. Die once." A faint smile appeared on Lin Haoren's face. Although this fatty was timid, he had a little backbone, but not much. Roar! The ghoul boss roared, raised its sharp claws and darted towards Lin Haoren and the others. "Fatty, you have your long-haired grudge ghost play assist and cause trouble for the ghoul, preferably winding it up." Lin Haoren's face sank as he looked at the raging ghoul boss and immediately shouted at Fatty, "It's Big brother." The fat man's face tensed as he responded, then shouted at his long-haired grudge ghost, "Long-haired grievers, use long hair to wrap around the ghoul boss. Woohoo!" Although the long-haired spiteful ghost was a bit afraid of the ghoul boss in his heart, he still obeyed Fatty's order and, the long hair instantly resembled seaweed, surging towards the ghoul boss and wrapping around its body. The roar! The ghoul boss looked at the hair on his body, and suddenly his eyes flashed with a red light. With a roar of fury, he shook his hands, directly breaking the entangled hair, which flew all over the sky. And, there's too much of a difference in rank. The long-haired grudge ghost's level was only 3, making it difficult to have any major impact on the ghoul boss. But enough of that, because Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost, one person and one ghost, took advantage of the time when the ghoul boss's attention shifted to, has come up behind the ghoul boss. Lin Haoren's eyes flashed with a horrifying essence, and the tang blade in his right hand slashed down at the ghoul's body. Immediately, a slash mark was made on the body of the ghoul boss by Lin Haoren, and black blood splashed out in all directions. It's not over yet. A pitch-black light erupted from Sword Ghost's ghostly sword, emitting a powerful ghostly aura that black sword light flashed as Sword Ghost slashed at Ghoul's back with a ghost sword chop. Blood was splattered in all directions, and the sword marks were deep enough to see through to the bone. But the swordsman's ghost sword was blocked by the Ghoul's hard bones and could not continue to go deeper. Roar! The Ghoul boss immediately let out a pained roar, and his eyes flashed with a thick flash of anger. Turning his huge body, he swung his big hand, directly shaking the Sword Ghost out of there. A pair of crimson eyes stared deathly at Lin Haoren and the Sword Ghost. These two mole crickets were engaging in sneak attacks and not speaking of martial virtues. The ghoul boss was seething with rage in his heart, and immediately lunged at the Sword Ghost. Twisting with the Sword Ghost, the ghoul boss was incredibly powerful, and with each attack, all of them made even Sword Ghost's ghost sword shake violently. Being suppressed by the ghoul boss, he could only passively defend and could not attack. Chapter 26, the Ghost Queen's domineering spirit protects her husband and wounds the ghoul boss with one move. Shoo shoo shoo. At this time, the fat man's long-haired resentful ghost struck again, his thick hair like a spirit snake, wrapped around the ghoul boss's legs. Ghoul boss was not paying attention for a moment. Surprisingly, he tripped and fell to the ground. Fatty got a lot of credit for that. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. In a hurry, he shouted at the Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost, it's now! Use the ghost sword chop on the neck of the ghoul boss. Buzz. The Sword Ghost also knew that this was his chance, and a powerful ghostly aura surged out of his body. Instilled in the ghostly sword in his hand, the ghostly sword emitted a sword aura, and an amazingly cold aura flashed in the Sword Ghost's eyes as it cut out, chopped on the neck of the ghoul boss. Click, blood and flesh flew everywhere, followed by the sound of a bone colliding with a. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly. Sword Ghost's most powerful strike couldn't even cut the bones in the ghoul boss's neck. Ouch! The ghoul boss let out an angry, Miserable scream. His eyes were crimson, and a powerful ghostly aura surged out of his body. The thick ghostly sobs wrapped around his body, and blood-red energies bubbling up from his. The ghoul boss is completely enraged. Make use of its ability. Bloodthirsty rampage. Roar. The ghoul boss that had fallen into a berserk rage instantly stood up, its bloody mouth emitting a terrifying roar that, the sharp claws instantly tore at the sword ghost with a single claw. The pupils of the sword ghost's eyes contracted violently, and he hastily retrieved his ghost sword to resist. Bang on. The ghoul boss's terrifyingly huge force ripped at the sword ghost's ghost sword. There was an ear-splitting clash of metal. The sword ghost was directly knocked out by the ghoul's terrifyingly huge force, and fell heavily on the ground. The ghostly sword in his hand had actually developed a tiny crack in it. This ghost sword is the weapon of a sword ghost. It's actually a ghost artifact, but it's not of a high grade. It's just a D-grade ghost artifact. Surprisingly, a crack appeared from a single blow after the ghoul boss went berserk. This ghoul boss is too strong after berserking. Roar. With a blow that sent the sword ghost flying, the ghoul boss immediately let out an excited roar that, then turning his bloodthirsty gaze towards Lin Haoran, he grinned his huge mouth, stuck out his long tongue and, then he ran wildly at Lin Haoran. Big brother, get out of the way. Fatty looked at the maddened ghoul boss with a face of fear and shouted at Lin Haoran. Immediately order the long-haired grievous ghost to use its long hair to try to wrap around the ghoul boss's legs. But the ghoul boss directly wrenched the hair of the long-haired grievous ghost with a huge force. The long-haired grudge ghost's hair couldn't do much to it at all anymore. Hoo. I can't believe I still need your help. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes and he muttered. Immediately after that, a strange light flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes and he said in a deep voice, Queen Diffraction Empress, come out. Immediately, a ghost pattern lit up with a blinding black light at the location of Lin Haoran's chest. Immediately afterward a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of the crowd, her stomach bulging slightly. Obviously already harboring ghosts. Fatty looked at the woman in front of Lin Haoran and was directly dumbfounded, mumbling with a shocked face. Asterisk. This female ghost is too pretty. Husband. As soon as the Empress came out, she immediately looked at Lin Haoran with a face of love, and the thick love in her eyes was almost overflowing, shouting shyly at Lin Haoran, Madam, someone is trying to kill your husband. Quickly help your husband kill it. Lin Haoran was too late to have a deep passionate kiss with the queen, and hurriedly pointed at the ghoul boss that was about to arrive and shouted at the queen, Bold. When the Empress heard Lin Haoran's words, her face instantly changed from that of a dainty love brain to that of a cold, icy Empress. A piercing cold aura emerged from her body, and she turned around, her beautiful eyes flashing with a thick murderous intent. Looking at the ghoul boss, he said coldly, How dare an ugly thing like you kill my husband? You're looking for death. Although the ghost Empress was carrying a belly, she had the majestic aura of an Empress on her body, transforming into a husband-protecting fiend. A powerful ghostly aura surged out and struck at the ghoul boss. Boom! The terrifying ghost chi directly struck the wildly running ghoul boss, making a dull booming sound that, ouch! The ghoul boss immediately let out a terrified scream, and his huge body was even directly blasted out of the room. Blood Bowl spits out 2 pounds of pus and blood. Gollum! So that Lin Haoran on one side couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva when he saw it. His own dainty wife? I did not expect to fight so strongly. Not bad for an SSS qualified ghost. It's too strong. Lin Haoran then looked at the ghost Empress with a blazing face, his heart bursting with fire and excitement as he thought, the higher the qualification of the ghost, then the higher the value of TA's basic attributes. Only these attribute values are hidden. Not shown in the data panel. For example, a ghost of the same level, an F-qualified ghost, that has a hidden attribute panel of attack is 1 point, that 1C qualified ghost with a 2-point attack. By analogy, there is a huge difference in the basic hidden attributes between an SSS grade and an F grade qualification, and as you level up, the hidden attribute values get bigger. So, this was one of the reasons why highly qualified ghosts and monsters would be madly snatched up by countless people, and his own wife has reached level 10. Hanging a ghoul to fight makes sense. Chapter 27 Killing Ghouls, Ghost Killing Nails. This, and who is this woman? Big Brother's contracted Ghostbusters well. This is too strong. The fat man next to him stared daggers at the uncharacteristically beautiful woman and stammered that. Worry, how can there be such a beautiful female ghost in this world? That's too much luck for the big guy. And this female ghost is called Big Brother Husband. Asterisk. Big Brother, this is being a modern day Ning Kaishan? Fatty's teeth were about to be clenched, and he thought darkly with a face of envy and jealousy. Roar! The ghoul boss that was knocked out by the ghost queen still had pitch black blood dripping from its mouth, but then it got back up and let out an angry growl at the ghost queen. The ghoul boss has lost his mind after using bloodthirsty berserk. Now that it doesn't know what fear is, it had only one thought in its head, and that was to kill. killing every living thing and eating it brutally. The ghoul boss opened its bloody mouth, and its densely packed fangs flashed with an astonishingly cold aura. Once again, he charged towards the ghost queen. Wife, attack its head. Its head is the weak point. Lin Haoran immediately reminded the ghost empress. When the diffracted empress ghost emperor heard Lin Haoran call himself his wife, a flash of intense love flashed through his eyes. The heart is as sweet as honey. Turning to Lin Haoran, she answered shyly, okay, hubby. Then he looked his gaze at the ghoul boss, and his eyes instantly turned into 10,000 years of ice, cold and piercing to the bone. Looking at the ghoul boss, he said coldly, ugly thing, you're too much of an eyesore. Disappear. Remember to grow eyes in your next life. As the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's words fell, a terrifying ghostly aura violently erupted on his body, rapidly coalescing into a blade of ghostly energy. With a sharp momentum, it swept towards the neck of the wildly running ghoul boss. The ghost blade was like a sharp blade, directly cutting through the neck of the ghoul boss. The ghoul boss is still keeping running, and a bloodstain is slowly appearing on his neck. Terrifying black blood splattered in all directions, and the head of the ghoul boss fell onto the cold ground like this. Like a basketball, and bounced a few times on the ground. And the corpse of the ghoul boss slowly came to a halt, eventually falling heavily into a pool of blood. The ghoul boss's head had eyes with a hint of disbelief in them. To its death it doesn't know how it died. Without a hint of warning, without a struggle, the body and head of the ghoul boss eventually turned into a black gas and dissipated into the air. A larger ghost crystal was left behind, along with a long nail, presumably the one in the ghoul's chest, lying quietly on the ground. Husband, I'll help you kill this ugly thing. After the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor resolved the ghoul boss, his lofty appearance disappeared in an instant, turning into a dainty beauty. She flung herself into Lin Haoran's arms and said in a delicate voice to Lin Haoran, Ding dong, congratulations on completing your quest, the truth about the backwoods village. Go back to the old beggar for a great reward. At this point, Lin Haoran's ears also rang with the system's beep. Gollum. Lin Haoran still had a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor in his arms. A thought rose in his mind. The doctor said I have a weak stomach. Let me eat soft food. Looks like I'm going to have to eat this. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with excitement. Lin Haoran stretched out his hand and hugged the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, smiling, Wife, you are awesome. Empress diffracted Queen shyly glanced at Lin Haoran and whispered, Husband, you're great too. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth twitched slightly, hearing the diffractive Queen Empress's double entendre. But this was not the time to talk about love and affection. There's a light bulb next to it. Lin Haoran said softly to the diffractive Queen Empress, Ma'am, you go back and rest. Don't move the fetus. Knowing that Lin Haoran was still busy with something else, Empress diffracted Queen nodded her head in a very good manner. After quickly kissing Lin Haoran, he turned into a black stream of light and drilled into the place where Lin Haoran's heart was. Lin Haoran couldn't help but let out a light laugh before walking over and picking up the ghoul crystal of the ghoul boss. A small smile appeared on his face. Just this piece of ghost crystal can definitely raise yourself or the sword ghost by another level, or even 2 levels. This was, after all, a ghost crystal dropped by a boss template, and it was far too much richer in energy than the usual level 8 ghost crystals. Lin Haoran turned his gaze to the long nail on the side and then picked it up, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, also floated the information about this long nail into Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Ghost Killer Nail. Type, Class C Ghost. Effects, highly lethal to ghosts and monsters. If you drive this nail into the heart of a ghost or monster, all ghosts and monsters of level 10 or below will surely die. Ghost information, the long nail that crucified the ghouls was nurtured by ghostly energy and turned into a ghostly creature. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it was a C-ranked ghost creature, and its abilities were very good as well. You can use it as a base card. As long as you get nailed in the heart by yourself, any level below 10, you have to koan. Big brother, that female ghost just now is your contracted ghost, isn't it? That's too strong. Fatty, at that moment, came forward with the long-haired grudge ghost, whose long hair was somewhat thinned, and, turning to a shocked face, he said to Lin Haoran, Damn, a rank 8 boss was directly killed by a single move. At that time, the fat man could be directly shocked. Who the hell is the boss? The fat man was a little confused. Chapter 28, Grade B Ghost Killing Sword. Ghost Treasure, Ghost Pregnancy Crystal. Aha, sort of. Let's go. We're done. Let's go back. Lin Haoran nodded and said to the fat man. Sword Ghost had also come to Lin Haoran's side and walked with him towards the outside of the village. Okay, big brother, wait for me. Fatty hurriedly took the long-haired grudge ghost and followed Lin Haoran's footsteps, walking out together. The ride back was smooth. In about 20 minutes it was already back in the village. Lin Haoran and the fat man returned to the old beggar. Lin Haoran told the old beggar about the causes and consequences of the the old beggar burst into tears, and Lin Haoran's ears rang with the system's beeps. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing your quest, the truth about the backwoods village. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining F-class ghost crystals, grade 6, asterisk 10. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining a B-grade ghost item, the ghost killing sword. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the ghost treasure, ghost pregnancy crystal. Several consecutive system beeps made Lin Haoran's heart burst with joy. This reward was too generous. Surprisingly, there was a B-ranked ghost item, and it was sword type, and it just so happened that the sword of his own sword ghost cracked. Sword Ghost's strength must have risen a great deal once again when he used this B-grade ghost sword. What was most surprising to Lin Haoran was that he had obtained a ghost treasure. Ghost treasures are even rarer than ghostly objects. There's no such thing as a grade for a ghost treasure, but often ghost treasures have some incredible abilities. I remember in my last life, someone obtained a special ghost treasure that actually allowed players to forcibly contract a ghostly creature. And there's no level restriction on this ghost, which means that even if this player is level 1, you can also forcefully contract a level 80 Ghost King. You can imagine the terrifying power of the ghost treasure. However, the more powerful the ghost treasure, the more difficult the formation conditions were. It was just too rare. Big brother, I'm rich. I'm rewarded with 10 grade 3 ghost crystals and a grade C ghost item. That's a great reward. Fatty ran to Lin Haoran with an excited face and said excitedly to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran just smiled and didn't say anything, saying out his reward. He was afraid of hitting the fat man. Even though it's a team mission, rewards are given out based on individual contributions. The entire output of this mission is here in Lin Haoran. The contribution is the biggest. That's why Lin Haoran's rewards were also the most generous. I'm leaving. I'll see you again sometime. Lin Haoran waved at the fatty and left. Big brother. Bye. Thank you, big brother. Fatty is a little reluctant to give up. It is so cool to be led by a big brother to play the game. No wonder so many girls are barking in the chat channel. Ask for a belt. Ask for a belt. Singles can be teased. Fatty also decided to post these flirty words in the chat channel as well, to see if any rich women were good at what they do. Lin Haoran looked at the time. It was already evening. The real-world body must be hungry. The brain domain was very tired. Lin Haoran then went straight offline in the village and returned to the real world. Lin Haoran's consciousness returned to the real world, and he immediately felt a burst of hunger in his stomach. Lin Haoran then put on his clothes and went downstairs for dinner. And then at night, Lin Haoran settles down for a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Haoran ate breakfast and then logged on to the game without stopping. Lin Haoran returned to the game. In the novice village, also checking his own ghost items and ghost treasures obtained from this Let Me quest reward. Name, Ghost Killer Sword. Type, Class B Ghost. Effect, can inflict a wound-tearing effect on ghosts and monsters, causing them to bleed continuously. Ghost information, a sword that killed countless people, abandoned after its owner's death, was nurtured by ghostly energy and transformed into a ghostly creature. Name, Ghost Pregnancy Crystal, Ghost Treasure. Type, Special Ghost Treasure. Effects, can be used on pregnant ghosts and monsters, which can dramatically make the ghost baby's qualifications and abilities, drastically shorten the gestation time, and grant the ghost baby a powerful ability. Information on ghostly objects, ghostly treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, with mysterious and powerful powers. Lin Haoran couldn't help but have the pupils of his eyes shrink violently. This ghost treasure is just right for his wife to consume. And looking at the description of this ghost treasure, it seems to be uncomplicated. Exactly how uncomplicated? We'll just have to wait until the queen gives birth to this ghost baby. Lin Haoran didn't hesitate and directly put the ghost conception crystal into the ghost pattern on his chest, speaking softly to the diffracted queen ghost emperor. Madam, this is the ghost treasure. After eating it will make our child stronger, and it can drastically shorten the time it takes you to conceive. Oh. The diffracted queen ghost emperor's ghost pattern emitted a black light and absorbed the ghost conception crystal into it, and a sweet voice rang in Lin Haoran's ears. Thank you, husband. The empress of the diffracted queen's stunning figure appeared in front of Lin Haoran, with a ghostly treasure in her mouth, the ghost conception crystal. He gave Lin Haoran a kiss on the cheek, then said shyly against Lin Haoran's ear, husband, wait a little longer. Our child will be born soon, and then I can give it to husband. Lin Haoran smiled faintly and hugged the diffractive queen empress's waist, and after the empress derivative queen swallowed the ghost pregnancy crystal in one gulp, a brilliant black light emanated from her stomach at once. Husband, I feel it, our child is about to be born, and he's strong. Empress diffracted queen said happily to Lin Haoran as she touched her growing belly with a surprised expression. Lin Haoran also smiled and nodded. His heart actually had some inexplicable nervousness and anticipation. Is this what it's like to be a father, despite being a ghost dad? But it doesn't seem lazy. Lin Haoran thought with some strangeness in his heart. Just then, a scream escaped the lips of the queen diffractor and, Immediately after, a blinding black light emanated from her stomach, instantly enveloping the diffractive Queen Empress. The boom boom boom. At this time, in Novice Village No. 4, all of a sudden, the clouds were thick, the thunder rolled from the sky, and in the thick layer of dark clouds, countless thunderbolts flashed, just like a thunder dragon roaring. Boom boom boom. The thunder in the sky roared, as if to greet something. In the village, the old man ghost lifted his head, his cloudy eyes looking at the sky with dark clouds and rolling thunder in the sky. A glint flashed in his eyes and he muttered, "It seems that another unimaginable ghostly evil has descended into the world." Chapter 29, The First Ghost Heir SS Class Wreckage. At this time, on Lin Haoren's side, the blinding black light slowly dispersed, and the diffractive Queen Empress's frail body slumped slightly over Lin Haoren. His lips were white, and a hot sweat ran down his forehead, but his eyes shone with the gladness of. With an expectant face, he looked towards the black orb floating in the void and said happily to Lin Haoren, "Husband, this is our first child." Lin Haoren hugged the diffractive Queen Empress and said, nodding somewhat nervously, looking at the orb in the void that was emitting black light. Buzz! An ear-splitting sound suddenly rang out, and the black orb suddenly shattered into pieces. A short figure appeared in front of Lin Haoren and Empress Diffraction Queen, about 1.2 meters tall, dressed in black armored clothing, with white hair. His eyes were black, with reddish glowing pupils, and he had a boyish face, but his eyes were unusually mature and steady, and the greenish-colored lightning that flickered on his body was like a thunder snake twisting around, swimming around the little kid. The young ghost child's tender little face glanced at Empress Diffracted Queen and Lin Haoren, and immediately kneeled down on one knee with a serious expression. Respectfully, he addressed the two men. "My son sees his father and mother." Lin Haoren had also acquired the information panel of this bratty ghost monster, his own ghost child. At this time, the reincarnation ghost eyes had surfaced the information in his own mind. Name, Wreckage. Qualification, SS. Type, Elemental. Rule-based. Rank, 5. Loyalty, 100. Ability, Lord of Thunder Underworld. The Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch is born with the ability to control the power of lightning and darkness, is immune to lightning and darkness attributed attacks, and can absorb lightning and darkness attributed energy to recover from physical strength and injuries. Gun of Judgment. The Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch condenses a high concentration of thunder energy and converges it into the Gun of Thunder, which can be used as a melee weapon, or projected at lightning-like speeds to crush the enemy. Underworld Domain, Ghost Breeding Crystal Empowerment. Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch unfolds the Underworld Domain. Within this domain, Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch can constantly absorb dark energy to recover physical strength and injuries. The enemy within the domain, engulfed by the darkness, will constantly reduce life, defense, and strength, which will be absorbed by Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch, boosting Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's attributes, and the boosted attribute domain disappears and returns to normal. Ghost Information, originally a powerful ghost born from the union of a human and the Ghost Queen, and then consuming the mysterious ghost treasure naturally nurtured by heaven and earth, the Ghost Pregnant Crystal. No matter the qualifications and abilities are top-notch existences. Description, don't look at him now, but he'll grow up. Gollum. Lin Haoren looked at this little brat's attribute panel. His throat went a little dry, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. With a shocked face, he looked at his ghost son who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Surprisingly, it's an SS class qualification, and it's also a dual-type ghost of elemental and rule class. This is unbeatable. Lin Haoren mumbled his thoughts with a face of shock and excitement. Ding dong. You have randomly gained one of the abilities of your ghost heir, Thunder Underworld Ghost Lord, because of the Diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's ability. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the Thunder Underworld Ghost Sovereign's Thunder Underworld Lord ability. At that moment, the system's beep also sounded in Lin Haoren's ears, and at that moment, Lin Haoren felt a powerful force surging out of his body. The crackle. A greenish-colored bolt of electricity and ethereal darkness suddenly appeared on Lin Haoren's body, wrapped around Lin Haoren's body. This is the power of the Lord of Thunder Underworld. Lin Haoren clenched his fists and said with a mesmerized face, "Child, get up. Come over here and let father and mother take a good look at you." Empress Diffracted Empress said to the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch with a joyful expression on her face. "Yes, mother." The Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch nodded obediently and stood up, walking over to Lin Haoren and the Diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. The Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor directly picked up the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch in a hug, and ruthlessly kneaded the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's lovely face. Happily, he said to Lin Haoren, "Husband, look, our child's face looks a lot like yours. Oh, this face is so soft and sticky, it's so comfortable to knead." Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's little face was directly pinched into various shapes by Diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. The corners of the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's mouth twitched slightly, His face was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with a speechless look. But you don't dare to resist, directly letting the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's kneading go. Lin Haoren suppressed the energy in his body, then turned his gaze toward the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch, his own son. A ghost, though, if it's an imperial family, he's his firstborn son, the future Ghost Prince. Indeed, as the diffuse Queen Ghost Emperor said, the Thunder Underworld Ghost Sovereign looked like himself. Lin Haoren reached out his hand and stroked the white hair of the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch and slowly spoke. From now on, you'll be called Lei Moi. When the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth said with difficulty as he was pinched in the face by the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. Thank you, Father, for the name. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor went back into Lin Haoren's body to rest because his body was too weak. Little Thunder Underworld also transformed into a ghostly tattoo of black lightning and tattooed itself on Lin Haoren's back. Hoo. Lin Haoren took a deep breath and, suppressing the excitement and apprehension in his mind, then take the B-rank ghost item Ghost Killing Sword and give it to Sword Ghost. When the Sword Ghost saw this chilling Ghost Killing Sword, his eyes instantly glistened with light. A rare, stiff smile appeared on the hardened face of this could make Lin Haoren look dumbfounded. I didn't expect the Sword Ghost to smile. All along he had a cold face. Ding dong. Your contracted ghost, Sword Ghost's loyalty to you has increased. Currently 100 points. Congratulations, your Sword Ghost's loyalty to you has reached full value. Die Hard Loyalty. The Sword Ghost is absolutely obedient to your orders. Chapter 30. The world boils over as the 3 rankings dominate the whole service. 2 beeps from the system suddenly sounded in Lin Haoren's ears, causing the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth to rise slightly. It's true that swordsmen love swords, and the best way to take in a swordsman is to give him a sword, and it's still a gift of a good sword. This high and mighty Sword Ghost was now finally completely submissive under himself. Lin Haoren continued to take out the level 5 ghost crystals in his backpack, as well as the Ghoul Crystal of the Ghoul Boss, directly giving the Ghoul Crystal of the Ghoul Boss to his cheap son, Little Thunder Underworld, to use, and myself and Sword Ghost used level 5 ghost crystals. Soon the system's beep sounded in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations on the leveling up of your ghost, Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. Current level 7. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level 7. 2 consecutive system beeps sounded in Lin Haoren's ears, and both Lin Haoren and Little Thunder Underworld's levels were raised to level 7. And Sword Ghost's leveling experience is over halfway through. We're still a little bit short of breaking level 7, and Little Thunder Meditation went straight from level 5 to level 7. Worthy of a boss template, the ghost crystals are just powerful. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he opened the leaderboards, at which point the ranked leaderboards had become NO1, Hidden Nickname, rank 7, NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, rank 6, NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, rank 6, NO4, Emperor, rank 6, NO5, Handsome World, rank 5. Lin Haoren rank 7 is far ahead of the next few people. Lin Haoren nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to open up the ghost leaderboard. NO1, Be Great Ghost Killing Sword, holder. Hidden Nickname, NO2, Grade B Ghost Suppressor Amulet, holder. Emperor, NO3, Grade B Sojourn Needle, holder. Yama, NO4, B Grade Demon Killer Sword, holder. Miyamoto Musashi, NO5, C Grade Ghost Suppressor Bell, holder. Hidden Nickname, NO6, C Grade Kill Ghost Nail, holder. Hidden Nickname, NO7, C Grade Ghostly Aura Slate, holder. Agman, NO8, Class C Flash Ghost Charm, holder. Hidden Nickname, Ghostbusters Qualification Rankings, NO1, SSS Class Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO2, SS Ranked Reiketsu Gekijun Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO3, S-Class Sword Ghost Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO4, S-Class Tengu Ghost Contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO5, S-Class Evil Bone Ghost Dragon Contractor, Indian San. NO6, S-Class Daojun Ghost Contractor, Emperor. NO7, Class A Minotaur Ghost Contractor, Yama. His own B-grade Ghost Killing Sword topped the first list. There's also the Ghost Killing Nail in the 6th position, and all 3 of your own ghost items are on the list, dominating 3 of the top 10 positions. Ghost Qualification Ranking. Their own 3 ghosts directly dominated the top 3 positions, far ahead of it's simply way ahead of the game. This would have been unthinkable in a previous life. All of this was gained by the rebirth of his own left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, which had brought him back to life. Lin Haoren couldn't help but touch his left eye as he thought of this and muttered, "What kind of existence are you? Surprisingly, you can bring a contracted person back to life. This ability is unheard of. And, why were you sealed in that secret realm? And who sealed you there?" Countless thoughts rose in Lin Haoren's mind. This ghost eye was too mysterious, making him curious about it. When there is an opportunity later, go to that secret realm again. There might be clues about the identity of this ghost eye. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his mind. Then gathering his thoughts, Lin Haoren was going to go and practice first, leveling up Little Thunder Meditation to level 8. Sword Ghosts leveled up to 7. Then go to the tomb where the little boy dug up the ghost-quelling bells in the back of the hill to find out what happened. But when Lin Haoren went to practice, the SS-qualified Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch suddenly appeared on the list. A period of heated discussion started in the World Chat channel. Thunder Monarch. Who owns this SS-qualified Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch? I'm a college student. Can I have it? My name matches his. Quinn playing basketball. You're that school. Dare to ask today. Dare to rob tomorrow. I'll call your school to let him take care of you. Big Eagle Mogirl. Oh, wow. This Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch sounds so I wonder if there's any me. Musashi Kojiro, Yoshi. We have added another powerful Oni to our little ghost country. And domination of the entire service is just around the corner. Grass Nima little day. Grass Nima. Little devils get out of here. Trashy stuff. Grass you horse. Yama is the player who owns the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch around. I'm offering 100,000 for this ghost of yours. Please reply when you see it. Add me as a friend. And the price is still negotiable. This is not the president of the Yama Temple Guild. It is really rich people even spend $10 to buy a cloud of virtual data. Double ponytail my steering wheel, Nima. I've quit my job. Take a fart job. I'm going to catch ghosts in the game to sell. Maybe I'll get rich if I catch a SS qualified ghost. 18 centimeters, NVA. This SS level qualification buddy if not stupid certainly sold to Yin Wang. This blood earn anyway, is a game. The World Chat channel was full of envy and jealousy towards Lin Haoren, playing the game and making money. This blood earns Lin Haoren didn't know how much of a stir he had caused in the World Chat channel. At this time, Lin Haoren's map, he found the level 4 to 6 ghosts and monsters practicing place. Lin Haoren led the sword ghost through the grove, and encountered many players killing ghosts and monsters to obtain ghost crystals for upgrading. There are also a number of people who form small teams of one, team up to kill ghosts and monsters, so that both efficiency and harvest can be dramatically increased. Chapter 31 Yama Temple Association. Walk by and don't miss. The Invincible Knights are accepting people looking for a control class ghosts and monsters. Team up to fight monsters and upgrade together. Ghost Dance Dryad Squad Recruitment. Come on a Meat Shield Ghost. Team up to kill level 4 ghosts. Chicken your 2 pretty squad intake. 4 short of 1. Come 1 pretty young lady. 4 with 1. Big brother take me. My Ghostbusters can spit and are guaranteed to gross out the enemy. Bastard. What a waste. This ghost also deed. Stay over there in the cool side. You have disgusted me. I am single in reality. 2 meters long legs. Have a brother to take me. Vomit. You look like a fat pig now. Fooling ghosts, and 2 meters long legs. Eat you. Along the way, in the grove, many teams were recruiting players and teaming up to brush the monsters. It made Lin Haoren feel a bit sad that in his last life, he himself was only an F-grade qualified hungry ghost. He was also disliked by other players. No team would take him, and he ended up soloing the ghosts by himself. Slowly upgraded up, and finally got lucky and accidentally contracted a C-qualified ghost. That's what slowly became powerful. Dude, see you're pretty strong for a ghost. Get into our Hades guild team. It just so happens that we're missing an output. Just as Lin Haoren walked past these players, a voice called out to Lin Haoren. The one who called out to Lin Haoren was a man who hadn't set his privacy mode, and Lin Haoren could see the other person's face clearly. It was a yellow-haired man, probably in his mid-20s, with a somewhat gangly look to him. He was accompanied by 3 other men and 2 women. Should all be his teammates. Lin Haoren's face was automatically blurred and his expression could not be seen as Lin Haoren said faintly, "Thanks, but I don't need it." Then he was about to plan to leave. Just then, a glint flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes. Directly stopping Lin Haoren's path, he revealed a faint smile to Lin Haoren and said, "Buddy, let's be honest. I've got my eye on this ghost monster of yours. I don't think your qualifications should be low. This way, I'll give you $1,000 and you sell me this gargoyle. You don't lose anything, do you?" There is something truly striking about the sword ghost's really handsome appearance, especially as he exudes an aura of mystery. Even more so, one could not help but look twice. And it must be said that the sword ghost, among a group of small ghosts and monsters, there's something about a crane. When Lin Haoren heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes and he said indifferently to the yellow-haired man, "Sorry, not for sale. I'm not short of money, so please get out of the way." When the yellow-haired man heard this, a cold aura flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Haoren and said slowly, "Kid, don't be a toast. We are the players of the Yama Temple Guild in Novice Village number 4. If you offend us, then you don't have to come out to practice, because, in Novice Village number 4, we, the Hades Palace Guild, say what we want, the yellow-haired man said to Lin Haorun with a condescending look on his face, and his words were already obvious that, it's threatening Lin Haorun to sell the sword ghost to him, or you won't even be able to get out of the Novice Village. The surrounding players had also noticed the movement on Lin Haorun's side, and when they heard Yellow Hair's words, they were startled. There was a lot of whispering off to the side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, it's from the Yama Temple Guild. This kid is really unlucky to be targeted by this guild. Yama Temple Guild. What kind of guild is this? I haven't heard of it. It's pretty awesome. Hush, you keep your voice down. Surely the bull batch. This guild was only established yesterday. The president is a tycoon. I heard that I spent more than 100,000 yuan to recruit talents and set up the Yama Temple Guild. Official guild members. You get paid every month, and the higher the qualification of the ghosts and monsters you contract, the higher the pay, and you can even become a guild officer. Hiss. So good. Is it possible for me to join their guild as well? You just don't think about it. People at least accept players who possess qualification D-grade ghosts, and now they have almost 2,000 official guild members. Where do they look at you? A player who is a contracted Quin ghost. Hiss. 2,000 players with a minimum of dequalification ghosts. This Yama Temple Guild is too strong. Strong is strong, but it's also overbearing, often wrapping up the entire place where you're practicing to keep others out. The people in the neighborhood were talking, and seemed to be somewhat displeased with the Yama Temple Guild, but the Hades Palace Guild was too powerful, and they could only dare to be angry. The remaining few people in the yellow-haired man's team heard the words of the neighboring players, and a faint look of pride hung on their faces. Those who could join the Hades Temple Guild were the envy of ordinary players. Of course they have a superiority complex. Oof, did you hear that? Our Yama Temple Guild's reputation is far-reaching, and I'm not the one blowing awesome. It's there for all to see. I hope you know what you're doing, or don't blame me for not being polite, the yellow-haired man said to Lin Haorun with an evil smile on his face. In his heart, he was complacent and had already decided that Lin Haorun would definitely give in. Unless Lin Haorun he doesn't play the game anymore. Yama Temple Guild. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. And, I told you to off, didn't you hear me? Lin Haorun said indifferently to the yellow-haired man, and then his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, suddenly flashed with a strange black light. The yellow-haired man was just about to speak when, all of a sudden, a powerful and mysterious force surged out of his own mind and, the yellow-haired man immediately lost his eyes, and then squatted on the ground, like a yo-yo, in rolling up. This scene directly confused the few people from the Hades Palace Guild and the surrounding players who were watching the scene. The surrounding players couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big brother, what's wrong with you? How to roll up? Oops, wait for me, don't roll you so fast. The people from the Yama Temple Guild hurriedly went after the yellow-haired man, while Lin Haorun had already walked away. These jumped-up clowns, he didn't want to waste any time on them. Chapter 32, Elemental Snow White Ghosts Unicorn Ghosts. Lin Hao ran through the grove of trees, come into a dense forest. It's rather dimly lit here, with dense foliage overhead to cover the ghosts here were of a higher level, the lowest being a rank 4 ghost, and it was just right to come here to practice. Boom boom boom. Just as Lin Haorun was about to open his brush, the sound of a fight suddenly came out of the forest, making Lin Haorun's heart flutter slightly. He took the sword ghost and touched towards the place where the fight was taking place. In the forest, an average-looking woman, tall in stature, was holding a rapier that, roadkill character, don't speculate, 2 episodes to kill, and a female ghost with snow on her body and a cold aura coming off her body were surrounding a large-bodied ghostly creature. This oddity had a unicorn horn, stood at least 2 meters tall, had a mouthful of sharp fangs, and held a wooden stick in its hand that, there's a horrible aura emanating from the, boom, a stick smashed into the ground, instantly creating deep craters and splattering countless dust and leaves. Roar! The one-horned gargoyle opened his bloody mouth, and a disgusting breath blew out of, making this female player frown. This spook hasn't brushed his teeth in I don't know how long, and this breath stinks. Snow White Ghost. Use frozen wind to ice it. The woman shouted at the female ghost with snow hanging from her body. Woohoo! The Snow White Ghost's pale lips quivered slightly as it let out a muffled shriek that, then he opened his mouth and spat out a chilling cold wind, blowing it toward the one-horned gargoyle. Roar! The one-horned gargoyle roared, raised the stick in his hand, and slammed it against the frigid wind that, but the wind is an invisible thing, how could it hit it? Click click click, only to see this freezing wind skimming over the unicorn ghost monster's wooden stick and body, instantly freezing the unicorn ghost monster along with the stick. A layer of ice floated over his body, and not far from here, Lin Haoren was observing the battle between this woman and this one-horned ghost monster. When Lin Haoren saw this ghostly monster with white snow bubbling all over its body that blew out a cold icy wind, he immediately revealed a hint of surprise. Somewhat surprised, he said, "Surprisingly, it's an elemental type of ghost." At that moment, the left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye swayed slightly, and a message surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Snow White Ghost. Qualification, A. Type, Elemental. Rank, 4. Contract, Equality Contract. Loyalty, 80. Ability, Frozen Wind. The Snow White Ghost spits out a cold wind of extremely low temperature from its mouth, which can freeze enemies. Ghost information, originally a girl, but she got lost and died on a snowy mountain. Her body was frozen, and her ghostly energy was birthed and transformed into a snow white ghost. Weaknesses are fear of flames and things with high temperatures, as snow melts. Description, watch out for her mouth. It's icy, don't let her help you with her mouth. Lin Haoren's eyes stared. The elemental ghosts and monsters. This is a relatively rare ghost and monster, and the qualifications are still A-rated. It seems that the woman has had no shortage of opportunities, either. Otherwise, even if it was a difficult level ghost hunting quest, it would be impossible to obtain an A-ranked qualification or an elemental type ghost. And Lin Haoren turned his gaze back to the frozen unicorn gargoyle. The reincarnation ghost eye instantly presented Lin Haoren's mind with the attribute information of this ghost again. Name, one-horned ghost. Qualification, C. Type, physical. Rank, 5. Ability, hot blood boiling. Unicorn wild ghost can make the blood in his body boil, increasing his attack power. Maintains for 5 minutes. After the time expires, falls into a weakened state. Ghost information, a wild man in the mountains, killed and eaten by wild beasts. Only skeleton left, nurtured by ghost energy, transformed into a one-horned wild ghost. Hates both humans and wild beasts. Weak point is the heart. Description, don't let him catch you. He'll eat you in the cruelest way possible. This unicorn wild ghost has a good ability, and his qualifications are surprisingly up to grade C. If you take it to sell, countless people will grab it. At this moment, when the woman saw the frozen one-horned wild ghost, a smile appeared on her face, preparing to deliver the final blow to it. Even though she knew that this one-horned boar had a qualification of C grade, but she didn't want to deed such an ugly ghoul. Even if he's strong, I'll only recognize the beautiful, the ugly, and in her mind, it's just a game, so why embarrass yourself, right? Lin Haoren, who was on the side, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, knowing that the girl had been careless. The unicorn wild ghost has the fever boil ability, which better restrains the snow white ghost's freeze ability, but she doesn't have her own chakra ghost eyes and doesn't know what the Oni are capable of. Click click click. Sure enough, just then, a blazing red light burst forth from the unicorn wild ghost's body. Melt all the snow and ice off your body. Roar. The one-horned wild ghost roared. A blazing red light emanated from his body, and his blood boiled all over his body. The one-horned boar raised the wooden stick in his hand, and was about to blast it down at the woman. Not good. It happened so suddenly, the woman had no time to react. As he watched the one-horned wild spirit stick, which looked like a red ghost, come crashing down on him, he realized that he was a red ghost. I can't believe my virginity hung to something so ugly, the woman thought darkly in her mind, having already closed his eyes to death, and not much fear that. It's just a game, after all. Sword ghost, ghost sword slash. Just then, a low voice slowly rang out and, immediately afterward, the raging, one-horned wild ghost, whose whole body was smoking with terrifying hot air, was skimmed over by a sword like that. A deep sword mark appeared on his body, and his blood splashed in all directions, directly like splashing water, spilling all over the place. The one-horned wild ghost was staring at the sword ghost in front of him with a look of disbelief like a copper bell in its eyes. The huge body fell heavily into a pool of blood. Chapter 33, Broken Cliff Top Hidden Boss. The woman opened her eyes and looked with a shocked face at the one-horned wild ghost that had turned into black gas and disappeared. And the handsome, cool swordsman in front of me froze for a moment. She checked the sword ghost's information, but Lin Haoren had set the privacy mode. She couldn't view sword ghost's information at all. At that moment, Lin Haoren walked to the unicorn wild ghost's ghost crystal, and picked it up, retrieved from the system backpack. Thank you for saving me. The woman's ID nickname was White Snow. She looked at Lin Haoren and said with slight gratitude as she thanked Lin Haoren. No need to thank me. I'm just killing the sworded to take the ghost crystal. Lin Haoren waved his hand carelessly, faintly. He didn't want to make a move, but seeing that the player had a decent ghostly, it's just a matter of saving her life in the process. Bai Shui knew that Lin Haoren did not lie. His own appearance is mediocre, but will not fall in love with the brain. Think that the other side looks at himself. Snow nodded, then asked curiously, Big brother, this ghost of yours is so strong. It shouldn't have a low qualification or level. Lin Haoren didn't answer Bai Shue's words. Instead he looked at the snowy white ghost with interest and said, "You're not a simple ghost, are you? If I'm not wrong, it should be an elemental type ghost." Snow was generous and directly acknowledged the rank and qualifications of her ghosts and monsters said, "You guessed it. Her name is Snow White Ghost, a level 4, a qualified elemental type ghost." Lin Haoren could not help but look high at this woman. I did not expect her to tell herself this information about ghosts and monsters, though one already knows it oneself. But in the wake of the apocalyptic outbreak, information about ghosts and monsters is generally cryptic. Because it is the unknown that scares the enemy. In his last life, he was too stupid and trusted Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Lei too much. Giving them information about their ghosts and monsters was one of the reasons they dared to join forces to kill themselves. But it occurs to Lin Haoren that right now no one but himself would expect the end to come, just as a game. Even if Lin Haoren said it, maybe the people from Castle Peak Hospital had already arrived at Lin Haoren's doorstep, straight to a mental institution and locked up. Lin Haoren just smiled faintly at Bai Shui, then prepared to take the sword ghost and continue deeper. The ghosts here are still a little low on the pecking order. He's looking for level 6 or even 7 ghosts and goblins. Hey, big brother, wait. When Bai Shui saw that Lin Haoren was about to leave, she hurriedly called out to Lin Haoren. "There's something else?" Lin Haoren asked with a slight frown of doubt. "I see you're pretty strong, and I know there's a boss ghost there. Do you want to team up with me to kill this boss? Let's distribute according to labor. Whoever puts in more effort gets more of what the boss drops. What do you think?" Bai Shui pondered slightly and said to Lin Haoren with a serious face, "Wow, boss, how did you find out?" Lin Haoren's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he couldn't help but ask with interest. "This boss was accidentally discovered by me doing the contracted Snow White Ghost hidden quest. Luckily I ran fast or I would have been killed." Bai Shui couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when she remembered the ferocious appearance of that boss and said to Lin Haoren, "Alright, then we'll team up and check it out." Lin Haoren agreed, and then casually launched a group request towards Bai Shui. "6 paths, big brother, that's a nice nickname for you." Bai Shui agreed to the group request and also knew Lin Haoren's nickname. Lin Haoren just smiled slightly and opened his mouth. "Let's go, take me to meet this boss for a while." Bai Shui nodded, then led Lin Haoren in one of the directions. Lin Haoren followed Bai Shui through the forest to the bottom of a broken cliff summit and, over the top of Breakneck Mountain, the clouds were thick and, thunder rolls in the sky. Every now and then there was lightning striking the top of the broken cliffs. Lin Haoren checked the game map and realized that the ghosts here were at level 5 to 7. It's a little higher in rank than a forest ghost. Lin Haoren couldn't help but glance at Bai Shui with some curiosity. No wonder he could obtain an A-ranked qualification elemental class ghost. To have to come to a place like this. But this Bai Shui was too lucky to come to such a dangerous place and not die. "Big brother, did you see the top of Broken Cliff Mountain? That's where the boss is." Bai Shui pointed in the direction of the cliff and said to Lin Haoren with a nervous face. Lin Haoren nodded, then scanned the room and didn't see any bosses and opened his mouth. Cliff saw it, but boss didn't see it. "Go, we'll go up and see." Bai Shui waved her hand at Lin Haoren before taking the lead, with Lin Haoren following closely behind. Boom boom boom, come to the top of the hill. Thunder and lightning. The thunder was louder. Bai Shui with the Snow White Ghost, and Lin Haoren with the Sword Ghost, had already walked to the top of the mountain and, Bai Shui's face was grave, looking at the dark clouds above her head with a tense expression as she opened her mouth. "Watch out, it's about to appear." Lin Haoren was just about to speak when an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out from the sky and, "Ga ga ga, big brother, it's coming." Bai Shui immediately held her long sword in her hand and shouted at Lin Haoren with a nervous expression. Just then, Gaga, in the dark clouds, a black shadow appeared, and a giant blackbird violently sprang out of the dark clouds and thunderbolts. With terrifying gusts of wind and thunder. Chapter 34 Elite Boss, Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost field expansion. At this point, only then did Lin Haoren get a good look at the ghostly creature. A bird with a human head, covered with black feathers and a huge body, spreading its wings at least 5 meters across. The most frightening thing was its head, which turned out to be that of a human being, with sharp teeth, and a pair of black eyes flashed with a grumpy look, and yellow lightning surrounded his body. It's like an evil Thunderbird man. Gaga. The Thunderbird man opened his disgusting mouth and let out an unpleasant, piercing cry. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly as a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Name, Thunderbird-headed ghost, elite boss. Qualification, B. Type, elemental. Rank, 8. Ability, thunderstorm. Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghosts can manipulate lightning and send down terrifying thunderstorms to crush their enemies. Thunderflash, Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghosts can boost their speed by using the power of lightning to enchant themselves. Elite boss enchantment ability, disappears after being contracted. Ghost information, born as a bird, swallowed humans were stuck to death. Death, humans and birds' grievances do not dissipate. The combination of the two, birthed by the ghost energy, into a horrible thunderbird body human-headed ghost, slightly higher intelligence, can use the power of thunder and lightning, weakness of the head, cut off the head will die immediately. Description, it loves to eat people. Don't get caught or you'll die a horrible death. Lin Haoran's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. This is an elite boss, or an elemental ghostly creature. Nima, this is an elite boss. You think too highly of me. Lin Haoran couldn't help but burst out a nationalist, shouting breathlessly at Bai Shui. He. Try it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. One life. You can be resurrected anyway. Bai Shui said with a somewhat embarrassed smile at Lin Haoran. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Lin Haoran's mind. It doesn't matter to you, but I'm number one in the entire service, and when I drop a level, the others catch up. And Lin Haoran knew that being number one on the domination list for a week in a row would result in a mysterious reward from the system. This was the main reason why Lin Haoran dominated the first place list. But, not unkillable. Lin Haoran looked at the thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up in a wry smile. I can only blame your bad luck. Met me. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind. Come out, little thunder meddler. Come out to work. Lin Haoran patted the ghost tattoo on his back, opened his mouth. Brush. Only to see the black light flashing behind Lin Haoran's back, instantly transforming into a cute little positive man with a cold, appeared in front of Lin Haoran and Bai Shui. It was none other than Lin Haoran's cheap ghost son, the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. Oh, wow. What a cute little posh boy. When Shirayuki saw that the Thunder Underworld Demon Lord clearly had the look of a cute and proper man, but his face was cold and icy, this huge sense of contrast instantly caused Bai Shui's motherly love to overflow, and she was about to go hug the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. The bold bipeds. Crackle. When the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch saw Bai Shui pouncing over, her small face flashed with a hint of anger. Countless green-colored electric awnings immediately surged out from the surrounding area, emitting a crackling thunder that Bai Shui stopped in a hurry and looked at Little Thunder Underworld with a surprised expression. Big brother, it's too bad that you're such a cute little ghoul. Why are you so mean? Bai Shui couldn't help but say to Lin Haoran with a look of regret. The corner of Lin Haoran's mouth twitched slightly. You've got some nerve. Big sister, it's a good thing the game hasn't merged with Earth yet, or you could have been killed by a lightning strike from Little Thunder Meddler. You probably don't know the identity of the man in front of you. SS Class Qualification. Rank 7. The second ghost in the list of ghost qualifications. It's an absolute boss when the end of the world breaks out. You dare to touch people. Do you want to die? Little Thunder Underworld. Kill this ugly thing for me. Lin Haoran looked at the thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost boss that was stupidly moving in the sky and slowly said, Yes, father. Little Zhengtai shouted respectfully at Lin Haoran with a solemn face. 6 ways big brother. You're crazy. People are still little kids. How can you be so cruel? You also use child labor. Bai Shui was a bit intolerant of letting such a cute little kid fight such a ferocious and ugly elite boss. He couldn't help but say to Lin Haoran. The corner of Lin Haoran's mouth twitched slightly. Wait until you know what cruelty means. Little Thunder Underworld was already slowly walking towards the top of the broken cliff at this time. His little face was serious, looking at the thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost flying through the air. Gaga. When the thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost saw that the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch had already walked up to the top of the mountain, he instantly roared in anger. Apparently it had already entered its attack range, and immediately flapped its wings and swept down towards the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch at breakneck speed. The sharp claws of the bird flashed with an icy cold aura. It's over, it's over. The little cutie is going to be brutally killed. You heartless master. Snow covered her face, no longer able to bear to see the brutal images that awaited. Lin Haoran's face, however, was unusually calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently, The show is on. At this moment, a brilliant black light snapped on the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's body, and a black aura emanated from his body in all directions. In an instant, with the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch at the center, a 50-meter radius turned into a field of darkness. It was the ability of the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch, the realm of the underworld, surrounded by black chi, with a bizarre aura. The thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost in the air was instantly enveloped by this field, and these black chi were like ghosts haunting its body. It absorbed its attributes to increase the attributes of the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. Ga ga ga. The thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost immediately let out a cry of fear as it felt its power draining away. Chapter 35, Thunder Underworld Ghost King vs. Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. The Gun of Judgment. The thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost was a bit flustered for a moment, not understanding how suddenly his power had weakened. And it continues to get weaker. Ga ga ga. The thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost's hideous face let out an ear-piercing scream, and countless thunderbolts suddenly surged out from its body. Like an electric snake, it slashed down towards the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch below. It knew it had to be this abomination that had done it. Thunderbird-bodied mannequin instantly made his skill that thunderstorm. Countless thunderbolts intermingled as if they were Thunder Duke, launching a fierce thunderbolt bombardment against the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch. Big brother Rokudu, quickly make your ghosts and monsters dodge. Struck by this lightning, the little Masamune will turn into a quinquin. When Bai Shui saw that both Lin Haoren and the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch seemed indifferent and stood dumbfounded in place. It doesn't move a muscle, as if it were a king's rump. Snow is in a hurry. With an urgent face, he shouted at Lin Haoren. But Lin Haoren just smiled faintly as if he hadn't heard. It's over, it's over. Such a cute little gargoyle is about to be struck by lightning. It's so pathetic. If you don't want the gargoyle, sell it to me. I'll give you 1,000 bucks. Bai Shui said to Lin Haoren with her eyes half closed in some intolerance. You don't talk. No one is calling you dumb. Lin Haoren's face became a little cold when he heard the woman say $1,000 to buy his son. Turning coldly to Snowy, he said, this Bai Shui is a chatterbox. I should have known to let her die. My ears are clear. When Bai Shui saw Lin Haoren's cold and icy appearance, her tone stopped and she hurriedly covered her mouth. Boom boom boom. At this time, the lightning in the sky had already struck down towards Little Thunder Underworld, and the lightning bombarded Little Thunder Underworld's body. But the scene that made Snow and the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghosts couldn't believe it appeared. Only to see that the lightning that bombarded Little Thunder Underworld's body was actually directly absorbed by him. The terrifying thunder and lightning in front of the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch was like a son meeting his father, obedient as hell. There was not a single bit of damage on the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch. This was the ability of the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch, the Lord of Thunder Underworld. Lightning and darkness are ineffective against him. It could also absorb and strengthen itself, and was simply the nemesis of all lightning and darkness attributed ghosts and monsters. Ga ga ga. The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost let out a shriek of shock and anger, and the black pupils of its eyes flashed a hint of berserk color. His body once again condensed thunder and lightning, continuously firing it down towards the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch below. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying thunderbolts kept splitting on the little Zhengtai Thunder Underworld ghost monarch, but it was just like a drop of water falling into the sea. It doesn't make a ripple. It's a stone's throw away. Nanny. This scene directly stunned Bai Shui and the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost, their eyes almost falling out. How is this possible? It's not scientific. Is it hard to believe that this little gargoyle is a rubber man and doesn't conduct electricity? Bai Shui covered her small mouth and said with a shocked expression, but no one answered her query. In the midst of the realm of the underworld, the little Zhengtai Thunder Underworld ghost monarch's entire body was bubbling with green-colored lightning and black aura, and his body's aura was constantly getting stronger. The underworld realm was continuously absorbing the attributes of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost and feeding them back to the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch, making his attributes more and more powerful. Little Thunder Underworld coldly looked at the somewhat panting Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost elite boss in the air. Coldly, are you done chopping? My turn. As Little Thunder Underworld's words fell, countless green-colored thunderbolts exploded violently from Little Thunder Underworld's body. Snapped. Instantly, a green-colored lightning lance coalesced in his fleshy palm, emitting an extremely terrifying energy. This was precisely the Thunder Underworld ghost monarch's second ability, the Gun of Judgment. Give me. Little Zhengtai Thunder Underworld ghost monarch's eyes flashed with a flash of icy and piercing coldness, and with all his strength, throwing the Thunder Lance of Judgment in his hand hard at the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost in the air. Swish! The sharp gun of approval was like a thunderbolt, and it was as fast as it could be. In a flash, the terrifying spear of judgment directly penetrated the body of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost let out a miserable cry, and a bloody hole appeared in its body. The black blood is pouring out like crazy. The massive body of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost fell straight down, landing heavily on the top of the broken cliff. Boom! A dull sound was made, splashing up countless dust. Ga ga ga. The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost was screaming in agony, though badly injured. The elite bosses don't die that easily. Hiss. Holy, this little posh guy is so perverted. Bai Shui looked at Xiao Lei Hei shooting this monster down with a single move, and immediately blurted out with a shocked look on her face, spoke all the Hakka words from the old country. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, satisfied with the strength of his ghostly son. Not bad for my son. Like me, Lin Haoren thought shamelessly in his mind. On top of broken cliff, the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost reared up and opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp, pointed teeth that, with a face of hatred, He stared at Little Thunder Underworld and let out a piercing shriek. Gaga! Fierce thunderbolts exploded from his body, and the feathers on his body exploded with countless thunderbolts twined around its body. And this was precisely the second ability of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost, the Thunder Flash. Using lightning to energize themselves, you can increase your speed. Chapter 36, First Elite Boss Killed World System Announcement. The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost wasn't stupid. It already knew that lightning attacks had no effect on Little Thunder Underworld. Can't figure out what's going on, though, but it had learned its lesson, and didn't continue to use Thunderstorm to attack Little Thunder Underworld. Rather, after increasing one's speed, Gaga, the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost let out a screech, then flapped its wings and swept along the ground toward the Little Thunder Underworld at great speed. Prepare to attack Little Thunder Meddler with sharp claws. The Thunderbird-bodied man-headed ghost's heart was filled with suffocation. His own hallowed elite boss. Now it's reduced to attacking with claws. It's too detrimental to one's image as a boss. Little Thunder Underworld saw the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost attacking again. A hint of disdain appeared on his small face as he once again condensed a gun of judgment in his hand. Crackle! A horrible electric current was crackling and the claws of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost had clawed. Little Thunder Underworld is armed with the Gun of Judgment, which has both melee and long-distance attack modes. Little Thunder Underworld's black eye pupils flashed with a flash of essence, and the Judgment Lance stabbed out fiercely at the claws of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. Baird! The claws of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost clashed violently with Little Thunder Underworld's Lance of Judgment. Terrifying green-colored currents surged out, instantly wrapping around the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost's body. Gaga! The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost let out an agonized scream that, not only was his body electrocuted by this terrifying green-colored thunderbolt, but his claws were also pierced with a bloody hole. Crackle! The greenish-colored electricity paralyzed the entire body of the Thunderbird-bodied human head, becoming stiff and unable to move. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. It's obviously a lightning attribute ghost, but it's still paralyzed by lightning. This is so unscientific. One could only say that the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch's Thunderbolt was not an ordinary thunderbolt. It was of the top tier of thunderbolts. It simply wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary lightning like a Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. Die for me. Seeing that the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost was unable to move due to the electricity, a flash of light erupted in Little Thunder Underworld's eyes. Cute faces say the meanest things. The Judgment Lance in his hand stabbed hard into the human head of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. Baird! The Judgment Lance with its terrifying electric current directly pierced through the head of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost. The violet lightning struck directly in the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost's head, and his brain was electrified. Crackle! The Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost's pitch-black eyes flashed with a strong look of fear. Until the last moment, it couldn't believe until it died that its own hallowed elite boss had suffocated and died like this. Boom boom boom! The massive body of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost fell straight to the ground at the top of the icy, broken cliff. Splashing up countless dust, his body turned into countless black gases and dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a bead and a piece of ghost crystal. Is this still human? Snowy opened her mouth so wide she could have stuffed a sausage into it and, a face of shocked essence muttered. This boss was an elite boss, and it had been single-handedly killed by a player-contracted ghost. How could this not shock Bai Shui, who thought she was going to have to go through a bloody battle between herself and Lin Haoran? And then the best end is a bad vignette. But I never expected to be directly killed by a cute little square guy who killed the boss single-handedly. Can it be that this brat is an S or even SS grade ghost? Bai Shui thought in her mind with incomparable shock. On the other hand, the system's beep sounded in Lin Haoran's ears as the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost elite boss died. Ding dong! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire service to kill an elite boss. Receive a special reward and a chance for a service-wide system announcement. Does the player announce his nickname? Lin Haoran was slightly stunned, and then remembered that the first player to kill an elite boss or higher that. It does give you the chance to get system announcements and also special rewards. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly, chose to hide the nickname. Just then, a systematic deafening sound rang out in the skies of all the players of the Doomsday Creepy online game. Ding dong! Congratulations to player *** and player White Snow for being the first to kill the elite boss Thunderbird human-headed ghost, gaining fame and reputation, and obtaining special rewards. Player *** has been awarded Ghost Extermination Reputation, 100 points. S-grade Ghost Clue Map, A-grade Ghost, Thunder Ghost Gun. Player White Snow won the Ghost Extermination Reputation, 10 points. A-grade Ghost Clue Map. 3 consecutive deafening system announcement sounds rang out in the void. Directly, all the players were shocked and raised their heads with surprised faces to look at the void. After the world chat channel fell silent, it instantly exploded with heated discussions. Yeah, no, this is that big guy again. So fierce, I can't even beat a small ghost monster. Damn, people have already killed the elite boss. Off the original, really Big Brother. Could this be the #1 Big Brother on the charts? The Straw Horse, it's quite possible. Who else would have that kind of power? It should be him without running. Shanxi Z Baga, Yossi. My island players are just greatly fierce. You Dragon Kingdom is dead. A little life Nima, a little life. Look at my name. Look hard. Look carefully. Sister, brother is great. Small days are shameless. Everything is from your island. Is the chicken in my henhouse also from your mamasan? The Emperor, hello brother, please contact me. I will buy the rewards you get from the system announcement at a high price. Money is not a problem. Hades, who is that? Give me all your rewards. The Yama Temple Guild will give you a cadre as a cadre, with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Speed to contact me. Out of date. Chapter 37, Grade A Ghost Objects, Reggae Beads and Reggae Guns. Lin Haoran didn't know that the World Chat channel was already abuzz at this time. At this point, Lin Haoran had already walked to the place where the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost boss had died. Picking up one of the dropped beads and ghost crystals, a smile appeared on his face, and he put it directly into his system backpack. He had no intention of sharing these two items with Bai Shui, since the boss had been killed entirely by himself. They said they were going to work for what they were worth. With Snow's output at 0, he could naturally take all the loot, and it helped her get on a world system announcement for free, and got a generous reward for it. She's already taken advantage of it. Big brother, you're awesome. I can't believe I made the world system announcement. Also got a clue to an A-qualified ghost monster. Follow the clue to find an A-qualified ghost monster, and after beating it you can take it in. That was great. Thank you Big Brother Rokudu. You're a real blessing to me. At this moment, Bai Shui ran to Lin Haoran's side, excitedly chirping at him. The corner of Lin Haoran's mouth twitched slightly as he said to Bai Shui, "Congratulations, I won't give you the boss drop. You take it. I didn't put in any effort anyway, and it rubbed off on a wave of system rewards. If I were to ask for another boss drop, then I, Bai Shui, would be too much of a human being, but Big Brother, I can add you a friend well," Bai Shui said to Lin Haoran full of unconcern, then looked at Lin Haoran with some anticipation and asked. Lin Haoran smiled and secretly nodded in his heart. Although this Bai Shui was a chatterbox, she still had a sense of propriety in what she did, knowing what to ask for and what not to ask for. After she finds an A-qualified ghost through the A-ranked ghost clue map and takes it in, she'll have 2 A-qualified ghosts and monsters. When the Doomsday Bazaar online game and reality merge, Snow is definitely an Earth player counting high-end humans. It is possible to live more comfortably in Doomsday than the vast majority of people. Lin Haoran agreed to Bai Shui's friend request and then said to Bai Shui, "Okay, I'll see you around then." Lin Haoran waved his hand and left with the little Zhengtai Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. Bye Big Brother Rokudo. Bai Shui waved at Lin Haoran and shouted. Then Lin Haoran's figure disappeared into the forest. It was already late, so Lin Haoran returned to the village and went offline. As usual, after a filling dinner, I went back to my rental room, took a comfortable shower, and went to bed. The next day I was on the game early in the morning after breakfast. Lin Haoran headed to yesterday's forest at the first opportunity, and at that moment, he also checked the rich rewards that he had just obtained. First up is the ghost crystal of the elite boss Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost, level 8, and still an elite boss template. The ghostly energy in there is absolutely barren. Both himself and Little Thunder Underworld were level 7, while the sword ghost was level 6, so Lin Haoran put this ghost crystal aside for the time being. Checked out another bead dropped by a Thunderbird-bodied man-headed ghost that, name, Reggae Beads, type, Class A Ghost. Effect, Thunder attribute ghosts and monsters can be carried, enhancing the power of the Thunder attribute by 50%. Ghost information, a ghost born inside a Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost with a bead that enhances the power of the Thunder attribute. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up. He couldn't imagine that it was a ghostly artifact. Increases the power of lightning attribute attacks. Without going into much detail, Lin Haoran directly gave his cheap son Little Thunder Underworld to carry. The child thanks his father. When Little Thunder Underworld saw the reggae bead Lin Haoran handed to him, the moment he touched the bead, Little Thunder Underworld then knew what this ghostly object was for, and a hint of delight flashed in his eyes as he said to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran saw the look of delight in Little Thunder Meditation's eyes and couldn't help but smile as he touched Little Thunder Meditation's smooth white hair. Little Thunder Undertaker behaved himself and didn't move a muscle, letting Lin Haoran caress the. If Snow saw it, he would have spit out blood in anger. Lin Haoran patted Little Thunder Meditation's head, then continued to look at the clue map of the S-rank ghosts rewarded by the system. Name, S-class ghost clue chart. Type, special. Effects: after using it, it can automatically generate a map of S-rank ghost clues. Players can find it according to the map display, and defeat it to have a high chance of contracting it. Lin Haoren didn't hesitate after reading this clue map and directly clicked to use it. A road map immediately appeared on the system map, and a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding dong! Your use of the S-rank ghost clue map was successful. Follow the route shown on the map and find it instantly. Ding dong! The process will be dangerous. Please be safe. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly. S-class Ghostbusters. It's already up to the standard of his contract. Lin Haoren continued to take out the last item, an A-ranked ghost item, the reggae gun. How does it feel to match the reggae beads? Lin Haoren took it out of his system backpack. A 2.5-meter-long purple lance appeared in front of Lin Haoren. The purple lance was still flashing with blue lightning, and Lin Haoren had a natural feeling when he held this reggae lance, as if the lance was a part of his own body. Lin Haoren immediately checked its attribute panel. Name, reggae gun. Type, Class A Ghost. Effects, reggae lance. User can instill thunder attribute energy into the reggae lance, releasing the reggae lance exclusive skill, reggae kill. Thunder ghost kill, gathering powerful thunder attribute energy in the head of the thunder ghost gun, quickly stabbing at the enemy, causing great damage. Ghost information, a general's lance that killed countless people was transformed into a reggae lance by the nurturing of lightning and ghostly energy. Chapter 38, Black Ape Ghosts Killed by Reggae Guns. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. This gun suited him, because Little Thunder Underworld already had the Judgment Lance, which he could use as his own weapon, with his own bare hands, and that he had the power of the Thunder Underworld's Lord of Thunder Underworld, Junior. He himself was able to use the lightning ability, which was just right for him to use. Lin Haoren gripped his reggae gun, and a wave of green-colored lightning surged out of his body. Crackle! Electricity flashed, and Lin Haoren directly controlled this lightning power, surging into the reggae gun. Crackle! Instantly, the reggae gun instantly bloomed with fierce green-colored electric aura, just like Little Thunder Underworld's gun of judgment. Then the lightning energy quickly condensed on the head body of the reggae gun, blossoming with a terrifying lightning aura. Lin Haoren's eyes stared and flashed with a flash of brilliance as he gripped the reggae gun with both hands and shouted, "Reggae kill!" The long spear was like a dragon, carrying the power of violent thunder and lightning as it stabbed toward a large tree at great speed. Boom! Crackle! There was a loud explosion and a thunderous sound that, a huge hole appeared in the pole of that big tree, and it was pierced right through by the reggae gun. The hole was still scorched and glowing with greenish electricity. This is reggae killing, nice and strong. Lin Haoren revealed a satisfied smile and thought darkly in his heart. Lin Haoren couldn't help but be in a good mood. Taking a look at the map, the endpoint of the S-rank Ghost Clue roadmap seemed a bit far away from here. It's better to upgrade first. The Sword Ghost will soon be level 7, and the ghosts in this map have a level 6, so we'll soon be able to raise enough ghost crystals for the Sword Ghost's upgrade. Lin Haoren thought about it. It was better to absolutely raise his strength first. Then Lin Haoren released Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost. Just look for ghosts and monsters practicing in a slice of forest. It wasn't long before Lin Haoren encountered his first ghostly creature in the forest. It was an ape-like gargoyle with long black hair, a hideous face and a mouthful of sharp teeth that, the dark pupils of his eyes suddenly revealed a hint of bloodlust when he saw Lin Haoren. Ouch! Letting out an angry yelp. "The!" It resounded through the entire forest and then galloped towards Lin Haoren, seemingly hating him. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly, and a message surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Korazara Ghost. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 6. Ability, Ape Roar. Black ape ghosts are group-dwelling ghosts that can call for the arrival of their partners through ape roar. Ghost information, born as an ape, killed by humans and then nurtured by ghostly energy after death, transformed into a black ape ghost monster, very hateful to humans. Weakness is the head. Description, with a cry of an ape. My first mother, second aunt, third uncle, fourth sister, fifth uncle and sixth uncle came to meet me. Lin Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, really sleepy just in time to bring me a pillow. Come on, get your family over here, and I'll make you all go in one piece as a family. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, before he said to Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost, don't you guys shoot, let me try my gun. Yes, father beware. The Sword Ghost nodded, while Little Thunder Underworld's little face nodded and said to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren smiled faintly, then with his hand on his reggae gun, his body flashed with electric light. His eyes flashed with a flash of green-colored electricity as he met the Black Ape Ghost. Roar! The Black Ape Ghost saw that Lin Haoren didn't even know how to die and dared to provoke himself. With a roar of rage, he opened his bloody mouth, revealing disgusting liquids, and swung his big fist to whack at Lin Haoren. It was going to whack the hateful human. Crackle! Lin Haoran's body violently surged with a powerful green-colored electric aura, and with the addition of the power of thunder and lightning, Lin Haoran felt that his speed and strength had obviously increased dramatically, and with the stimulation of the lightning, even the reaction speed became faster. Lin Haoran dodged the Black Ape Ghost's fist with a sidestep, and the lance in his hand was like a dragon that, a gun probed out, straight into the dragon. The sharp head of the gun pierced fiercely into the left abdomen of the Black Ape. The reggae gun stabbed into the Black Ape Ghost's body, and black blood splattered in all directions. Ouch! The Black Ape Ghost let out an agonizing scream, and his body instinctively launched itself to jump towards the back. Getting out of Lin Haoran's attacking range, the pitch-black hand covered the wound on his abdomen with a dead hand, grimacing in pain, staring at Lin Haoran with a resentful face. Ouch! The Black Ape Ghost seemed to see that Lin Haoran was not to be messed with, and immediately tore out his voice and raised his voice to the sky. A strange shriek was emitted, instantly spreading throughout the forest. Ow 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 ow. An ape cry came out from the forest, and the Black Ape Ghost unleashed his ability, Ape Roar, calling out his own kind. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly, revealing an icy chill at the grimacing Black Ape Ghost. The reggae gun in his hand flashed with astonishing lightning, and he stabbed at the head of the Black Ape Ghost with a single shot. You have no use for it anymore. You can die. Crackle! The green-colored thunder aura flashed fiercely, and before the Black Ape Ghost could react, it was blown out of the head by the extremely fast reggae gun. The lance pierced through the head of the Black Ape Ghost like an arrow, and immediately black and white liquid continued to gush out. The Black Ape Ghost's pitch-black eyes still carried a thick color of fear, and his body fell helplessly to the ground. Just die. Chapter 39 Level 8 Diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor Recovery. Whoosh! Just then, in the large trees around the perimeter, one after another, a pitch-black Black Ape Ghost appeared. All of them called out by the Black Ape Ghosts that Lin Haoran had killed. He just happened to see his companion being killed by Lin Haoran. Roar! These Black Ape Ghosts instantly roared in rage and launched themselves at Lin Haoran's one man and two ghosts. Little Thunder Underworld. Sword Ghost. Free fight. Kill them all for me. Lin Haoran drew out his reggae gun and threw out a gunshot as he looked at the group of Black Ape Ghosts that were darting towards him. A glint of icy cold light appeared in his eyes as he said coldly to Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Underworld looked at these Black Ape Ghosts, and a hint of disdain appeared on his round face. Fierce green-colored lightning surged out from his body, like an electric snake, and slashed towards the Black Ape Ghost. Crackle! The green-colored lightning struck the Black Ape Ghost, and there was a flash of lightning, and the Black Ape Ghost's body stiffened as it was electrified. His whole body became charred black and smoked. Then he fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of his mouth. Dead. Little Thunder Underworld's lightning power was already powerful, and it was also increased by the Thunder Ghost Bead Ghost item. Let's just say it's open in general. Little Thunder Underworld incarnated as the Thunder Dharma King, manipulating green-colored thunderbolts and killing a Black Ape Ghost with a single strike. It was like the descent of the Thunder King, and the speed of brushing monsters was extremely fast. And on the other side, the Sword Ghost is armed with the Ghost Killing Sword, and his swordsmanship is incredibly sharp. A sword to seal the throat. The Black Ape Ghost only saw the blade of the sword cold light flashes. On the ape head moved home. There wasn't even time to react. Sword Ghost's sword was too sharp and too fast. Brush up on. In just the past few seconds, several Black Ape Ghosts had died under the Sword Ghost's Ghost Killing Sword. Black blood is spilling all over the place. It reeked of blood. On Lin Haoran's side, he started Thunderbolt mode, wielding the A-ranked Ghost Object Reggae Gun. These rank 6 qualifications C Black Ape Ghosts were also no match for Lin Haoran at all. The gun comes out like a dragon. One shot stabbed through the Black Ape Ghost's head. For a moment, there was a lopsided slaughter in the forest, and only a few minutes had passed before all the Black Ape Ghosts have all died here, mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Haoran's 3 men. This was the absolute strength of a highly qualified ghost monster. The basic attributes were too much higher than these C-grade qualified ghost monsters. It's like killing a chicken. Scary as hell. Lin Haoran took a deep breath, and the reggae gun was covered in pitch-black blood. A broad smile appeared on his face. Then the first thing he did was to pick up the ghost crystals on the ground. Lin Haoran counted them. 53 in total. All of them were F-class rank 6 ghost crystals. This was a great harvest. Lin Haoran didn't hesitate and picked up the ghost crystal of the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost again, handing it to Little Thunder Underworld and said, Little Thunder Underworld, this is for you. You should be able to reach level 8 after you eat it and be close to reaching level 9. Lin Haoran, after thinking about it, it was better to first boost the strength of Little Thunder Underworld. Little Thunder Underworld, no matter if it was a single brush or a group brush experience, all absolutely top-notch ghosts and monsters. Boost his strength first to maximize the benefits. Thank you, father. A hint of joy flashed in Little Thunder Underworld's eyes before he swallowed it in one gulp, and Lin Haoren used the ghost crystal of the Black Ape Ghost, and at the same time the system's voice slowly rang in his own ears. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level, 8. Ding dong. Congratulations on your contracted ghost. The Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch leveled up. Current level, 8. Ding dong. Congratulations on your contracted ghost. Sword Ghost leveled up. Current level, 7. 3 consecutive system beeps rang out, and both one person and two ghosts raised a level in unison. Lin Haoren had a satisfied smile on his face. Husband, I've recovered. Oh. Just then, a bright light emitted from Lin Haoren's chest ghost pattern, and a stunningly beautiful female ghost appeared beside Lin Haoren. Looking at Lin Haoren with a loving face was none other than the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. Lin Haoren looked at the beautiful and moving diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor in front of him, and his cold heart couldn't help but throb for a moment. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor is just too beautiful. No wonder the ghost message reads that during the Queen's lifetime, it was the neighboring countries that spied on her beauty that started the war. The redheads have always had a thin life, and in the end, the country was destroyed and the people burned. This caused a trace of heartache to flash through Lin Haoren's eyes. Wife, let's go. I'll take you to collect the ghosts. Lin Haoren touched the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's watery cheeks and said softly, I do everything my husband says. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor said delicately as she leaned against Lin Haoren with a bird-like demeanor. Mother. Seeing the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, Little Thunder Underworld walked over and respectfully greeted the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor and said, Little Thunder Meditation Sauce. I'm sorry about that. Mother didn't notice you just now. When the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor heard Little Thunder Underworld's voice, he immediately said with some embarrassment, It's okay, Mother. The corners of Little Thunder Underworld's mouth twitched slightly, but didn't care to say, husband, our little Meiji sauce really understands things so well. It's so cute blah blah blah. Come, Mother, pinch your little face. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's motherly love overflowed, her eyes twinkling with little stars, and as she grabbed Little Thunder Underworld, rubbing Little Thunder Metal's cheeks, Little Thunder Meditation's eyes flashed with a hint of lifelessness, and it seemed as if all the light had gone out of, but not daring to resist, he could only endure in silence. Lin Haoren couldn't help but chuckle lightly when he saw the look in Little Thunder Meditation's eyes, a hint of a smile flashing through his eyes. Some people say ghosts are scary, but sometimes people are scarier than ghosts. A cold aura surfaced in Lin Haoren's eyes and he muttered. Chapter 40, Derivation of the Queen Ghost Emperor's Terror Rule Class, Soul-Devouring Crow Ghosts. Lin Haoren took his ghost wife and son, and a bodyguard, and sought the route shown on the map. Travel to the end place and look for signs of S-qualified ghosts and goblins. Going through the forest, encountering ghosts that don't want to die, and getting killed directly by the swordsmen and ghosts. By the time he came out of the forest, Lin Haoren already had another 10 pieces of ghost crystals in his hand. Lin Haoren directly gave the sword ghosts to eat. Level 6 ghost crystals for himself and Little Thunder Underworld level 8. It's not very useful anymore, and it's even more of a drop in the bucket for the derivative Queen Ghost Emperor level 10, so it's in the best interest to give it to Sword Ghost to use. After the Sword Ghost ate these ghost crystals, it hadn't been raised to level 8 yet, but it was getting close. When Lin Haoren's few people came out of the forest, they saw a barren land, which was wild but lots of big dead trees, lots of skeletons on the ground, both animal and human. The weirdest thing was that the withered trees were densely populated with crows all in pitch black. A pair of bizarre eyes stared tightly at Lin Haoren and the others, seemingly watching them. Crow crow crow. When these crows saw Lin Haoren and the others, the black pupils of their eyes flashed with a strange light. There was a lot of yelling. Lin Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly. These crows really seemed to be seeing them. Lin Haoren opened the map, and the end place of the S-class ghosts and monsters was behind this wilderness land. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he slowly said to the ghosts, Go. Through here, we reach our destination. The reggae gun quietly appeared in Lin Haoren's hand, ready to fight at any time. Husband, don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor glanced at the crows on the tree. Her eyes flashed with a glint, and she took Lin Haoren's hand and, the delicate voice said to Lin Haoren, No damn thing can hurt my husband, or else they all die. Lin Haoren's icy heart touched slightly when he heard the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's words, and he smiled faintly at the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, and then walked towards the moorland. Crow crow crow. Just then, a stream of blood suddenly flowed out of the eyes of the countless crows on the withered tree. All the crows were like crazy, attacking towards Lin Haoren's few people in a frenzy. The entire sky was as if blocked by a black curtain, all filled with crows. Crow crow crow. The sharp beak of the bird was like a sharp arrow, and it swept towards Lin Haoren and the others at great speed. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they want to harm my husband? At that moment, The diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's face was as frosty as frost. A cold grunt said. Immediately after that, countless green-colored thunderbolts surged out violently from his body. Crackle! It was even more terrifying than the lightning used by Little Thunder Underworld. The countless green-colored thunderbolts were like terrifying electric snakes, splintered, blasting directly at the raven in the air. The crackle! The terrifying lightning devoured all the crows in the air in an instant. The crows were directly electrocuted to ashes, with no crumbs left. In just a moment, the countless crows in the sky had no survivors at the moment. All turned to ashes and drifted down into the wilderness. Gollum! Lin Howren couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva hard. This is the terror of SSS qualified ghosts. And just now, the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor had used Little Thunder Underworld's lightning ability. Herein lies the terror of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. She can use all the abilities of her ghost heir. As more ghost heirs are born, the more powerful the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's abilities become. The more powerful even invincible. Lin Howren looked at the Queen Diffraction Ghost Emperor, who was like a queen, with a blazing glance. Little Hojo looked up slightly and, if this wasn't the wrong place, there would have been less of a shootout. Husband, let's go. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor resumed that bird-like appearance and said in a delicate voice to Lin Howren. Good. Lin Howren nodded, then led the crowd onward. I have to say, it's nice to eat soft food. Lin Howren thought darkly in his mind. Lin Howren crossed the wilderness land and came to a huge dead tree with a raven on it as well. Looking indifferently at Lin Howren and the others below from the trunk of the huge withered tree, a pair of dark eyes with a curved moon seemed to be able to suck the soul out of a person. It was very creepy. Lin Howren felt a tremor in his soul just by glancing at it. This raven is a billion points different from a normal raven, with a body bigger than a normal eagle. The whole body was as black as ink, and the eyes were pitch black, but with a round curved moon-like pattern, which was very weird. Lin Howren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, shook slightly, and a message instantly surfaced in his mind. Name, Soul Devouring Crow. Qualification, S. Type, Rules-based. Rank, 8. Ability, Soul Devouring crow ghosts can enhance their strength by devouring the souls of their enemies. Soul devouring crow ghosts directly attack the enemy's soul through their cries, and those with weak soul strength will have their souls fly away directly, and those who are lighter will have dizziness and vomiting. Ghost information, born as a crow, nurtured by mysterious power and ghostly energy, transformed into a soul-devouring crow ghost, enjoys devouring enemy souls alive, possesses the ability to see enemy souls and attacking souls, is a very rare rule-based ghost. Description, a crow caws and a small life dies. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's a rule-based ghost, and it's about souls. When Lin Howren saw that this was just the attribute panel of the soul-devouring crow ghost, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and blurted it out directly. Whether it's a ghost or a human creature, there's a soul there. The more powerful the creature, the higher the strength of its soul. But on the whole, unless you're a soul-type ghost, the soul in the body is nowhere near as strong as the body's. So, the weakness of many ghosts and monsters is soul strength. Often a physical ghost or monster that, encountering a ghostly creature of the same or lower level that specializes in soul attacks. Don't think about it too much. It must be that this soul-attacking poltergeist is much more powerful, even if it's killed in seconds straight away. Chapter 41, The Hidden Power of Reincarnation. Ghost eyes contracting soul-devouring crow ghosts. But ghosts and goblins that specialize in soul-based attacks are still too few and far between. In his last life, as far as Lin Howren knew, there was only one person who possessed an S-ranked Oni about the soul class. Ghosts with the power to strip the souls of their enemies of their lifespan. The strength was so powerful that even some SS-qualified ghosts and monsters were very afraid of him. A soul ghost and monster. This thing is so evil. There's no defense against it. 10 years of life taken away from you before you even see it. How can this be fought? It's a blood loss any way you fight it. So, rule-based soul lineage. Such ghosts are very precious ghosts that, even if it's a B-grade qualification, countless big shots are grabbing it. Not to mention, this soul-devouring crow ghost is an S-qualified ghost. Lin Howren looked at this soul-devouring crow ghost with a blazing light in his eyes. This raven ghost. I must contract. Husband, is this little crow the ghost you want to contract? The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor looked at the black crows on the huge withered tree. Her beautiful eyes faintly flashed a glint as she asked Lin Howren. Right, I'm imperative. Lin Howren nodded and said firmly, Husband, there is a strange power in this little crow. Even I feel a slight stirring. This little crow is not simple. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor reminded Lin Howren and said, Yeah, this raven is a rule-based soul-based ghost. We need to be careful. Lin Howren said to a few ghosts and monsters. The diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor revealed a hint of surprise at his words, not realizing that this little crow was such a rare ghost monster. Rule classes were already rare, let alone the even rarer soul lineage. Crow. At that moment, the soul-devouring crow ghost in the treetops finally moved and a pair of eerie eyes looked down at the crowd below with a creepy gaze and let out a piercing crow's cry. Little Thunder Underground, shoot it down for me with the gun of judgment, but don't kill it, Lin Haoren shouted at Little Thunder Meditation. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Underworld nodded and immediately condensed a lightning lance, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. With the swiftness of thunder, cutting through the sky, the soul-devouring crow ghost hasn't reacted yet. It's a direct hit to the belly. Put. The lance of judgment ran through the soul-eater crow ghost's body. The soul-devouring crow ghost immediately let out a miserable shriek that crow call. The soul-devouring crow ghost didn't expect Little Thunder Underworld to be so powerful and have such a fast move. It was careless not to dodge, or couldn't dodge either, because the gun of judgment was too fast, even though it's a rule-based soul-based poltergeist. However, it was only an S-rank qualified ghost, and its attributes were still much lower than the SS-rank qualified Little Thunder Underworld. The soul-devouring crow ghost was penetrated through the abdomen by the lance of judgment, oozing black blood, and fell to the ground from the treetops. But it also completely enraged the soul-devouring crow ghost. Crow. The soul-devouring crow ghost's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of white light, and with its beak open, it immediately let out a loud crow chirping sound. A mysterious transparent force instantly surged towards Lin Haoren and the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and the other ghosts. This power cannot be resisted at all, for soul power is the invisible force that, Little Thunder Underworld's face turned white, covering his head and letting out an agonizing milky scream. To add to the horror, the sword ghost was like falling straight to the ground, not moving at all. It's like being dead. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor is an SSS qualified ghost with a rank of 10, and the soul strength didn't seem to be low, barely resisting the soul attack of the soul-devouring crow ghosts. Just a little pale, but still capable of fighting. As for Lin Haoren, he felt a moment of confusion at that moment, only to see that its left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had opened and, revealing the pupil of a black eye with a white aperture. There's a mysterious glow emanating from the soul power of the soul-devouring crow ghost was actually directly absorbed by the reincarnation ghost eye. So, Lin Haoren, there is no such thing as a fart. Lin Haoren couldn't help but touch his left eye, gulped a mouthful of saliva, and muttered, "What kind of existence is this reincarnation ghost eye? It can even absorb the mysterious soul power. It's a hidden ability. It's horrible. So does that mean I'm no longer afraid of mysterious and spooky soul-based ghostly abilities from now on?" Lin Haoren's heart was both shocked and surprised. This mysterious reincarnation ghost eye was just too mysterious, and it's so terribly powerful that even the most mysterious and difficult soul-based attacks are now ineffective against it. This reincarnation ghost eye is horrible. Crow. When the soul-devouring crow ghost saw that all the people had been hit, his eyes immediately showed a hint of joy. It was about to prepare to devour the souls of Lin Haoren and the others. Just then, Lin Haoren came back to his senses, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, emanated a mysterious power that, instantly surging out towards the soul-devouring crow ghost. The pupils of the soul-devouring crow ghost's eyes snapped shut, and then in an instant, the control of the reincarnation ghost eyes, the wheel of illusion ability is unleashed. The soul-devouring crow ghost was directly manipulated by the reincarnation ghost eyes using an illusion technique, and even the soul crowing couldn't be activated. At this moment, Lin Haoren's body exuded a terrifying aura, and even the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor felt a palpitating sensation in his heart. Lin Haoren opened his reincarnation ghost eyes and indifferently said slowly to the soul-devouring crow ghost, "Open the soul contract and make a master-servant soul contract with me." The soul-devouring crow ghost was like a puppet, and directly opened his soul contract formation, having signed a soul master-servant contract with Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren is the master. Soul-devouring crow ghost is the servant. Moreover, Lin Haoren was in complete control of the soul-devouring crow ghost, and as long as Lin Haoren had a single thought, the soul-devouring crow ghost would be able to be soul-destroyed, and was the most overbearing and unequal of all the contracts. P.S. The new book set sail. Oh, and I saw people point at Catalyst. Chase more, don't raise. Oh, thank you all. Save the manuscript. The data is good to give you a burst of more. Oh, thank you. Chapter 42, Taking Over the Leaderboards. Ding dong. Congratulations on the success of your contracted ghost, soul-devouring crow ghost. Ding dong. Congratulations on contracting your third Ghostbuster. Please note that players can contract a total of 6 ghosts and goblins. Ding dong. Please note that players, the equality contract and the soul master servant contract can be dissolved, but the soul contract is permanently bound and cannot be dissolved. A few consecutive beeps from the system sounded in Lin Haoren's ears, and the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly. This rare rule-class soul lineage soul-devouring crow ghost was taken in by itself. Lin Haoren had closed his reincarnation ghost eyes, and the soul-devouring crow ghost had already come out of his illusion. There was a moment of surprise. I can't believe I've already been contracted by this human. When was this? Crow. The soul-devouring crow ghost caught at Lin Howren with a confused expression, seemingly asking Lin Howren, when did I, Crow, get contracted by you? You didn't ask me Crow's opinion. How dare you? Lin Howren patted the soul-devouring crow ghost's head and comforted it. Soul-devouring crow ghost. I'll take you to eat and drink in the future. Just you wait. The soul-devouring crow ghost looked at Lin Howren half-heartedly, but his own little life was in Lin Howren's hands. I'm just going to have to resign myself to it. Helplessly, he called out to Lin Howren and Crow. It then transformed into a raven pattern ghost pattern floating on the back of Lin Howren's hand. This soul-devouring crow ghost seems to be a billion points better to cheat. Lin Howren felt a surge of surprise when he saw that the soul-devouring crow ghost had just resigned itself to its fate. He thought that the soul-devouring crow ghost was going to make some noise, but he didn't expect to be so patronizing and accept reality so easily. Maybe because of his own kingly spirit, Lin Howren thought in his heart with secret narcissism. Congratulations, husband. Another nice ghostly creature contracted. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor pounced on Lin Howren with a happy face and said to Lin Howren with spring in her eyes. Lin Howren looked at the dainty beauty in his arms, and the little Howren all but raised his head. But knowing that now was not the time to create a ghost, Lin Howren hurriedly walked over to the sword ghost. After checking her attribute panel at this moment, fortunately she didn't die. She was only knocked unconscious by the soul attack of the soul-devouring crow ghost. Lin Howren directly took the sword ghost back into his ghost pattern, which was a special space. Ghostbusters can be very restorative in there. Lin Howren looked at Little Thunder Meditation again. At this time, his face was only slightly pale, but he had already slowed down. No big deal. This made Lin Howren once again realize the horror of soul-based ghosts and monsters. Even the SS-grade qualified Little Thunder Underworld almost fell for it. It was indeed too terrifying. The S-grade qualification is so terrifying now. If I'm allowed to get the SSS-ranked ghost artifact Simu Wooding, raise the soul-devouring crow ghost qualification to SSS rank. How terrifying would that soul-devouring crow ghost's strength be? Lin Howren couldn't help but lick his lips with a blazing face as he secretly thought in his heart. Lin Howren suppressed the waves in his heart, then took his wife and son back towards the village. At this moment, because Lin Howren had contracted the soul-devouring crow ghost, the ghost qualification ranking had changed again. NO1, SSS class diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor contractor, hidden nickname. NO2, SS ranked Reiketsa Gekijun contractor, hidden nickname. NO3, S-class Soul Eating Crow Ghost contractor, hidden nickname. NO4, S-class Sword Ghost contractor, hidden nickname. NO5, S-class Tengu Ghost contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO6, S-class Evil Bone Ghost Dragon contractor, Indian San. NO7, S-class Daojun Ghost contractor, Emperor. NO8, S-class Green Giant Ghost contractor, American Empire. NO9, Class A Minotaur Ghost contractor, Yama. Lin Howren alone directly dominated the top 4 positions, making the crowd below forget to put on their fall pants. And the most outrageous thing was that the ghost ranking had also been dominated by Lin Howren. NO1, Grade A Reggae Gun, holder, hidden nickname. NO2, Grade A Reggae Beads, holder, hidden nickname. NO3, B Grade Ghost Killing Sword, holder, hidden nickname. NO4, Grade B Ghost Suppressor Amulet, holder, Emperor. NO5, Grade B Sojourn Needle, holder, Yama. NO6, Grade B Ghost Killer Sword, holder, Miyamoto Musashi. NO7, C Grade Ghost Suppressor Bell, holder, hidden nickname. NO8, C Grade Kill Ghost Nail, holder, hidden nickname. NO9, C Grade Ghostly Aura Slate, holder, Agman. NO10, Class C Flash Ghost Charm, holder, hidden nickname. In the list of ghostly objects, 5 out of the top 10 ghostly objects are Lin Howren's, and the top 3 places were directly dominated by Lin Howren. The player rankings, Lin Howren rank 8 is far ahead. The second place below is only rank 6 only. In the World Chat channel, a wave of heat was once again created. Backstrap center parted hair, you guys found it. Another S-qualified ghost has appeared on the ghost qualification list. You know, soul-devouring crow ghost. Damn, I feel fierce just by looking at the name. This is another ghost and monster contracted by that big guy. I'm invincible, hee hee hee. It's a Miss Sister contract. I'm high level, take me to upgrade. Upstairs is a scam, garbage. People don't believe him. He's a scam. What a daydream. Abba, the most outrageous ghost ranking also shows 2A rank ghosts, the Reggae Bead and the Reggae Gun, which are definitely paired and most likely owned by the same person. Long live the Big Stick. Hey, one look and you'll know it's us, the Big Stick Nation. We're the world's #1 in gaming. Kojiro Miyamoto, Baka Yalu. It must be a player from my little day country. You Big Stick country get lost. Chapter 43, Springtime in the Castle Downline. By now Lin Howren had returned to the village. In Novice Village number 4, people are still coming and going, and every player is bringing their ghosts and goblins. There's the basketball playing Quin ghost. There's Manhwa ghost, who plays Tai Chi. There's a Cockney ghost in suspenders with a center parting. These were all F-qualified ghosts and monsters. And Lin Haoren also saw some slightly more powerful ghosts and monsters. Thick-skinned zombies, poor people, big-headed people, and so on. The entire novice village was like a ghost village. Lin Haoren was just about to go back to the castle to fight 300 rounds with his horny wife. And all of a sudden, you get a friend message. Lin Haoren froze slightly and clicked on it. It was a message from the first person to strike gold. The message said that there were ghost crystals for sale to Lin Haoren, and asked if Lin Haoren wanted them. Lin Haoren didn't say much, and directly sent the positioning to the gold fighter, for short. In a few moments, the gold beater then came to Lin Haoren's side, and the gold beater said to Lin Haoren, "Bro, sorry for the long wait." Lin Haoren hadn't waited long, just a few minutes, so he didn't care and said, "It's fine. How many ghost crystals are there this time?" The gold beater was instantly excited. "This time, our workshop has expanded and we have a total of 460 pieces of grade 4 ghost crystals and 65 pieces of grade 5 ghost crystals." The gold digger knew that Lin Haoren's level was definitely not low, so he was also brushing the high-level ghosts and monsters. It was important to realize that there weren't many people who could kill level 5 ghosts and monsters at this stage, but it was still possible to do so if they were in a group. Good. I'll take them all. Still at the previous price, $40 a piece for a grade 4 ghost crystal, and $50 a piece for a grade 5 one. A total of $21,650, right? Lin Haoren didn't cut the price either and said directly to the gold beater, well, brothers give you a 650 discount. Just give 21,000 straight away." The gold beater immediately revealed a bright smile and said to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren nodded, then went offline and transferred money to the gold hitter, then re-entered the game. After the goldsmiths received the big money, the smile on his face grew even wider, and he immediately traded all the ghost crystals to Lin Haoren. "Thank you, boss. Boss atmosphere." The gold beater smiled and said to Lin Haoren, "You're welcome, to each his own." Lin Haoren nodded and left. The gold digger received the money and was so motivated that he immediately went back to continue upgrading and killing higher level ghosts. In the castle of the Ghost Emperor, Lin Haoren and the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor engage in an exchange of some martial arts in the castle. It's been very profitable for Lin Haoren. It also knew the depth of knowledge of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. More than an hour had passed before Lin Haoren came out of the castle with some weak legs, and the derivative Queen Ghost Emperor went back to his ghost tattoo to nurse his child. Lin Haoren was looking forward to the birth of his second ghost heir. What the hell? It was a pity that he didn't have the ghost treasure, ghost conception crystal. Otherwise another SS-ranked ghost monster would really be invincible. Lin Haoren took out the ghost crystals in his backpack, then divided them equally between the sword ghosts, the soul-devouring crow ghosts, and the little thunder underworlds, and himself, of course, but because he and his ghosts and monsters are just so high in the hierarchy that these level 4 and 5 ghost crystals are also limited in their usefulness, and are also divided equally among the 4 people who use them. You can only raise your experience bar by 1 segment, and you're still level 8 yourself, level 8 in Sword Ghost, level 8 in Little Thunder Underworld, and level 8 in Soul Devouring Crow Ghost, but Little Thunder Underworld is almost level 9. Lin Haoren looked at the time. It was already evening. It was time to go offline to eat and rest. Lin Haoren didn't hesitate and went offline in the castle. Real world. Lin Haoren cancelled the game helmet, and a sound of protest came from his stomach. Starving. Lin Haoren put on his clothes and went downstairs to eat. Lin Haoren decided to give you a good makeup. There is no way. His wife is a ghost. Shi has a billion points heavy. It's about to suck your own virility dry. Lin Haoren came to a well-decorated beef restaurant, and business was pretty hot. It was almost full. Lin Haoren found a seat, then ordered beef, eggs, oysters, and leeks, adding a few more dishes. The waiter helped Lin Haoren place the order with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Haoren realized that the people around him were talking about the game. Doomsday creepy online game. You can see how hot this game is. It's heard everywhere. But think about it. The only 100% holographic virtual game in the world. It's a wonder it's not hot. There was a lot of chatter in the neighborhood. I'm so jealous of you guys. Grabbing a gaming helmet. By the time I got off work and went to buy one, it was sold out. Hey, it's just luck. Don't worry, now that this game is so hot, the forums are being attacked to officially sell more game helmets. Yeah, soon the official sells more helmets. I just can't believe he doesn't have money to spare, right? By the way, what level are you? Hey, I joined a leveling squad and I'm now level 4. And so are the ghosts and monsters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're such a dog. I'm still only level 3. Your sister. Remember to take me with you when you get out of the novice village. Little things are little things. So this meal tonight, Okay, I'll pay the bill okay. Ha ha ha. Atmosphere. This game is also very competitive. Others already have SSS qualified ghosts and I'm still a D-ranked eater. Yeah, what a nasty pervert. If he took it to sell, someone would definitely offer a high price for it. $1 million is possible. Hiss. 1 million. So horrible. Oof. I heard that in Novice Village number 4, a rich second generation called Yen Wang has already smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars to enter. Yeah, still recruiting on the official forums. P.S. Family, please don't feed the books. Trying to save up my manuscript and keep up with the catch-up hypes. Thank you, family. Chapter 44, Antique City. Jade for funerals. Lin Haoren's heart stirred. The fourth Novice Village was not the Novice Village where he was. There's always some Kryptonian guy with a liver and Krypton. Looks like you're getting ahead of yourself. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes, and he thought darkly in his mind. Lin Haoren finished his meal, so he hailed a car on the side of the road and said to the master, "Master, go to the Antique City." "Well, Lou, you sit back. 10 years old driver. Aka Mason Car God have invited me to go, but unfortunately I have a passenger to pick up, otherwise I will go." The master driver was in a good frame of mind, and made jokes about the amusing Lin Haoren. While chatting with the driver, the car drove steadily to the Antique City. Linhai Antique City. It's a very famous place in several neighboring cities. It's full of antique stores, antiques, jade, and much more. A lot of people come here with the mentality that they're picking up the slack. There are a few who have lost their fortunes, but there are also the lucky ones who have gotten rich overnight. Play with the excitement. Lin Haoren got out of the car. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the antique street where people came and went. He's here for a reason. To find someone. This man was also a little-known ghost hunter in his last life, and it was here that he ran an antique store before his apocalypse broke out. Ostensibly the owner of an antique city, but secretly a grave robber. The boss, I should say, of a gang of grave robbers. The others were in charge of robbing the graves while he was in charge of selling them out, and there were some goodies hidden in the store. After the fusion of the Doomsday Spooky online game and reality, some antiques were bred by ghost chi and turned directly into ghosts. The longer the history of an ancient artifact, the more likely it is to breed into a powerful demonic object. And there's something else that gets brewed up by the ghost energy too, turning it into something good that's comparable to ghost crystals. That is the accompanying jade. Burial jade can absorb the yin chi and grievances from the grave, creating pure energy in the jade, turned into a jade crystal. These jade crystals can be absorbed by both humans and ghosts to strengthen themselves and achieve effects similar to those of ghost crystals. In his last life, this person got these jade crystals, and a few nice ghostly objects to start with, into the head of a medium-sized settlement, drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, followed by countless minions. It's a fast life. Lin Haoren came this time, just to find him. Wong Tak Fat Antiques. Lin Haoren came to an antique store and looked at the signboard on it, and his eyes stared. This should be the store, because his guy's name is Wang Dfa. Lin Haoren all went in the antique store. At once a big belly fat man in the eunuch chair stood up. A pair of rat's eyes took a quick glance at Lin Haoren, realizing that although Lin Haoren's temperament was extraordinary, but an old and cheap outfit made Wang Defa somewhat less interested in another poor boy who wants to come and have big dreams of picking up a fortune. "I shucks, what bad luck." A hint of disdain flashed in the fat man's eyes as he faintly said to Lin Haoren, "Friend, you just take a look. All my goods here are real. Don't touch. Oh, you'll be in trouble if you can't pay for it later." The first time Lin Haoren saw this fat man, the corners of his mouth just slightly hooked up and, recognizing at once that this man was the one he was looking for. "He is Wang Defa." Lin Haoren just faintly said after Wang Defa, "Underground caves, coffins of wealth. You and I are rich." When Wang Defa heard this, the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and a smile appeared on his face as he said to Lin Haoren, "So brother is also a person who knows the goods. Tell me, what goods do you want? I can get them all for you." What Lin Haoren said was exactly the secret language of grave robbing, which only insiders know. That's why Fatty treated Lin Haoren as an insider. Lin Haoren glanced around and said indifferently to Fatty, "Boss, I have a bit of a big appetite. Can I find a secluded place to talk?" The fat man's eyes flashed with brilliance and he laughed out loud. "No problem. Come with me." The fat man led Lin Haoren through a door to a room, then through the eerie corridors of came down into a basement. The fat man came to a mahogany table, sat down, pulled open a drawer, took out a cigar, and there was a pistol in the drawer flashing its icy light. The fat man lit his cigar and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, looking at Lin Haoren and smiling. "It's perfectly safe here, my friend. You can talk now. Let me see how big your appetite is." Then slowly smoking his cigar, he quietly watched Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren smiled slightly and said to Wang Defa, "I want you to help me collect all the antiques and accompanying jade unearthed from the tomb." Wang Defa said with a shocking flash of light in his eyes as he sniffed, looking at Lin Haoren with a serious face. You said all. That's not a small amount of money. My friend, what a big mouth. I wonder how much you have. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth hooked up slightly as he said with a smile. That's right. It's all your antiques and burial jades, and there's a continuing acquisition of other grave robbers. But, I don't have any money. Lin Haoren had a smile on his face as he quietly looked at Fatty. The smile on the fat man's face instantly disappeared, and his rat eyes flashed with an icy chill as he said to Lin Haoren, Friend, are you here to be funny? You don't have any money and you still charge for acquiring these. Are you sleepwalking, or do you think that I, Wang Defa, am easy to mess with and have come to play with me on purpose? Lin Haoren just smiled faintly and said to Wang Defa, My money, in exchange for your life. Click. Wang Defa immediately picked up the pistol in the drawer and aimed at Lin Haoren. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said to Lin Haoren, Kid, you're looking for death. When Lin Haoren saw Wang Defa's pistol, his face remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile, and said, Do you think what you have in your hand can kill me? A strange glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes. Ha ha ha. Wang Defa couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Lin Haoren's words, and said with a flash of indifference in his eyes, Kid, remember not to seek death in your next life. Go to hell. I hate it when people act like assholes in front of my eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out across the chamber. Chapter 45, Subduing Wang Defa. 18th floor Ghost Tower. Yama's master. Wang Defa directly pulled the trigger. For them grave robbers, dealing with the dead every day, killing is for them. It's just a trivial thing. Wang Defa's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. The image of Lin Haoren being shot in the head by himself was already in his mind. Right at this moment, the pupils of Wang Defa's eyes shrunk violently, and he directly blurted out, How is this possible? Only to see that in his eyes, Lin Haoren actually directly reached out his hand and steadily caught his bullet. Catching bullets with your bare hands. You think you're Fire Cloud Evil God. I said, the guy in your hand can't beat me. Lin Haoren slowly opened his palm and a bullet appeared in Lin Haoren's palm. Smiling at fatty Wang Defa, he said. Wang Defa's hand holding the pistol trembled slightly, a cold sweat running down his forehead. Gollum. He couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva, and with a flicker of madness in his eyes, he continued to pull the trigger and bang 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 bang. Continuous shots were fired at Lin Haoren, but without any surprises. All the bullets were caught by Lin Haoren's hand. Lin Haoren was like a demon god. Directly on the spot, the bullet was crushed into powder and floated in the air. This isn't real. This can't be. Fatty was soaked to the skin, a look of intense fear in his eyes, and he looked at Lin Haoren with a shocked expression, fuming and growling like a madman. Boom! Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from Lin Haoren's body. A huge stern ghost appeared on Lin Haoren's body, opening its bloody mouth and a greedy face stared at Wang Defa, and a disgusting liquid flowed out of his mouth. Ah! Ghosts! Wang Defa cried out with a face of horror, rolling and crawling backward, but the wall was already behind him. One could only cower and look at Lin Haoren, horrified with the tawdry liquid oozing out from between her legs. Big brother, spare your life. I don't want to die. Spare my life. Don't you want antiques and burial jades? I have them. I can give them all to you. Only you don't kill me. I'll do everything you tell me to do. While can be one of your dogs. Wang Defa was overwhelmed with fear in his heart, being a grave robber and an atheist himself. But today, it directly refreshes his cognition and overturns his three views. It turns out that these things really do exist in this world. I must have robbed too many tombs myself. It's inviting the ghosts. Wang Defa thought with trembling in his heart, constantly kowtowing to Lin Haoren. His forehead cracked. The corner of Lin Haoren's mouth slightly hooked up an arc. In fact, this was all just an illusion. The real Lin Haoren was sitting comfortably in his seat. The manipulation of the reincarnation ghost eyes was only useful at close range to his eyes. When you're gone, the controls automatically unlock, so it's not very useful. He wanted Wang Defa to help him harvest the burial jades and unearthed antiques for a long time, and he had to make Wang Defa not have the slightest bit of resistance to do so. Lin Haoren slowly spoke. Remember your words. I have left my scent on you, and I can find you wherever you are. If you dare to escape, I'm sorry, then you and your family will die a horrible, horrible death. Bitten to death, one bite at a time, by a million ghosts. Lin Haoren's reincarnation ghost eye surged out with a force that drilled into Wang Defa's mind. It was an illusion seed that could only be triggered passively, and if Wang Defa rose to the mentality of escaping, this illusion seed would then magnify the fear in his heart infinitely, making him unable to entertain the thought of escaping. Dare not dare not dare. Little brother wouldn't dare. Little brother will definitely master collect the accompanying jade and antiques. Fatty Wang Defa's whole body was as if he had fallen into a river and was soaked to the skin, and he said to Lin Haoren with a face of fear, Okay, here's my phone number. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me and I'll get you taken care of. Lin Haoren threw out a piece of paper and said indifferently to the fat man, if you do things to my satisfaction, I can let you gain great power and even live forever. Lin Haoren hit the fat man with a stick and threw out a sweet date once again. As expected, when the fat man heard Lin Haoren's words, a shocking glint appeared in his eyes. With an excited face, he caught out and shouted at Lin Haoren, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I will surely throw my master's head and die." When the fat man looks up, Lin Haoren's figure had disappeared. Only the fat man, who was gasping for air, was left in place for a long time. Unable to return to his senses, Lin Haoren returned to the rented room already 11 p.m., took a shower. Still not much sleepiness. Unable to help himself, he turned on his computer and logged on to the official Doomsday Creepy online game forum. Click through and the posts are exceptional. 2. Looking at Lin Haoren dazzled him. Lin Haoren dragged the mouse and selectively viewed some useful information. For example, Lin Haoren couldn't help but click in when he saw the post about Novice Village number 4. The title reads, "No. For Novice Village, Yama Temple Guild collects elite players to unify the Doomsday Bazaar online game." The poster is ID'd as Yama, recruiting players with dequalified ghosts or higher, and players with dequalified ghosts may be members of the General Guild. Players with C-qualified ghosts and goblins may be captains and have a paycheck to collect. Players with B-qualified ghosts and goblins are eligible for guild officers, high wages, and, when Lin Haoren saw this message, he instantly remembered that he had encountered members of the Yama Temple Guild right in the game. Ended up getting rolled by himself using illusion control. Yama. Could it be the Yama who possessed black and white, ox head and horse face in his last life? Lin Haoren's memories instantly flooded back. In his last life, there was a man who claimed to be the king of hell, is also one of the top human powerhouses, possessing powerful ghosts such as the mighty black and white, the ox-headed horseface. The best thing about him is that he has a terrifying ghost artifact called the 18-layer ghost suppressor tower. This 18-layer ghost suppressor tower can deter all ghosts when placed in one shelter. If a weak ghost breaks into the domain range of the 18th floor ghost suppression tower, it will directly fly into ashes and be destroyed. Powerful ghosts and monsters will also be suppressed, so it can be a rare ghost item. Yama relies on his great strength and this ghostly creature to build a huge sanctuary that, the name is, Hell. P.S. Readers happy 4th of July. Chapter 46, One-Eyed Boss triggers hidden copy, the General's Catacombs. So it's like this. This Yama is greatly likely to be the Yama of the previous life. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he guessed and said, I can't imagine such a coincidence. He's also in Novice Village number 4, and it seems like he's offended his guild members himself. Lin Haoren stroked his chin and muttered, I hope you'd better not mess with me. Otherwise, I don't care if you're the king of Hades or the king of eunuchs. I'll send you straight to Hades. Lin Haoren's eyes flashed with an icy cold aura, and in his mind he secretly thought, in my last life, I've been an obedient person all my life, and in the end, he died a horrible death. In this life, he's going to be in control of his own destiny, more powerful than any, and even to control the fate of others. Lin Haoren licked his lips, a dangerous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Haoren exited this thread and continued to browse through the other threads. As the mouse continued to slide, Lin Haoren found another interesting post that piqued Lin Haoren's interest. The title reads, Newbie Village No. 4, a huge boss appeared, and the Yama Temple Guild was actually destroyed by the group. Lin Haoren immediately clicked in. Inside is a video, supposedly surreptitiously shot, with leaves in front of the camera. The owner of the footage is supposed to be hiding in the bushes, and the video shows one reaching a height of at least 4 meters. A stout body, with a single one-eyed face and a mouth full of sharp teeth. With a stone axe in his hand and a black aura all over his body. Like a demon god, surrounded by many players, and ghosts and monsters. But all of them were swept away by this horrible one-eyed ghost monster, who killed an unknown number of ghosts and monsters with his stone axe in his hand, taking up blood. Some of the players were chopped to pieces with one of its axes. The scene was brutal and bloody. These players were scared to death and cried out, dying and fleeing, and then the video ends. The comments below are also very lively. Boss, always an eye-catcher. Asterisk. What kind of ghost is this? It's so terrifying. If it's contracted, it's definitely invincible. You're the cutie. Well, do not see so many people are not a match for this boss, and still think of contract. You daydreaming. And bosses are hard to yield to being contracted. Even if the traitorous luck contract succeeds, there's no boss template and it turns into a normal ghost. Damn. So hot chicken game. Fortunately I do not have a game helmet. This hot chicken game do not play. This boss is too terrifying, isn't it? So many people can't kill it. How can we fight it? When the player's ghosts level up and add some ghosts, Sooner or later the boss will fall at the feet of the player army. Lin Haoran's eyes, however, revealed a hint of interest as he took a closer look at his surroundings, probably determined what the location is. Tomorrow, let's first explore the tomb the little boy found. Then we'll go back and see if we can get this boss. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind, then shut down the computer and went to bed. A night without words. Lin Haoran woke up early in the morning and washed up, eat breakfast and log into the game. In-game, Newbie Village number 4. Lin Haoran's figure appeared near the castle and opened the map at the first opportunity, finding the backwoods where the little boy found the ghost quelling bells and walking up the hill. There are still quite a few players practicing in the neighborhood, but they're basically all in groups now. Very few players brush the ghosts alone. Lin Haoran walked past these players, who looked at Lin Haoran curiously, because solo players do seem to be a bit rare. Lin Haoran kept walking along the path and, after about almost half an hour of walking, we came to the foot of a large hill. It should be surrounded by mountains on two sides, high above the ground. It's really a good place to bury a man. Yuck, great place for burials. Lin Haoran released Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost, and Sword Ghost was already better after a night's rest. Little Thunder Underworld, Sword Ghost, you guys find where the Yin-Chi is heavier, Lin Haoran said to the two ghosts and monsters. Ghosts and monsters are very sensitive to yin and yang, so it's good to let them find it. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Meditation nodded respectfully, his boyish cheeks returning with a serious expression, and Sword Ghost didn't say anything, but immediately took action and searched the perimeter. Lin Haoran glanced around, stroked his chin, and thought darkly in his mind, double-sided around the mountain, left-west, right-east, up-north, down-south. According to Feng Shui, the tomb should be in the west, heavy with Yin Qi. Lin Haoran walked along the west side, and as he walked, Lin Haoran suddenly stopped for he felt a pang of gloom here and, Lin Haoran frowned and looked around. There was a huge boulder on the side of the mountain, with grass growing around it. Lin Haoran's heart stirred and he squatted down, realizing that there was still a gap between the boulder and the mountain. A faint wisp of ghostly air flowed out of the cracks of the. Lin Haoran's heart rejoiced. He was already sure that this was the entrance to the tomb. Immediately, he called out to Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost, split this rock, Lin Haoran said to the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost nodded and drew the ghost-killing Sword Ghost thing. A terrifying ghost sword-killing move was made. Boom boom boom. The stone was directly shattered by the Sword Ghost's sword, revealing a hole, and a ghastly wind blew out of the wind is gusting and ghostly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player who triggered the hidden copy, the General's Tomb. Ding dong. After the player passes the copy will be opened permanently, and the player, as the trigger and the first person to pass the copy, will receive a world system announcement and a generous reward. Just then, the system's hoarse voice sounded grimly in Lin Haoran's ears. It made Lin Haoran faintly stare, not expecting this place to be a copy. There's such a good thing. Then I'm welcome to. Lin Haoran licked his dry lips, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes as he muttered. Chapter 47, Entering the Replica. The Might of the Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch. Brush up on. The stone walls of the long catacomb passage were suddenly lighted by an oil lamp, illuminating the spacious tunnel This tunnel was like a giant mouth of an abyss, waiting for Lin Haoran to enter. But Lin Haoran never knew what fear was. Release the soul-eating crow ghosts as well. Little Thunder Underworld. Sword Ghost, you guys go first. Me and soul-devouring crow ghost will help you guys pad out. Lin Haoran said to the two ghosts with a serious face. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Meditation trusted Lin Haoran unconditionally and directly took the lead. Walking in, and the Sword Ghost's eyes, which were like dead water, glanced faintly at Lin Haoran, and then also followed Little Thunder Underworld inside. Lin Haoran blushed slightly when he saw that look in the Sword Ghost's eyes, then pretending as if nothing had happened, he followed the two ghouls' asses and walked in as well. The soul-devouring crow ghost tilted its head in a silly manner and let out a puzzled caw. Duck! Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost were at the forefront, one on the left and one on the right, looking around with a wary look on his face. This tunnel was a bit frighteningly quiet, and Lin Haoran had already taken out his reggae gun. Always be ready to fight. Buzz. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, as if something had awakened from its sleep underground. Watch your step. Lin Haoran gripped his reggae gun tightly and shouted at Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost. Click 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 click. Just then, a dry hand with sharp nails crumbled out of the ground and, grabbing the ankles and wrists of Thunder Undertaker Jr. and Sword Ghost, roll. Little Thunder Underworld's face was ugly. This disgusting thing dared to touch himself, simply looking for death. Little Thunder Underworld let out a cold snort, and a green-colored thunderbolt surged out from his body. Crackle! The terrifying green lightning directly conducts on the ghost hand, directly electrocuting the ghost hand to the point where he doesn't even recognize his mother. It turned into a cooked chicken claw-like, blackened, and finally turned into a black gas that dissipated. Sword Ghost's movements weren't slow either. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and his sword flashed through. The ghostly hand that had grabbed his ankle then broke away from the organization and was cut off with a sword. Roar! There was a sudden roar from under the ground and, immediately afterward, a dryad dressed in a soldier's costume popped out of the ground. It's like a zombie. Sharp black teeth, black bloodthirsty eyes, sharp long nails, living zombie look. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly as a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Name, zombie soldier. Qualification, D. Type, physical. Rank, 5. Ability, bloodsucking. Zombie soldiers can absorb the blood of living creatures to enhance their strength and recover from injuries. Ghost info, loyal soldiers in life. After the death of the general they followed, they voluntarily cut their own throats in the general's tomb, just to guard the general's grave. Description, if you want to enter the general's tomb, step over me. Seeing the densely packed zombie soldiers in these tunnels, Lin Haoren immediately shouted to Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost. Little Thunder Underground, Sword Ghost, all of you, kill them all. Yes, Father. Amazing thunder light flashed in the eyes of Little Thunder Underworld. A terrifying green-colored thunderbolt struck towards these zombie soldiers. Boom boom boom. The horrible blast on these zombie soldiers caused tons of damage at once. The thunder and lightning are very restraining to these ghosts and monsters, especially these ghosts and monsters that are the most mean. It was directly blasted into black charcoal by Little Thunder Underworld's lightning. These lowly little zombies couldn't even carry one of Little Thunder Underworld's electric strikes. Sword Ghost had just tried to pull out his ghost-killing sword, and when he saw this scene, he paused slightly and replaced the ghost-killing sword again. Hit the hair. One of these little zombies comes out and gets blasted to death by lightning, like a hammer on a mouse. Sword Ghost was expressionless and silent, just quietly watching Little Thunder Underworld mercilessly harvesting the lives of the zombie soldiers. Duck duck. The eyes of the soul-devouring crow ghost next to Lin Haoren lit up and instantly flew in front of these fallen zombie soldiers. Opening his mouth, which was as black as a black hole, he sucked violently and, at once the souls of these zombie soldiers who were about to die were all sucked out by the soul-devouring crow ghosts, and then swallowed it in one gulp. This was precisely the soul-devouring crow ghost's soul-devouring ability, which could devour the souls of its enemies to enhance its strength. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost let out an excited shriek that Little Thunder Underworld was at the forefront using green thunder to exterminate the zombie soldiers, and soul-devouring crow ghost followed Little Thunder Underworld's ass and devoured the souls of these zombies, while Lin Haoren was picking up ghost crystals with a happy face. Sword Ghost, on the other hand, protects Lin Haoren's ass, so that there is no old six who is not a martial artist and does a sneak attack from behind. After a long passage, the zombie soldiers that Little Thunder Underground had solved were 99 if not 100. Lin Haoren looked at the more than 100 ghost crystals in his backpack, and a small smile appeared on his face. It's a level 5 ghost crystal, but there's a lot of it. Not bad at all. Soul-devouring crow ghost only silly bird also ate with a bulging stomach, but quickly digested it and turned back to its original form. Father, there is a passage down here. At this time, has come to the end of the Little Thunder meditation found that there is a passage underground to the underground. Turning to Lin Haoren, he said. Lin Haoren walked over and rubbed his chin and said, this tomb is supposed to be in layers, and right now we're at the top. Go, let's go down. Lin Haoren waved his hand and took his 3 powerful ghosts and monsters to the floor below. P.S. I'm begging for a follow-up and a 5-star review. The Onius, Chapter 48, Soul-Eating Crow Ghost's terrifying ability, killing the entire field in one move level up. Lin Haoren and a few ghosts and ghouls descended the stairs and, coming to the negative floor, the ghostly and shadowy aura of this floor was obviously thicker than that of the floor above it. Lin Haoren could feel a chill in his gut. On the negative second floor was a spacious terrace, the perimeter of which was lighted with oil lamps, flickering and, it gives you an eerie feeling. The spacious platform was surrounded by holes, which were so dark that it was impossible to see inside. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of a dull horse's hooves. All around the blackened cave came out a zombie on a white bone horse, with dark eyes that, sharp fangs, wearing leather armor, and holding a sharp lance in his hand. He stepped out of the cave with an aggressive 10 in all. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly. The left eye reincarnation ghost eye also surfaced the information of these ghosts and monsters in Lin Haoren's mind at the first opportunity. Name, Zombie Trooper, Elite. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 7. Ability, Ghost Gun Kill. The zombie cavalry launches an attack, charging at the enemy and using the lance in their hands to attack the enemy, dealing a large amount of damage. Ghost info, Loyal Cavalrymen in life. After the death of the general they followed. They voluntarily cut their own throats in the general's tomb just to guard the general's grave. Description, Thief, wanting to enter the general's tomb. Have you asked me about my lance? Lin Haoren's eyes stared slightly. It was actually a rank 7 elite monster. Ho 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 ho. The 10 zombie cavalrymen raised their lances in their hands and roared with rage. With icy, piercing cold glints in his eyes, he charged at Lin Haoren and the others. Boom boom boom. The white bone horse galloped up with a powerful gale, carrying the zombie cavalry towards Lin Haoren and the others. Coda duck. Over to you. Use soul ducking. The corner of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly when he saw the other party's neatly organized zombie cavalry, slapping the soul-eating crow ghost on its ass. He said to it. Ever since Lin Haoren contracted the soul-devouring crow ghost, he'd realized that this guy was really a bit of a goofball, and it was always duck quacking, making Lin Haoren inexplicably think of a certain anime image of a duck with its hands clasped over its head. It's also naive and silly. That's why Lin Haoren named it Coda duck. Duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost cocked its head and glared at Lin Haoren as if to say, it's soul crowing, not a duck call. Then turning his head, the eerie pupils of his eyes lit up with a mysterious shimmering light that, suck. The soul-devouring crow ghost opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and then let out a soulful scream that, duck. An invisible mysterious force instantly surged towards the charging zombie cavalrymen. Buzz. These zombie cavalrymen immediately felt like their souls were being pounded hard by a sledgehammer. Aha! A miserable shriek came out of his mouth, and his body fell straight down on the white bone horse's back. Bang bang bang. Splattered in countless dust, his eyes rolled back in his head, in a constant state of convulsion. The hiss. Although Lin Haoren had already prepared himself mentally in his mind, seeing this outrageous ability of the soul-devouring crow ghost, still can't help but suck in a cold breath. This stupid bird is a little stupid, though, but strong or really strong. These were all elite template ghosts, and they were still rendered defenseless by a single move. This soul-based attack is really a big daddy against physical ghosts and goblins. Duck. The soul-eater crow ghost was overjoyed, and immediately came to the bodies of these zombie cavalrymen and, opening his black hole-like mouth, he sucked violently, and immediately a transparent soul emerged from the bodies of these zombie cavalrymen who were convulsing and wailing on the ground, swallowed in one gulp by the soul-devouring crow ghost. Without their souls, these zombie cavalrymen instantly lost their breath of life and dissipated into a black mist that, only a ghost crystal emitting a shimmering light was left behind. After absorbing the souls of the zombie cavalrymen, the soul-devouring crow ghost Sora on his body suddenly became a bit stronger. Lin Haoren's horse system voice rang in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to your ghost, soul-devouring crow ghost, for successfully absorbing souls through the soul-devouring ability. Ding dong. Congratulations on the leveling up of your ghost, soul-devouring crow ghost. Current level, 9. Lin Haoren's face showed a hint of joy. I didn't expect this stupid bird to reach level 9 first. Little Thunder Metal isn't even level 9 yet. However, Lin Haoren saw the ghost crystals on the ground and smiled slightly. Little Thunder Underworld should be able to reach level 9. Lin Haoren picked up the ghost crystals on the ground. These were the ghost crystals of elite monsters. The energy inside is even thicker. There are 10 of them. Lin Haoren took out 4 pieces and handed them to Little Thunder Underworld and said, Little Thunder Underworld, here, absorb it and you should be able to reach level 9. Thank you, Father. A hint of joy flashed in Little Thunder Meditation's eyes as he respectfully said to Lin Haoren. Then he took the ghost crystal in Lin Haoren's hand and threw it into his mouth. No surprises there. Little Thunder Underworld has finally reached level 9, and the rest of the ghost crystals Lin Haoren directly absorbed on his own, and his experience bar increased dramatically. He's soon to be level 9 himself. Boom boom boom. With the deaths of the zombie cavalrymen, a tunnel suddenly appears on the floor of the platform that, it's supposed to be a passageway to the -2 floors. 2 of your own ghosts have grown in strength. Lin Haoren was so confident that he directly waved his big hand at his ghosts and monsters. You guys go first. I'll help you guys pad your way. If it wasn't what Lin Haoren expected, the following should be the location of the boss. Chapter 49, Lazy Zombie Boss Kills in a Single Move. Under the Sword Ghost's contemptuous gaze, Little Thunder Underworld and Soul-Devouring Crow Ghost led Lin Haoren down to the -2nd floor. -2 levels of the crypt. It's so ghostly and gloomy here. On the -2 level is a huge octagonal platform with a coffin in the center of it, shrouded in black mist, haunted by ghosts. It's not easy at first glance. Lin Haoren and the others came not far from this coffin. Lin Haoren's face was slightly grave. Wait for the boss to appear. But embarrassingly, a few minutes passed and the coffin still didn't move at all. Lin Haoren was a bit speechless, picked up a piece of the corpse on the ground and threw it toward the coffin. Pong. Hey, get up and get to work. Can you have some professionalism? Lin Haoren said to the coffin without any good humor. Click click click. That's when the coffin finally reacted a bit, making a sound of a coffin panel moving and, boom, the coffin board was knocked right out of the. A zombie in silver armor and a silver helmet, wielding a large sword and with dry, Wrinkled skin slowly rose from his coffin and this zombie shook his head, and his dark eyes flashed a hint of anger as he looked at Lin Howren, letting out a roar at Lin Howren. Roar. It seems to say, "You're the one who disturbed my sleep with this trash." The corner of Lin Howren's mouth twitched slightly. "You're sleeping during work hours. There's still a reason." Lin Howren's left eye reincarnation ghost eye trembled slightly, acquiring the information of this touchy-feely zombie at the first opportunity. Name, Zombie General Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability, Ghost Blade Chop. The zombie general instills ghost energy into his sword and delivers a power-up strike to attack the enemy, dealing a large amount of damage. Ghost information, the general's guardian. Forceful, but lazy in life. After the death of the general, he was too lazy to go out, also killed himself in the general's tomb, although guarding the general's tomb, but in fact, in the lazy sleep. Description, thief. You can go into the general's tomb, but please don't disturb my sleep or I'll you. Lin Howren frowned when he saw this zombie's message. This didn't seem to be a real general. This guy doesn't seem to be the final boss. It seems like this hidden copy is a bit of a thing, with the B-rank qualified ghosts and monsters being the final bosses. But just what I wanted. The harder the difficulty, the greater the reward. Lin Howren thought darkly in his heart. Roar. At that moment, when the lazy zombie martial general saw that Lin Howren had actually ignored him, he immediately let out a roar of fury and, "Kill these guys, then go back to sleep." The zombie martial general held a large sword, and with a roar, he charged at Lin Howren and the others. "Silly duck. Use Soul Duck Call. Give me control of it. Little Thunder Underground. Prepare to use the Gun of Judgment." Lin Howren immediately shouted at the two ghosts and monsters. Soul-devouring Raven Ghost can control an output, and Little Thunder Underworld can be swarmed or singled out. However, the single attack is the strongest, and the combination of two ghosts and monsters is a godly weapon for fighting bosses. As for the Sword Ghost, there wasn't much of a chance to make a move at all anymore, so he could only act as Lin Howren's bodyguard for a while. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost cawed disgruntledly at Lin Howren, then turned around, opened his mouth and, letting out an ear-splitting duck call that, duck duck, a terrifying invisible force was emitted, surging towards the zombie martial general boss. Ouch. The zombie warlord boss immediately felt as if his soul had been hammered by an iron hammer. The zombie martial arts boss let out a scream of agony and clutched his head with both hands as he, crackle. Right at this moment, Little Thunder Underworld was like the god of thunder possessing his body. His whole body was covered in green-colored thunder and lightning, eyes glowing with thunder. Countless green lightning coalesced in his fleshy little hands, and in an instant, a lightning lance was formed. It is precisely the Gun of Judgment. Give me. Little Thunder Meddler's cute face but with a hint of seriousness, Milky shouted out. The Gun of Judgment in his hand was like a thunderbolt, and shot towards the zombie warlord boss at great speed. Boom! The terrifying spear of thunder and lightning was like the pointed horn of a thunder dragon, directly penetrating the body of the zombie martial general boss. A fist-sized hole appeared in the chest of the zombie martial general boss, and black blood flowed out for no money at all. Ouch! The zombie martial arts boss is in intense pain from the soul trauma haven't even slowed down yet. Another heavy blow to the chest, simply adding insult to injury. The zombie warlord boss then tried to struggle to his feet to counterattack when the jingle bells. Suddenly a bell sound rang. Zombie martial arts boss suddenly flashed a trance. Lost in thought for 5 seconds. I only saw that Lin Howren was holding a ghostly item, the ghost suppressor bell, in his hand and shaking it, which could make ghosts and monsters lose their concentration. The higher the level of the ghost, the less useful it was, and this zombie martial arts boss was merely lost in thought for few seconds. Just in these few seconds, a pitch-black figure had quietly appeared behind the zombie martial general boss. A dazzling black sword-light flashed through the brush. Under the unbelieving gaze of the zombie martial arts boss, a crack appeared in his neck and the head slowly fell from the neck of as if it were a basketball, rolling on the ground. The sword ghost slowly withdrew the sharp ghost kill sword, panting slightly, having just made a move to ghost sword kill that, but it used up almost 1/3 of his ghost energy. It's all about the 1-2 punch. P.S. Dumb and Dumber new author of the new book set sale. I hope you more support. Thank you. Chapter 50 Level 9 Zombie King General Elite Boss. Duck duck. Soul-devouring crow ghost saw the zombie warrior boss head fall to the ground. There was a loud cry of. With a twist, he walked over to the corpse of the zombie martial arts boss, opened his mouth and sucked out his soul, and then devoured. The soul-devouring crow ghost burped contentedly and the soul of this zombie martial general boss was a great tonic. With 2 more, the soul-devouring crow ghosts could all be upgraded again. The body of the zombie warlord boss that had its soul devoured also turned into black gas and dissipated. Leave a piece of ghost crystal. Lin Howren walked over to the ghost crystal, a smile on his face, picked it up, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Your current level is 9. At this point, the system's beep sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. Lin Haoren's level had finally reached level 9. Lin Haoren had a trace of a satisfied smile on his face, then casually opened the player level rankings. NO1, hidden nickname, rank 9. NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, rank 7. NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, rank 7. NO4, Emperor, rank 7. NO5, Yama, rank 7. NO6, Handsome World, rank 6. NO7, hidden nickname, rank 6. Lin Haoren rank 9 is far ahead of the crowd behind him. Lin Haoren nodded with satisfaction, and when he saw the name Yen Wang, he was a bit surprised. Yesterday, Yen seemed to be only 10th, but I didn't expect to go up to 5th in a day's time. It seems to be that his banknote ability comes into play, establishing the Yama Temple Guild and having his men help him brush ghost crystals for his own upgrades. It does increase his upgrade speed dramatically, but Lin Haoren didn't care. The effect of the low-grade ghost crystals was getting weaker and weaker after a higher level, and with more and more ghost crystals needed, it won't be as easy to upgrade unless it's a boss ghost crystal. Only then can the player level up quickly. So after that, if you want to upgrade quickly, you still have to brush the copy and find the boss. -2 levels of the crypt. After the death of the lazy zombie martial artist boss, a spacious hole slowly appears underneath his coffin. It should be the place to head to the final boss in the -3rd floor. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as he muttered, "I hope you're stronger, otherwise it wouldn't be fun." Then Lin Haoren let his ghost son and Kota Duck go down first, and he and Sword Ghost padded along behind. Though small, Little Thunder Meddler was the boldest of them all, and went down the stairs without saying a word. The soul-eating crow ghost stood motionless with its head cocked. I don't know what to think. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth twitched slightly, and he directly kicked it down the stairway. Duck, kill the duck, help! Soul-devouring crow ghost directly Karma issued a pig-killing scream, and his obese body directly rolled down the stone stairs. Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost followed closely behind, entering the -3rd floor of the tomb. And if not surprisingly, this is the final layer. Lin Haoren and the others went down to the -3rd floor. When Lin Haoren saw the scene here, the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly. Above the huge platform, a sarcophagus hung high in the air by 8 thick chains that, a ray of moonlight fell overhead, and shining on the sarcophagus. Moonlight is Yin. The sarcophagus has been nurtured by Yin Chi for years, and the strength of the thing inside this sarcophagus is unfathomable. Jangling. Just then, the chains on the sarcophagus let out a shaking sound, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Click click click. The thick chains cracked violently, and the heavy sarcophagus fell violently from the air. Boom boom boom. The ground emitted a loud rumbling sound, like a thunderclap, resounding throughout the entire -3 floors. It splattered thick dust all over the sky. Roar. Amidst the dust, a great roar rang out, and a terrifying wave of air swept in all directions. Hoo. Dust flies. A huge figure with a huge body appeared in front of the crowd. The creature stood a terrifying 3 meters tall, and wore a hard tiger head armor that, with a sealed black and gold helmet on his head, 6 black war banners were planted on his back, and his stout arm held a huge sword. A horrible aura emanated from his body. Roar. The creature threw itself up to the sky and, letting out a loud roar, Lin Haoren's eyes stared, flashing a trace of gravity, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly. A wave of information instantly surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Zombie King Great General. Elite Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Physical. Level, 10. Ability, Giant Sword Chop. The Zombie King's Great General condenses ghostly chi in his giant sword and sends out a destructive slash at the enemy, dealing great damage. Summon Ghost Soldiers. The Zombie King's Great General can summon many zombie soldiers to follow him in the battlefield. Elite Boss Enchanted Ability. Replica ghosts cannot be contracted. Ghost Information. Born as a country's Great General, the city broke down and the country died. The Great General fled with the remaining remnants of the army in defeat, and eventually depressed, died with a strong unwillingness to die, was conceived by ghosts, transformed into a zombie king, has a strong power. The weak point of the head. Cut off the head will die immediately. Description. Death is where you belong. Lin Haoren's eye pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Sure enough, the guess was right. The final boss is an elite boss. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his heart. It's a bit tricky. Last time, the Thunderbird-bodied human-headed ghost elite boss just happened to be restrained by Little Thunder Underworld before it was easily taken down. This elite boss won't be so simple, but that's what makes it fun, isn't it? The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of intense battle intent flashed in his eyes. The reggae gun quietly appeared with a battle intent. Then let's fight. Chapter 51, The Three Ghosts Fight the Zombie King Boss Alone. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with amazing battle intent. Owning an SSS qualified Oni, an SS qualified ghost, 2S qualified ghosts, and a ghost of unknown rank, of the most mysterious kind. You will not be afraid of an elite boss. Everyone, get ready to fight. Be careful. This boss is strong. Lin Haoran said in a deep voice to the ghosts and monsters as he held the ghost-killing gun with a green-colored thunder light flashing in his eyes. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Underworld nodded earnestly in a milky manner, and a black aura surged out of his body as the Underworld realm unfold. As Little Thunder Underworld's words fell, all of a sudden the negative third floor of the tomb turned into a space filled with black fog. Countless black mists had turned into evil spirits, wrapping around the Zombie King Great General. It sucked in its attributes and fed them back to Little Thunder Underworld. Roar! The Zombie King Great General clearly felt the power in his body being slowly sucked out, and immediately roared with rage. Stretching out his huge palms he tried to slap these annoying ghosts to death, but no matter how much the Zombie King General slapped them, just can't touch these ghosts. That's the horror of rule-based abilities. Ouch! The Zombie King Great General was furious, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Little Thunder Underworld and it knows that this mole is the one who made all this annoying up, dragging the huge sword in his hand. Then he charged towards the Little Thunder Meddler. Boom boom boom! The entire tomb vibrated slightly as the heavy body of the Zombie King's Great General walked up. Jingle bells! Lin Haoran didn't hesitate and directly shook the ghost suppressor bell in his hand. Great General Zombie King immediately felt a flash of disorientation in his mind, but quickly came back to his senses and the effect of the ghost suppressor bell on an elite boss was too weak. After all, the ghost suppressor bell was only a C-ranked ghost item. Lin Haoran, however, had already prepared himself mentally, retrieving the ghost suppressor bell and immediately shouting at the soul-devouring crow ghost. Silly duck, give me control of it. Then everyone focus on attacking its head. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost didn't glare at Lin Haoran this time. Although it was a bit stupid, it wasn't brain dead. Knowing that you're going to fight the boss now, timing is important. Immediately, the soul-devouring crow ghost opened its black hole-like mouth and a soulful scream was sent out at the charging Zombie King General. Duck duck. A terrifying mysterious invisible force surged towards the Zombie King's Great General. Roar! The Zombie King General was suddenly on his feet, feeling like he had received a blow to the soul that couldn't help but let out a yelp of pain. Crackle! On the side, Little Thunder Underworld and Lin Haoran also struck out. Countless green-colored thunderbolts surged out violently from the two men's bodies, like an electric snake that Little Thunder Underworld instantly condensed a green-colored lightning lance in his hands, and the Gun of Judgment ability was unleashed. Give me! Little Thunder Underworld's entire body was covered in black mist and lightning, and his double flashed with a flash of electricity. The lightning lance in his hand fiercely shot towards the Zombie King Great General, and Lin Haoran was wielding a Grade A Ghost Object Reggae gun. His entire body flashed with cyan-colored lightning violently instilling in the head of the Reggae gun. Crackle! Thunder and lightning. The head of the Thunder Ghost gun erupted with terrifying thunder light. Lin Haoran was like the god of thunder possessed, holding the Thunder Ghost gun as he quickly swept towards the Zombie King Great General. Made the ability of the Reggae gun, Reggae Kill, the last sword ghost, with his right hand gripping the Ghost Killer sword. Ghost Chi entwined among them while swiping towards the Zombie King Great General who was still howling in pain. The fastest was still Little Thunder Underworld's Gun of Judgment, and in a flash, a thunderous sound rang out that the terrifying Spear of Judgment struck the hard and thick helmet of the Zombie King's Great General like a thunderbolt. Boom! A great thunderous roar snapped out and click click click. A crack even appeared directly on the heavy helmet of the Zombie King's Great General. The Zombie King Great General's huge body was backed up by this terrifying impact. Roar! Letting out an angry roar. But the attack hadn't ended yet. Sword Ghost's figure had quietly appeared in front of the Zombie King's Great General. Leaping forward, holding the entwined and dense Ghost Killer sword, a sword of black sword light flashed through the bang on. Sword Ghost's skill was unleashed. Ghost Sword Slash. A metallic clash sounded, and sparks flew from the helmet of the Zombie King's Great General. The crack in the helmet cracked open some more. Zombie King General's helmet is so hard, it's like a turtle shell. Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost's big moves surprisingly failed to break through the Zombie King's Great General's defense. This guy is really scared to death with such a stiff helmet. Break me! Lin Haoran roared as he saw the cracks in the Zombie King Great General's helmet growing larger and larger. Clutching the Reggae gun with both hands, the head of the gun carried a terrifying green-colored thunderbolt as it stabbed toward the crack in the helmet of the Zombie King's Great General. Reggae Kill! Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the Thunder Ghost gun pierced into the cracks of the Zombie King's Great General's helmet. P.S. Oni-chans, can you give the little author 5 little stars? Thanks for all the support. Chapter 52, Ghost Soldiers of the Underworld. Thunder shatters the darkness. Click click click. Immediately after a shattering sound slowly sounded. The bang on. A piece of hard metal fell to the ground from the helmet of the great general of the Zombie King. A hole has appeared in the left side of the face of the helmet of the great general of the Zombie King, revealing its dry, wrinkled face and one dark, deep eye. The helmet's defenses finally broke through. At this time, the Zombie King's great general had finally recovered from the soul-crushing impact of the soul-devouring crow ghosts. Elite boss template for ghosts and goblins. Full attribute enhancement. The soul aspect was also enhanced without any surprise, although the soul attack of the soul-devouring crow ghost made it difficult to be abnormal. But being a great general who had fought for a long time, he still came to his senses quickly and with amazing willpower. From being ravened by the soul of a soul-eating raven ghost to being awake, a mere second had passed in the process of. But the soul is damaged and the strength is weakened. Roar! The Zombie King great general roared and let out a loud roar. A strong ghostly aura surged from his body, and countless black mists rose from the ground. Obviously something big is going to be released. Silly duck! What are you still gawking at? Yell at me again it. Lin Haoren knew that the great general Zombie King was about to release the Great War and immediately shouted at the soul-devouring crow ghost. Ga ga ga. The soul-devouring crow ghost had an aggrieved look on its face, and its voice was a bit hoarse as it called out to Lin Haoren. Its soul-crowing skill was too perverse, but it also had a drawback, which was that after using the skill once, just take a break. You can't use it again until your soul energy is full again. Otherwise, if you use it a lot, others can still play it. Just straight up have Soul Eater Crow Ghost scream all the time and you'll be able to play through this game. Equivalent to the cooldown, which is currently 50 seconds for Soul Eater Ravenous Ghost's Soul Ravening. Wait 50 seconds before you can use Soul Crowing again. That's a long time to say no, but for this kind of boss situation, 50 seconds simply shouldn't be too long. However, if the qualification of the Soul-Devouring Crow Ghost was raised by one level to SS rank, the cooldown time of this skill was also greatly reduced. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe I dropped the ball at this time. Lin Haoren had gotten the news about Soul-Devouring Crow Ghost's skill cooldown from the Soul Contract. He cursed in his mind. Roar! Just then, the Zombie King Great General Boss roared, and a dark ghostly hole continued to gush out from the ground around him. Ho 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 ho! There was a hissing sound coming from the ghost cave that, immediately afterward a ghostly soldier, all dry and wrinkled, with sharp teeth and a bleeding machete, crawled out of a ghostly hole and, 1, 2, 10, 100. The platform was densely packed with all hideous-faced ghost soldiers, their eyes glittering with bloodlust, deadly staring at Lin Haoren and the others. That's exactly what the Zombie King Grand Admiral boss can do. Summon the ghost soldiers. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, floated the information of these ghost soldiers into his mind at the first opportunity. Name, Ghost Soldiers of the Underworld, Summoning Ghosts. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 6. Ability, Vampire Blade, attacks enemies with a blood-sucking ghostly blade that sucks the blood out of enemies when it wounds them. Ghost information, Zombie King General Elite Boss summoned from the Underworld Ghost Soldiers. Strength is not strong, but the number of numerous, and has no sense. Meet the enemy will not rest until death. Description, what are you looking at? I'll give you a cut, and suck up all your blood. Lin Haoren was slightly relieved when he saw the information panel of these ghost soldiers. It's just a regular grade poltergeist. The heart was even a little pleased that he had Little Thunder Underworld, and the thing he was most afraid of was fighting a group battle. Thunder and lightning will just crackle you up. It's not a ghost crystal for nothing. Roar! The Zombie King Great General Elite Boss roared, holding his greatsword and letting out an offensive howl that, ow 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 ow. All the ghost soldiers on the field were like a tidal wave, charging towards Lin Haoren and the others. Little Thunder Underground. I'll leave these fried fish to you. Lin Haoren looked at the raging army of ghost soldiers and instantly shouted at Little Thunder Underworld. Yes, father. When Little Thunder Underworld heard Lin Haoren's words, he immediately said respectfully. Then a powerful wave of green-colored lightning surged out from his body. Crackle! Little Thunder Underworld's body slowly floated in the air from the ground, supported by the power of thunder and lightning, with white hair flowing and green-colored thunderbolts twining around his body. He looked like the god of thunder descending, and there were constantly black ghosts drilling into Little Thunder Underworld's body. This was the attribute of the underworld realm absorbing the Zombie King's great general and these ghost soldiers. Feedback to the body of the Little Thunder Meddler. The longer it takes, the weaker the enemy's attributes become, and the stronger the attributes of the Little Thunder Meddler. And the more enemies you have, the more you absorb. This sudden appearance of a multitude of ghost soldiers is simply like sending nutrients to Little Thunder Underworld. At this time, Little Thunder Underworld's attributes were very terrifying. and with the support of the A-ranked ghost item Thunder Ghost Bead, the power of thunder and lightning entwined around his body was like an electric snake hissing and roaring. "Give me, bunch of mole crickets." Little Thunder Meddler let out a roar in a milky voice, but with his cute cheeks, there wasn't a hint of majesty, but rather a hint of milky ferocity. Crackle! Countless green-colored thunderbolts transformed into a green snake thunderbolt and violently bombarded the charging ghost soldiers. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying lightning is as dense as a power grid. The lightning itself restrains these ghosts and monsters of the most een. Aha! When these ghost soldiers were struck by lightning, they immediately let out a miserable cry that the body was directly blasted out of black charcoal by this terrifying thunderbolt, emitting a disgusting smell of roasted charcoal. It became a mass of black charcoal and finally turned into a black gas that dissipated, leaving behind only a single ghost crystal. With just one strike, a large portion of the ghost soldiers summoned by the Zombie King Great General Elite Boss were killed, and some of the remnants of the army, directly letting Lin Haoren and Sword Ghost slaughter them cleanly. On the platform, there was again only the Great General Zombie King left standing in place with an awkward face. Chapter 53, Killing Zombie King General Elite Boss. The Zombie King General Elite Boss looked at the piece of ghost crystal on the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his mind was numb-souled. Lazi had no trouble holding back a big move. Mighty, summoning minions, and you guys just cleaned it up. I don't want to lose face. The Zombie King General was suffocating in his heart. His dry cheeks reddened at this time, eyes flashing with astonishing fury. He roared. Roar! An amazing ghostly aura surged out of his body once again, wrapping itself around the huge, thick greatsword in his hand. The huge heavy sword was like 10,000 pounds of meteoric iron, and the Great General Zombie King held the huge heavy sword with ghostly chi wrapped around it in both hands, slamming down against the ground. Boom! A huge roar rang out, and the terrifying force directly blew a huge deep pit in the ground. And a powerful energy surged along the ground toward Lin Haoren and the others at great speed. This is just another great move of the Zombie King Great General Elite Boss. Giant Sword Chop, gathering huge ghost chi wrapped around the huge sword, sending out a terrifying chop that it can break rivers and crumble mountains. Powerful. Everyone take cover. This is the boss's giant sword slash skill. Lin Haoren knew the boss's ability in advance and had already prepared for it. When you see the movements of the Zombie King's Great General, you can tell if he's going to or pee. Immediately, he shouted at his ghostly self. At the same time, he himself hurriedly rolled and crawled to the side, dodging the Zombie King's Great General's terrifying chopping attack. Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost was so scared that its soul flew out, desperately flapping its wings and flying into the sky. Little Thunder Underworld and Sword Ghost were the fastest, instantly rushing out of the Zombie King's Great General's attack range. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying energy directly blew up the surrounding stone slabs, splashing stone pieces in all directions and raising a terrifying pit in the ground. Lin Haoren dodged the spattered slate in some distress, but the slate fragments were too dense and, still, some attacks are inevitable. All together, attack the half of the boss's exposed face with all your might. Lin Haoren braked sharply, stopping in his tracks, his body entwined with a thick ghostly aura, and shouted at his ghostly monster. Yes, father. Little Thunder Underworld let out a low roar, and his entire body flashed with astonishing cyan-colored lightning, and then he once again condensed a spear of judgment in his hand. Big guy, look at the gun. Little Thunder Underworld held the lance of thunder and milked a cry of. At once, he threw the spear of judgment in his hand fiercely at the exposed eyes of the Great General of the Zombie King. Swoosh, crackle, a cracking sound accompanied by a thunderous roar. The judgment was like a thunderbolt that, shooting towards the Zombie King General Boss. But the Zombie King Great General Boss had suffered a loss once, and had obviously been prepared for it long ago. Roar! With a roar of rage, it held a huge sword to its face and, boom boom boom, the berserk lance of thunder and lightning impacted on top of the Zombie King's Great General's huge sword, letting out a terrifying roar. The thick and heavy giant sword was actually dented with a deep pit, and the surrounding area was emitting a blazing hot temperature that, bared. It could be seen that after Little Thunder Underworld unfolded the Underworld realm, after absorbing the attributes from the boss, the terror of the, moreover, the attributes of the Zombie King Great General Boss have been declining, while the attributes of Little Thunder Underworld have been increasing every moment. Roar! The Zombie King Great General Boss was shaken by this terrifying power and his tiger's mouth went numb. Unable to help himself, he took a step backward and let out a bolt of shocked anger. He felt that the power in his body was getting weaker and weaker, which created a trace of impatience in his heart. Right at this moment, the Sword Ghost's attack had also arrived. The Sword Ghost was holding a sharp sword, instilling ghost chi in it. Chopping down hard against the giant sword of the Zombie King's Great General Boss. Ghost Sword Chop. Bang on. Sword Ghost's mighty power chopped on the giant sword of the Zombie King's great general boss. There was an ear-splitting clash of metal. Sparks splashed in all directions, and the giant sword of the Zombie King's great general was directly deflected by the mighty power of the Sword Ghost, revealing the left side of his face and pupil of his eye, which was not encased in a helmet. Crackle! At this moment, a Lin Haoren whose entire body was flashing with lightning appeared violently in front of the Zombie King's great general, holding a reggae gun in his hand. The head of the gun coalesced with the amazing power of thunder and lightning as he leapt up and, with terrifying thunder and lightning, all the reggae gun violently stabbed at the eyes of the Zombie King great general. Die for me! Reggae kill! Lin Haoren leaped high in the air, his face red, flashing with a shocking killing intent, and roared with rage. The reggae gun in his hand carried the terrifying power of lightning and ruthlessly stabbed into the eyes of the Zombie King great general boss. This move, the Thunder Ghost Kill, was Lin Haoren's way of instilling most of the lightning power in his body into the Thunder Ghost gun. The power was horrifyingly incomparable, directly and ruthlessly piercing through the eye socket of the Zombie King's great general. The entire head of the gun had disappeared inside the head of the Zombie King's great general boss. Boom boom boom. Terrifying cyan-colored thunderbolts tore wildly inside the head of the Zombie King great general boss. Roar! The Zombie King great general boss let out a miserable cry of pain, and black blood continued to gush out of his eyes. The mold is very miserable. Lin Haoren hastily drew out his reggae gun, dodged to the side, and with a solemn look covering his eyes. In a frenzy of roaring Zombie King generals, a hot sweat ran down Lin Haoren's forehead, panting like a cow. This Thunder Ghost Kill almost drained the power of lightning from his body, as well as his physical strength. But luckily, he caught his chance and hit the Zombie King general boss in the eye socket. This should be dead now. Lin Haoren looked at the Zombie King great general boss, who was already kneeling on the ground, his breath weak. With a nervous look on his face, he said, "P.S. Thank you for the gifts from your watching brothers. The new book is begging for a rush and 5-star reviews." Chapter 54, System Announcement. The world is boiling with rich rewards, but Lin Haoren thought about it just in case, and shouted at Little Thunder Underworld. Little Thunder Underground. Give this guy another shot. The dying Zombie King great general boss sniffed and directly swallowed his last breath. In his eyes, he looked at Lin Haoren with a strong resentment, and then directly hiccuped. Boom! The Zombie King great general's huge body fell heavily onto the cold ground, splattering countless dust, to the point of death. The eyes of the Zombie King great general boss were dead set on Lin Haoren. It seemed to curse Lin Haoren, the evil man, for having children without asses. Damn, I'm an elite boss. I don't want to lose face, and a replacement gun. Arsenic is not as poisonous as your heart. Right at this moment, a system's horse beep sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations on passing the hidden copy, The Great General's Catacombs, which is officially open to Novice Village number 4. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for obtaining an opportunity for a service-wide system announcement. Does the player disclose the nickname? Ding dong. Congratulations to the player who passed the copy, The General's Tomb, for the first time, and received the first win reward, Grade A Ghost Item, Ghost Giant Sword. Grade A Ghost Item, Evil Ghost Armor. Several consecutive system beeps made Lin Haoren grin from the corners of his mouth to the base of his ears. Hide nicknames. Lin Haoren directly chose to hide his nickname. It's in your nature to keep a low profile and sulk. Ding dong. Just then, in the skies of all the players of the Doom creepy online game, a deafening voice rang out, causing everyone in the entire service to boil up once again. Ding dong. Congratulations to player *** for discovering and passing the hidden copy of The Great General's Catacombs in Novice Village number 4. This copy is officially open to players in Novice Village 4. Players can enter alone or in a group, and will receive a generous reward after passing. Congratulations to this player for obtaining the world reward, Ghost Destroyer Prestige, 100 points. S-Grade Ghost Item, Shaco Ghost Sword, Ghost Treasure, Innate Sword Embryo. Ding dong. Congratulations to player ** for discovering and passing the hidden copy, The Great General's Tomb in Novice Village number 4. This copy is officially open to Novice Village number 4 players. 3 consecutive thunderous and loud voices rang out violently in the void of the entire player's service. Leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded, jealous, envious, shocked, etc. Countless complex moods rose up in the hearts of the crowd. The world chat channel was completely abuzz. Boiling goat is me. This is that big guy again. He even rewarded an S-ranked ghost item. This is awesome and big. Licking dog must die. S-class ghosts are nothing. The most precious thing is still the ghost treasure. This kid is rich. Yama, brother, please private message me when you see it. I'm the president of the Yama Temple Guild. I welcome you to join my guild. I can give you a hall master position with a salary of $100,000 a month, as long as you give me the rewards for this time. Da-ba. Surprise earthy big brother. Ranking Yen Wang big brother. 6,666. This kid is really lucky. A step up to heaven. Handsome overlord, laughing my ass off. Just a rich second generation with a small amount of assets. What are you boozing about? Brother, give me this reward and I'll transfer 200,000 to you right away. Emperor, 250,000. Miyamoto Musashi, 260,000. Small day I day your sister, Mom. This kid is really rich. This game is too good to make money. Right. A piece of equipment to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our stupid big head 18 centimeters man, die laughing. It's just a game. Really a bunch of losers. Hopeless. The chat channel directly exploded with a bunch of leaderboard bigwigs, and they were all looking for Lin Haoran. Wanted to spend money on Lin Haoran's system rewards. If it was the last life, Lin Haoran must have sold it without saying a word. Taking a couple $100,000 could give a down payment on a house in a real-world tier 3 or 4 city. Lin Haoran will absolutely sell it. But in this life, even if they give 100 million, Lin Haoran won't sell it. When the doomsday creepy online game merges with reality, money, the dogs look at it and shake their heads. Not as good as a stiff bun. So they were doomed to disappointment, even if Lin Haoran didn't even know about it. At this moment, Lin Haoran was happily picking up a ghost crystal on the ground. These were the ghost crystals of the ghost soldiers that the Zombie King's great general had summoned to the blind alley. There are about 100 of them. All of them were taken back into the system backpack. Then Lin Haoran picked up the fist-sized ghost crystals dropped by the boss. And then the boss doesn't have anything else to drop. But it seems that the system gave itself its heavy sword and armor as a special reward. When Lin Haoran finished picking up the Zombie King's great general's ghost crystals, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Ding dong. You have passed the copy. You are now teleported out of the copy. Shabu. Without waiting for Lin Haoran to react, Lin Haoran suddenly felt his eyes go black and, in an instant, Lin Haoran's figure had already appeared on the flat ground outside the replica. At this point, the entrance to the great general's tomb had turned into a spiral-patterned mass of light that, it had a few big words written on it. A copy of the great general's lair. Chapter 55, Great Ghosts, Ghost Giant Sword and Evil Ghost Armor. Meaning, this copy was accessible to everyone. But Lin Haoran felt that except for himself. No one has been able to solo this copy yet, and the final Zombie King General Elite boss is covered in armor. It is difficult to break the defense, and even if the group rush, Zombie King General Elite boss and summon Ghost Soldier skills, Mono has the mighty giant sword slash. Very sick indeed. But there are people who are even more perverted than the Zombie King General boss, and they soloed through the copy by themselves. That means Lin Haoran, the pervert. Lin Haoran glanced at the time. It was already late, after 9 p.m. Wait, it's over. Hurry up and get off the line and eat or your body will be drained. Lin Haoran cursed and hurriedly went offline. In the real world, in a rented room, grunt kirk. Lin Haoran took off his gaming helmet, and his stomach rang with the sound of chickens crowing. It seemed to be starving, and Lin Haoran felt a sense of weakness come over him. He was really hungry. Lin Haoran got out of bed and drank a large glass of water, then put on his clothes and went out. Coming into a restaurant, I ordered a beef and radish stew, a fried one-night stand, with fish sauce, shredded pork with green peppers, and an umami chicken soup. How you are a rich man. You can't let your body aggravate you. It wasn't long before the food came up and Lin Haoran had already been dying of hunger and immediately wolfed it down. At this point, the next seat in the restaurant, there were a couple of young 20-somethings, discussing, with excited faces. Hey, I heard that someone offered $300,000 for in-game props in the game. Is this true? It is true. It's the guy who stepped on the system announcement today. Damn, this kid is lucky. If it's me it's good. Sell it right away. Buy a luxury car. Big girls are hooked on me. I'm going to. This game can really be if we brush a superb prop, won't we become a $100,000 household in minutes? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why this game is so hot. It makes money. Gaming helmets are now being hyped up to $60,000 a pop. It's just ho-hum. Hurry up and eat. Hurry up and get on the game and practice. I'm level 4. How many levels are you guys? I'm level 4 too. Soon to be level 5. He. Lin Haoran heard the conversation of the people in the next seat. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The guy you guys are talking about stepping on seems to be me. Lin Haoran couldn't help but skim his lips, ignored them, and then dried his rice. Dry rice man. Dry rice soul. I love dry rice, and it's so pint-sized afterward. Lin Haoran went straight back to his rented room after dinner, and after taking a shower, it was already 11 o'clock. Lin Haoran went straight to sleep lying flat, a night without words. Lin Haoran woke up early in the morning to finish his breakfast, and couldn't wait to put on his game helmet and enter the game. I haven't checked yesterday's rewards yet, The heart is anxious to lose. Game. Lin Haoren's figure quietly appeared not far from the entrance to the replica. The entrance to the replica was surrounded by people at this time. They should all be players who want to go in and brush up on their copies. However, Lin Haoren laughed softly and smiled. With the player's current strength, going in was undoubtedly looking for death. Lin Haoren ignored them and checked the rewards in his system backpack. 4 items, a giant sword, armor, a ghost spirit sword, and a most precious ghost treasure. First of all, there's this huge sword, bronze in color all over, 2 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. Very heavy. The average person can't even hold it, let alone swing it. Lin Haoren used the ability of reincarnation Ghost Eye's Wheel of Reversal to obtain information about it. Name, Ghost Giant Sword. Type, Class A Ghost. Effects, Bronze Giant Sword. Amazing destructive power. Can make the amazingly powerful Giant Sword Chop, with the power of breaking rivers and crashing mountains. Giant Sword Chop, by pouring a large amount of ghost energy into the sword. You can use a horrible chop to attack the enemy and deal huge damage. Ghost Information, the Great General's weapon, with countless dead souls under the sword, was nurtured by ghostly energy and transformed into a ghost. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. Nice sword. And it comes with the Zombie King Great General Boss's giant sword slash skill. He had seen the terrifying power of this giant sword chop. Definitely very raw. Lin Haoren continued to look down. The second piece was a piece of armor, which was the first time Lin Haoren had seen an armor-type ghostly object in this life. The armor is all black and has a pattern of an evil spirit on the chest, which is very dominant and handsome. Name, Evil Ghost Armor. Type, Class A Ghost. Effect, Evil Ghost Armor. Amazing defense, can withstand damage for the wearer, and can release the skill, Evil Ghost Roar. Evil Ghost Roar, gathering a shadow of an evil ghost. It emits a loud roar that deals damage to the enemy and puts the enemy in a cerebral tinnitus state. Ghost Information, Evil Blacksmith melts human bones with iron to make evil armor. Grievances are not dispersed. Ghosts are brewing and transformed into ghosts. Lin Haoren couldn't help but light up. This wasn't the armor that the Zombie King's Great General had on his body, but this armor is much more handsome than the one on the Zombie King's Great General, and it carries a control skill that Lin Haoren was satisfied in his heart and immediately put this evil ghost armor on himself. A black hair, wearing black armor, holding a reggae gun. With this Lin Haoren's deep eyes, it's almost like a fictional hero. Many players were attracted by Lin Haoren's handsome image and looked at him sideways. Asterisk. What's up with this dude's outfit? It's so cool, so handsome. Oh, I wonder if there is a girlfriend. One side of the tawdry. Bro, are you selling this outfit? I'll give you $1,000. I want to pretend to. One look and I know it's fake. Are you stupid? It definitely doesn't have any attributes similar to fashion. It's just purely good looking. I just don't know where I bought it. I'm going to get a set of pussies too. The players looked at the equipment on Lin Haoren's body and the talk went on. Lin Haoren glanced at them and then left without looking back. Better find a place where no one's around. P.S. New book set sale. Nerdy authors online are begging for 5 stars. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, oh. Chapter 56, S-Class Ghost Object Ghost Spirit Sword Precious Ghost Treasure Innate Sword Embryo. Lin Haoren came to a small forest, then released the sword ghost to escort him. Then Lin Haoren put his eyes on the 2 remaining heavyweight items, a sword, and a piece of glowing jade in the shape of a sword. It was none other than the S-ranked ghost item, the Ghost Spirit Sword, and the Ghost Treasure, the Innate Sword Embryo. Just hearing the name makes Lin Haoren cock-a-hoop. S-Class Ghosts. In his last life, he didn't even dare to think about it. But now, only a few days after the opening of the service, he had obtained an S-ranked ghost item. This was something the previous Lin Haoren couldn't believe. Lin Haoren took out this Ghost Spirit Sword from his backpack. Buzz. The Ghost Spirit Sword let out a sword roar, instantly attracting the sword ghost on one side of the room. Although the sword ghost's face was shrouded in black mist and its expression could not be seen, Lin Haoren knew that it must be staring daggers at this Ghost Spirit Sword in its hand. This side of the Ghost Spirit Sword is made up of black and white, both positive and evil, with ghostly aura twisting around it, but also has a bit of spiritual color. With a length of 1.6 meters and a sword width of about 4 fingers, it was a relatively thin and dexterous ghost sword. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly as a stream of information surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Ghost Sword. Type, S-rank ghosts. Effects, Ghost Spirit Sword. Sword Spirit, quickness and dexterity. Allows the user to become faster with the sword and release the skill, Ghost Spirit Thrust. Ghost Spirit Stab, instill ghost chi into the sword. The sword is like a gun, stabbing out towards the enemy at extreme speed. The speed is like aurora, passing in the blink of an eye, inflicting horrific damage to the enemy. Ghost Information, once upon a time, the sword of a female swordsman. trapped by love. After slitting her throat and killing herself, the sword was nurtured by a ghostly spirit and transformed into a ghostly creature. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good ghost sword that could increase the user's sword speed. This is truly rare. When masters fight, speed often determines victory or defeat, not to mention an even more powerful skill. Very nice. Lin Haoran nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the last remaining item. It's also the item that Lin Haoran is most looking forward to. Ghost treasure, innate sword embryo. Lin Haoran was holding a jade stone in the shape of an ancient sword, and a faint shimmering light emanated from its body. You can't help but get lost in it. Lin Haoran's reincarnation ghost eye instantly surfaced the attribute information of this innate sword embryo in Lin Haoran's mind. Name, innate sword embryo, ghost treasure. Type, special ghost treasure. Effects, only available to swordsman-type ghosts. Can enhance the ghost's qualifications and abilities. The more powerful the swordsmanship, the greater the role played, and can even be transformed to form the body of the innate ghost sword fairy. Information on ghostly objects, ghostly treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, with mysterious and powerful powers. Hiss. Lin Haoran couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this ghost treasure's information. A billion points short of letting the earth warm up. A flash of excitement flashed across Lin Haoran's eyes before he glanced at Sword Ghost, who was off to the side. Murmured. This is simply a ghost treasure tailored for sword ghosts. Sword ghosts using this innate sword embryo ghost treasure might be able to break through to SS rank in terms of qualifications. Strength must have increased dramatically. Lin Haoran couldn't help but think with secret excitement. You guys are really blessed to have met such a good and great master as me. Cheap. Lin Haoran laughed and cursed at the sword ghost that was standing like a log on the side, took out this piece of innate sword embryo ghost treasure and handed it to the sword ghost, and opened his mouth. Sword ghost, this is for you. After you eat it you will be able to shed your bones. A complete new life. Lin Haoran said to the sword ghost with a solemn face. The sword ghost was the first ghost he had obtained by doing the ghost collecting quest, and was originally just a B-qualified ghost, but it seems that this guy had a good chance. First, the ghost embryo given by the lady in red, getting its qualifications up to S rank, barely keeping up with itself. But since having Little Thunderhead, the swordsman's role is obviously just a little too much to keep up with himself. In terms of group attack, Little Thunder Underworld and Soul Devouring Crow Ghost directly crushed Sword Ghost. In terms of mono, Little Thunder Underworld's Lance of Judgment is definitely the strongest mono output. So now the Sword Ghost can only fight small monsters and play with limited combat power. But now, with this innate sword embryo ghost treasure, Lin Haoran felt that the Sword Ghost would definitely undergo a sea change. This was Lin Haoran's intuition. The Sword Ghost's eyes, which were covered by the black gas, faintly flashed with a glint of essence. Staring closely at the innate sword embryo in Lin Haoran's hands, there rises in the heart a strong desire to. It seemed as if the cells in his entire body were leaping for joy to make himself eat this. The Sword Ghost's pair of Danfang eyes, which were shrouded in black gas, quietly looked at Lin Haoran, and a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Stretching out his slender hand, he took the innate sword embryo ghost treasure from Lin Haoran's hand, then swallowed it in one gulp. Gollum. Sword Ghost closed his eyes tightly, and slowly felt the changes in his body. On the other hand, Lin Haoran also looked at Sword Ghost with a tense face, his heart filled with curiosity, anticipation and a hint of pride. This is a ghost that you've raised with your own hands, from a B-qualified ghost monster. For the Sword Ghost, Lin Haoran was still very emotional. Buzz. Just then, a blinding light suddenly lit up on Sword Ghost's body, letting out a clear and soulful sword chirping sound. Shabu shabu. A tiny sword chi floated around the Sword Ghost, cutting the surrounding leaves into pieces of filigree. Lin Haoran hurriedly moved a few meters away from the Sword Ghost, otherwise it would be embarrassing for his virgin hang to be killed by his own ghost. As the sword chi became stronger and stronger, the light on the Sword Ghost became more and more dazzling. The ghosts are boiling. The sword is like a rainbow. Sword Ghost's body changed radically. Just as Lin Haoran was staring dead-on at the glowing Sword Ghost, a system beep suddenly snapped in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player's contracted ghost, Sword Ghost, for devouring the innate sword embryo ghost treasure and successfully obtaining the body of the innate ghost sword immortal. Congratulations to the player whose contracted ghost, Sword Ghost, has undergone a metamorphosis into an SS qualified ghost sword fairy. Ding dong. Your contracted ghost sword immortal's attributes have changed. Please check it out yourself, player. The series of system beeps directly made Lin Haoran completely dumbfounded. Standing with a dumbfounded face, a nationalist phrase exploded directly from his mouth. Asterisk. This is going to take off, Lin Haoran said to himself with a shocked expression. P.S. Thanks to the family for the gift of. Thank you for the great God-certified gift from my sausage-loving brother. It's so expensive I'm a bit embarrassed that. Can only add one more chapter for you guys. Thank you, family. Oh. Intersection underscore intersection, intersection underscore intersection. Chapter 57 SS Class Ghost Sword Immortal Female Ghost. Ghost Immortal Ghost's Death to the Immortal Sword Formation. Ghost Sword Fairy. Buzz. The white light on the sword ghost's body at this point slowly dispersed, and the ghost in sword chi dissipated into the air. A silhouette slowly appeared in front of Lin Haoren's eyes. This. Female. Female. When Lin Haoren saw what the sword ghost looked like at this moment, Lin Haoren was dumbfounded on the spot. A dumbfounded fool froze in place, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Because what was standing in front of Lin Haoren at that moment was none other than a female ghost monster. The female ghost monster was clad in a gauzy white dress, with a long black skirt underneath, and a layer of light green smoke enveloped around her. Hidden from view, surrounded by sword energy and ghostly aura, long black hair as smooth as a waterfall hung down to her waist. Her skin was as white as snow. She had a plump appearance, and her pair of Danfeng eyes flashed with amazing sword intent. Cold and aloof, making it impossible to look directly at it. Borrowing water to blossom since a strange, water sinking for bone jade for muscle. The sword ghost. Surprisingly, it's a female ghost monster. This is outrageous. Gollum. Lin Haoren looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he muttered. All this time, he had defaulted to the idea that a swordsman was a male oni, which was subconsciously assumed. But the swordsman's face had been shrouded in blackness, and no words had been spoken. It is indeed difficult to know her gender. It's like no one else is saying they're male. It's just what they subconsciously think. And Lin Haoren had never expected that the sword ghost's appearance would be so stunning. The looks are still a little different from his wife's though. But the swordsman ghost carries with him what seems like a fairy or a ghost. High and cold imperial sisters flavor. And can be sweet or queen style of diffraction queen ghost emperor completely different style. Lin Haoren looked at the sword ghost in front of him for a moment and couldn't help but look lost in thought. Standing stupidly in place. Ghost of sword. No, it should be called Ghost Sword Fairy. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Haoren with a pair of dainty phoenix eyes, and seeing that Lin Haoren was looking at himself stupidly, an inexplicable flash of elation flashed through his heart, and it was a strange sensation. It seemed to enjoy Lin Haoren looking at himself like this. Ghost Kenshin didn't understand what this feeling was, but she didn't hate it at all. Unable to keep his thin lips slightly open. Speaking for the first time, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. The Ghost Sword Fairy has a nice, full-on imperial voice. Lin Haoren couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said to the Ghost Sword Immortal, I'm just so surprised. I always thought you were male. So you can talk. I thought you were mute. Then Lin Haoren looked at Ghost Sword Immortal with a surprised expression and said. Ghost Sword Immortal sniffed and gave Lin Haoren a blank look, faintly. Just because I didn't want to talk before doesn't mean I won't talk. Well, you like it. Lin Haoren helplessly spread his hands, then his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, acquired the Ghost Sword Immortal's information panel at this moment. Name, Ghost Swordsman. Qualification, SS. Type, Ghost Immortal. Rank, 9. Contract, Equality Contract. Loyalty, 100. Ability. Innate Ghost Sword Immortal's body. Ghosts and monsters with this physique are uneducated in the art of swordsmanship, have an extraordinary comprehension of the art of swordsmanship, and the power of sword-type skills is greatly increased. Imperial Sword Immortal Technique. The Ghost Sword Immortal can manipulate a sword with his mind and take a person's head from thousands of miles away. The higher the level, the further the distance, the faster the speed, the stronger the attack, and is related to the level of the Ghost Sword. Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Ghost Sword Fairy's killing move. At the same time have 4 Ghost Sword to make the skill. The more the number of Ghost Sword, the higher the level of the Ghost Sword, the more powerful the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. But all into the formation. 10 deaths, with the supreme power of destroying the earth. Ghost Information, originally a B-grade ghost with superior sword skills. After the Ghost Treasure innate sword embryo washed its marrow, it washed its bones and transformed into an extremely rare ghost fairy-type ghost in the world, with great potential. Description, Sword Immortal among ghosts, referred to as Ghost Sword Immortal. One sword comes from the west, 10,000 miles away. Heads fall to the ground. One sword chills the 9 states. 2 swords, 10,000 laws of nature. Hiss. Lin Haoren directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he saw the present-day Ghost Sword Immortal's information panel. The air temperature in the surrounding area had dropped several degrees. Strong. It's so strong. Pervert. Perverted. This is a completely different level of ghosts and monsters from the sword ghosts from before. Not bad for a Ghost Sword Fairy. Well deserved and well deserved. This ghost fairy type ghost. I've never heard of it in my 2 lives. I can't imagine that there are such types of ghosts and monsters. It's really a long time ago. Maybe there was one in the last life, too, but one just wasn't qualified to know. Lin Haoren said with a shocked guess in his mind. After all, in his last life, His own highest qualified ghosts and monsters were only A-ranked. There are no ghosts or monsters with S-rank qualifications, let alone these more secretive ones. This world is still too mysterious. There are still a lot of unknown things. There is still a trace of reverence to be kept in the heart. Lin Haoran admonished himself in his mind, then looked at the ghost sword's three major abilities, one sicker than the other. Lin Haoran couldn't even help but get excited about a passive ability. The innate ghost sword immortal's body increases enlightenment and the power of sword strokes. The second legendary imperial sword art. This is so cool. Does it mean that the ghost sword immortal can fly with a sword, even carrying yourself? This is so handsome. Lin Haoran couldn't help but get excited. There was still the last skill. Ghost sword immortal's killing move, immortal execution sword formation. The greater the number of ghost swords and the higher their level, the more powerful they are. Later on, if one collects thousands and thousands of S-rank ghost swords, who else could survive the ghost sword immortal's immortal execution sword formation? Maybe a true immortal would have to drink in the formation even if he came. Lin Haoran's heart was filled with yearning for the future. What were you thinking? So disgusting. The ghost sword immortal couldn't help but frown when he saw Lin Haoran's intoxicated appearance and spoke. Lin Haoran came back to his senses, slightly embarrassed, and then said to ghost sword immortal with a solemn face, I was thinking about you. Do you want to make a soul contract with me? Chapter 58, Level 10 Hidden Quest Parchment. The ghost sword immortal didn't hesitate for a second when he heard this, and directly lit up a soul spell that, floating in front of Lin Haoran. A Dan Phoenix eye stared tightly at Lin Haoran and spoke. Sign. Although ghost sword immortal's tone was a bit high and cold, Lin Haoran could still feel a slight tremor in her voice. With a tremor of excitement, Lin Haoran smiled faintly and didn't poke at her, immediately signing a soul contract with the ghost sword immortal. Ding dong. The contract between the player and ghost sword immortal has changed, and has been replaced with a soul master-servant contract. The player is the master, and the ghost sword fairy is the servant. At this point, the system's hoarse voice snapped in Lin Haoran's ears. Lin Haoran's eye pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and with a surprised expression, he looked at the ghost sword immortal and couldn't help but open his mouth. How is it a master-servant soul contract? I meant equal soul contract. He never expected that the ghost sword immortal would sign a master-servant soul contract for himself. This means that the ghost sword immortal takes everything into his own hands, and that his own soul, if he dies, then she too will have her soul dissipate and die completely. I like. The ghost immortal sword merely glanced at Lin Haoran, breezily said, and stopped speaking, making the corners of Lin Haoran's mouth twitch slightly as he looked at ghost sword immortal with a speechless expression, but with a slight touch in his heart, knowing that ghost sword immortal truly trusted himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself a master-servant soul contract. But before that she'd had full loyalty to herself, and with the fact that she'd given this heavenly creation to her, it was normal for her to be dead to herself. These two ghost swords are for you. Lin Haoran took out the A-ranked ghost giant sword and S-ranked ghost spirit sword from his system backpack and handed them to the ghost sword immortal. Whether it's the royal sword immortal technique ability or the immortal execution sword formation ability, it all requires a sword, and the immortal execution sword formation needs at least 4 ghost ancient swords to work. I currently have the ghost killer sword, the ghost giant sword, and the ghost spirit sword, a total of 3. You still need a ghost sword to use the ghost sword immortal's most powerful execution sword formation ability. Go offline at night and post on the official forum to buy a ghost sword. Any C rank or above will do. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind. The ghost sword immortal's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 ghost swords Lin Haoran handed over, stretching out her white jade hand to take the 2 swords over. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The character of Love Sword still hasn't changed. Lin Haoran couldn't help but reveal a small smile. Then Lin Haoran took out the ghost crystals that he had obtained inside the copy. 100 or so level 6 ghost crystals. There's also a ghost crystal from the Zombie King General Elite Boss. Now that your own ghosts and ghouls and yourself are all level 9. The Ghost Emperor after his own wife's diffraction has even reached level 10. Lin Haoran thought about it, but decided to allow himself to upgrade first and stabilize his number 1 ranking on the leaderboards. Hold out for 2 more days and it'll be a week and you'll get your mystery reward. Lin Haoran directly ate the ghost crystal of the Zombie King Great General Boss. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up to level 10. Ding dong. As you are the first player to reach level 10, trigger the hidden quest, Hidden Ghost King. Players are invited to collect this quest from the village chief of the novice village, and will be rewarded handsomely for completing the quest. A series of system beeps directly caused Lin Haoran to be a bit dumbfounded. I can't believe I triggered a hidden quest. There's still this good show. Lin Haoran couldn't help but have a wide smile on his face. White whoring a hidden mission. It was simply too good to be true. Lin Haoran then glanced at the system backpack again. There's basically nothing left, but in the corner, there's a tattered piece of parchment that. Lin Haoran's heart was slightly stirred. This seemed to be the first privilege he had gained by entering the game. Parchment from the system. It had been so long that Lin Haoren had almost forgotten. Lin Haoren took out this piece of parchment and obtained its information panel. Name, tattered parchment. Effect, light it and it will take you to a place where there is a powerful ghostly object. But you have to be careful. There is a powerful ghostly creature there. Don't get eaten. Lin Haoren's heart stirred slightly. Powerful ghosts. How strong can it be? Just as Lin Haoren was about to light it, an urgent voice came from not far away. Quickly go to the mountain rock slope. The Hades Guild has gone to fight that Cyclops boss again. Go go go. Watch the fun. Last time the people from Hades Palace Guild were sent back to the novice village by this boss. What a relief. Yeah. I just don't know if we'll repeat the same mistake this time and get regrouped again. Oof. I heard that this time the Yama Temple Guild sent out several hundred people. And President Yama himself. I heard that he has a high-grade ghost item. This time the Yama Temple Guild can be said to be well prepared. This boss is bound to be taken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's really a good show. Go go go, let's go watch the fun. Can't sleep and still be able to fish in troubled waters. The boss will definitely drop ghosts. Don't think too much. The Yama Temple Guild is so overbearing that they bully us casual players. If you mess with them, you're sure to be killed until you quit the game. A group of players were walking along and talking about It made Lin Haoren, who was in the grove, feel a slight twitch in his heart. Cyclops boss. It's the same one you saw on the forum yourself last time. Right. Interesting. Boss is my favorite. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a hint of smiling interest. And just in time to see if this Yama is the Yama of the last life. If so, that would be interesting. Lin Haoren had a faint smile on his face, then retrieved the parchment. Follow behind these people. Head in the direction of the boss. P.S. Guys and gals, can you give the next 5 stars please family? Oh, greater than over equal to nabble less than over equal to, oh. Thanks a lot. Chapter 59, The Yama Temple Association, The Master of Yama. Lin Haoren walked down the road and casually clicked on the world leaderboard. The Ghost Qualification Ranking. NO1, SSS Class Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO2, SS Ranked Ghost Sword Fairy Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO3, SS Ranked Reiketsa Gekijun Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO4, S-Class Soul Eating Crow Ghost Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO5, S-Class Tengu Ghost Contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO6, S-Class Evil Bone Ghost Dragon Contractor, Indian San. NO7, S-Class Daojun Ghost Contractor, Emperor. NO8, S-Class Green Giant Ghost Contractor, American Empire. NO9, S-Class Ox-Headed Ghost Contractor, Yama. Ghostbusters Rankings. NO1, S-Grade Ghost Spirit Sword, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO2, Grade A Reggae Gun, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO3, Grade A Reggae Beads, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO4, Class A Ghost Giant Sword, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO5, Grade A Evil Ghost Armor, Holder. Hidden Nickname. NO6, Grade A Ghost Suppressing Charm, Holder. Yama. Ranking List. Lin Haoren is even riding high. 10th grade is way ahead of the pack. The second back is also up to level 7. The qualification rankings, 4 of your own ghosts, rounded out the top 4. And the ghosts rankings, rounded out the top 5. Truly a dominating list. But none of the other players thought it was the same person that, because it's too scary, too sick. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he muttered, I'll be an invincible existence when the Doomsday Bazaar online game and reality merge. Li Shuai, give me a moment, cherish your last moments. Novice Village Number 4, Mountain Rock Slope, Mountain Rocky Slopes. The land is as the name suggests, it's all mountain rocky slopes, and at the mouth of a huge cave gathering a number of players, numbering no less than 500. These players were none other than players from the Hades Palace Guild. Not far away, the surrounding slopes were also densely filled with players. These are players who come to see what's going on, or have other ideas for picking up the pieces. At this time, in front of the huge cave, a man at the head, about 8 meters tall, a muscular body. One could tell that he hadn't worked out much, and a pair of sharp eyes looked fierce and, he was none other than the president of the Yama Temple Guild, the Yama King. The player who is 5th in the rankings of the entire service. It's also the contractee of the Ghost Qualification Ranking Minotaur, which definitely belongs to the high-end players in the game nowadays. Of course, it has to do with the fact that he has the ability to pay money. President, everything is ready. Should we go and lure the Cyclops boss out now? Next to King Yama? An inch-haired man said respectfully to King Yama. Yen glanced at the densely packed players around not far away and said indifferently to the inch-haired man, tell them. If anyone dares to be ignorant of the rules and tries to fish in troubled waters, our Yama Palace Guild will do whatever it takes to kill him until he retires from the tour. Yen was determined to win this Cyclops boss. For one thing, to salvage his reputation from the last time he was destroyed by the group. Secondly, you can get ghost crystals from bosses to level up. Thirdly, you can also get ghost items dropped by bosses, increasing your bottom line. 3 in 1 move. These casual players are numerous, and if they wait for the boss to be almost knocked down in one fell swoop, but it's a very troublesome thing. It's necessary to warn the bedbugs. He was sure that a number of these people had come with the idea of picking up the pieces. Yes, President. The inch-haired man nodded at Yen, then walked to the back of the group, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light that shouted to the scattered players in the neighborhood. All listen to me. This Cyclops boss, our Yama Temple Guild has already reserved it. This boss will die tonight. If any of you dare to rob the boss and want to fish in troubled waters to cause trouble, we, President Yen, have spoken. Do whatever it takes. Kill him until he retires from swimming. The inch-haired man turned around and left after saying that, seemingly not putting these casual players in his eyes. When the surrounding casual players heard this, they dared to be angry, but they were still talking about it. This Yama Temple Guild is so powerful. Damn. It's just a few stinking dollars. What's the big deal? That's right. Really overbearing. Hijacking the place of practicing even if, now also monopolize the boss. This is everyone's game, not your Yama Temple's game. Hey, brother, calm down. The game is just a game. Look away. Even if you give it to him, what's the harm? Although it is a game, but it's just not cool. Damn. Money is great. This world, it's really marvelous to have money. Forget it. Let's just watch the show. Some of the surrounding players were very angry and cursed at the Hades Guild. But the voice is not big. Apparently also mouth high. Really told them to mess with the Hades Palace Guild. Iron certainly do not dare. More players are just coming along for the ride. In the minds of the crowd, it's just a game. There's no need to get all worked up. What the crowd didn't see was the quiet arrival of a man in black armor. A pair of dark eyes calmly looked at Yama in front of the huge cave. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he muttered, "What a coincidence. So it really is you, Yama." That's right. This Yama was the very same Yama who was so powerful in his last life that he owned a large gathering place. This man is in the real world, a Yakuza prince, ruthless, and extremely good-natured, and he couldn't allow others to be better than him in his eyes, and Lin Haoren guessed that he wanted to kill this boss so badly. It's all about wanting the boss's ghost crystals for quick upgrades and wanting to outdo yourself. Although he hadn't crossed paths with King Yin in his last life, he knew what he was like. In my last life I had no power but to be coy, but this life... A sharp and incomparable light flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. I want to be the only one. No one can stop me, not even if you're the real king of hell. Chapter 60, One-Eyed Giant Elite Boss. At this time, the people from the Yama Temple Guild had all summoned their ghosts and monsters. In a flash, all kinds of strange ghosts and ghouls appeared in front of the huge cave, and there are skeleton ghosts with machetes. There's Quinn Ghost with a basketball. There's a hanged man. There are 3-headed ghosts with 3 heads. All of these strange ghosts had qualifications of D grade or above, and there were more than a dozen of them with C grade qualifications, all of them at around 4 to 5 levels. The lineup is really good, but the most eye-catching of all are the 2 ghosts and monsters of Yama's body. A 5-meter-tall man with a bull's head, a strong muscular body, and a big black axe in his hand. Emitting a ghostly aura. It should be a ghostly object. This is none other than the Minotaur Ghost on the Ghost qualification ranking, and with a qualification of S rank. Before that, it was A class. There may have been some chance of upgrading to S rank. And the other ghostly creature, with the appearance of an evil spirit, with a human head and a snake's body, and a pair of long arms with sharp claws, like a snake charmer. This was also a contracted ghost and monster of King of Hell, an A-qualified ghost and monster, the snake spirit ghost. Both ghosts had reached level 6. Asterisk. This is the S-ranked qualification bullhead ghost on the qualification list, isn't it? Yes. And Yin Wang has a second ghost, also the ranking of the snake spirit ghost. Money to play the game is cool. What you want to buy? The ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild members aren't bad. These hundreds of people are all elites, and their levels are also high. It seems like the Yama Temple Guild is determined to win this boss this time. No wonder they warned us. This is going to be a good show. I hope they get sent back to the newbie village by the boss again. You're overthinking it. This time people are bound and determined. Then wait and see. When the surrounding casual players saw the ghosts and monsters summoned by King Yama, they let out a gasp of surprise. The heart was filled with envy and jealousy. At this moment, a glint flashed in Yen Wang's eyes as he said to his men, "Go to, lure the boss out." "Yes, President." The men immediately took their own ghosts and goblins and walked into the huge cave that, not for long, an angry growl snapped out of the cave. The henchmen ran out of the cave. scared less. A huge one-eyed giant ghost boss came out of the cave holding a huge wolfsbane, with a gargoyle in his hand. It's the ghosts and goblins of the Hades guild members who went in to draw the monsters. Roar! The Cyclops let out a loud roar that, a powerful wave of chi was like a monstrous river as the members of the Yama Temple Guild swept away. It's kicking up a gale, and it's got a bad odor to it. It's Cyclops' tone. Click click click. Cyclops put the goblin he was squeezing in his hand right into his mouth. And then one bite. The mouth was full of black blood and it was horrible. And Lin Howren, who was hidden in the player's house, was the first to pass the reincarnation ghost eyes that. Get an info panel on this Cyclops. Name, One-Eyed Giant Elite Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability, Giant Strength. The One-Eyed Gargoyle possesses a powerful giant strength, and is immensely strong. Wolfsbane Blast, One-Eyed Giant Ghost uses his giant wolfsbane to slam hard into the ground. Nearby enemies deal concussive damage and have a chance to stun enemies. Ghost Information, Cyclops Clan. After death, the grievances do not dissipate. Ghost Gas Brewing, transformed into a powerful one-eyed giant elite boss. Brutal in nature. Cannibalism, possessing a very terrifying power. Weakness, Eyes. Description, here it comes. I don't know if you can top it with the love of a wolfsbane. Lin Howren's eyes narrowed slightly. This one-eyed giant ghost is actually an elite boss. 2. The qualifications weren't low, and it had a group attack and group control skill. So it was no wonder that the people from the Yama Temple Guild had been massacred before. Let's see if Yama Temple has any bottom cards this time. The corners of Lin Howren's mouth rose slightly. A wry smile appeared. At this time, on the battlefield, the fight is on the line. All members, get on. 1 death, $500 reimbursement. Kill me. Yen looked at this one-eyed giant ghost boss and, slowly drawing the long sword at his waist, he shouted at all the guild members with a furious roar. Kill. The people of the Yama Temple Guild were like chicken blood, and they had their ghosts and monsters attack the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Boom boom boom. Pumba. Hundreds of ghouls and goblins swarming all over the place, launching an attack on the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Roar. The one-eyed giant ghost boss was holding a huge wolf-tooth rod, and his hideous mouth let out a huge roar that, the huge wolf-tooth rod in his hand knocked over a dozen ghosts and monsters to death with a single blow, and these ghosts and monsters were directly knocked into meat crumbs. Black blood spilled all over the ground and, the scene was very bloody. P.S. Look at the officials greatly. Can give the little woman a 5-star praise. Chapter 61, The Might of the Wolf's Tooth Cudgel the Ghost Summoning Curse. Roar. The one-eyed giant ghost boss, however, was exceptionally excited, constantly waving his wolf-toothed club and sweeping across the ghosts and monsters in the Yama Temple. Each strike of the wolfsbane took away the lives of several ghosts and goblins, as unbeatable as cow dung. But there were still many ghosts and monsters that had already climbed onto the one-eyed giant ghost boss's body, gnawing frantically, clawing, and slashing at the one-eyed ghost boss, doing quite a bit of damage to they. And the scariest thing is that Yama's Minotaur is doing a sneak attack, giving an axe to the waist of the one-eyed giant ghost boss. The one-eyed giant ghost boss immediately wailed in pain. One eye flashed with a look of anger. Roar. The one-eyed giant ghost boss roared, and the wolf-tooth rod in his hand smashed fiercely at the Minotaur. Bullseye rushes out of the way. Boom. The ground was immediately smashed into a huge deep pit, with debris splattering everywhere, and the Minotaur was injured by these rocks. 2. A trail of blood was left on the abdomen, protecting my Minotaur. When King Yin saw this scene, he was startled and immediately shouted to the crowd, quickly, protect the president's ghosts and monsters. We can die, but the chairman Sama must not die. Kill me. The crowd rushed to let out a shouting voice now, so that their ghosts and monsters could stop the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Boom boom boom. These ghosts were low-leveled, but there were so many of them that they still posed a great obstacle to the one-eyed giant ghost boss. The injuries on the one-eyed giant ghost boss were also increasing, revealing a trail of dark and smelly blood. Roar. The one-eyed giant ghost boss roared in rage, and a terrifying ghostly aura emanated from his body, black as ink. The ghostly aura violently wrapped around the massive wolfsbane, and there were actually a few shadows of Kaito-sensei. Quickly dodge. Boss is going to zoom in. Seeing this scene, King Yen immediately shouted to the crowd, while the ox-head ghost reacted the fastest and immediately withdrew. But it's too late for the other ghosts to pull out. The one-eyed giant ghost boss clutched the wolf-tooth rod emitting a rich ghostly aura with both hands and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the ground. Boom boom boom. The ground exploded violently, and a powerful force surged through the ground. In an instant, all the ghosts and monsters in the vicinity were shaken by the powerful force of this. It's like an earthquake. Ouch. Within the range of this tremor, these ghosts and monsters immediately let out a miserable cry that they were instantly killed in seconds, and were shaken to the ground. There is not a single ghost or goblin still standing in the vicinity of the one-eyed giant ghost boss. All were killed in seconds. scary as hell. It shocked everyone straight away. Half of the ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild had been killed in an instant, and this was definitely hurtful to the Yama Temple Guild. It's a heavy loss. A dead ghost is a dead ghost. You can't be resurrected. These people would need to go back to contracting ghosts and monsters in order to do so. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This boss is so fierce. One move killed at least 100 ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild. 6,666. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Go boss. Destroy Hades. This boss's skills are too terrifying. And it's still a group attack skill. It's simply outrageous. How else would it be called a boss? This time, the Yama Temple Guild might be planted again. Ha ha ha. Hey hey hey. Bro, you're thinking too much. I received a message that King of Yen has a powerful ghost item in order to come and challenge the boss. Wait and see. It's going to be taken out soon. There are still undercards. Then I'll have to take a good look. What other undercards are there? The surrounding players looked at this powerful strike from the one-eyed giant ghost boss with horrified faces. There was a great deal of excited chatter about this is comparable to an epic blockbuster fight, and it's just so much fun to watch. Lin Howren had a faint smile on his face, said to himself, it's almost my turn to play. On the battlefield, Yama glared angrily, looking at this one-eyed giant ghost boss with a murderous look on his face. This guy killed almost half of his guild's ghosts with one ghost, and lost a lot of money. Damn it, was going to save it to keep a one-time count. Damn it, wasted me once in a while. Yama gritted his teeth and said viciously, then took out a talisman from his system backpack and, lighting up with a yellow blow, Yen immediately took this talisman and threw it towards the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Buzz. This yellow talisman was directly affixed to the one-eyed giant ghost boss, and it immediately lit up with a brilliant yellow color. The one-eyed giant ghost boss's body was instantly immobilized. And the strong, hard muscles of the body seemed to have become limp, without luster. The one-eyed giant ghost boss's eyes flashed with panic, not understanding what was happening to him. All of you on. The boss has been immobilized and its defense has been lowered. Kill it for me. Yama shouted to the crowd with a grim look on his face. And, bullhead ghost, snake spirit ghost, kill me. When the originally demoralized Yama Temple crowd saw this scene, they immediately acted as if they had struck Koan blood. Wailed, charge, this one-eyed deadbeat. Damn, aren't you fierce? Ha 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 ha, I'll just get you killed. Lord Chairman is too powerful. This kind of powerful ghosts are available. It's practically a boss fighting artifact. This boss, our Yama Temple Guild has taken it. Witness the rise of our guild. Yama Temple's strongest. Yama Temple World's one guild. This game is about to be ruled by us, Yama Temple. We are number one in the world. Chapter 62 Ghost Sword Immortal takes a shot at the boss. The remaining ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild members all swarmed up to the one-eyed giant ghost boss and attacked it. The highest damage has to be done by a big axe-wielding minotaur. Roar! The bull-headed ghost roared, his bull's eyes crimson and, holding the ghost axe in both hands, he slashed hard at the body of the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Put! All of a sudden, black blood splattered in all directions, like running water, and, spills splattered the ground. The one-eyed giant boss is seriously injured, and the other players' ghosts are also dealing a lot of damage to the one-eyed giant ghost boss. The one-eyed giant ghost boss was on the verge of dying, a hint of unwillingness flickering in its huge one-eyed eye. I didn't think I'd die at the hands of a bunch of mole crickets. This is simply insulting. A broad smile appeared on the faces of King Yen and the people of the Yama Temple Guild. Finally beat this boss. Shoo shoo shoo. Just at this moment, suddenly a clear and pleasant voice rang in the ears of the crowd. A sword light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the crowd and, roar! Immediately after that, the one-eyed giant ghost boss suddenly let out a deafening scream. A sharp sword was like a stream of light, piercing through the one eye of the one-eyed giant ghost boss. From behind the back of the head, the one-eyed giant ghost boss's whole body trembled, and then its huge body fell heavily into a pool of blood. Boom! Picking up countless dust and debris. It all happened so suddenly that the crowd didn't even have time to react. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded violently in the sky above this area. Ding dong! Congratulations to player *** for killing the one-eyed giant ghost elite boss, and obtaining the reward, Ghost Extermination Prestige * 100 points, and Class A Ghost, Ghost Eye. The voice wasn't a world announcement, it was just an area announcement that could only be heard by players who were near this area. Everyone present at the moment stared wide-eyed, revealing a hint of shock. Only one thought surfaced in their minds. *******. Someone is robbing the boss. The angriest person on the scene would have to be King Yen. At this time, Yen Wang's eyes were filled with blood, like a furious lion, with a shocking killing intent in his eyes. A grumpy growl escaped his lips as he turned around. ****** in Death Wish. Who Who the hell dares to rob my Yama temple boss? Yan Wang's eyes were like red lanterns as he glared at the scattered players in the surroundings, then immediately shouted out to the guild members. All of you surround these people. All of you are not allowed to leave today until you hand over the system rewards. Immediately continue to call all the people from the guild over to me. I'd like to see who the hell is so bold as to dare to rob my Yin King. Yes, President. The people from the Yama Temple Guild were also furious, and immediately ordered the ghosts and monsters to surround the players in the surrounding area. They know, the boss robber must be among these people. The casual players immediately panicked a bit and let out a cry of alarm. Don't bother looking, I killed it. Just then, a man in black varmint armor stepped out of the crowd and, I can't see my face because it's set in privacy mode. The man was also followed by a woman with a stunningly beautiful face, and a ghostly sword emitting a shimmering light floated silently by her side. Just like a sword spirit, the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly as he and Ghost Sword Fairy slowly walked towards the corpse of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, not caring at all about the players of the surrounding Hades Palace Guild. It was as if they were in their own backyard. The surrounding casual players looked at Lin Haoren with surprised faces and opened their mouths. It's over. This kid really doesn't know how to live or die. He dares to rob the boss of the Palace of Hades. The posture of grabbing the boss is handsome, but the posture of being chased and running later is really lousy. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Must be some rash guy trying to act tough. No brain. This kid is kind of screwed. Damn. This kid is a lucky man. That female ghost next to him is so damn pretty. I've noticed that. So tempted to lick it. Damn. You're a dog. You want to lick it when you see it. You wait until I'm done first. The scattered players in the surrounding area showed a hint of a mocking smile at Lin Haoren, seeing the ghost sword immortal's stunningly beautiful appearance. Little Quinquin directly on the spot abruptly rise in honor. And this side of the battlefield. Yan Wang's eyes stared at Lin Haoren in death, as if he wanted to eat him. He said to Lin Haoren in a low voice, Who are you? Who gave you the nerve? How dare you rob my boss? The surrounding ghosts and monsters of the members of the Yama Temple Guild also surrounded Lin Haoren in a group. Lin Haoren smiled slightly, like looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at Yan Wang, he faintly said, This boss is yours. All players have the right to kill the ghosts and monsters in the game. What do you mean rob your boss? Yan Wang's eyes narrowed, flashing with a shocking killing intent as he stared at Lin Haoren and opened his mouth. Kid, you've got balls, but there is a kind that is built on absolute strength, and without it, it is. Kill him for me and pop the system reward. P.S. Please everyone 5 stars. Chapter 63, Soul Eating Crow Ghost kills the field in seconds. Art kills bull ghosts. As Yama's words filled with murderous intent fell, the surrounding members of the Yama Temple Guild immediately issued attack orders to their ghosts and monsters. Go to, Poop Eater, Poop Attack, Go Bear Ghost, Hammer his head off, Snakehead Fish Ghost, kill him for me. The crowd roared madly. This guy robbed their boss. He deserved to die for his crime. They should be killed by 1,000 cuts and not die. Ouch. Roar. The surrounding ghosts and monsters charged towards Lin Haoren and the ghost sword immortal, vowing to tear them apart. Out of their depth, Lin Haoren's eyes flashed with an icy cold aura as he said indifferently, Silly duck, out to work, destroy them for me. Buzz. As Lin Haoren's words fell, a black light flashed and a huge black crow appeared beside Lin Haoren. It was none other than the soul-devouring crow ghost. Gah! The soul-devouring crow ghost had just come out, a little confused, and looked at Lin Haoren with a crooked head. But when he saw the ghosts and monsters that kept coming from the surrounding area, his eyes glazed over and he instantly came to his senses. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost sucked in a sharp breath, and a horrifying shriek came out of his mouth. A mysterious and powerful force surged towards the surrounding ghosts and monsters. Buzz. This powerful force instantly swept through the sprinting ghosts and monsters in the surrounding area. The surrounding ghosts and monsters only felt that their souls were being destroyed by a mysterious force as if they were destroyed. Click click click. The souls all shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Bang bang bang. The ghosts and monsters who still maintained their wild running posture all foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes white, and fell to the cold ground. In an instant, the remaining 200 or so ghosts and monsters of the members of the Hades Guild, all by the soul-eating crow ghosted duck call. One move in a second. There was silence on the floor. The crows are silent and you can hear a pin drop. The crowd was like being strangled by ghosts and monsters, their eyes staring like bronze bells, looking at the scene in front of them with horrified faces. It took a long time to utter a word. Hiss. A sound of an inhalation of air was loud and clear in the silence of the Rocky Mountains. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? As soon as this crow cawed, how come all the ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild are lying on the ground? It's a hangover. What kind of ghost is this? It's so awesome. This guy turned out to be fierce. No wonder he dared to rob the Yama Temple Guild's boss. It's over. Now the Yama Temple Guild has kicked a steel plate. Hidden Big Brother. Serves you right. That's cool. Do they really think they can reign supreme in Novice Village number 4? This scene caused quite a commotion amongst the scattered players in the surrounding area, all of whom were talking about it intensely, and the people of Yama Temple had been completely dumbfounded. Yan Wang's eyes were crimson, looking at this scene with a look of disbelief, muttering, "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible." He couldn't believe that such a perverted ghost monster existed, killing over 200 of them in one move. Is this science? Does that make sense? Yan Wang had a strong look of shock in his eyes, but he was also someone who had seen a great deal of the world. He took a deep breath and re-examined Lin Haoran with a gloomy and uncertain face, then spoke up. "Brother, we didn't have any grudges in the first place. How about this? I'll give you $500,000, and you sell me this ghostly creature of yours and the system rewards this time, and I'll let you take the position of vice president of the Yama Temple Guild. What do you think?" When these words came out, the whole room caused another commotion. $500,000. That's $500,000 real-world dollars. The gazes of the people looking at Lin Haoran were filled with envy and jealousy, itching to take his place. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes as he thought darkly in his mind. Worthy of being a big brother of a party in his previous life. This city can indeed be. This can be tolerated. And even tried to buy himself. If it was an ordinary person, maybe he really couldn't resist the temptation of this $500,000. Unfortunately, you met me. That would be embarrassing. Lin Haoran had a hint of a smile on his face as he looked at Yan Wang and said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." Then he led the ghost sword very slowly in the direction of the boss. A flash of astonishing killing intent flashed through Yan Wang's eyes, and he very decisively and immediately shouted at his ghostly Minotaur. "Minotaur, split him for me. Since we can't talk about it, we can't get it, so let's destroy it." Roar! The ox-head ghost roared, its eyes red, and a large amount of ghost chi surged out of its body, wrapping around its pitch-black axe head. Ready to zoom in. Shoo shoo shoo. But before the Minotaur could release his skill, a cracking sound rang out violently. Only a sword light flashed and, "It's cold everywhere. The cold winds are swishing." A bloody hole was pierced through the ox-head ghost's brow. Black blood splattered everywhere, and the ox-head ghost's eyes still had a strong look of fear in them. Touchdown Lang. The axe in his hand fell straight to the ground, and his huge body collapsed on the cold ground. Dead. An S-class ghost, the fifth most qualified ghost on the qualification list, a bull-headed ghost that reigned supreme in his last life. It hasn't been a week since the service started. He died under the Ghost Sword Immortal's Imperial Sword Immortal technique. Buzz. The Ghost Spirit Sword let out a sword roar and returned to the Ghost Sword Immortal's side, as if it had killed a cockatoo. The extreme speed of the Ghost Spirit Sword paired with the Ghost Sword Immortal's Royal Sword Immortal technique. It's a perfect match, faster than a bullet, and before Bullseye and the crowd could react, the Minotaur is then dead. Chapter 64, Killing the King of Hell Ghost Eyes and Reincarnation Ghost Eyes. Bullseye. The pupils of Yan's eyes snapped shut, letting out a roar of alarm and fury. An S-ranked qualified ghost monster that he had contracted at great cost to himself, surprisingly dead at this point. This made Yan feel unable to accept this reality. You deserve to die, you really do. I'm going to kill it, and I'm going to find it in the real world and chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Yan Wang was like a mad dog, and he let out a vicious roar at Lin Haoran. Noisy. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with an icy cold aura as he said indifferently. Ghost Sword Immortal's dark pupils flashed with killing intent. The Ghost Spirit Sword floating on its body directly broke through the air and slit Yan's throat. The blood is like a fountain, sprayed out. Yan Wang dead cover their own, not the throat. Not being able to say a single word, he was just sent back to the novice village with a resentful look on his face. Lin Haoran didn't even glance at King of Hell and came directly to the one-eyed giant ghost boss, putting its ghost crystals and the handful of wolf's tooth stick ghosts that fell, as well as the yellow talisman that was affixed to the one-eyed giant ghost, all of them into their system backpacks. Passing by the corpse of the Minotaur, picking up the axe ghostly object from its hand in the process. It's like plucking feathers from a goose and leaving in style. All the members of the Yama Temple Guild present didn't dare to breathe, and just watched Lin Haoran leave. After Lin Haoran left, the surrounding casual players immediately let out an excited and enthusiastic commotion. This is the ruthless man. People are ruthless. Do not give Yama the opportunity to force one more sentence. Directly cut the throat, like killing chickens. It's so damn handsome. That female gargoyle around there is so cool and handsome. I feel like I'm going to fall in love with a ghost. You. That's my wife. So get the hell out of here and off to the side. Not my wife. Put your mom's. When is she your wife? She's my wife. Yama is going to blow a gasket this time, oh ha ha ha. He. The boss was robbed. All the guild member ghosts were wiped out, and his own S-qualified Minotaur was killed. What a loss. A big loss. This feud is immortal. Newbie Village number 4 will be lively from now on. Many of the surrounding casual players were gloating. The Hades Palace Guild was definitely hurt this time. Without even half a life, it will definitely take a while to redevelop. On the resurrection stone in the novice village, Yen Wang's eyes were crimson, as if he was an evil spirit, and he let out an angry roar. Damn it! Damn them all! I'm going to kill you! It caused the neighboring players to point and curse the mad dog. Lin Haoran didn't know that King Yen had already put himself on the must-kill list. Even if he knew, he didn't care. In this life, he was no longer afraid of anyone. Lin Haoran walks on the road. Take out the loot you've gained this time. Ghost Eye, Boss Ghost Crystal, Wolf Tooth Rod, Big Axe, Yellow Charm. There were 5 items in total, the first of which was the A-ranked ghost item rewarded by the system. The Ghost Eye. Name, Ghost Eye. Type, Class A Ghost. Effects, allows the user to have night vision, greatly increasing the field of vision and eyesight. Can see things a few kilometers away? Condensing ghost energy can open the ability, Dynamic Vision. Dynamic Vision, in the field of vision, things will slow down, possessing powerful dynamic vision. Maintaining this state requires the consumption of ghost chi. Ghost information, the eyes of a cyclops, with powerful eyesight, are nurtured by ghostly energy and transformed into even more powerful ghosts. Name, Ghost Suppression Charm. Type, Class A Ghost. Effects, can be attached to a ghost, immobilizing it and lowering its defense. The stronger the ghost, the weaker the effect. Currently used, 1/3. Ghost information, a talisman that curses people and is nurtured by ghostly energy to become a ghostly creature with powerful abilities. These 2 are Grade A ghosts. The remaining 2, the Wolfsbane and the Great Axe, are both Grade B ghosts. Lin Haoran is a bit of a looker. If the other players knew what Lin Haoran was thinking, they would absolutely spit on him with their saliva. Normal players jump for joy when they have a D-ranked ghost item. C-rank ghosts just roll right over and become bigots. B-rank ghosts others call out to your father begging for a belt. A B-grade ghost item can be sold for a few $1,000s, and there's still a price for it. It could be seen that B-class ghosts were rare, but in Lin Haoran's case, they were just low-priced goods that he couldn't see. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up when he saw the Ghost Eye and the ghost-suppressing talisman. They're both good things. Lin Haoran picked up this round, like a cat's eye, and was going to put it into his right eye. Is that his own left eye? The reincarnation Ghost Eye suddenly lit up with a black light and directly swallowed the Ghost Eye in one gulp. Asterisk. Spit it out for me. Lin Haoran's eye pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and with an anxious face, he tapped the reincarnation Ghost Eye in his left eye, trying to get it to spit out the Ghost Eye. But this guy was like a scoundrel, just not a single reaction. Asterisk. My dynamic vision. That's a low-profile version of Sharingan. I can't believe I got eaten. I'm so ed. Lin Haoran's heart was dripping blood, and he cried out with immense heartache. Right at this moment, a message suddenly surfaced to Lin Haoran's mind from his left eye. The reincarnation Ghost Eye. Lin Haoran's eyes immediately lit up. P.S. Families, the new book ratings are out. 7 points. It's already pretty good. I asked my editor about it and he said that all new books are this low, and that's 7 is pretty high, and told me to keep it up. Thank you so much for watching. Oni-chan. 5 stars for the little lady. He. Chapter 65 Reincarnation Ghost Eye Devouring Ability Jade Antique Hoarding. At this moment, the attribute panel of the Reincarnation Ghost Eyes had changed to the following. Name, Reincarnation Ghost Eyes, Ghost. Qualifications? Type, Mystery. Rating, Infinity. Loyalty, 100. Soul Contract. Ability. Reincarnation, you can take the contracted person to reincarnate in the past. Number of uses, 1/1. Chakra Past, you can peer into the past of a ghostly creature and gain information about it. Will Illusion, can manipulate enemies through powerful illusions. The greater the difference in strength between the enemy and the host, the weaker the effect. Wheel of Fruit, the Wheel of Heaven, the cycle of cause and effect, so that the enemy directly to the fruit, swallowed by the heavenly way. Number of times available, 3. Absorption of the power of reincarnation karma can be added to the number of times. Current number of devourable ghost eyes, 2. 1. Devouring ghost eyes. Name, Ghost Eyes. The ability has night vision, dramatically increases vision and field of view, and is granted the ability to automatically turn on dynamic vision, which requires the consumption of ghost power. Description, this is the eye dropped by a mysterious ghost that is still looking for you. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up, and the Ghost Eye's ability was actually directly swallowed by the reincarnation Ghost Eye, and gives it the ability to have ghostly eyes. What other hidden abilities does this reincarnation Ghost Eye have? It's too mysterious. It can absorb soul power, and now it can devour eye-type ghost eyes. What kind of existence are you? Lin Haoran thought with some gravity in his heart. This reincarnation Ghost Eye was so powerful that Lin Haoran was a bit shocked. Lin Haoren shook off his head and pressed in these thoughts. Anyway, the reincarnation ghost eyes had already contracted with his soul. At least you can be sure it won't harm itself is all. Lin Haoren raised his head and looked around. His left eye reincarnation ghost eye turned into a vertical pupil, and suddenly his field of vision was very open, and he could even see spiders a few hundred meters away. Both his field of vision and his eyesight had been drastically improved. The corner of Lin Haoren's mouth hooked out a curved arc. This wave earned a lot of money. Yama, you're such a good man. I hope you bring a little more ghosts next time, or it won't be fun. Lin Haoren smiled faintly. He knew that Yan Wang would definitely still find himself in trouble, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead he was somewhat looking forward to what other goodies he would send over to him. He's already died once. For more kills and he'll never land on the Doomsday Creepy online game. Lin Haoren glanced at the time. It's already 8 p.m. It looks like the parchment thingy will have to wait until tomorrow to find it. Lin Haoren then found a place to get offline. In the real world, Lin Haoren took off his game helmet, put on his clothes and went to eat. Still ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, stir-fried carrots, a roast goose, a green vegetable, and a stew. Lin Haoren ate 2 bowls of rice in a row and his stomach finally rose. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Just then, Lin Haoren's phone suddenly rang, and Lin Haoren was slightly stunned. There aren't many people who know their phone number. Lin Haoren picked up the phone. A respectful voice on the other side of the line rang out over the phone. Master, I am Wang Defa. I've already collected a large batch of burial jades as well as antiques as you instructed. When do you think you'll have time to come over and pick it up? When Lin Haoren heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile as he said faintly, Nice, I'm satisfied. You keep collecting. The more you collect, the more power you'll gain later. Immortality, no longer a dream. When Wang Defa heard this, he was thrilled and said with frantic thanks over the phone, Thank you master. I will definitely master collecting more antiques and burial jades. Lin Haoren smiled and hung up the phone directly. The real world and the game world are laid out at the same time. And when, in another month or so, reality and the game merge, then one directly becomes the strongest player, the strongest ghost master, bar none. I'm getting all excited. Lin Haoren couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a perverted smile. Lin Haoren returned to his rented room, and not yet sleepy, he couldn't help but open his computer and logged into the game's official forum. Continue to post information about collecting high-level ghosts, ghost treasures, and also ghost swords. As for the ghost crystals, why don't you collect them? Because themselves and their ghosts level and too high. Ordinary players brush the ghost's ghost crystal level is too low. Optional, and simply unable to meet the upgrade requirements. Therefore, Lin Haoren simply didn't accept it. Newbie Village number 4, 100,000 for ghost treasures, advanced ghost items, ghost swords, hidden quests, etc. Lin Haoren typed in this eye-catching title, $100,000, and many people who saw it couldn't help but click in to take a look at it. In a game, if you can make $100,000 you've been very successful. Lin Haoren left his game ID, and then he browsed through the information on the other official forums. Slide your mouse over, and subsequently see an eye-catching headline that, No, for Novice Village surprises fierce people, 1 man, 1 crow and 1 woman, troubleshooting Yama Temple Guild. Lin Haoren was slightly stunned. This wasn't talking about himself, was it? With that, I clicked in and saw that it was really myself, with a video playing in it that, it's you who robbed the Hades Guild boss. Then the image of the ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild being completely annihilated by one of their own soul-devouring crow-ghost soul attacks. The scene is really very shocking. Let a person some cannot believe. So powerful ghosts and monsters really do not seal the number. The players below were also talking about it. Stonehammer video, that's not even open. I'll eat a pound of straight away. What the hell is this? Over 200 ghosts and monsters in a second with 1 move. Ha. Laugh it up. It's obviously special effects. You cuties got fooled, right? You're the cutie. It's true. I was there and a lot of people saw it. Who the hell is this mighty brother? This is the real big man, low-key and mysterious. But the man is ruthless and kills when he says he will. A real man too. Or don't you guys look at the female ghost monster next to him? It's so beautiful. Don't argue. I've been better. P.S. 1 more chapter stuck in review. Woo. Okay, I admit I drove. And probably won't be able to post it until tomorrow after I put out Blackie's revisions. Don't wait up. Get some rest. We'll see tomorrow. Chapter 66, Ancient Poems of the Grove Parchment Graveyard. Lin Haoren's mouth twitched slightly in speechlessness when he saw these outrageous comments. Lin Haoren casually closed the forum and went to sleep. A night without words. Lin Haoren went online early in the morning after breakfast. Back in the game world, Lin Hao-ran's figure appeared on the village road in the grove. A flash of black light. A stunningly beautiful figure appeared by Lin Hao-ran's side. It was none other than the Queen Diffractor Queen. Husband, you're back? An hour later, Lin Hao-ran walked out of the grove. It took several ghost crystals in a row to slow down. Lin Hao-ran slapped his cheeks, then took out the ghost crystal of the one-eyed giant ghost boss. After thinking about it, I gave it to the ghost sword immortal to consume, and the soul-devouring crow ghost, because it had devoured the soul of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, already almost level 10. And after Ghost Sword Immortal ate this ghost crystal, he successfully managed to reach level 10 without any problem, along with Lin Hao-ran and Queen Diffractor. Queen, reach level 10. In the future, Queen Diffractor's level is going to be raised as well, and the demand for these ghost crystals has risen considerably again. This made Lin Hao-ran suffer and happy. There was no other way but to find more bosses to kill, or advanced haunted places to practice now, but for now it's better to go find the ghostly object of the parchment. Hopefully it's a ghostly sword. This way the Ghost Sword Immortal's Immortal Execution Sword formation can be opened. Lin Hao-ran took out the piece of parchment from his system backpack and directly ignited it, and the parchment instantly turned into a ghostly flame, hovering in the air for a moment. Just flew off in a direction that Lin Hao-ran hurriedly followed the ghost fire and walked in its direction. North of the village, a shadowy graveyard. At the moment a player is outside the graveyard, holding a compass, wandering back and forth outside muttering under his breath. It's in here, right? This compass finger pointer reality is in the middle of this graveyard. The treasure must be here. The player was about 20 years old, very handsome and had the look of a young. In the real world, I don't know how many rich women are into this. The handsome man looked at this compass finger pointer and, somewhat sadly, this is good stuff. Too bad it's a disposable item, or I'd be rich. Tap tap tap. Just then, a footstep sounded behind him and, the handsome man's face changed and, immediately ducking behind a thatched hut, he looked to where the footsteps had sounded, just a ghostly fire burning in the air, flying straight into the graveyard, and ghost fire was closely followed by a man with a blurred face wearing armor with a black varmint motif. This was none other than Lin Hao-ran, who had come after ghost fire. Graveyard. Lin Hao-ran couldn't help but frown when he saw the dim, eerie graveyard in front of him. Usually in places like this, the ghosts and monsters are not weak. Crow crow crow. On the dead trees, there were also many crows staring at Lin Hao-ran with eerie faces, emitting oozing cries. The ghost fire had already flown into the graveyard. Lin Hao-ran didn't hesitate anymore and directly followed the ghost fire into this gloomy graveyard. What Lin Hao-ran didn't realize was that there was another sneaky person who also followed him into the cemetery. The cemetery, all one grave after another, lighting spooky red candles. Usually the headstones are lit with white candles. The ghost fire flew inside the graveyard and stopped flying in the air, proving that the ghostly object was here. Lin Hao-ran was holding a reggae gun. His eyes were vigilant as he looked around. Here he sensed a thick ghostly aura. Looks like a fight can't be avoided. P.S. Thanks for the nice comments, guys and gals. Thanks for all the support. Chapter 67, The Ghost of the Carrion Ghouls. The ghost father of a past love enemy. Click click click. Suddenly, a sound of boards rubbing together resounded through the eerie graveyard that, immediately afterward among the graves, a rotting arm reached out from the earthy slopes of the ho ho ho. A highly decomposed carcass crawled out of the earthy slope, its facial bones bearing the rotting flesh of a pair of hands with hard, sharp nails. A strong stench of decay filled the entire graveyard, and the rotting corpses stumbled to their feet and, staring straight at Lin Hao-ran, his dark eyes flashed with greed. Lin Hao-ran's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, emitted a shimmering light, and a message surfaced in Lin Hao-ran's mind. Name, Carrion Ghost. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability, Corrosive Claw. Sharp claws filled with corrosion attack the enemy, and being scratched will slowly corrode the enemy's flesh and blood. Ghost information, villagers died and buried in the earth, birthed by ghosts, transformed into ghosts and monsters, excited at the sight of living things, like to devour humans, scratched by them. Chronic death, will slowly corrode your flesh and blood. Weaknesses, light, thunder and lightning. Description, I'm so hungry, can you give me a bite of you? Just one bite, I won't not lie. Rank 8 Ghosts and Monsters. As expected of Lin Hao-ran, this place has too much yin chi. The level of the ghosts and monsters definitely won't be too low, but isn't that just right? Rank 8 ghost crystals are good to use for upgrades. Sorry about that, it just so happens that I have ghosts with lightning properties. Seeing that the carrion ghost's weakness was lightning, the corner of Lin Hao-ran's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as he said indifferently, ho ho ho. At that moment, the rotting ghouls in the graveyard opened their disgusting mouths and let out an excited shriek that, raising his sharp claws, he charged at Lin Hao-ran, looking for death. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes, and he said faintly to the Little Thunder Underworld's ghost tattoo on his body, "Little Thunder Underworld, extinguish these ghostly things for father." A black light flashed and a cute little Zhengtai appeared in front of Lin Haoren and said in a milky and serious manner, "Yes, father." Then the pupils of a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with a shocking flash of cyan-colored electricity. "Bunch of disgusting things, all give me." Crackle. Little Thunder Underworld's fleshy little face flashed a trace of indifference, and powerful green-colored lightning surged out of his body violently. It made a crackling sound that, then the countless green-colored lightning power was like a green-colored thunder snake, opening its bloody mouth and biting into these rotting ghouls. Boom 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 boom. Baird 2. The terrifying thunderbolt bombarded the carrion ghoul, and a loud rumbling sound was emitted. These rotting ghouls were scorched black all over by the lightning, emitting a baird sound that, not even halfway there. It was then directly killed by Little Thunder Underworld in seconds, and the charred body fell limply to the ground of the graveyard, smoldering with black smoke. More and more rotting ghouls crawled out of the earthy slopes of the cemetery, but what awaited them was the relentless and furious thunder and lightning of the boom boom boom. Little Thunder Underworld's entire body was bubbling with terrifying lightning power, and with the support of the lightning, her petite body had floated in the air. It's like a ghost or a god controlling thunder and lightning, white hair flowing in the wind, and pupils of eyes that flashed with amazing thunder and lightning, ruthlessly killing a carrion ghost in seconds. Unbeatable. In no time at all, the entire graveyard of rotting ghouls had turned into pieces of ghost crystals, lying quietly on the ground, waiting for Lin Haoren to collect. "Father, they're all." Little Thunder Meditation dispersed the lightning around him and fell down from the air, coming before Lin Haoren, said in a cute milky voice that wasn't quite accurate, "Great job." Lin Haoren touched Little Thunder Meditation's head and said in a complimentary manner. A hint of happiness flashed in Little Thunder Underworld's eyes, the feeling of being praised by his father. He liked it very much. Lin Haoren's left eye reincarnation ghost eye glanced at the tombstone behind him and spoke faintly. "Friend, you've been there a long time. It's not inconvenient to meet people." The handsome man who was hiding in the dark was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that this guy with terrifying strength had discovered himself. "Damn, are you a dog? This even found me." The handsome man's face was grim as he cursed in his mind and, then touching the cold sweat on his forehead, he squeezed a broad smile on his face and stepped out from behind the tombstone and, smiling at Lin Haoren, he said, "Hi, friend, I actually just got here." Lin Haoren's reincarnation ghost eyes possessed a powerful field of vision and sight after devouring the ghost eyes. It was obvious early on that someone had a sneak in the back. When Lin Haoren saw the person's face, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk and he blurted out, "Ghost father." The handsome man sniffed in confusion. "Noblewoman, brothers, you got it wrong. I said male, not some noblewoman." The handsome man's heart darkened with awe. "Damn, this kid can't be a pervert." Lin Haoren looked at the handsome man in front of him, and countless images flashed through his mind. This man was none other than the top ghost master who had shaken the doomsday in his last life, and whose ghost heirs numbered in the thousands. Nickname, Ghost Father. The same guy who conquered the out of Queen Diffractor's queen in his last life by sweet-talking her, but in this life, having robbed himself of the opportunity that belonged to him. Just now the Queen Diffractor queen was still fighting with herself in the wild. Lin Haoren looked at his wife's last man, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart, as if the current incumbent had met his predecessor. A trace of coldness rose slightly in Lin Haoren's heart. A flash of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Kneel down," Lin Haoren suddenly said coldly to the ghost father. "Ha, you told me to get on my knees. You're sick. Where did I offend you? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're strong. Asterisk 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 mud horse. It's just a game, and you're still playing with a sense of superiority. Garbage stuff." When the ghost father heard Lin Haoren's words, he stopped pretending and revealed his face, cursing at Lin Haoren with a mocking face. Lin Haoren didn't say anything, he just held the reggae gun in his hand and walked towards the ghost father, one step at a time. A streak of green-colored thunderbolt twined around Lin Haoren's body. Lin Haoren's eyes flashed with an icy cold aura. Chapter 68, The Treasure Compass, Killing the Love Enemy. The ghost father, at this point, wasn't a good guy in his last life, either. Before the end of the world, it was just a little white boy, living off his face, being a duck. He's been adopted by multiple rich women. After the end of the world, he contracted the diffractive Queen Empress by the luck of, and created ghosts along the way, possessing tens of millions of powerful ghost heirs, composed of an army of ghostly heirs, and even more so, with the powerful SS-class rule-type Great Ghostbuster, Queen Diffractor Empress. In one fell swoop, he became one of the top post-apocalyptic powerhouses at the time. The envy of countless survivors in the midst of the apocalyptic world, the Ghost Father establishes his own staging area. The name is Ghost Emperor's Kingdom. In this gathering place, he is the absolute emperor. and no one can disobey his orders. All the beautiful women have become the tools of his lust. I don't know how many women he's victimized. The prestige is great, but the reputation stinks. Asterisk 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 mud horse. I'm not one to be messed with. Lust ghost kill him for me. The ghost father's face was a grimace as he saw Lin Howren walking towards him by himself, holding a lance. A roar was issued at Lin Howren. A black light flashed, and a female ghost with a few good looks and half-exposed majesty appeared in front of Lin Howren. Lin Howren swept a glance at it, and it was actually a C qualification ghost monster. Looks like this guy has some luck after all. It's true that dogs can't change their ways. Ghostbusters are all indentured female ghosts. Lin Howren's face was calm as he said coldly, needless to think, with the ghost father's lustful character, the lust ghost had already suffered miserably from his scourge. Jia. The lust ghost stuck out his long, sexy tongue and licked his lips, letting out a seeping cry that. Then she lunged towards Lin Howren, like a disgruntled girl who wanted more than she could handle. The eyes carried a strong look of greed. An eyesore. A flat voice slowly rang out and, crackle. A terrifying green-colored thunderbolt surged out. The lance was like a dragon, and the thunderbolt flashed and Lin Howren stabbed out with a spear, stabbed straight through his head, skewered in the back of his head. The lustful ghost's eyes carried a look of intense fear before he lost consciousness. She hadn't dreamed that she'd die such a horrible death. Lust for ghosts. Seeing that his treasure had been directly killed by Lin Howren in seconds, the ghost father let out a furious roar. This ghost is his favorite. Now that I've been stabbed and rotted. The ghost father's heart was filled with rage, his blood-red eyes staring at Lin Howren in death. Kid, you're dead. I'll be. But before the ghost father could finish speaking, a sharp lance directly stabbed his head. Turned into a headless corpse. You think you're still the ghost father from the last life? Griffins are just ants. Lin Howren retracted his reggae gun, looked at the headless body of the ghost father, and said coldly, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you once I see you. The ghost father's body disappeared into a white light, leaving behind only a compass-shaped object. Lin Howren picked it up and his eyes lit up. Name, treasure hunting compass. Grade, B ghost. Effects, can point in the direction of treasures in a few kilometers radius. Current number of times used, 1/1. Absorbing a large number of ghost crystals can restore the number of times, or cooldown time of 1 year. Ghost information, Feng Shui compass, which became a ghost after being nourished by ghost chi, has the ability to sense the ghost chi fluctuations of powerful ghosts. Lin Howren finally realized why Ghost Father had come to this high-level map. It should be guided by this compass. After all, there was a powerful ghostly object right here in this graveyard. The place where the parchment guides is also here. So it is clear that this treasure hunting compass is still something, but the cooldown is too damn long. 1 year, people are gone. No wonder it's a B-rank ghost creature that absorbs large amounts of ghost crystals. Damn. As soon as I heard this large amount of ghost crystals I knew that the ghost crystals needed were definitely not low. And at this stage, the ghost crystals are not enough for upgrading. Where they still give this treasure hunting compass to eat. It does seem a bit of a chicken asterisk. I still have 100 grade 6 ghost crystals myself. How about giving it a try? Lin Howren remembered that he still had the ghost soldiers summoned by the Zombie King General Boss, and the ghost crystals he obtained after killing them. I don't think I'll be of much use to myself. You can't go up a level even if you eat all of them, so you might consider giving this treasure hunting compass a try to see if you can recover the number of times you've eaten it. It's better to find this ghostly thing now. Lin Howren put the treasure hunting compass into his system backpack and then re-entered the graveyard. Meanwhile, at Resurrection Stone, Novice Village number 4, the ghost father was resurrected here with a spiteful face, his mouth emitting a beastly low growl. Damn guys. Damn. Asterisk mud horse. How dare you kill me? Ghost father's eyes red, like a raging bull, gritted his teeth and growled with a spiteful face. Give me a break. I can't get it. You won't get it either. P.S. Go families. The rating is 7.2. So happy O, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to O. And thanks for the gifts. Chapter 69, Graveyard Boss, the giant ghost in the back coffin. The ghost father immediately swiped the screen in the area channel of Novice Village number 4. King of the White Boys, everyone go to the graveyard north of the village. There are high-level ghosts out there. Minimum S-rank ghosts. King of the White Boys, everyone go to the graveyard north of the village. There are high-level ghosts out there. Minimum S-rank ghosts. The King of the White Boys is the nickname for the ghost father. The 4 words S-class ghosts are like gold in the sand. It instantly caught the attention of many players and set off a hot debate in the chat channel. Quinn Ghost, isn't it true? How can you possibly spare me when there are high-level ghosts? That is, it's not good for you to keep it all to yourself. Don't treat us like cuties. King of the White Boys, if I lie to you guys, I die the whole family. I was the first to find the treasure. Was robbed by a wearing black evil ghost armor. and even killed me. I am not angry, so I tell you guys hurry up. I tender stack. It seems a bit real. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Grass small day, bring me one. Let's go, let's team up. Thai cool spice, really robbing other people's treasures, but also killed people. Go we do justice for you. For a moment, a procession of people appeared in Novice Village number 4, heading towards the cemetery. A smug smile appeared on the ghost father's face, and he grinned with a spiteful expression. Just wait, see how you die. Trashy thing, I'm going to make you regret this. Looks like it's time to change tricks to make those old ladies happy, scam some money to buy equipment, ghosts and ghouls, and then kill this piece of crap off the tour. The ghost father's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he said viciously, the cemetery north of the village. Lin Haoren was in the middle of the graveyard with Little Thunder meditation. Lin Haoren didn't know that there was a large group of players heading this way. After Lin Haoren had finished with these carrion ghosts, the hillside of the cemetery's largest tombstone. Finally, there is movement. Boom 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 boom. Only a dull ringing sound came out from under the ground, and Lin Haoren immediately felt the ground shake for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. The dirt of the hillside exploded violently. A strong ghostly aura surged out, and the dirt splattered in all directions. Ghostly. The entire graveyard seemed to be shrouded in a ghostly aura. Roar! An angry growl resounded from underneath a huge black figure crawled out from underneath, its massive body resembling a cyclops. His entire body was black with dark skin, bubbling with black mist, his face was hideous, and he was carrying a black coffin in chains on his back. Roar! The ghost monster with the black coffin on its back let out a loud roar, and the black mist on its body rolled up like a gale. The aura is amazing. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, was also the first to acquire the information panel of this ghost monster. Name, Giant Ghost with Back Coffin Elite Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Physical. Level, 10. Ability, Black Coffin Protector. As long as the back coffin giant ghost is carrying a black coffin on its back, the defense on its body will increase dramatically. Storming out of the coffin, the giant coffin carrying ghost dislodges its black coffin to free its body from its shackles, unsealing itself and gaining great power, dramatically increasing its speed and strength. Ghost information, the Back Coffin Clan, who lived with coffins in life and died with coffins in death, have their ghostly energy brewed into a powerful back coffin giant ghost elite boss, and powerful ghosts are often brewed in the black coffin of this ghost monster. Description, you can steal my peaches, but never steal my coffin, or you won't rest until you're dead. Lin Haoren gripped his reggae gun tightly, a glint flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, it was another elite boss, and it's still a level 10 elite boss. Lin Haoren couldn't help but lick his lips, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said faintly, boss is good, boss is my favorite. When the back coffin giant elite boss saw Lin Haoren's perverted smile, his asshole couldn't help but tighten. It feels like something bad is going to happen. Roar! The back coffin giant ghost boss shook the strange thought out of his head, opened his bloody mouth and, with a roar, he charged at Lin Haoren. Ghost Sword Fairy, and Silly Duck, come on out. Lin Haoren didn't hold back, and immediately released all of his ghosts and monsters. Duck duck. 2 streaks of black light flashed by. The Ghost Sword Immortal with a fluttering sword fairy aura and the soul-devouring crow ghost with a naive batch of faces appeared on the field all of a sudden. A glint flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes and he immediately shouted at the ghosts and monsters. Silly duck, control it for me. Little Thunder Underworld, Ghost Sword Fairy full output. It's the same old story. Control then swarm. Simple and violent and effective. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost raised an eyebrow and glared at Lin Haoren. This asshole master, always calling me a stupid duck. This duck is not stupid. Okay. I'm a duck. A big question mark appeared on the soul-devouring crow ghost's head, but seeing that the boss had already attacked, it was already too late to think about it, and immediately opened his mouth and, letting out a horrible scream of the soul that, duck duck. At that moment, an invisible and mysterious power was like a storm, and it attacked the charging back coffin giant ghost boss. In an instant, the back coffin giant ghost boss felt as if his soul was being cut by a chainsaw. Ouch! Hands clasped over his head as he wailed in agony. Chapter 70 Group Boss, a sort of frost and cold in the 9 regions. Lin Haoren moved before Silly Duck could launch his attack, and his body was like lightning. Seeing that the back coffin giant ghost boss was being controlled, he immediately took out the grade A ghost suppressing talisman that he had obtained from the treasure delivering boy, Yan Wang, from his system backpack. A leap of faith, directly affixed to the body of the back coffin giant ghost boss. He knew the ability of this back coffin giant elite boss. Back coffin. Its defense is now dramatically increased, and the ghost suppressor charm just so happens to weaken the ghost's defense. Buzz. The talisman affixed to the back coffin giant ghost boss suddenly lit up with a yellow glow. The hard muscles of the back coffin giant ghost boss's entire body suddenly became tarry and oily, becoming soft and flabby in general. Roar! The back coffin giant ghost boss once again let out an agonizing roar, but the soul trauma given to it by the soul-devouring crow ghost was too horrifying. Together with the fixing effect of the ghost suppressor charm, it couldn't come to its senses at all, and could only let out a howl instinctively. Get me on! Kill it while you can! Lin Haoren shouted at Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Immortal. Yes, father! Little Thunder Underworld was like a thunder god descending into the world at this moment. His entire body was entwined with violent green-colored lightning. Crackle! It's like countless thunder snakes roaring and the guns of judgment. Give me, ugly rat! Little Thunder Underworld's thunder-filled eyes flickered with icy, piercing coldness, and with the cutest face he spoke the most vicious words. The berserk lightning instantly condensed into a 2-meter-long green-colored lightning gun in its hand, and then projected it hard at the head of the back coffin giant ghost boss. Crackle! The gun of judgment was like a thunderbolt. For a split second, green-colored lightning flashed and, boom! The lance of lightning had penetrated the head of the back coffin giant ghost boss, sending out a violent explosion that half of the back coffin giant ghost boss's head had disappeared into thin air. Brain pulp and marrow and black blood splattered randomly in the air. Ouch! The back coffin giant ghost boss let out a roar of anger and pain. The intense pain sobered it slightly, and the only remaining one eye flashed with a horrified look of roar. The back coffin giant ghost boss let out a huge roar that a terrifying ghostly aura surged out of his body. Click click click. The ebony, cold, iron-like chains on his body exploded violently, and the black coffin on his body fell down violently. Boom! The heavy black coffin smashed into the dirt, splashing up countless debris and dirt, smashing out a terrifyingly deep pit. The back coffin giant ghost boss had already exploded in full force at this point, using its strongest ability to storm away from its coffin. Intending to forcefully break through the fixation effect of the ghost suppressor charm with a strong force. Shoo shoo shoo. Right at this moment, a sword blade flashed past in the one eye of the back coffin giant ghost boss. The sword is like a white snake spitting out letters, silk hissing, and like a swimming dragon weaving through the sword. The sword is like a rainbow. The imperial sword rose up, sudden as lightning, a ghost sword like a spirit snake with the cold light of the cold Kyushu. In a flash, cut off the only half of the head left of the back coffin giant ghost boss. The one eye of the back coffin giant ghost boss carried a strong look of fear, and a head with half of its face quietly fell to the ground. Like a deflated basketball, it rolled a few times. The Ghost Sword Immortal has finally struck. Royal Sword Immortal technique, terrifying as hell, directly killed an elite boss with a single move. Boom! The huge body of the back coffin giant ghost boss fell heavily onto the cold ground, losing the last of its consciousness. It never dreamed that it would end before it had even struck. I can't play this game. I can't play it a little bit. There is something dirty. Woo woo! A tear of remorse flowed from the eyes of the back coffin giant ghost boss. The evil spirits shed tears. So aggrieved Lu. Buzz. The ghost spirit sword that cut off the head of the back coffin giant ghost boss was like a stream of light that, reflying back to the Ghost Sword Immortal, it floated around the Ghost Sword Immortal, emitting a crisp and pleasing sword sound. Duck duck. When the soul-devouring crow ghost saw the back coffin giant ghost boss die, he let out a loud cry of excitement. Wriggling his ass to the side of the back coffin giant ghost boss, he opened his black hole-like mouth and sucked violently. All of a sudden, the soul of the back coffin giant ghost boss was directly sucked by the soul-devouring crow ghost into its terrifying stomach. The soul-eating crow ghost couldn't help but burp and ding-dong. Congratulations on your soul-devouring crow ghost leveling up. Current level, 10. A black light flashed on the soul-devouring crow ghost, and it directly upgraded, reaching level 10. Only Thunderhead Jr. is still level 9. Now, but with the ghost crystal of the back coffin giant ghost boss, Little Thunder Underworld had steadily increased to level 10, but what made Lin Haoren unhappy was that there was no system reward for killing an elite boss this time around. Obviously, he had killed the one-eyed giant ghost elite boss before, and rewarded himself with an A-ranked ghost item, Ghost Eye. Forget it, there might be a big treasure in this boss's black coffin. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his heart, and at that moment the parchment ghost fire in the air flew above the black coffin on the ground. Obviously the powerful ghosts of this parchment reality are in this black coffin. Lin Haoren couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. Lin Haoren said to Little Thunder Underworld and the other ghosts, Little Thunder Underworld, Ghost Sword Fairy, pick up all the ghost crystals in the graveyard. The ghost crystals of the carrion ghosts that he just killed hadn't been collected yet. Lin Haoren's character of plucking feathers from geese couldn't be wasted. Lin Haoren picked up the ghost crystal of the back coffin giant ghost boss and then came to this heavy black coffin. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. P.S. Thanks for the gifts. from the papas. Thank you all so much. Whoa. I'm flattered. Nabla asterisk. Chapter 71. Whoever dares to take another step forward, dies. Just as Lin Haoran was about to uncover the black coffin, tap tap tap, a rush of footsteps came from the back, dense and disorganized footsteps that made Lin Haoran frown. With his reggae gun in hand, he slowly turned around, only to see that a group of players were rushing towards their side not far away, and when the crowd saw Lin Haoran in the graveyard, the eyes lit up at once. They all walked towards Lin Haoran, stopping a dozen meters in front of him. Looking at the black coffin beside Lin Haoran, a look of greed appeared in their eyes. Kid, what is that black coffin under your feet? Is it an S-class ghost? Hand it over if you have the sense, or else you'll be sent back to the novice village for free. A big, burly man with a thick beard on both sides of his face, somewhat resembling the ancient image of Zhang Fei. Turning to Lin Haoran, he said viciously. The other players also screamed at Lin Haoran. Humph. Killing and robbing treasures is really not even as good as letting you experience what it's like to kill and rob treasures now as well. People found the treasures first. Even if you rob others, you still kill them. So you're really not something. He. I love punishing the evil and promoting the good, but I'll take this treasure. Why does this person feel somewhat familiar to me? It feels like I've seen him somewhere. I also feel a bit familiar. This can't be some kind of bigot. Big brother, all the yes are crawling out for me today. We're not afraid of him alone with hundreds of people. Also, him ducks for grabbing the treasure. A group of players stood on the moral high ground, and launched a moral attack against Lin Haoran. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that their support for justice was a lie, and snatching the treasures was the real thing. Human nature is hypocritical. Lin Haoran heard these people talk, already could probably guess what was going on. Thinking with his ass, he knew that it was a lie created by the Ghost Father to lure these people to kill themselves to take the treasure. Ha ha. A little brain. The corner of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, but a flash of icy coldness flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you know nothing of my power." Lin Haoran's face was shrouded in black mist, and the crowd couldn't see his expression. Only an icy voice could be heard slowly coming out. "You guys are so hypocritical. Makes me sick. For the sake of an unknown ghostly object, but willing to be used as a gun by others. Both stupid and hypocritical." Lin Haoran's few words were like a knife, peeling open their stomachs, nakedly revealing their blackened hearts. It made the faces of all the people look very ugly. The big burly guy was the first to hold back, unleashing his Oni, a lanky evil ghost, cloaked and muscular. A qualification C-ranked ghost it's also the stronger player in the group. The stout big man's eyes flared with rage as he shouted angrily at Lin Haoran. "What are you? What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Well, give me death. Fluffy ghost, kill this brat for me." The big burly man immediately commanded to his ghosts and goblins. "Roar!" The fluffy-headed ghost roared, his dark eyes flashing a hint of berserkerism as at once, he ran wildly towards Lin Haoran. Buzz! Shoo shoo shoo! Just then, a light sword chime rang in the ears of the crowd, only to see a blinding flash of sword light Put! A violent jet of black blood suddenly erupted from the throat of the still-running puffy ghost. It's like a fountain. Ho ho ho! The puffy-headed ghost covered his throat with both hands in death and let out a ho-ho-ho sound eyes with a strong look of fear, and finally his body fell heavily on the cold ground. Black blood stains the dirt. In an instant, the more powerful puffy ghost was, before the crowd could react. It died right in front of everyone's eyes. Whoever dares to take another step forward, die. The ghost sword immortal's dress fluttered without wind, and her pair of Danfang eyes flashed with amazing sword intent. A domineering word came out of his mouth. The decisiveness of the kill, the toughness, absolutely beautiful, dominating quotes. For a moment, the several hundred players present were surprisingly subdued by Ghost Sword Immortal's domineering aura. An eerie silence fell over the entire graveyard. Ravenous! At this moment, someone finally remembered who Lin Haoran was and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. It's him! The fierce brother who robbed the Yama Temple Guild's boss in the official forum video and killed all 200 plus ghosts and monsters of the Yama Temple Guild members. The people's eyes pupils shrunk violently when they heard that. Hiss! Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Yama Temple Guild was a dominating presence in Novice Village number 4. But I've heard that the Yama Temple Guild has been laying low lately, that they've been taught to be human by a player. The president's ghosts have been killed. The ghosts have been robbed. The ghosts and monsters of over 500 guild members are all dead, so they can be hurt and are secretly healing. And the person who caused all of this was the man in front of him in the evil ghost armor. At this time, some of the players present had already developed a sense of withdrawal and couldn't help but discuss it. Gollum, why don't we just forget about it? This is a fierce person who almost annihilated the Yama Temple Guild. We are far worse than the Yama Temple Guild. For nothing. Yeah. My precious female ghost wife has just been indentured. I don't want to be separated from her yin and yang. You are afraid of hair. That's just a video. Videos can be faked. You witnessed the whole process? Starve the timid. Support the bold. You do not see the black coffin under his feet. There must be a treasure. They are just one person afraid of farts. I really don't believe he's as fierce as the legends. Let's all go together. Capture the treasure and sell it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we'll all share it together. Asterisk. It. Chapter 72. Then it is granted to you. Death. Numerous players murmured. But in the end, greed overcame their reasoning and the big burly man was even angrier and his own fluffy ghost was killed in a single shot. This was a C-rank ghost that he had worked hard to contract. At this time, the stout big man's heart had long been filled with anger, and he said with a roar to the crowd, "Everyone together, destroy this trash." Instantly, all the players on the field released their ghosts and charged towards Lin Haoran with a murderous spirit. The big battle is imminent. Looking at the players who were overwhelmed by greed, Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with an icy cold aura, licked his lips, and said faintly, "Since you seek death, then all of you will die. Kill me." Lin Haoran snorted coldly and shouted at his ghost. Soul-eating crow ghost's soul crowing skill is still on cooldown, or else a direct duck call would have been enough to fully regiment these trash. Looking for death. When the ghost sword immortal saw that these people ignored his words and dared to rush over, his dark eyes flashed with amazing sword intent. Buzz. The ghost spirit sword hovering beside the ghost sword immortal immediately emitted a crisp sword sound. Immediately after transforming into a sword light, he swept towards the ghosts and monsters of these people at great speed. As the sword flashed by, a ghostly creature had its throat mercilessly slit, blood splattered everywhere, and its ghostly head fell to the ground. The ghost spirit sword was like a scythe of death, harvesting the life of a ghost or monster. In an instant, 10 or so ghosts were killed in seconds. Bunch of mole crickets. Give me. Crackle. Little Thunder Underworld's entire body erupted with astonishing cyan-colored thunderbolts, her petite body hovering in the air, her white hair floating upright. Horror. It's like Sekongjin in King's Pesticide. When I was a kid, with electric snakes hissing all over his body. Little Thunder Underworld maneuvered this green thunder and continuously bombarded among the players' ghosts and monsters. Boom boom boom. A single lightning strike killed several ghosts and monsters, turning them into charred ghostly carbon, too dead to die. Although the soul-devouring crow ghost's skill was still on cooldown, it was, after all, an S-class ghost, with a rank as high as level 10. Purely physical attacks are still fierce. And, duck. Soul-devouring crow ghost lets out an angry squawk, and if duck my big move isn't on cooldown, you guys just burked your asses off, and you can still bleep like that. The soul-devouring crow ghost flew in midair, its sharp claws directly grasping the two ghosts and monsters to death. It's like pinching an egg. It's unbearable. Just one look. The ghosts on the player's side then died horribly. Almost a third of the ghosts are dead, and the rest are like a lone boat on the waves, swallowed by the waves at any moment. Now, these players are finally scared. These ghosts and monsters are just as good as dead. There's no such thing as a resurrection. It's all been contracted and upgraded painstakingly by yourself. If you die, it's a new contract. You have to practice. That's basically a waste of time. Can't keep up with the hordes, and can only be a low-end player. The players shouted anxiously at Lin Haoran, who was standing on the hillside. Big brother, don't kill. Stop it. We don't want this treasure. You quickly get your ghosts and monsters to stop attacking. Big brother, we are wrong. Can we leave now? Please don't kill. Yes. It's all because of that little white king. He demonized us and tricked us into coming here. Let us off with the big brother's generosity. Please, we don't want this treasure. Don't kill our ghosts and monsters. Oh, I blame you. Your ing fluffy ghost was killed. You are not balanced in your heart. Right. You have to ask our ghosts and monsters to die with you. Now you are satisfied. That's it. Brothers, let's help Big Brother kill this big burly man. Maybe Big Brother will let us go if he's happy. Kill him. You shall not die. These players saw a ghostly monster being mercilessly slaughtered by Ghost Sword Immortal, Little Thunder Underworld, and soul-devouring crow ghost. Completely flustered and snapped out of their greed, they begged Lin Haoran for mercy and even killed the big burly guy who started it all. The evils of human nature. It must be said, once it's about their own interests, brothers turn against each other, let alone these temporarily organized players. When Lin Haoran saw the scene, a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he spoke. That was brilliant. Not bad. I really like. A glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the players when they saw that Lin Haoren seemed a little happy. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he was just about to speak to thank Lin Haoren, but Lin Haoren continued, "Then grant you death." Lin Haoren had a sunny smile on his face, but he said -50 degrees. At once, amidst the wailing of many ghosts and monsters, the hundreds of ghosts and monsters were all crushed under the terror of Ghost Sword Immortal, Little Thunder Underworld, and Soul-Devouring Crow Ghost, all massacred. The soil in the graveyard has been thoroughly blackened with black blood, emitting a strong stench of, it's like a hellish inferno, densely packed with corpses. Only the numb-faced players were left, looking at the graveyard of corpses piled up in front of them with shocked faces. It took a long time to come back. This guy isn't even human. That's cruel. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone continue to give the little lady 5-star praise can be. Chapter 73, S-Class Growing Ghosts 9-Layer Ghost Suppressing Pagoda. These players had deathly gray faces, with a strong look of fear and resentment in their eyes. It's over. It's all over. Ghostbusters are dead. And it's time to find, deed, an upgrade all over again, has been reduced to a hangnail amongst the players. No one on the upgrade team wants them. They're going to be inching their way up the upgrade ladder. One step behind is one step behind. You devil, you're not even human. Do you have any conscience at all? We all begged for mercy, and you still want to kill our ghosts and monsters. Are you still human? Are better than you? Brothers, let's collectively go to the official forum to report him and expose him online, so that he becomes a street rat in the game and everyone shouts at him. Yes, 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 let's expose him online together. This kind of person is selfish, cruel and furious, and he's certainly not a good person in the real world. Garbage, you're just waiting to be fleshed out. You brought this on yourself. Brothers, this is just a game. We are not afraid of him. A game also gave this play out a sense of superiority. At this moment, these players were staring at Lin Haoren with resentment on their faces, frantically cursing Lin Haoren. They've forgotten who's really coming to kill and steal the treasure. And for a moment, a face. It can be said that the evil of human nature is played out to the fullest. Snap. Ha ha ha. So funny. So funny. Lin Haoren stood on the hillside and, listening to the curses of these people, he couldn't help but clap his hands and let out a loud laugh. People are just that. Selfish. That's why I hate people so much. People always say ghosts are scary, but I think ghosts are much cuter than people. The smile on Lin Haoren's face slowly disappeared as he looked at the ghosts and monsters protecting him in front of him. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at the players and faintly said, "You guys are done. Right. Finish up and hit the road." A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he held the thunder ghost gun. Countless green-colored thunderbolts flashing across his body. The figure was like a green stream of light. Charge into the crowd and unleash the carnage. On the other side, the Ghost Sword Immortal held the Ghost Spirit Sword, killing one person with a single step. His sword aura was like a rainbow, and blood stained his long sword. Little Thunder Underworld transformed into the Thunder Dharma King, and the Thunder Snake hissed. Thunder rattles people to death. The soul-devouring crow ghost bird has claws like hooks and a beak like a sword. Aha! They are demons. Demons! You shall not die. The whole cemetery resounded with miserable cries, like sobs, and, it's like 18 layers of hell. It was a full few minutes before the screams in the graveyard stopped. Lin Haoren was standing over countless corpses. His reggae gun already dyed red with blood. Tick-tock. A drop of blood dripped from the head of the gun. Lin Haoren was like a murderous devil. His face was terribly calm, and his eyes were like stagnant water in a deep pool. There is no wave. These corpses then turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the novice village, resurrecting themselves. The graveyard was blinding with blood-stained earth. Duck, duck, duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost let out a duck call with a smug look on his face, signaling that his skills had cooled down. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth twitched slightly, and he casually threw out a gunshot that threw the blood, viciously slapping the soul-devouring crow ghost's skull. Cursed. It's all killed before you finish cooling down. What's the point? Lin Haoren couldn't help but roll his eyes before walking over in the direction of the black coffin. Duck, duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost clutched its own skull with its wings and let out an angry caw at Lin Haoren's back. It seemed to speak to Lin Haoren again. Don't hit the duck head. It will be made into a great flavor. Lin Haoren ignored this naive batch of silly ducks. In order to avoid accidents, Lin Haoren quickly came to the black coffin, directly pried open this heavy black coffin with a reggae gun. Boom! The heavy black coffin panels were pried out of the way and it fell heavily to the ground, splattering countless dust. A thick ghostly aura, like a black mist, immediately surged out of the black coffin and, woohoo, letting out a ghostly howling sound. Lin Haoren's left eye had turned into a ghostly eye with a dark white circle bubbling with black gas, with an agitated look into the black coffin. I only saw an item lying quietly in the coffin. a 9-story black ghost tower that. Lin Haoren couldn't help but frown as he reached out his hand and took out this ghostly tower. When his hand touched this ghost tower, he was immediately touched by a burst of coldness, and unusually heavy. The left reincarnation ghost eye swayed slightly, and a message surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, 9-layer ghost tower. Type, S-rank ghosts. Effect, releases the ghost suppression field, which can weaken the strength of ghosts within a certain range, currently reduced by 20%, with a range of 500 meters, and comes with the ability, Hell Suppression, Ghost Tower Suppression, within the field. Designate a certain target to inflict 1 horrific damage and immobilize for 1 second. The stronger the immobilization effect, the weaker the effect. Ghost information, mysterious 9-layer ghost suppression tower, nurtured by ghost energy in the black coffin, has its own growth, absorbing a large number of ghost crystals. It can grow into a SS or even SSS grade ghost. S-rank ghosts, 9-layer ghost suppressor tower. Lin Haoren's eye pupils suddenly shrunk after reading the information about this ghostly creature, and he directly let out a cry of surprise out of his mouth. It can also absorb ghost crystals to grow into SS rank. SSS rank ghosts. Could this be the 18-layer ghost suppressing pagoda of King Yama's last life? It's just not growing right now. Lin Haoren's mind instantly floated back to the memories in his mind, and he knew that in his last life, King Yan had a powerful ghostly object called the 18-layer ghost suppressing pagoda. I don't know if it's SS or SSS, though. However, its powerful ability is something that countless ghost masters have dreamed of. The name and ability of this ghostly object seem to be similar to his 18-layer ghost-suppressing pagoda, and it is still in the novice village where Yama's is located. It is hard to believe that in the last life perhaps the ghost father got that, bought at a high price by Hades. There were rumors in the last life that Yama and ghost father didn't get along. Could it be because of this ghostly object? Lin Haoren stroked his chin and fought with a dark guess. Chapter 74, Yama. I'll take your chance for you. Hey, no matter which one of you gets it, it's mine now. Yan Wang, I'll take your chance for you. The corner of Lin Haoren's mouth curved into a curved arc. Have to say, the father of ghosts and the king of hell are also difficult brothers in this life. One was robbed of his wife by Lin Hoen. A ghostly artifact with unlimited potential was taken by Lin Haoren, and his own minotaur was killed. In this life, can they rise to the top? It's still an unknown thing. At this moment, Lin Haoren took this valuable S-Class 9-layer ghost suppressor tower back into his system backpack. Then he took out the ghost crystal of the back coffin giant ghost boss and let Little Thunder Meditation consume it. And Little Thunder Underworld has managed to reach level 10. Now himself, the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Sword Immortal, the Little Thunder Underworld, and the Silly Duck had all been raised to level 10. There's still over 100 grade 6 ghost crystals in the backpack, and the 68 grade 8 ghost crystals we just collected. Lin Haoren thought about it, and ate the rest of the level 8 ghost crystals himself. His own upgrade progress bar had only come to May 1st, and sure enough, it was still the boss's ghost crystal sent. Grade 8 ghost crystals for yourself. The roll is also somewhat smaller. Lin Haoren glanced at the time. It was already past 8 p.m., and then Lin Haoren found a safe place to go offline. In the real world, Lin Haoren took off his gaming helmet, picked up his cell phone, and suddenly found a few messages that. Lin Haoren clicked on it, but it was Shangguan Wanner's, and his heart couldn't help but froze. And he clicked on it. Haoren, can we meet up? You haven't contacted me in a couple days. I missed you so much. I know I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? I promise I'll never do it again. I love only you. Lin Haoren saw the message that Shangguan Wanner had sent to him, and he even had the face to ask himself to forgive her. I think Shang Lei also disliked her and should have broken contact with her as well, otherwise he wouldn't have looked for himself. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lin Haoren's mouth as he picked up his cell phone and answered back. You're so dirty. The words are few, but they kill. When Shangguan Wanner, who was waiting for the message, saw this, she let out an angry scream on the spot. Lin Haoren, you shall not die. Like a madwoman, she kept tearing up the quilt. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose. He was in a good mood, and the game had gotten a powerful ghostly artifact. Also disgusted Shangguan Wanner, humming a little song, put on the clothes and went outside to forage for food. Lin Haoren still ordered a few meals at the usual place and ate them beautifully. It's also a very good business and is basically packed. What Lin Haoren likes about this place is that a lot of the people in this store are young people. Young people? What are they talking about now? Woman. Not. It still has to be a doomsday creepy online game. What do you guys say about how the damn official hasn't put the second batch of game helmets on sale yet? I've been waiting for a week. This official is also a cow. Forum are millions of people blood book let it on sale game helmet. Still not a word of response. Really cow. Hey, how many levels are you all at? I envy you guys for grabbing the game helmets. Hey, I'm level 5 and have contracted a second ghost, a dequalified backstrap ghost. Not bad as qualified ghosts and monsters are already pretty good, so when you're a bit stronger, you'll catch C qualified ghosts and monsters. Have you guys looked at the official forum today? There's a post that's quite interesting, saying that there's a murderous devil out of the Nova Village number 4, specializing in hunting players and being cruel and berserk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are still such perverts. The young people in the restaurant ate their meals and chatted while when Lin Hao Ran heard the last sentence, a slight movement of the heart. Novice Village number 4. Murderous devil. Lin Hao Ran's sixth sense told him that this might have something to do with himself. He couldn't help but show a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and thought darkly in his mind. Ha. You guys can only resort to such underhanded tricks, but I hate trouble. You guys pray that you better not run into me or I'll make you regret it. Lin Hao Ran let out a cold laugh in his heart before continuing to eat his meal, and then it's back to his rented room. Take a shower and go to bed. The night was silent, and the next morning Lin Hao Ran couldn't wait to enter the game after an early breakfast. The game world. The dimly lit novice village. Lin Hao Ran's figure quietly appeared here, dropping, just when Lin Hao Ran wanted to go to the hidden quest of Old Man Ghost, the village head of the novice village. Suddenly a system message rang out. It made Lin Hao Ran faintly stare. Then he opened it and his eyes lit up. It was a friend request, and the request message said, "Hello brother, you are acquiring a sword-type ghost item, right? I've picked up a quest about a sword type. The quest reward will most likely be rewarding a ghost sword. I wonder if you're interested." Without saying a word, Lin Hao Ran directly passed the friend request and sent a locator to him, replying, "Come to this location and wait for you." And the other party seemed to be online as well, and the elimination message had just been sent out and received a reply from the other party. "Okay, be right there. P.S. Thanks for all the support. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to." Chapter 75, Special Profession Ghostsmithing getting a special quest. Lin Hao Ran waited in place for a few minutes and a man with a mesmerized face approached, supposedly also designed with a privacy mode that make his face invisible to other players. "You're Rokudo, right?" The man opened his mouth. His voice was a bit low, and by the sound of his voice, he should be a middle-aged man. Lin Hao Ran nodded, glanced at the man, and slowly said, "That's right, it's me. Show me your assignment." The man's nickname is Lianpa Laoyi, Lianpa for short. Lianpa glanced at Lin Hao Ran and said in a low voice, "I'll show you the mission profile first. I'll share this mission with you when you transfer the money." "No problem," Lin Hao Ran said indifferently. Lianpa immediately shared the quest he had picked up in the private chat channel. Special mission, Forging Ghost Weapons. Quest synopsis: the old Ghostsmith is a famous ghost weapon blacksmith who can forge ghost weapons, ghost objects, after a special forging method. He commissions people to help him find special materials, and as a reward, he'll help you forge a powerful ghost weapon. Go to the village and find him to get the quest. A flash of light flashed in Lin Hao Ran's eyes, and he said darkly in his heart, "I see. It's the Ghostsmith." In general, a ghost object is an item that has been nurtured by a ghostly energy, and then there are many coincidental chances for it to be formed naturally. And the longer the history of this item, the heavier the yin qi, the more chances of forming ghosts and the more powerful they are. But there is another class of people in this world who, after a special forging method, can forge ghost weapons, a type of ghostly object, these types of people are called ghost makers. In the last life, ghostsmiths were a very rare talent, and this type of person is currently only possessed in the game. And they are extremely rare. After the apocalyptic spooky online game merged with the real world, these types of people are even madly snatched up by the major gathering places to become the chief ghost weapon forger of their own gathering places, help the gathering to build ghost weapons and enhance their strength. He didn't expect to meet a ghost craftsman here, which was an unexpected pleasure. Lin Hao Ran raised his head and glanced at Lian Pa. Opened his mouth. "It's okay. You name your price." A glint flashed in Lian Po's eyes as he opened his mouth. 5,000. Lin Hao Ran could sense a hint of apprehension in his tone, and it was clear that this price was a bit outrageous to him as well. "Send me the bank card number." The corners of Lin Hao Ran's mouth rose slightly, and without cutting the price, he spoke directly. "This, you promise?" Lian Pa asked, with some surprise. In a slight glance, he thought Lin Hao Ran would definitely still cut the price, but he didn't expect it to be so quick. "Aha, I don't like to procrastinate," Lin Hao Ran said with a calm face. "Okay, thanks. I'll give you the account number now." Lian Po's voice was a bit surprised, and he hurriedly sent Lin Hao Ran his bank card number. Lin Hao Ran did not dawdle, and immediately transferred $5,000 to Lian Po offline. After receiving the money, Lian Po was a bit excited and also shared this mission with Lin Hao Ran at the first time. "Ding dong. Congratulations on receiving your quest, Forging Ghost Weapons. Players are invited to travel to the old ghost maker for specifics." A system tone snapped in Lin Hao Ran's ears, immediately following the map, Shows the location of the old ghost maker. Thank you. Good luck. Lianpa was somewhat grateful to Lin Haoran in his heart and couldn't help but say to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran nodded and waved his hand at Lianpa before seeking out the location on the map. On the south side of the village, in the forest, there was a thatched cottage, and in the thatched cottage, an old man with white hair but an unusually strong body was pounding a piece of material that was bubbling with black gas. He had an NPC nickname on top of his head, Old Ghostsmith. Bang bang bang. A loud, piercing sound came from the forest. Tap tap tap. Just then, a footstep sounded, and a black silhouette appeared in front of the old man. It was Lin Haoran. The old man glanced slightly at Lin Haoran, swept his body wearing the evil ghost armor, and his eyes twitched slightly, and, looking at Lin Haoran, he said, "Human, you're here to help me find ghost weapon materials." Lin Haoran looked at the old man. The old man's left eye was pure black, a slight movement in his eyes. He knew that the ghost maker's true identity was actually half human, half ghost. It's the half-ghosts that are born from the union of humans and ghosts, possessing the intelligence and creativity of a human being, versus possessing the great power of a ghostly poltergeist, to become a ghostsmith. Whereas the ghosts and monsters born from the union of himself and the Ghost Emperor are purebred ghosts and monsters, such as the Little Thunder Underworld. It should be the Ghost Emperor's ability, but it's better this way. After all, purebred ghosts are stronger than half-ghosts. Just need strong ghost heirs yourself. Yes, I can get you back whatever materials you need, but you have to help me build a powerful ghost sword. Lin Haoran nodded and directly opened the door. Ha ha ha. Interesting human. The old ghostsmith stopped hammering and said with a laugh, "Human, you seem to be very confident. The mission hasn't been completed yet, and you're starting to bargain. Good. I promise you that I will build you a powerful ghost sword as long as you gather my materials back to me." A glint flashed in the old ghost craftsman's eyes as he looked at Lin Haoran and agreed. Ding dong. Congratulations on receiving your special mission, collecting ghost weapon materials. Required ghost materials, ghost ice stone, ghost rhinoceros horn. Ghost ice stone is obtained from the ice cave to the west of the village, and ghost rhino horn is obtained from the grassland at the back of the village. Players can complete the quest by bringing back the ghost ice stone and ghost rhinoceros horn to the old ghostsmith. Quest reward, a ghost sword of unknown grade. Chapter 76, Elemental Ice Crystal Ghosts Dynamic Vision Enabled. Lin Haoran nodded and directly claimed this quest. Human lad, good luck. The old ghostsmith revealed a row of yellow teeth at Lin Haoran and smiled, saying, then rearing the hammer in his hand. Bang 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 bang. Thanks. Lin Haoran smiled slightly. This old ghostsmith was quite good at talking, and so on. In the midst of the fusion of games and reality, this old ghostsmith must be allowed to join him among his own ghost kingdom to forge ghost weapons for himself and his ghost heirs. Lin Haoran flashed an inexplicable smile at the old ghostsmith before turning to leave. The old geezer suddenly felt a cold whoosh of wind, and couldn't help but shiver, and he couldn't help but touch his messy white hair and murmur, "Strange, why do I feel a bad feeling?" Lin Haoran set off alone towards the west of the village. The ice cave, which, according to the map, is in a cave on the west side of the village. It's a strange mountain, because there's an underground ice cave down there, and the temperature's very cold. There's a very rare material, right here in this ice cave, called ghost ice stone, ice stained by ghost chi, formed over a long period of time as a precious material for forging ghost weapons. But there's too much cold and in here. It also gave birth to a number of ghosts and goblins. Lin Haoran finally came to the entrance of this ice cave after almost an hour or so of traveling. If only there were ghostly rides, it wouldn't have taken so long to walk over. Lin Haoran, being a master of time management, was very upset to spend such a long time on rushing. Secretly in his mind, he was already thinking of contracting a huge-bodied man carrying Oni as a mount. Silly ducks are too small to carry people. Ghost Sword Immortal's Royal Sword Immortal technique. She said that she could only carry her, and then hitching a ride on Lin Haoran would be a bit of a strain. She still had to wait until she was a bit stronger to carry the two. Lin Haoran listened to the dog all shaking his head inside repeatedly. Must contract one sometime, preferably Ghost Dragon. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind, and then turning his gaze to this frigid, icy cavern. Even outside the cave, Lin Haoran could feel a cold and piercing chill. Lin Haoran took out the reggae gun from his system backpack, then released the Ghost Sword Fairy out of it. The Ghost Sword Immortal was still immortal, and the Ghost Spirit Sword was like a sword spirit, floating by its side in a well-behaved and knowledgeable manner. Let's go, Ghost Sword Immortal. Soon you'll be able to unlock the Immortal Execution Sword Formation skill. Lin Haoran looked at the Imperial Sword Fairy in front of him, his heart and mind swirling slightly, and said to the Ghost Sword Fairy with a smile, "Well." The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Haoran and nodded. Lin Haoran then led the Ghost Sword Immortal into this cold ice cave. In the ice cave passage, Lin Haoran and Ghost Spirit Sword were walking together. One person and one ghost were relatively close to each other. Lin Haoren could even smell a unique fragrance emanating from the ghost sword immortal's body. There's something like a light jasmine scent of innocence. Lin Haoren couldn't help but sniffle, then pretended to look around with a serious face. But he didn't see the corner of the ghost sword immortal's mouth behind him curving slightly into a beautiful arc. After roughly 10 minutes of traveling, Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Fairy finally passed through the narrow passageway, coming to a relatively empty glacial cave, where the ghostly and cold auras were unusually thick. Obviously not a good place. Lin Haoren wasn't in the mood to continue smelling Ghost Sword Immortal's body scent at this time, and holding his reggae gun, he said to Ghost Sword Immortal, "Look out, prepare to fight." The Ghost Sword Immortal nodded slightly, and the Ghost Spirit Sword emitted a clear and soulful sword chime. Click click click. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared underneath the glacier floor. Boom boom boom. Immediately after that, it burst open violently, and a strange-looking ghost appeared in front of Lin Haoren. These ghosts are ice blue in color, with the upper body of a human being, and the lower body is just a piece of ice crystal. A cold, chilling aura emanating from the. A pair of dark-eye pupils with a blue glow was staring at Lin Haoren and the Ghost Sword Immortal with a fierce expression. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had already surfaced the information of these ghosts and monsters in his mind by now. Name, Ice Crystal Ghost. Qualification, C. Type, Elemental. Rank, 8. Ability, Ice Crystal Shot, condenses a single ice crystal and shoots it towards the enemy, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Ghost Info, a special ghost born from being nurtured by ghostly energy in the midst of cold ice. The temperature on its body can reach -50 degrees, and it can fire ice crystal attacks. Weaknesses, flames, heat. Description, little brother, do you want me to help you with my mouth? Guaranteed to make you ice hard. Surprisingly, it's an elemental type ghost. Seeing the information about these ghosts and monsters, Lin Haoren muttered in slight surprise, saying, moreover, the qualifications of these ice crystal ghosts have reached grade C. If one contracts an ice crystal ghost, you can be a big man within the average player. Woohoo! These ice crystal ghosts let out a ghostly howl, and an icy blue light surged out of their bodies violently. A razor-sharp ice crystal was condensed out, shooting towards Lin Haoren and the Ghost Sword Immortal. Crackle! Lin Haoren's body violently surfaced a blue lightning, and his pitch-black hair floated away. The reggae gun in his hand carried raging lightning. The lance was like a thunder dragon, and his left eye had turned into a ghostly black ghost eye at this point. The dynamic vision was activated, and an ice crystal flying at extreme speed became slowed down in Lin Haoren's eyes. Lin Haoren wielded his reggae gun like a master of marksmanship, constantly shattering the ice crystals in the air. Boom boom boom. A fierce explosion was emitted, just like a firecracker. P.S. Posy people, 5-star positive feedback smashed to the little woman. Sell cute do do do. Add at. And thanks for the gifts. Love you. Chapter 77 You Press. Is it cool? Lin Haoren's entire body was entwined with tyrannical green-colored lightning. With a reggae gun in hand, the left eye turned black with white circles, bubbling with an eerie black aura. The appearance is very much like Ghostbusters, more so than Ghost Swordsman. Crackle. Boom 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 boom. The violet lightning hissed, and the reggae gun shattered the ice crystals like a swimming dragon. The Ghost Sword Immortal on one side also struck out, his mind manipulating the Ghost Spirit Sword as if it were a spiritual snake. The sword spits out a snake's letter, and its cold light is like the moon. Buzz. A stream of light rushed through, and the ice crystals in the air were cut down, sliced into pieces of ice by the sword chi. In just an instant, Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Immortal were paired very well together while resolving to defuse the Ice Crystal Ghost's skill attack. It's our turn, isn't it? Ghost Sword Immortal. Let's go! Lin Haoren's pitch-black hair was windless, lightning was flickering, and with a cold smile on his lips, he let out a low roar. Thunder and lightning at his feet. Under the enhancement of the power of green thunder, Lin Haoren's speed increased dramatically, just like a green stream of light. Taking the lead, he charged into the group of ice crystal ghosts and monsters. One of the ice crystal ghosts hadn't reacted yet. Boom! He was directly shot in the head by Lin Haoren's reggae gun, and his head directly exploded into countless ice fragments, turned into a headless gargoyle and lost his life. Woohoo! At that moment, these ice crystal ghosts also reacted and were just about to launch an attack on Lin Haoren when the shoo shoo shoo, a cracking sound rang out violently, only to see a sword light flash by, carrying a sharp sword aura that, in an instant, the sharp sword light pierced through the heads of several ice crystal ghosts. The speed was so fast that they didn't even feel the pain of dying. Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Immortal were like two butchers, mercilessly slaughtering these ice crystal ghosts. After a minute had passed, all the ice crystal ghosts in the entire glacier cave had collapsed onto the cold glacier. Leaving behind a brightly glowing ghost crystal. All of them were picked up by Lin Haoren. There were more than 50 in total. still a bit of a letdown. Even if you ate them all yourself, it would be hard to raise a level. Forget it. It's better to find the ghost ice stone first. Lin Haoren glanced at this glacial cave and didn't find any ghost ice stones, so he couldn't help but frown, showing a hint of puzzlement. It's hard to believe that this isn't the deepest part, and that there's still a way to the deeper ice caves. Lin Haoren narrowed his eyes and thought in his mind, there are still roads here. Just then, Ghost Sword Immortal's voice came from the rear, causing Lin Haoren to faintly stare. Taking the reggae gun and heading towards the Ghost Sword Immortal there, under the cracked glacier, a hole appears that should travel to the lower part of the ice cave. Come on, let's go down and have a look. You go first, I'll pad you, Lin Haoren said to Ghost Sword Immortal with a righteous face. The Ghost Sword Immortal looked at Lin Haoren with contempt, then jumped down into this hole with a long leap. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly remembering that it seemed like before, when Ghost Sword Immortal was still a sword ghost, despised himself too. Hey, it's hard to be a good person nowadays. It's obvious that I'm helping you pad your back, but I still have to be despised. No conscience. Lin Haoren shook his head and said with some difficulty. Then he also jumped down this glacial passageway right after Ghost Sword Immortal. Lin Haoren slipped through the narrow glacier passage as if he were doing a slide. Then a blinding bright light appeared ahead of us and Lin Haoren slid out of the glacier passageway, and immediately looked at Ghost Sword Immortal standing at the entrance of the passageway. Pung! Lin Haoren couldn't break in time and slammed right into Ghost Sword Fairy, tackling her to the ground. Lin Haoren's body was pressed so tightly against Ghost Sword Immortal that Lin Haoren could feel his chest pressing against something soft and large. A strong scent of jasmine hits your nose. A man and a ghost looking at each other. Lin Haoren's mouth and the Ghost Sword Immortal's mouth were about to touch each other. Gollum! Lin Haoren looked at the absolutely beautiful Ghost Sword Immortal near his eyes and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva hard. Ghost Immortal soared a pair of Danfang eyes and quietly looked at Lin Haoren in front of him. Ears have turned up a layer of light pink color. Long eyelashes fluttered, and it was clear that the Ghost Sword Immortal was not as calm inside as she seemed to be on the surface. One person and one ghost were just stuck together, looking at each other. Their cheeks could feel each other's breath. Just when Lin Haoren was ready to go out on a limb. Roar! Suddenly a loud roar rang out, directly interrupting Lin Haoren's spell casting. It made Lin Haoren black as if he had eaten a dead fly. Pressing on. Cool. Ghost Sword Immortal's ears were already red as red apples by now, but her face remained cold. Turning to Lin Haoren, he faintly asked. Ghost Sword Fairy's heart was thumping, and the bear was being squashed by the fact that this guy was staying close to him. Cool. Not. Sorry, Lin Haoren said to Ghost Sword Immortal with some embarrassment. And how long are you going to keep me down? Ghost Sword Immortal said coldly. Only then did Lin Haoren reluctantly get up from the Ghost Sword Immortal, extending his hand to the gesture yourself to pull her up. Ghost Sword Fairy blankly glanced at Lin Haoren, still stretching out her white and delicate hand to shake Lin Haoren's hand. Lin Haoren's restless heart trembled slightly. Even though Ghost Sword Immortal had been using a sword, his hands were surprisingly smooth and tender, making him lovable. Lin Haoren pulled Ghost Sword Immortal up as soon as he could, and still shamelessly didn't let go of Ghost Sword Immortal's hand. Pretending not to know, he turned to look into this subterranean hole in the ice. A huge ice crystal monster appeared in front of the ice cave and was eyeing Lin Haoren. A man and a ghost. This should be the boss. Lin Haoren took Ghost Sword Immortal's hand and spoke as if nothing had happened. A faint pink color rose in the Ghost Sword Immortal's cheeks, and she didn't poke at Lin Haoren's little mind. One person and one ghost in this cold and bone-chilling glacier. Two blazing hearts seemed to slowly mingle together. Even the sub-zero temperatures here can't hide two restless hearts. P.S. Another one is stuck for review again, so I probably won't be able to put it out until tomorrow morning. It's too hard, Go to bed early, Papa people. Chapter 78 Lin Haoren's Wrath Ice Protector Ghost Elite Boss. At this time, one person and one ghost had some fire in their hearts, because the ambiguity was disturbed. Do you think it should die? Lin Haoren's eyes were filled with intense anger, and he looked at the huge-bodied monster not far away with a murderous look on his face. The gargoyle had only one huge head, made of ice crystals, and a pair of ice horns on its head. A pair of pitch-black pupils the size of lanterns flickered with a hint of bewilderment, not understanding why these two humans were looking at themselves with eyes that could not wait to cut them up. A quizzical roar came from the huge mouth. Roar! It seems to say, I didn't mess with you guys. You're the ones who came to my house. What the hell is wrong with you guys? How dare you stare at people? It's so annoying. At this moment, Lin Haoren also obtained information about this strange-looking ghost monster with only one head through the reincarnation ghost eyes. Name, Ice Guardian Elite Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Elemental. Level, 10. Ability, Ice Crystal Shield. Can condense ice attribute ice crystals to create an ice shield to ward off enemy attacks. Frozen Breath, blows an extremely cold ice breath out of his mouth, dealing massive freezing damage to enemies and freezing them in place. Ghost information, a special ghost boss born from ghost energy in the middle of the ice, with the ability to attack or suffer. Also with control, is a powerful elemental ghost. Weakness is flame and heat. Description: don't look at me as just a head, but it can bite off your penis just the same. Not to Lin Ho-yin's surprise. The qualification B, elite boss of the elemental class. If it was the last life, Lin Hao-ran's mouth must have watered when he encountered it, and he would go out of his way to contract it. After all, this Ice Guardian Ghost Boss is very good in terms of both qualifications and skills. There's control, damage and defense that can't be picked apart. But now, Lin Hao-ran hated to chop it up and feed it to the dogs right now. Just a billion points away from being able to push down the Ghost Sword Immortal. Just an old think potato sweet potato had disturbed his good deed. Damn you to hell. Lin Hao-ran's eyes flashed with the fury that burned everything as he gritted his teeth and said to the Ice Protector Ghost Boss, "Let's go. Finish this guy off." Lin Hao-ran said with a cold face to the Ghost Sword Immortal on the side. "Then you can let go of my hand." The Ghost Sword Immortal blankly glanced at Lin Hao-ran and couldn't help but speak. "How are you going to get on when you're holding my hand? Although I can royal sword, but pulling the hand royal sword is very unexperienced." "Okay. Ha, sorry, I didn't notice." Lin Hao-ran was surprised, then let go of Ghost Sword Immortal's hand, and said to Ghost Sword Immortal with some embarrassment. The heart was slightly disheartened. The Ghost Sword Immortal was directly speechless as a white energy surged out of his body and wrapped around the Ghost Spirit Sword. The buzz. The Ghost Spirit Sword emitted a sharp sword sound. "Old thing, it's time for you to hit the road." Lin Hao-ran hadn't released the Little Thunder Underworld and soul-devouring crow ghost. The light bulbs. He is going to be a sweet double team today, Lin Hao-ran said coldly to the Ice Protector Ghost Boss, and a mini 9-tiered ghost tower suddenly appeared in his palm. It was none other than the S-Class Ghost Artifact, the 9-layer Ghost Suppressor Tower. "Go ahead, suppress it." Lin Hao-ran directly threw out the 9-layer Ghost Suppressing Pagoda, which immediately transformed into a 2.5-meter-tall ghost tower that floated above the glacier. An invisible field sweeps across the entire glacial cave. The Ghost Suppressor field is on, and can reduce the strength of enemy ghosts by 20% within a 500-meter radius. Roar! The Ice Guardian Ghost Boss suddenly felt his strength and speed and defense weaken. There was a roar of alarm and fury, and a powerful ghostly aura surged out of his body, and a pair of dark, huge eyes flashed with anger. "What do you call Nima?" Lin Hao-ran was holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, his body surging with violent green-colored lightning, as if he was possessed by the god of thunder. Turning into a green-colored thunderbolt, he swept towards the Ice Protector Ghost Boss at breakneck speed. Crackle! The head of the Thunder Ghost pistol in his hand coalesced with dense green-colored lightning. The lance was like a thunder dragon, and the Thunder Snake was hissing. The Thunder Ghost Gun stabbed out at the Ice Protector Ghost Boss with a terrifying momentum. It was the skill that came with the Reggae Gun. Reggae kill! Roar! The pupils of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss's eyes shrunk violently, seeing this amazing speed and skill power of Lin Hao-ran. With a roar of fury, an icy blue energy surged out of his body and a hard ice shield instantly coalesced in front of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss. Boom! The Thunder Ghost Kill skill carried the power of raging thunder and lightning, ruthlessly crashing into the ice shield of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss. A loud explosion rang out, and the hardened ice shield shattered in ice and splattered in all directions, and a large hole appeared in the ice shield was pierced. The pupils of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss's eyes shrunk violently, and his dark pupils revealed a hint of shock, as if he hadn't expected Lin Hao-ran's attacks to be so strong. Shoo! Just then, a sharp cracking sound snapped out and an extremely fast swordlight passed through the hole in the ice shield and plunged straight into the Ice Guardian Ghost's eyes. The Ghost Protector Ghost Boss couldn't react at all, and one of his eyes was instantly stabbed blind by the Ghost Spirit Sword. Ouch! The Ice Guardian Ghost Boss's mouth let out a miserable shriek, and ice blue blood flowed from its pierced eyes. Chapter 79 Ghost Pagoda Suppresses Ice Ghost Bead. Ouch! The Ice Guardian Ghost Boss let out a loud, miserable shriek that resounded through the entire glacier cave. Ice blue blood pressure in the eye sockets is running down the drain. Lin Hao-ran and Ghost Sword Immortal silent cooperation. One punched a hole, one pierced a hole, one in front of the other, in perfect sync. It's like a couple of cheating dogs and men, patting themselves on the back for what it means. But it's the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss that's suffering. To be stabbed blind by these two abominable humans in a single glance was a day in the life of a hyena ghost. Click click click. Right at this moment, the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss became completely enraged. The entire body was bubbling with an astonishingly cold aura, and the water molecules in the surrounding air all froze instantly, condensing into a single ice flower. Roar! The Ice Guardian Ghost Boss let out a furious roar, and the only remaining eye flashed with berserk killing intent. The huge mouth sucked in a sharp breath, and a powerful ice attribute energy emanated from its body. Apparently it's getting ready to zoom out. The breath of ice. Been waiting for you for a long time. but at this point, Lin Haoren's ice-cold voice slowly sounded. Buzz. The 9-layered ghost suppressor pagoda floating in the air suddenly emitted a dull sound that, the 9-tier ghost suppressor tower spun rapidly, pressing down violently in the sky towards the ice protector ghost boss. Boom! The ice guardian ghost boss that had just taken a breath was suddenly smashed and vomited by the 9-tier ghost suppressor pagoda. The huge body was directly suppressed by the 9-layer ghost suppressing pagoda on the glacier ground, emitting a loud rumbling sound. The ground was shattered with ice in all directions, smashing out a huge, deep crater. Vomit. The ice guardian ghost boss spat a mouthful of 86-year-old blood straight out of his mouth. The body was as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain, being pinned down by the 9 layers ghost suppressor pagoda. Can't move a muscle. Let it experience what that stone monkey spirit ghost felt when it was suppressed for 500 years on the Five Fingers Mountain. This was precisely the skill that came with the 9-layer ghost suppressing tower. Ghost tower suppression. Not only can you do great damage, but you can forcibly subdue your enemies for a second. And when used well, it can interrupt the enemy's skills. It's like just interrupting the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss's breath of ice skill. Ice Breath didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood pouring out. Ghost Swordsman. Finish this pussy together. Lin Haoren revealed a perverted smile on the ice face that was still being suppressed by the 9-layer ghost suppressing pagoda. Then he shouted at the Ghost Sword Immortal. Lin Haoren's body was violently bursting with green-colored lightning, and the raging lightning coalesced on the head of the Thunder Ghost Gun. Crackle! Turning into a green-colored thunderbolt and holding a reggae gun, he plunged straight towards the suppressed Ice Protector Ghost Boss. The spear is like a dragon of thunder. The lightning flashed and was unrivaled. On the other hand, the Ghost Sword Immortal on one side had a white glow emanating from his body, and was holding the Ghost Spirit Sword, turning into a white stream of light. Side by side with Lin Haoren, the Ghost Spirit Sword shimmered with an astonishing ghostly aura, emitting a blinding white light. It was the skill that came with the Ghost Spirit Sword, Ghost Spirit Stab. One man, one ghost, a gun and a sword, a man and a woman, one green, one white. The entire glacier cave looked as if there were only these two figures. A green and a white stream of light resembled the Green Thunder Sword Immortal. Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Immortal stabbed the huge head of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss at the same time with terrifying auras. Boom boom. A huge explosion resounded through the entire glacial cave. A large hole was directly broken open in the center of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss's brow. The only remaining one eye bore a look of intense fear, and then the eye lost its luster. It's dead, abused, blasted and viciously killed by this pair of dogs. From the beginning to the end, it's been abused without even having a chance to fart. It's inhuman. He was too embarrassed to talk about how he died in Hades. Silly duck, come on out. It's time to eat. Seeing the corpse of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss that was about to disappear, Lin Haoren immediately had the soul-devouring crow ghost come out and, devouring the souls of bosses. It's a great tonic. You can't let it go. Poor Ice Guardian Ghost Boss. Even if he has no chance of going to hell, body and soul. How can I put it into words? Duck duck. A black light flashed, and the soul-devouring crow ghost, a naive batch, suddenly appeared in front of the corpse of the Ice Protector Ghost Boss, directly opening his black hole-like mouth. I've sucked the soul of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss into my stomach. Ding dong. Congratulations to your soul-devouring crow ghost for successfully devouring the soul of the Ice Guardian Ghost Elite Boss. Ding dong. Congratulations on your soul-devouring crow ghost leveling up. Current level, 11. After devouring the soul of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss, this silly duck. Silly ducks have silly blessings, directly leveled up by 1 level. Become the highest ranked ghost among your own ghosts. Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost let out a happy caw as it felt its power increase. The eyes were slightly bent as if in a comical expression. What do you stupidly call? Scared the hell out of me, Lin Haoren said with a direct slap on the soul-devouring crow ghost's head. The soul-devouring crow ghost immediately clutched his duck head in aggravation and looked at Lin Haoren with an angry face. So angry duck why do you hit Ben Duck every time? Is it a mistake for this duck to be handsome? By the way, this dog man must be jealous of my good looks. The soul-devouring crow ghost thought smugly in his mind. Lin Haoren did not know what was in the mind of the soul-devouring crow ghost, or else he was less likely to eat a meal of absolute duck neck. Lin Haoren came to the place where the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss had died, and in the middle of the deep pit, the boss's body had dissipated. Only 3 things remain. One was the ghost crystal of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss, an ice blue bead, and a crystal. Lin Haoren's reincarnation ghost eyes immediately surfaced the attribute information of this bead in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Ice Ghost Beads. Type, Class A Ghost. Effect, Ice attribute ghosts and monsters can be carried, enhancing the power of the Ice attribute by 50%. Ghost information, a ghost born inside the Ice Guardian Ghost, with beads that enhance the power of the Ice attribute. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up. This was the same series of ghostly items as the Thunder Ghost Pearl on Little Thunder Underworld's body. It's just that the little thunder meditation is enhancing the power of the thunder attribute. This ice ghost bead is an enhancement of ice attribute power, but embarrassingly, I don't currently have any ice attribute goblins myself, and it doesn't seem to have no spawn. Chapter 80, the Ghost Emperor's level rises and the two female ghosts meet. Wait. The Ghost Emperor's wife's ability seems to have the ability to feed whatever attribute ghost crystals have a high probability of giving birth to whatever attribute ghost heirs. If the ghost crystal of the Ice Protector ghost is given to the Ghost Emperor's wife to eat, it's highly likely that an ice attribute ghost monster will hatch. Lin Haoren suddenly remembered his Ghost Emperor's wife's ability, and that she should also be about to give birth to a second ghost heir. I don't know if it's still useful to feed ghost crystals. The last item is the quest item for this quest. Ghost Ice Stone. Forging ghost weapons was a rare material. Lin Haoren had a smile on his face and put this ghost ice stone into his system backpack. With a thought, Lin Haoren summoned this Ghost Emperor's wife who was recuperating. Husband, you're looking for me. Husband is missing my concubine. A black light flashed by, and the stunningly beautiful figure of the diffracted Ghost Emperor appeared beside Lin Haoren. Chen Xian's jade hand hugged Lin Haoren's neck and said in a delicate voice to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren didn't move and glanced at the ghost sword immortal, then smiled and said to the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, Madam, this piece of ghost crystal is for you to consume. It's the ghost crystal of an ice attribute ghost monster. I don't know if you can descend an ice attribute heir after consuming it, ma'am. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's eyes lit up. A pair of autumn water-like eyes flashed with a hint of joy as she said to Lin Haoren, Leave it to me, husband. With this ghost crystal of such a high concentration, our second child will be born tomorrow. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor looked at Lin Haoren with a sweet face, itching to merge into Lin Haoren's body. Great! Lin Haoren was delighted at his words, not realizing that the boss ghost crystal could shorten the gestation time. That's kind of a surprise. Mrs. Then eat this ghost crystal. Lin Haoren put the ghost crystal into the mouth of the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor and said. At that moment, the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor also swallowed the ghost crystal. The body lights up with a black light. Ding dong! Congratulations on your ghost diffraction Queen Ghost Emperor leveling up. Current level, 11. The system's voice slowly sounded in Lin Haoren's ears. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor had also finally leveled up. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light as he smiled at Lin Haoren. Husband, this is the younger sister, isn't it? My sister is really good looking. No wonder you can charm your husband. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's words directly caused Lin Haoren's old face to blush, and he smiled awkwardly with some embarrassment. Ghost Sword Immortal's cheeks couldn't help but redden as well, having the feeling of being a mistress and being hit by the main palace. Cluck cluck cluck. When the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor saw Ghost Sword Immortal's shy appearance, couldn't help but laugh, and walked towards the Ghost Sword Immortal. Coming to Ghost Sword Immortal's side, he whispered against his ear and, after the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor finished whispering in Ghost Sword Immortal's ear, he came before Lin Haoren, kissed Lin Haoren, then with a grin on his face he said to the two men, with a winking smile on her face, she turned into a stream of light and drilled into Lin Haoren's body. Lin Haoren's face regained its normal color, holding the reggae gun in his hand as he came to the side of Ghost Sword Immortal, whose face was still flushed, and said, What did she just say to you? Why are your cheeks so red? Lin Haoren couldn't help but ask curiously. No, nothing, you stay out of. The Ghost Sword Immortal touched his burning cheeks and stammered a bit. Lin Haoren glanced suspiciously at Ghost Sword Immortal, then took Ghost Sword Immortal's delicate and smooth hand and said, Come on, let's get out. I'll take your hand. It's too slippery here. I'm afraid you'll fall. The Ghost Sword Immortal couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Lin Haoren's lame excuse for eating her tofu, but instead of breaking away from Lin Haoren's hand, he clasped it tightly with Lin Haoren's warm palm. So warm. The Ghost Sword Immortal looked at Lin Haoren's back, a hint of a happy smile appearing on her stunning face. Then one man and one ghost walk out of this cold cave. Continue on to the next place. P.S. Thanks for the gifts from the papas. Thank you all for supporting the little lady. Chapter 81, Ghosts on the Loose. On the loose. Just in case Ghost Swordsman slips on his feet. Lin Haoren was a gentleman and kept holding Ghost Sword Fairy's hand. Ghosts and monsters have cold body temperatures. Different body temperatures than human temperatures. Of course, some of the special ghosts and goblins aren't the same. For example, fire ghosts, ruddy ghosts, etc. can heat you up. Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Fairy were walking along the road. Many players couldn't help but turn around when they saw the outstanding temperament and stunningly beautiful Ghost Sword Immortal, looking at Lin Haoren with a face of envy and jealousy. Even more so, the surrounding players were enraged. Brother, please stay. Suddenly, an urgent voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren couldn't help but frown. Although it was already known that Ghost Sword Fairy's beauty would attract the attention of some players, Lin Haoren stopped and turned his head to look at the A handsome man with long hair was seen walking towards him with a few players. The long-haired handsome man kept his gaze on the ghost sword immortal, and a blazing light flashed in his eyes. She came to Lin Haoran's side, and only then did she reluctantly place her gaze on Lin Haoran. With a sunny smile on his face, said to Lin Haoran, "Hello brother, I'm the leader of the Easy Ghost Troop, you can call me Easy Leader." Although Lin Haoran didn't recognize this pussy, the surrounding players instantly recognized this person. A commotion was set off. In the midst of murmuring, "Get away, he is the leader of the Easy Ghost Troop." "Easy, it's famous, I don't recognize." "Brother, you're not well informed, right? He's the famous ghost troop leader of Arno. For Novice Village, his ghost troop has more than 50 members, and everyone is an elite. Che, only 50 plus people. Other people's Yama Temple Guild still has 2,000 people. What's so godly about it? The number of people may not be comparable to the Yama Temple Guild, but they are taking the elite route. More than 50 people, and everyone's ghosts and monsters are C-ranked or above. So you're saying it's strong or not?" "Hiss, no way. So fierce. Poof, know how powerful it is. He himself even possesses an A-rank qualified elemental type ghost. Very powerful. I see. Another big brother. Can only worship." Lin Haoran heard the chatter of the players in the surrounding area, and roughly understood this person's information, a leader of an elite ghost troop. But so what? Lin Haoran's heart was unruffled. Lin Haoran glanced at Prosperity and said indifferently, "What's up with you?" Easy to Travel gave Lin Haoran a slight smile, glanced at the ghost sword immortal, and opened his mouth. "Dude, is this your Ghostbusters?" Lin Haoran nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes, and said faintly, "It's, what? You have thoughts about her?" Prosperity couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and smiled. "Brother, honestly, I really like this ghost of yours. I wonder if you can cut me off, brother." "Of course, the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. I'll give you $100. 000. What do you think?" The Prowler is also generous, opening his mouth to offer $100,000. Seems to really like the ghost sword immortal, but Lin Haoran couldn't help but laugh at. "Ha ha ha, kid, what are you laughing at? Our chief has already given you $100,000 and you want more. Don't be too greedy. Be careful you won't get a penny yet. Know how to take what you can get. This is the wilderness. Your ghosts and monsters are dead. They can't be resurrected." Seeing Lin Haoran laughing, the members of the troop behind Prosperity were instantly offended and cursed at Lin Haoran. The threat was clear enough. "This friend. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm funny? Or do you think my prices are too low?" Prosperity's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a glint as he said indifferently to Lin Haoran, "Smart. I just thought you were funny. She's priceless. I wouldn't sell her for any amount of money you'd give me," Lin Haoran said indifferently to Prosperity. Then he glanced at the ghost sword immortal and said fondly. A layer of peach red instantly appeared on ghost sword immortal's cheeks, and her icy heart felt like it had been jarred with honey. So sweet. The sunny smile on Prosperity's face finally disappeared at this point, and his eyes carried a hint of coldness. Faintly, he spoke. "So it's non-negotiable, is it?" With a terrifyingly cold look in his eyes, Freewheeler looked at Lin Haoran indifferently. The members of the troop behind Prosperity also revealed a cruel smile at Lin Haoran. The surrounding players had already felt that Lin Haoran was dead at this point. It was just a pity that such a beautiful ghost and monster, if you die, you don't have any more. This kid is dead. How dare he talk to Easy to the end like that? Damn retard. Not even selling it for $100,000. It's just a game, data. Really take it as your wife. I think he just deserves it. Such a beautiful female ghost had to be brought out to show off. Humph. I poo. That's it. Kill it. I'm jealous. The surrounding players were also envious and jealous of Lin Haoran. Seeing that Lin Haoran possessed a female ghost that beautiful, it literally hurts to breathe. Since they don't have it, you can't have it, either. This is human nature. Lin Haoran's mouth broke into a wide smile when he heard the yelling of the surrounding players. Chapter 82, Bloodstained Lance, Rage for the Red Face. Lin Haoran had a big smile on his face, but those who knew Lin Haoran knew that he's going to kill people. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly, a white sword light flashed by, an icy cold light like the moon, a sword chant like a snake's letter, and a sword shadow like a loach. The surrounding players suddenly let out a miserable shriek, only to see that the few players who had just been cursing Lin Haoran, hands dead, cover their own throat, horrible blood like a fountain. General Jedi's with a thick fear. Looking at Lin Haoran with a face of disbelief, then his head tilted and he died. Crackle. Immediately following the same time, a green-colored thunderbolt surged out, and a black lance was like a thunderbolt that, a shot was projected, and a player was directly shot in the head, splashing black, white and red liquid in all directions. Very bloody brutal. Murder, murder. The players in the surrounding area immediately let out a cry of horror and the perimeter was in chaos. Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Immortal struck out at the same time. The man is ruthless. He just starts killing people. This was not anticipated by anyone in the room. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of public outrage? Just chaotic free swim, all eyes pupil violently shrink. Also did not expect Lin Haoren unexpectedly suddenly killed people. Even he, the easy ghost core, doesn't dare to kill at will, for fear of causing public anger. After all, there are millions of casual players, and this force is very scary in the game. Ghost Sword Immortal, kill them all. Just a bunch of. Lin Haoren glanced at Prosperity and slowly walked towards the player who had his head blown off. Picking up the reggae gun and, to the Ghost Sword Immortal, he said indifferently. That tone was like saying kill a chicken, without any emotional fluctuation. The Ghost Sword Immortal is holding the Ghost Spirit Sword, killing one person with one step. Sword light, blood, and screams, like a lep, playing a murderous sword song that. The beauty of Ghost Sword Fairy's murderous swordsmanship is such that one automatically ignores the fact that she's killing people. Her looks made it impossible to ignore whether or not it was a human being she was killing. In just 10 seconds or so, Lin Haoren and Ghost Sword Immortal had slaughtered all of the surrounding players. A sword and a spear stained with bright red blood. Drop by drop, it falls to the ground. The air around them was filled with a thick, nauseating odor of false blood. Tap tap tap. Lin Haoren's face was stained with blood, but he was wearing a sunny smile as he walked step by step towards the few remaining members of the Easy Ghost Corps. The crisp footsteps sounded like the devil's knock at the door. It made a few of the Easy Ghost Corps' backs all wet. Excuse me, these people have no manners to interrupt our conversation. We were just talking about there, Lin Haoren said with a smile to Easy Ride, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. Gollum. As Easy to Swim looked at the devil like Lin Haoren, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Brother, sorry for the disturbance. We're actually just passing through. We'll leave now. Easy to go. He flashed a smile at Lin Haoren, and was ready to leave. But Lin Haoren smiled slightly and said, I hate it when people threaten me. You think you guys can leave, right? Lin Haoren licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile at Easy. Nima. Don't you think you're tugging around here after killing a few normal players? I'll get you killed. Come out. Sickle Ghost. Kill him for me. A member of the troop behind Prosperity suddenly bellowed, summoning his Oni. A black light flashed, and this scythe-wielding poltergeist suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The sharp scythe glinted with an icy, bone-chilling light that. Prosperity's face changed and he roared, don't even let out the ghosts and goblins. He's just waiting for us to release ghosts and monsters to kill. The other members of the troop were just about to release their own ghosts and goblins, but suddenly they heard this roar from Easy. The first thing that happened was that the summoning stopped, and the scythe ghost that had just been summoned, C qualification, leveled up to level 6, an absolute elite ghost, but having just summoned it, suddenly a sharp sword light flashed and, the scythe ghost's head was then slit by a sword, and its round head fell down like a basketball. A few pounds of black blood sprayed from his neck. Bang lang. The scythe in the scythe ghost's hand fell heavily onto the cold ground with a crisp crash. The scythe ghost that had just come out landed on its ghostly head and lost its breath of life. Silence, a fearful silence. Not bad for the head of a regiment. Really some brains. I didn't realize you were quite smart. Lin Haoren glanced at Prosperity with some surprise. He did want them to release the ghosts and monsters and then kill them all in one fell swoop. After all, a good man does what a good man does and sends the Buddha to the West. Right. How pointless to kill players and be able to resurrect them. It's better to kill their ghosts and goblins, like the Hades Guild. Dead ghosts and goblins. I've been afraid to come out and jump for the past few days, and my ears have cleared, but I didn't expect this guy to see it. But Lin Haoren didn't care. It's just a few players in the area. Shoot them at will. Brothers, we don't really have a grudge. Business is not business. We don't have to make a scene like this. I'll apologize to you and compensate you with $10,000. Can we clear the air? With an unusually ugly expression on his face, Freeron still managed to squeeze out a smile and said to Lin Haoren, this guy is deep in the city, and this is all sinking in. What if one day I ask your wife if she's for sale for $100? 000. Lin Haoren didn't reply to Easy Rider's words and also looked at Easy Rider with a murderous look on his face and said indifferently. On the other hand, when the Ghost Sword Immortal on the side heard Lin Haoren call out to his wife, a blush spread across his face. The gaze that looked at Lin Haoren carried a touch of tenderness. P.S. Way to go papas, the numbers keep dropping. I'm gonna cry my eyes out. I'm gonna cry. Whoa. Chapter 83 The Wrath of the Crowd. The Crusading Army. Prosperity's face changed. The answer to this is obvious and easy to see, and Lin Haoren's attitude is clear as well. It would be a must kill. Easy's face returned to normal. he already knew they were bound to die, so there was no point in continuing to put on a smiley face. Today, I admit my defeat, but as the wind and water turn, today's vengeance, I'll mark it down at large. A cold, chilling aura flashed across Easy's eyes as he said coldly to Lin Howren, boom. Just as he finished speaking, he was directly shot in the head by Lin Howren. White and red liquid splattered in all directions. There were also some splashes directly on the mouths of a few members of the Easy Ghost Corps behind them, and there was a sudden burst of vomiting. Vomit. Lin Howren frowned and directly probed with his long spear. Killing these people. The place that had just been bustling with activity. At the moment there was only Lin Howren and Ghost Sword Immortal. One person and one ghost. The ground is stained red. A strong smell of blood hit his nose. Let's go. Lin Howren was expressionless as he took the reggae gun back into his system backpack, then extended his blood-red right hand towards the Ghost Sword Immortal. Ghost Sword Immortal, however, did not dislike Lin Howren's blood-stained right hand at all, and stretched out her own white jade hand to rest on Lin Howren's palm, a sweet smile on her absolutely beautiful face. It made even Lin Howren lose his concentration slightly. Lin Howren gripped Ghost Sword Immortal's jade hand tightly, and a hint of a sincere sunny smile appeared on his face. Walking side by side with the Ghost Sword Immortal, a cheerful voice slowly sounded in the wind. There are ghosts and fairies on earth that hold with me, smile sweetly and charm my heartstrings into my soul. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 4, the players slaughtered by Lin Howren were by the Resurrection Stone. Each person had a face that was thick with anger and resentment, and was fiercely cursing Lin Howren. Too abominable. This person is not a human being at all. He is killing people for no reason. It is simply against the heavens. We just say a few words to him, and he gets up and kills people. There is no law. There's no law. This kind of person must be an orphan in the real world. No father, no mother, dead family goods. Yeah, just the assholes of society. The scum of society. If reality can find him, I'll be the first to get him. This kind of person deserves to play the game. Unworthy. Everyone unite. Everyone go and call out, and kill the scum of this community until they quit the game today. Right, we casual players all unite. Let's work together for the people to get rid of the pests. Accept this pest, and give the game a good environment. The casual players at the Resurrection Stone shouted in unison and raised their powerful fists, already looking completely like a victim, completely forgetting that they were the ones who angered Lin Howren by saying shameless and immoral things first. It was only then that he was exterminated by Lin Howren. But the number of people playing dumb is a fact, and they've automatically ignored the antecedents that, thinking only of the consequences, they ghosts were killed. They were killed. Then, Lin Howren is a murderer and scum. Shabu shabu. Just at that moment, Easy and a few members of the group also appeared by the Resurrection Stone with pale resurrection faces. The crowd was stunned when they saw it, and then with a look of delight, they asked it Easy. Easy leader, were you also killed by that scum? We are preparing to call for a crusade against this scum. You guys are the strongest. Why don't you lead us to exterminate that scum? The crowd was up in arms, asking Easy to lead them in a crusade against Lin Howren. A glimmer flashed in Prosperity's eyes when he saw this scene, and then a look of anger appeared on his face. Said to the crowd. Yes, we were killed too. Since everyone lifts love, then I, Free and Easy, will respectfully submit. We are all victims. If this person is not removed, the entire Novice Village will be at risk for everyone. To kill someone at the drop of a hat is simply lawless. Everyone go and call someone now. My Easy Ghost Regiment will participate with all of its members, and will definitely kill this person out of the game. Give all of us players back a clean slate. Kill, 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 kill. At once, all the players in the room shouted out in a loud voice that, just like that, the 4th Novice Village set off a vast crusade against Lin Howren. Seeing the departing crowd of callers, a sinister smile appeared on Easy's face as he muttered, offended the public's anger. Even if you're powerful, it's useless. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. If you want to blame it, blame yourself. This is the horror of human nature. Ha 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 ha. Still too young. The ghost swordsman with the second highest ghost qualifications. Only I, prologue, am worthy of. A piercing light flashed in Easy's eyes and he licked his lips, revealing a perverted smile. Meanwhile, Lin Howren and Ghost Sword Immortal had finally arrived at the last mission location, the Ghost Rhinoceros Plains. A ghostly rhinoceros with a huge body and carrion falling from it roamed the plains aimlessly. Lin Howren looked at these ghost rhinoceroses, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had already surfaced its information in Lin Howren's mind. Name, Ghost Rhinoceros. Qualification, C. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability, Rhinoceros Horn Charge. Use the firm rhino horn to charge at the enemy, dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy. Ghost information, born as a rhinoceros, brutally killed by human beings and seized rhino horn to sell for money. The grievances do not dissipate and the ghosts are conceived and transformed into ghost rhinoceros, which extremely hates human beings. Description: where is my horn? You take my horn. I take your koan. Koan horns complement each other. You're big and I'm big. Chapter 84, Destroy all ghost rhinos level up. These ghost rhinos are quite numerous, but there's no boss in sight. Lin Haoran guessed that his quest item was 100% on the boss again. Come on out. Little thunder metal. Silly duck. Lin Haoran directly summoned all his ghosts and monsters. Foster wife doesn't count. Lin Haoran is ready to make this quick and easy. I didn't have a double team with Ghost Kenshin. Instead, opt for 4 rows. Father, duck duck. As soon as the 2 little ones came out, Little Thunder Meditation respectfully greeted Lin Haoran. Very polite, or he taught himself well. Lin Haoran couldn't help but touch his son's head. Duck duck. When the soul-devouring crow ghost saw Lin Haoran touching Little Thunder Underworld's head, he didn't touch the duck masters, and immediately came to Lin Haoran, stretching out his dark head to rub against Lin Haoran's hand, signaling Lin Haoran to touch his own. 2. His head is better to touch. Snap. But what was ushered in was a big mouth from Lin Haoran. A slap on the head of the Koda duck. You haven't washed your duck head in days and you're letting me touch it. Take it as a desperate duck's head, people hate it. Lin Haoran didn't have the good sense to laugh and curse at the soul-devouring crow ghost. Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost clutched his duck head with an angry face and cursed at Lin Haoran. It's too much of a duck heartbreaker. Not expecting to take the initiative and get back the master's mouth. The soul-devouring crow ghost's eyes shed a tear of remorse. After all, I paid myself wrongly. Duck duck. At this moment, as Lin Haoran's crowd approached the wandering ghostly rhinoceros sniffs and smells their most hated human, he immediately became berserk, and a pair of black as ink eye pupils emitted a blood-red glow. Roar. There were roars of anger and, charging towards Lin Haoran and the others. Boom boom boom. The whole plain shook slightly, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and the smoke was thick and, the gas is so strong. Kill me. Lin Haoran took out his thunder ghost gun, and a streak of green-colored lightning erupted from his body as he said coldly to the ghosts and monsters, after killing all the ghost rhinos here, plus the ghost crystals collected in the glacier cave, you should be able to upgrade yourself, too. Think of it as practicing on the side. Duck duck. Koda duck converted all the aggravation in his heart into power, opened his mouth, and let out a soulful crow call that. A mysterious force instantly swept towards the furiously running ghost rhinoceros group. Buzz. The ears of the crimson bloodthirsty ghost rhinoceros suddenly resounded with an ear-piercing tinnitus that, Herculeanly, the ghost rhinoceros group that rushed at the very front suddenly rolled their eyes white and foamed at the mouth. Boom boom boom. The huge body crashed straight to the ground. The body was still twitching, but it was obvious that it was not going to survive. A ducking sound, directly reaping the lives of at least 60 ghost rhinos. And some of the slower ones that got away with it. Soul-devouring crow ghost soul duck call has a distance atmosphere, currently only about 100 meters or so. Nothing beyond that. As the saying goes, if you run fast, you die fast. This statement confirms that the ghost rhinoceros, who was thought to be the bravest and fastest runner, was still complacent and, I didn't expect to touch a fart and crunch halfway through. Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost flapped its wings and came into the air of the lost ghost rhino, opening its mouth and sucking violently. All of a sudden, all of these ghostly rhinoceros souls were swallowed by the soul-devouring crow ghost. You have to eat while it's hot, let alone a fragrant soul. On the other side, Lin Haoran, Little Thunder Underworld, and Ghost Sword Immortal also met the remaining ghost rhinos. There are quite a few ghost rhinos left. Lin Haoran was holding a reggae gun. Green thunder twined around it. The spear was like a dragon. 1 shot to explode the chrysanthemums, 2 shots to explode the head, and these ghostly rhinoceroses were just ordinary ghosts and monsters. Where were they a match for this pervert? Lin Haoran. Moreover, the combat experience Lin Haoran possessed was like a fish out of water. These bulky ghost rhinoceroses couldn't even touch the corner of his coat before Lin Haoran strangled them with a single shot. Little Thunder Underworld and the Ghost Sword Immortal fight. One raging, one beautiful. Little Thunder Underworld's raging green thunder blasted a ghost rhinoceros to death with a single strike, and the power of lightning was supposed to restrain ghosts and monsters. Little Thunder Underworld still wears the reggae bead. That damage was like thunder from the sky. Boom boom boom. Countless green-colored thunderbolts kept bombarding these bulky and huge ghost rhinoceroses, which were targets and had no way to run. The Ghost Sword Immortal's Royal Sword Immortal technique was also very sharp, and the Ghost Spirit Sword directly pierced through the head of one ghost rhinoceros after another. It's like an embroidery needle. It's pervasive. Once in and out, the liquid came out. In just 10 minutes, the ghost rhinoceroses on the Rhino Plains were all put to death, without a single survivor. More than 100 ghost rhinoceroses died in the hands of Lin Haoran's 1 man and 3 ghosts. The souls were all devoured by the soul-devouring crow ghosts, while the ghost crystals, a total of 152 in all, were all put away by Lin Haoran, together with the ghost crystals from before. It should be possible to upgrade. Lin Haoran didn't hesitate and consumed all of the ghost crystals, while the level had finally risen to level 11. Ding dong! Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level, 11. A smile appeared on Lin Haoran's face as he casually opened the rankings. NO1, hidden nickname, rank 11. NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, rank 7. NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, rank 7. NO4, Emperor, rank 7. NO5, Handsome World, rank 6. Himself still leads the crowd below his ass by a wide margin. The higher the level, the slower they escalate because money can't buy high-grade ghost crystals anymore. Moreover, the Ghosts and Monsters 1 contracted needed ghost crystals to upgrade, and the amount of ghost crystals needed was too much. Slow upgrades are normal. P.S. Thanks for the gifts, Popol. Thank you so much. Wahahaha. Don't raise the book, boys. Balls up. Don't raise a book. Don't raise a book. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Chapter 85, The Miserable Rhinoceros Ghost Leader Boss. Roar. Just as Lin Haoran had resolved all the ghost rhinos on the rhino plains, a loud roar violently resounded from the depths of the rhino plains, resounding throughout the entire rhino plains. Luckily, this side of the ghosts are too high-leveled, and no players have come this way, for now. Otherwise it would certainly attract a lot of players. Boom boom boom. A great roaring sound rang out. The ground all shook slightly, and a thick cloud of dust lifted from the plains not far away. Under Lin Haoran's solemn gaze, a ghost rhinoceros with an enormous body appeared on the rhino plains, standing at least 5 meters tall and 4 meters long. He was clad in thick rhinoceros hides that shimmered brightly and, at a glance, it was clear that the defense was amazing, and a pair of huge black eyes flashed with a look of grumpy anger. The rhinoceros horn on the top of his head. The reincarnation ghost eye in Lin Haoran's left eye trembled slightly, and a message instantly surfaced in Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Rhinoceros Ghost Leader Elite Boss. Qualification, B. Type, Physical. Level, 10. Ability, thick skin. The Rhinoceros Ghost Leader's entire body is wrapped in hardened skin, increasing his own defense by 100%. Savage Horn Slam. The Rhinoceros Ghost Leader wraps ghostly aura around his giant horn and charges at the enemy, dealing massive damage. Ghost info in his life. He was the leader of the rhinoceros population. The population was brutally killed by humans, taking rhino horns. His resentment is overwhelming. After being killed, the ghost energy is conceived and transformed into a powerful boss. Extremely hate humans. Weakness, chrysanthemum. Description, run over your ass. Hot next door. Asterisk. Stinky and hard this guy. Lin Haoran saw the ability of this rhinoceros ghost leader boss and immediately stormed a nationalist. This rhinoceros ghost's skin is bulletproof. I've never seen such a cheeky ghost. Lin Haoran glanced at the reggae gun in his hand, and a hint of apology flashed in his eyes. Murmured, guns, you're going to have to commit today. If the reggae gun had any consciousness, it would have ironically stabbed Lin Haoran a few times as an apology. Roar. The dark eyes of the rhinoceros ghost leader boss glittered with raging hatred. Having had his own pack killed by humans during his lifetime, after his death, he was also killed by humans. It's like deceiving a ghost. The rhinoceros ghost leader boss roared in rage. His entire body bubbled with a thick ghostly aura that coalesced around the thick rhinoceros horn on top of his head. It's like a tank to Lin Haoran, rushing away. This was none other than the ability of the rhino ghost leader boss. Savage Horn Bash. Silly Duck's soulful duck call is still on cooldown. Lin Haoran decisively pulled out his crotch. Bah! The 9-layer ghost suppressing pagoda, and threw it into the air. Buzz. The 9-layer ghost suppressing pagoda immediately emitted a white light and turned into a ghost tower floating in the air. A mysterious force sweeps toward the west. The ghost suppressor field opens. The ghost rhinoceros leader boss that was running suddenly felt its speed, defense, and attack power weakened. Roar. The ghost rhinoceros leader boss's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and a roar came out of his mouth. Not knowing how suddenly his strength had dropped so much, he felt a pang of unease in his heart. Strike together. Kill. Lin Haoran's entire body flashed with green-colored electricity, and an icy cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, taking the lead and charging towards the ghost rhinoceros leader boss. Yes, father. Little Thunder Underworld obediently replied back, and a powerful green-colored thunderbolt immediately erupted from his body. Berserk lightning instantly condensed into a gun of lightning in Little Thunder Underworld's hand. Crackle. Between the thunder and lightning, Little Thunder Underworld's eyes condensed, and his fleshy face carried a hint of gravity. A milky voice came out of his mouth. The Lance of Judgment. Pierce this bull for me. Shoo. The terrifying spear of lightning was like a thunderbolt. A green-colored thunderbolt flashed through the thunder lance had struck the ghost rhinoceros leader boss's hard rhinoceros hide with a vicious blow. Boom. A terrifying explosion rang out and, The huge body of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss was directly stopped by this terrifying energy strike, letting out a great roar of fury. Roar! A massive wound immediately appeared on the ghost rhinoceros leader boss's body where it was struck by Little Thunder Underworld's judgment shot, bubbling with charred skin. It hadn't broken defense yet, but it was close. Little Thunder Styx's judgment gun is the strongest single skill, terrifying as it is. Even the rhinoceros skin, which is thicker than a city wall, and the Elite Boss Template editions, all of them could barely withstand Little Thunder Underworld's gun of judgment. Give me death. At that moment, Lin Howren's attack had also arrived, and while the Ghost Rhino leader boss was still buzzing in his head, Lin Howren had quietly arrived behind the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss. Looking at the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss's ass, a look of determination flashed in his eyes and, the reggae gun in his hand carried a strong power of lightning, and he made a reggae kill at the weakness of the Ghost Rhino leader boss. The lance is like a thunder dragon. The Thunder Ghost gun carried a terrifying thunderbolt as it stabbed into a certain weak part of the Ghost Rhino leader boss. Ouch! The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss immediately let out a heartbreaking and miserable cry. When the dog ghost hiding in the dark heard this, his whole body immediately shivered, and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Cursing, he left. It's so cruel. The dog shakes his head at it. P.S. One more chapter and another stuck in review. Chapter 86 Trophies Stolen. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss's eyes were filled with blood, and his eyeballs were glaring out of his head. The huge body directly popped up in place and jumped high into the sky, causing Lin Howren to be dumbstruck for a moment. Looked straight up dumbfounded. So rhinos can jump so high. Ow 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 ow. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss body kept bouncing around, scraping the ground as black blood continued to flow out of it, staining the nearby verdant grasslands. So disgusting. The Ghost Sword Immortal looked at Lin Howren with a look of contempt and said coldly, Lin Howren. The corners of Lin Howren's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly glanced at Ghost Sword Immortal. Who could blame him for this? Blame it on the eye of the ghost. Your weakness is the flower. If you don't hit there, hit there. Ho 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 ho. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss had come out of his harsh reality by now. It's not clean anymore. As harsh as that reality is, it must be accepted. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss's pitch black eye pupils shed a tear of hazing and humiliation. Then with a crazy face he became furious, looking at Lin Howren with a gaze like a strong female hating to break Lin Howren into pieces. Roar! The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss leans up to the sky and whistles in a magnificent manner, his whole body bursting with ghostly aura, wrapped around its rhinoceros horn. It ran wildly towards Lin Howren like a mad cow, taking his life. Ghost Tower Suppression. Give me the town. Lin Howren looked at the murderous Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss without a trace of guilt, though one is doing excessive things to it. But so what? Real men never care about race. Lin Howren directly activated the ability of the 9-layer Ghost Suppressing Pagoda. Buzz. The 9-layer Ghost Suppressing Pagoda floating in the air immediately emitted an ear-piercing, ear-splitting sound. The heavy Ghost Pagoda directly suppressed the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss directly downwards with a fierce pressure. Boom boom boom. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss directly went limp on all 4 legs, and it was as if his back was being pressed down by a huge mountain. Vomit. A mouthful of old blood was spat out from his mouth, and his body was directly suppressed by the 9-layered Ghost Suppressing Pagoda that ruthlessly suppressed him on the ground. A deep crater was smashed out. Little Thunder Underground. Give it to me. Use the Judgment Lance to attack its back. Lin Howren caught the opportunity and immediately shouted at Little Thunder Underworld. Little Thunderhead was young and innocent. Hearing Lin Howren's words, thinking nothing of it, trusting Lin Howren unconditionally. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Underworld immediately responded, as raging 7 or 8 colors of lightning power surged out from his body, coalescing in the doll hands of Little Thunder Meddler. Crackle. A green-colored thunder snake flickered around Little Thunder Underworld, hissing and roaring. Give me. Little Thunder Underworld aimed at the rhinoceros fart of this Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss with blood flowing out of it. With a milky shout, the Judgment Lance in his hand resembled a green-colored stabbing lance that, with an unrivaled aura, it projected at the rhinoceros fart of the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss. The Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss that was being suppressed to death had his eyes glaring like a lantern, with a strong look of fear, wanted to shout out, help, big brother have mercy, balls up, don't explode my rhino farts, it's already crippling, but it was deadlocked by the 9-layer Ghost Suppressing Pagoda. It couldn't say a word at all. I can only do my best to keep the door closed, as if that would make you feel better inside. Boom. But its humble barrier was like white paper, directly shattered by the lightning gun without effort. Then with a thunderous momentum, the Judgment Lance viciously stabbed into the lovely place of the Ghost Rhino leader boss. The 5-meter-long gun of judgment directly attacked the body of the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss. Boom boom boom. Terrifying lightning energy exploded inside the Ghost Rhinoceros leader boss. and pitch-black blood flowed out of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss' entire body. The huge body twitched slightly, and thus, with a strong sense of resentment, suffocation, and aggression, it ended with a sinful bang. A pair of dark and bloodshot eye pupils stared at Lin Haoren in death, as if they wanted to firmly memorize his appearance above their souls. Duck duck duck. The soul-eating crow ghost suddenly appeared here, opening his black hole-like mouth and sucking violently. The poor ghost rhinoceros chief boss body and soul torture, devoured into his stomach by the soul-devouring crow ghost. The soul-devouring crow ghost burped and rubbed his stomach, a hint of happiness on his face, and, so delicious, beefy flavor. The corpse of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss slowly turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving behind a rhino horn that, a ghost crystal, and the evil ghost mask. Little Thunder Underground. Great job, Lin Haoren said in praise to Little Thunder Meditation. Xiao Leimei's white and clean face couldn't help but blush slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Don't you take after your father? The ghost sword immortal glanced at Lin Haoren and whispered to Little Thunder Underworld. This ghost rhinoceros chief boss is also miserable, being cruelly abused by two fathers and sons. I have to say it was a painful death. Bad writing. Learn the bad what? Little Thunder Medium couldn't help but frown in his little face. Doubtful asked. Little Thunder Underground. Quickly go and pick up the loot. Lin Haoren hastily changed the topic and told Little Thunder Underworld to pick up the ghost items dropped by the ghost rhinoceros leader boss. He said, yes, father. Little Thunder Underworld nodded in a good and cute manner and was about to go over to pick up the loot. Right at this moment, a pitch-black shadow suddenly sprang out from a shadow near the ghost rhinoceros leader boss. As soon as he caught the three items dropped by the ghost rhinoceros leader boss, he swept off into the distance at breakneck speed. Air dare. When Lin Haoren saw this scene, immediately, his left eye reincarnation ghost eye was like the god of death opening his eyes. A furious bellowing sound came out of his mouth. P.S. This one's been revised more than 10 times. I'm so tired of who. Thanks for the treasured gifts. I'm asking for a 5-star review. Chapter 87, Shadow Snowy. Lin Haoren's heart exploded with rage. He had never thought that someone would dare to steal food right under his nose. This is simply provoking his bottom line. You're not a hair out of place on your own Iron Duke, and you're picking back up a piece of ordinary ghost crystal. But now the boss drops were all snatched away. This wasn't asking for Lin Haoren's life. As the black shadow scurried out, Lin Haoren also reacted as if it were an instinctive reaction. Reacting at the first opportunity, a roar came out of his mouth. Lin Haoren's body violently exploded with a powerful ghostly aura, and without a moment's hesitation, Lin Haoren unleashed the evil ghost armor he was wearing, unleashing its ability, Evil Ghost Roar. In an instant, only a black gas boiled in front of Lin Haoren, and a black head of an evil ghost suddenly appeared, with 2 horns on his head, a hideous face, and pitch-black eyes with a horrible black light. The evil spirit directly opened its bloody mouth and let out a loud roar that, roar, black shadows can't travel as fast as sound. In an instant, the black shadow that was running wildly for its life was shocked by the terrifying sound of the, clutching his hands to his head, he let out a yell of pain. Evil Ghost Roar, gathering a shadow of an evil ghost, it emits a loud roar that deals damage to the enemy and puts the enemy in a cerebral tinnitus state. The roar of the evil spirit's vapors stopped the dark figure in its tracks, and the full extent of the figure was revealed to the crowd. The one was covered in a bubbling, dark, black body with only a pair of blood-red eyes, and at that moment, the left eye reincarnation ghost eye trembled slightly, and a wave of information surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Shadow Negro. Qualification, A. Type, Elemental. Contract, Equality Contract. Rank, 6. Ability, Shadow Lurking. The Shadow Negro can lurk in the shadows, and can dramatically reduce its presence in scent, making it difficult to detect its presence. Ghost information, ghosts and monsters born in the shadows by the breeding of ghostly energy. Invisible and shadowy, likes to stay in the darkness. If someone passes by it, it will slit your throat without you realizing it. Its weakness is sunlight. Description, you can't see me, but I can see you and like to peek at the activities of couples. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly, instantly realizing why this guy had been in his immediate vicinity, unnoticed by himself and his ghosts and ghouls. It turns out to have such an old 6th ability, and also elemental categories, qualifications up to a level. Very good spooky. But Lin Haoren saw that the status of the contract showed an equal contract, which meant that the ghost was something with a master. It was the player who ordered it to take his loot. A cold, piercing chill flashed across Lin Haoren's eyes. How dare you pull teeth in a tiger's mouth? I think you don't know how to die. Lin Haoren's heart was filled with killing intent, and he said coldly to his ghost, give me control over it. Don't kill it. I still have a use for it. In fact, there was no need for Lin Haoren to say anything. The ghost sword immortal's eyes already contained anger, and he struck out with fury. Controlling the ghost spirit sword like a stream of light. he stabbed at the shadow negro with a sword. Put! It directly pierced through one of the shadow negro's thighs, and black blood splattered in all directions, like black syrup. Ah! The shadow negro, who had just awakened from his cerebral vertigo, instantly let out a miserable shriek that, clutching his thighs in a hiss of pain. Lin Howren and Little Thunder Underworld, Ghost Sword Immortal and Soul Devouring Crow Ghost had all arrived by the shadow negro at this point. Duck duck duck! The soul devouring crow ghost glared at the bird's eyeballs, and kept pecking at the shadow negro with its razor-sharp beak. A single exasperated duck call escaped his lips. How dare you steal in front of your duckmaster? I think you've drifted. I peck at you. The shadow negro let out a scream of agony, but didn't dare to resist at all. Because the aura on Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Immortal had already deadlocked it, and if it made any move, without a doubt, it figured it would still have a couple holes in it, so it chose to enjoy that. Aha! The shadow negro made a strange sound as it was attacked by the pecking of the soul-devouring crow ghost. The corner of Lin Howren's mouth twitched slightly as he picked up the item dropped by the shadow negro. Finally the face slowed down a tiny bit. Lin Howren swept a glance at the surrounding trees and grass and slowly opened his mouth. If I were you, come out now, or else, you, an A-qualified ghost, will have to say goodbye. Lin Howren finished speaking for a while, but still no one came out, as if there was no one around. A glint flashed in Lin Howren's eyes as he picked up the reggae gun in his hand, and a green-colored thunderbolt surged out of his body. Coldly, in that case, then die. The reggae gun in Lin Howren's hand was like a thunder dragon, and it was about to stab at the shadow negro's head. Wait! Just then, a voice that somewhat made Lin Howren feel a pang of familiarity came out of the forest. Immediately afterward a mortal-looking woman came out of the woods. Snow! When Lin Howren saw this woman, the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and after half a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "That's right, this person was none other than Bai Shui, who had killed the elite boss Thunderbird-bodied man-headed ghost together with himself, and added a game buddy at the time." Lin Howren had some impression of this woman at that time. Talks a lot, but knows how to behave. But Lin Howren didn't expect that the person who wanted to steal his loot would be her. Let's just say there was a bit of a surprise, but it makes sense that the sinister nature of the human heart. Lin Howren had already had a profound understanding of this long ago. The pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. He dared not forget. Lin Howren had a hint of mockery on his face as he looked faintly at Bai Shui, who had lowered her head in front of him and didn't dare to speak. It's like looking at a Chapter 87, The Mysterious Ghost Group, Death of Bai Shui. Yo, Snow, long time no see. A faint smile appeared on Lin Howren's face as he smiled at Bai Shui and said, but the smile was colder than the winds of autumn. Big Brother 6 Paths. Sorry. With a hint of guilt and shame in her eyes, Bai Shui apologized to Lin Howren and said, the tone was tinged with a hint of trembling. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? The smile on Lin Howren's face grew even wider as he asked rhetorically. I shouldn't have ghosted the stuff that fell from the boss you killed. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Bai Shui's face was red with shame. Her head lowered and she didn't dare to look at Lin Howren as she stammered. Ha ha. Isn't that normal? After all, a high-level ghost item dropped by an elite boss can casually be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Even tens of thousands of dollars. It's me who's heartbroken. Lin Howren smiled faintly and continued at Bai Shui, saying, then the words turned to the shivering shadow on the ground and spoke. This ghost monster. It's the ghost that you found and contracted with the A-qualified ghost clue map that you and I got on the system announcement together. Isn't it? Yes. Bai Shui's head bowed even lower, her hands gripping her coat corner in a death grip as she replied in a small voice. The mocking smile on Lin Howren's face grew even wider as he slowly spoke. You're really good at this, taking the ghosts and goblins I sent you to steal from me. Really too funny. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Ha 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 ha. Lin Howren let out a loud laugh, but his eyes flashed with icy and piercing killing intent. Big Brother 6 Paths, I beg you, release my Oni and I'll apologize. Don't kill me Ghostbusters, okay? I have now joined a powerful mysterious ghost group. If there was no Shadow Nigga, then my status would have been drastically reduced for sure, maybe even kicked out. Big Brother 6 Roads, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please spare me the ghosts and goblins, will you? Think of it as repaying the favor I did last time when I took you to kill the boss. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to find that boss, and you wouldn't have been able to obtain an S-qualified ghost clue map. So, please just let me off the hook for once? Bai Shui saw the killing intent in Lin Howren's eyes and was shocked, so she hurriedly cried out and said to Lin Howren, saying, like a girl who has been humiliated, and Lin Howren is just negative in general. Ha 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 ha. Lin Howren sniffed and laughed even louder and, laughing made Lin Howren's stomach hurt a little. On the other hand, Bai Shui on one side suddenly had a burst of red and white face, just like a clown. Lin Howren stopped his smile, his eyes carrying a thick sneer as he looked at Bai Shui and said seriously, "First, you brought me to kill the boss. It was supposed to be a win-win situation. You got fame and an A-qualified ghost. We're done with each other." Lin Haoran stretched out a finger and said coldly to Bai Shui. Then holding out a second finger, he continued, "Second, you add the ghost core. Your status is lowered and you are kicked out. None of my business." A shocking killing intent erupted from Lin Haoran's eyes, moving like a rabbit. A raging green-colored thunderbolt surged out of his body. Crackle! Thunderbolts were hissing, violently wrapping around the pitch-black, ink-like reggae gun. Under Snow's shocked gaze, a shot to the Shadow Negro's head that, boom! A dull explosion rang out, and the Shadow Negro's head exploded like a watermelon. The black and yellow liquid splattered directly in the air. It splattered across Snow's face. An A-ranked qualified elemental-type ghost monster with great potential was killed by Lin Haoran with a single shot just like that. Snow opens her mouth and lets out a scream of horror and anger that, You shall not die. I've apologized to you. Why do you still want to kill my Oni? Are you still a man? You piece of, you shall not die. You're dead. The people of my ghost core will definitely avenge me. You think you're invincible. You are nothing but a frog in the bottom of a well. There are a whole lot more players in this game that are stronger than you. It's just that other people use other means to hide the leaderboard information. You wait. You will die. Boom. Snowy's face was a scowl, like an evil spirit from hell. A far cry from the girl with the sunny smile before, cursing at Lin Haoran with a spiteful face. But before Bai Shui could continue her output, she was shot in the head by Lin Haoran, turning into a headless corpse. He fell heavily onto the cold ground, blood pouring out in puddles. Noisy. You might as well die. Last time I thought you were too loud to stand. Lin Haoran coldly withdrew his reggae gun. His eyes were like stagnant water in a deep pool, without any ripples. The indifference is frightening. Lin Haoran glanced at the ghost crystal left behind by the Shadow Negro. A glint flashed in his eyes, and picked it up. When the Ghost Emperor's wife gives birth to this child, it seems not bad for the next child to be fed this ghost crystal and give birth to a shade-type ghost monster. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind. This time it counts as a scare, and if a shadow sends something to Snow, Snow is put into the system backpack. Even if you kill Snow, it's hard to pop it out. I'd be in deep. The mission can't even be accomplished. Damn this Snow. If he had the chance, he'd kill every time he saw one. Zhang San said that the human heart is the most evil thing in this world, and I agree with that. Lin Haoran said coldly to himself. Lin Haoran glanced at the time. It was already late, so Lin Haoran looked for a temporary safe place and got off the line in place. P.S. What a great surprise. Thanks for the great gift from Chin Ershi sauce. And the other papas as well. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Thanks for the boys. I'll give you an extra chapter when I have time. Thanks guys. Just in the next day or two. Chapter 88. The mysterious mask organization. The temperature in the present world is dropping rapidly. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 4, an advanced practice zone, 5 players dressed in black trenchcoats with evil ghost masks on their faces were directing the ghosts to kill the wild ghosts of the corpses of wild ghosts of level 8 are all over the place. Black blood stained the earth, and it was like a large slaughterhouse. Boss. Snow was killed and the shadow was dead. One of the players, wearing a white boogeyman mask, a man's voice came out of his mouth and said to the player wearing a black evil ghost mask at the head of the group, "Ha, killed by who? With her ghostly strength, very few people should be able to kill her." A hoarse, low voice came out from the black evil ghost masked player at the head. She said that she was killed by a player called Six Paths, the same player who destroyed the Yama Temple Guild and killed Easy. It's also the person we're looking for, but this person seems to have secretive movements and doesn't reply to friend requests. I didn't expect to run into Snow and kill her. The white evil ghost masked player continued to speak. It's him. His strength is good. Now that he's killed by Shui, it's enough to prove his strength. He's qualified to join us. You go. Take Snow with you and ask him to join us. If he has a grudge against Snow, then you'll hand him Snow to kill with your own hands, and as long as he joins us, anything goes. The man in the black villain mask pondered for a moment and said in a raspy voice to the man in the white villain mask, "If he doesn't join, then you know what to do." "Yes, boss." The man in the white villain mask nodded respectfully and left. He. Boss is really cruel nah. Treating a little girl so cruelly. A player wearing a silver evil ghost mask, a flirtatious woman's voice came out and said with a smile, "But, I love it." The man with the black evil ghost mask, a pair of eye pupils like a stagnant water, ripples and, coldly, "The weak have no rights." Then with the rest of the 3, he continued to enter towards the more advanced maps. Poor Snow, who at this moment doesn't know that she's been abandoned by this mysterious organization. At this point she's at the resurrection stone, looking at the white evil ghost masked player saying wait for him, come right over. Bai Shui's face immediately showed a trace of excitement, and she opened her mouth with a spiteful face and said, Rokudo, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. She laughed a hearty, oozing laugh. In the real world, Lin Haoren took off his gaming helmet, and by now it was already 8:30 p.m. Kirby, my stomach is already protesting with Lin Haoren. Make a cooing sound. Lin Haoren went to the restroom, then put on his jacket and went out to eat. Still at the same place, when the owner saw Lin Haoren, he also smiled and said as he greeted Lin Haoren after him, Lad, coming, what do you want to eat today? The owner is an old man with gray hair, but still defies old age by opening his own restaurant. An order of scrambled eggs with tomato, an order of boiled beef, an anhui fish, and a cauliflower and vegetable meat. Lin Haoren looked at the menu and said to the owner, Well Lu, you wait a moment, right away. The old master smiled faintly at Lin Haoren and said, smiling at Lin Haoren, then it was off into the kitchen to work. Hoo. The cold wind was swishing outside the restaurant, and Lin Haoren glanced at the temperature display on his cell phone and, it's odd that it's already 19 degrees Celsius. It's only logical that it can't be this cold this time of year. Lin Haoren couldn't help but frown, thinking strangely in his mind. I remember 2 weeks before the last Doomsday Creepy game on Earth fused. It also seemed like the global temperature continued to drop, and on the day of the fusion, the temperature even reached 0 degrees Celsius, and that's still on the southern side. It's even lower on the northern side. This is because the Doomsday Creepy games begin to try to merge the Earth, which creates a rift in spacetime, and the ghostly aura from the Creepy games merges into the Earth ahead of time and causes global cooling, but it's clearly over a month away. Lin Haoren's heart sank slightly, his brows furrowed as he thought with faint speculation in his mind. It's hard to believe that the world has changed in an unknown way because one has been reborn, or is this just a normal accidental cooling? Lin Haoren did not indeed in his heart, but in his mind he secretly kept a lookout for if it continues that this temperature continues to drop every day, then Lin Haoren can indeed that the Doomsday Creepy games really might have fused to Earth early for some reason. Here comes the dish. The old master carried the dishes and placed them on Lin Haoren's table with a smile. Lin Haoren pressed in the heart of all kinds of conjecture, now ultimately to still eat a full meal first. The rest of them go to the back of the line beforehand. Lin Haoren picked up his chopsticks and took a big bite, and I have to say that one of the reasons one frequents this restaurant is because the owner is really good at what he does. It is to your liking, otherwise you wouldn't come to this restaurant so often. Lin Haoren finished his meal already 9 o'clock. Because of the sudden cooling, the restaurant guests are few, and there aren't many pedestrians on the streets, all wearing jackets and traveling in a hurry. On Lin Haoren's way back, the surrounding passers-by were also talking in wonder. What the hell weather? Why is it suddenly cooling down? It's not just spring. That's right. The temperature dropped several degrees overnight. That's so weird. Yesterday I was wearing short sleeves. It's good to be colder. Otherwise it's hot every day. The reasoning is such a good one. But there's a constant feeling that something's not right about this. That it's a bit sinister. Ha 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 ha. Don't tease. It's just a sudden drop in temperature. Look at how scared you guys are. If you don't know, you'll think it's the end of the world. Lin Haoren tightened his jacket and glanced at the dark sky. There are no stars or moon. A strange light flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he muttered, it's the end of the world. A faint voice slowly sounded and, for me, there's no difference. The cold wind ruffles the leaves and makes a swishing sound. Lights, a lean figure striding with firm feet. One step into the darkness. The shadow of the figure grew longer and longer, and seemed to carry with it a touch of vicissitude and desolation. But it was an unusually firm, decisive walk. If the world kisses me with pain, then I will destroy the world. Chapter 89 Forum Fiasco and Crusade. Lin Haoren returned to his rental room. It was already after 9 o'clock. Took a hot shower. Lin Haoren was so sleepy that he couldn't help but open his computer and logged into the game's official forums, browsing through the particulars of what's happening in the game. It's a habit he picked up in his last life. 2. Having nothing to do but log on to the forums and eat melon is the reason why I know so much information in this life. Lin Haoren browsed through the information in the forums, all of which were advertisement information for purchasing ghost crystals, ghosts, ghostly objects, and so on. There's also guild recruiting, and many guilds have been formed one after another now. The most popular guild in the country right now, it's the Emperor's Celestial Guild, his own old enemy, Handsome Bastard's Overlord Guild, Yama's Yama Temple Guild and more. Lin Haoren looked at the Overlord Guild's information on recruiting members, and an icy chill flashed in his eyes. Murmured, Li Shui, cherish it. The countdown to your death is about to begin. Lin Haoren smiled coldly, then he continued to slide his mouse down, and suddenly saw a post that made the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rise. The title of the post is, an extremely perverted murderous player has appeared in Novice Village number 4. the public enemy of all players. Players from newcomer village number 4 are coming in quickly. When Lin Haoran saw the title, he instantly felt that the matter concerned him. Don't ask why. Ask on a man's seventh sense. A faint smile appeared on Lin Haoran's face as he clicked into the thread and sure enough, the first picture in there was of himself in evil ghost armor, with a confused face and a reggae gun. A photo of a shot that blew a player's head off. Have to say, Lin Haoran is kinda happy with the photo. Heads were exploded. Blood and brains splattered in all directions. Lin Haoran was like an evil ghost out of hell, wantonly killing and abusing humans. The entirety of the post below was filled with pictures of Lin Haoran mercilessly slaughtering players. Mountains of corpses. Rivers of blood. It was like hell on earth. Underneath the photo is where it says Lin Haoran guilty as charged. All players of Novice Village number 4. Today we have a 10,000 person blood letter calling for casual players to gather and crusade against this person together. This person kills and abuses sex. A word. Pulls a gun and stabs. Simply vicious to the extreme. There have been countless casual players by its persecution. We casual players must unite and crusade against this demon together, or we will be the next victims. Here, we've got 3,000 players assembled as an army of evil spirit crusaders. We hope that more players will join us and go forward together to rid the people of evil and return light to Novice Village number 4. I have to say, it's graphic, it's modeled, and it's caught the attention and resonated with a lot of players that. A special group of players fanned the flames in the comments section, pulling all the other casual players who had followed the trend to the top of their emotions. It's this. I and my girlfriend in the woods to fight mosquitoes. Just buy him a gun, stabbed to death. This also pulled my girlfriend said together to fight mosquitoes. What about a follow-up? Have you been fighting mosquitoes together yet? Brother, don't distort the building. Speaking of business, I was also killed by this only. I have no grievances with him. Just looked at him, and killed me, and scolded me. Look at your father? Asterisk. This person is so crazy. Well, is it too scary? Then this person is indeed hateful. That's right. Damn it. Maybe he's a murderer in real life. Hurry up and call the police. Gather there to crush this man. Add me to the list. Such a man deserves to die. Yeah. Let's kill him out of the game together. This kind of person doesn't deserve to play the game. I'm joining. I'm in. The comments section has gone completely crazy, and more people are joining the crusade against Lin Haoran. Even if some players didn't recognize Lin Haoran at all, they were sidetracked by the water army in the comments section and joined in. Lin Haoran's face revealed a cold and piercing chill after reading such posts. Hades, or easy ghost core, but whoever it is, dare to come, then I dare to kill. If you're not afraid to kill once, then kill twice. Kill twice and still not afraid, then kill 5 times. Lin Haoran said to himself word by word. I silly. You guys think I'm scared because you're isolating me across from the players. Ha. Too bad you guys are wrong. I never thought of myself as a human being. A perverted smile appeared on Lin Haoran's face, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, snapped open, like the ghostly eyes of a hellish demon god. A circle of white circles is like a life-supporting chakra ring. It's full of spooky, mysterious vibes. Come on, I will let you experience it. What the real hell? Lin Haoran grinned a wry smile. A night without words. Early the next morning, Lin Haoran couldn't wait to enter the game after breakfast. Lin Haoran's figure quietly appeared on the Rhino Plains. Lin Haoran opened his system backpack at the first opportunity and checked what the Rhinoceros Ghost Leader boss dropped yesterday. P.S. Thanks for the treasures. The big hot climax is coming next. Stay tuned. Oni-chan. One more chapter for the papas during the day tomorrow. Thanks to all of you for the gifts. Chapter 90, Bully List First World Announcement S-Class Scarecrow Soul Ghost Crystal Ghost Treasure. Just as Lin Haoran was about to open the system backpack, a hoarse system voice snapped in Lin Haoran's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player occupying the first of the 3 lists for a week. Unrivaled in the world. The world's first, the player obtains an opportunity for a world system announcement, and obtains a mysterious special reward. Does the player hide his nickname? When Lin Haoran heard this voice, a trace of excitement appeared on his face and he muttered, here it is, finally. In the last life, the first of the 3 lists were all rewarded with an S-ranked ghost item each, but this time, one of themselves was first of the 3 lists, so surely the rewards aren't worse than theirs. Lin Haoran thought in his mind with great anticipation. Hide nicknames. Lin Haoran immediately chose to hide his nickname. As Lin Haoran's words fell, in the void of all the players in the game world, a deafening system announcement sound rang out. It was like a thunderbolt in the daytime. Ding dong. Congratulations to player 1 week continuously occupies the first place in 3 lists. Unrivaled in the world. Unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled in the world. And all the ages. Obtains 1 world system announcement. And obtains the rewards. Extermination of Ghosts Reputation *1000 points. S-Class Ghosts, Scarecrow of Scapegoating, and Ghost Treasure, Soul Ghost Crystals. Congratulations to player 1 week in a row to occupy the first of 3 lists. Lifting the world, unrivaled in the world, and all the ages. 3 consecutive loud voices rang out violently over all the players. Directly shocked players around the world into numbness. Even the players who are still exercising in the morning. Little Quin lowered their heads in shame. With a shocked face, he raised his head to look at the shocking thunderbolt that crossed the void like a stream of light. The game fell into an eerie silence at that moment, hearing the sound of this system announcement. It was only then that the crowd realized that the number 1 hidden nickname on the 3 lists was actually the same person. It completely numbed all the players. In a flash, the world chat channel was like pouring hot oil into a pot of water, completely exploding. Double 18 Slugger, Nima, brothers, the first of the 3 lists turned out to be the same person. I feel like I've discovered some kind of remarkable truth. Balala little magic fairy, I damn well thought it was a different person hiding a nickname, but it turns out it's the same person. Basketball controller, played the ball trash game, how can this be played? Or go back to playing basketball. Backstrap man, join me in the kunai world. What are ghosts and monsters? I, Quin Chicken, am the strongest. Shinichi Shinto, Yoshi, the players of my great island nation are greatly awesome. The sword to China is just around the corner. Asterisk little life, little kids. You guys drink nuclear wastewater stupid. Go back to drinking your nuclear wastewater. Musashi Kojiro, Baka. You're a big country, and that's the best you can do. Linen butterfly, laughing at. Sorry, our quality is only for people. 4. Just start spraying. Heavenly Court War God, list 1 player hello. Our Heavenly Court Guild sincere recruitment. You just join our guild. The annual salary of millions. The real world can buy a car to buy a house. Welcome to join. Interested in can private chat me. Baji, list a player hello. I am the king of the guild of people. Sincerely invite you and us together to figure out the hegemony. The annual salary of millions of dollars. Packaged car, packaged room, also packaged wife. Interested in please chat with me privately. Absolutely let you satisfied. The world chat channel. With all sorts of talk, swiping the screen every second. There were people who envied, people who were jealous, and people who cursed the openers. And there were big guilds that extended heavy invitations to Lin Howren. The entire world chat channel was so lively. But Lin Howren, who was the one involved, didn't have time to open the chat channel. At this moment, Lin Howren was checking out the 2 items obtained from this system announcement with a happy face. S-Class Ghosts. He expected that. But I didn't think that I would be able to obtain a precious ghost treasure, which Lin Howren hadn't expected. Lin Howren was a little excited in his heart and couldn't wait to check the information on the first S-ranked ghost item. Name, Scapegoat Scarecrow. Type, S-rank Ghosts. Effect, when a player or ghost carries it and takes lethal damage, it can shield the wearer from this damage and die instead. Ghost information, a scarecrow with grievances, after being nurtured by ghostly energy, transformed into a ghost with magical abilities. Quite precious. When Lin Howren saw this S-ranked ghost, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. This S-rank ghost is not a combat ghost, but it's very effective, and can resist lethal damage once. Lin Howren's mind then conjured up the figure of his ghost emperor's wife, followed by the ghost sword immortal. It's only in order to maximize the benefits of carrying this haunted, ghostly object that because players can be revived 5 times, but a ghost is dead when it's dead. There's no resurrection. With this scapegoat scarecrow, it's the equivalent of an extra life. Significant. Lin Howren thought about it, or to carry it for his ghost emperor wife. After all, his wife is considered to be the main palace. Its ability is also the core of Lin Howren's existence at the moment. There is no room for error. Lin Howren continued to look down, and the system announcement rewarded the last item. It is also the most valuable ghost treasure. Name, Soul Ghost Crystal, Ghost Treasure. Type, Special Ghost Treasure. Effects, can be consumed by ghosts and monsters to enhance their soul power, with a moderate chance of a soul-type skill. However, it is more effective when given to soul-type ghosts, and can even enhance their qualifications and have a high chance of gaining a soul-type skill. Information on ghostly objects, ghostly treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, with mysterious and powerful powers. P.S. An extra chapter for the papapas. As a token of my appreciation for the support of my little lady, thanks for the gifts from the treasures. You have to read it every day. Don't raise shoo. It'll kill you. Chapter 91, Soul-Eating Undead Crow Ghost. Undead Manipulation. Ghost of a raven that devours souls. Idiom, fig. Devouring the soul of a deceased person or animal. Hiss. Lin Howren sucked in a breath of cold air after looking at this ghostly treasure, and the concentration of oxygen in the surroundings decreased by a few points. This. Silly ducks have silly luck. Lin Howren instantly thought of the silly duck-eating raven ghost he kept. Although other ghosts and monsters could be consumed, but obviously giving it to the soul-devouring crow ghost is the one that maximizes the benefits. Not only can it enhance the qualification of the, there's also a high probability of realizing a soul skill that, Lin Haoren's heartbeat a few seconds faster, and without hesitation, he directly released the silly duck. Duck duck duck, a black light flashed, and the stupid duck, the soul-devouring crow ghost, cocked his head like a college student. Looking stupidly at Lin Haoren, a puzzled cry came out of his mouth. It seems to say, silly master, what's the point of calling my lord out? Lin Haoren had made a soul contract with the soul-devouring crow ghost, and he was still able to vaguely understand what the soul-devouring crow ghost was saying. How dare this stupid duck scold me? What a toilet light. Looking for, the corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose, revealing a small smile. Taking out this black crystalline soul ghost crystal from his system backpack, its surface exudes a strong soul power that, as soon as the soul-devouring crow ghost saw the soul crystal, his eyes went straight. With a blazing face, it looked at the soul crystal stone in Lin Haoren's hand, instinct telling it that if you eat this crystal yourself, there's definitely a qualitative change that, straight from poor boy to high roller. The few brain cells of the soul-devouring crow ghost were running at breakneck speed at the moment. Tick-tock. A ticking sound rang out in the soul-devouring crow ghost's head. The brain seems to have opened up. Without a moment's hesitation, it directly opened its wings and hugged Lin Haoren's thigh with one hand. Squeezing a tear out of his eyes, he pitifully called out to Lin Haoren. Duck duck duck. Dad, I was wrong. Give it to the duck. I won't scold you anymore. From now on, I'll be your fiercest duck leg. If you let me peck the dog, I'll never peck the chicken. Lin Haoren probably understood the meaning of soul-devouring crow ghost's words in his soul contract. Unable to help the corners of his mouth rise slightly, he looked at the pitiful soul-devouring crow ghost, who was hugging his thighs, with a teasing face. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Come, show your master a little ass wiggle. Then this soul ghost crystal is a reward for you. Upon hearing this, the soul-devouring crow ghost immediately revealed a hint of humiliation, but after glancing at the soul ghost crystal in Lin Haoren's hand, it turned into a color of determination. Don't say let this duck wiggle his ass, even if it contributes. It's worth it. The soul-devouring crow ghost thought darkly in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, the soul-devouring crow ghost performs what it means to be a crow wiggling its ass right where it is. That comical look directly made Lin Haoren burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's too hot. Here you go. Lin Haoren couldn't take it anymore, interrupting the soul-devouring crow ghost's tawdry maneuvering, and directly throwing the soul ghost crystal to the soul-devouring crow ghost. Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost's eyes immediately lit up, and he swallowed the soul ghost crystal in one gulp. Dark eyes glittered with excitement. The soul-devouring crow ghost's body violently lit up with a brilliant black light, like a black diamond that, buzz, an ear-piercing ear-splitting sound rang out, and a powerful soul force radiated out from the soul-devouring crow ghost. An eerie pale green glow loomed in the black light of the duck duck. Immediately after a shadowy shriek snapped out of the black light, which began to shrink slowly. The buzz. A powerful soul fluctuation instantly swept in all directions, and Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, snapped open. Like an automatic protector, it instantly absorbed all of the soul power that swept through it. Can't make a dent. Shabu shabu. In the black light, a pair of wings as black as ink spread out violently, like the wings of a black angel. Immediately after that the head also appeared. At this time the head of the soul-devouring crow ghost carried an oozing green light. Or pale green gas. Weird as hell. A pair of dark eyes with pale green pupils. It is full of mystery and spookiness. Duck duck. The soul-devouring crow ghost that had completed its metamorphosis immediately let out a loud cawing sound up to the sky. Lin Haoren couldn't help but look at the soul-devouring crow ghost in front of him, who looked like a birdshot for a cannon, and couldn't help but rise with a hint of surprise. This silly duck is having a moment, a real touch of the dominance of a powerful ghost. Lin Haoren is very satisfied. Let's hope the brain evolves too. Lin Haoren thought darkly in his mind. Duck duck duck. But without waiting for Lin Haoren to finish his thoughts, the soul-devouring crow ghost looked at his current appearance and jumped up in joy. Eyes flexed in a giggle. Lin Haoren. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth twitched slightly, directly retracting the words that were just in his mind. Sure enough, this brain thing, it can't be cured. Lin Haoren shook his head and casually opened the information panel of the soul-devouring crow ghost at this point. Name, soul-devouring crow ghost. Qualification, SS. Type, rules-based. Rank, 11. Ability. Soul-devouring soul-devouring dead crow ghosts can increase their strength by devouring the souls of their enemies, and when devouring soul-type ghosts, they have a very low chance of realizing one of their abilities. Soul crowing, soul-devouring dead crow ghosts directly attack the enemy's soul through their cries, and those with weak soul strength will directly fly away from their souls, and those who are lighter will be stunned and vomit. Undead manipulation, the Soul Eater Dead Crow Ghost can take control of the souls of dead creatures to fight for itself, and the soul bodies can be freely stored within the Soul Eater Dead Crow Ghost and released during battle. Ghost information, born as a crow, nurtured by mysterious power and ghost energy, transformed into a soul-devouring crow ghost, devouring the ghost treasure soul ghost crystal, obtaining even stronger power, turning into a soul-devouring dead crow ghost, possessing the horrifying ability to toy with the enemy's soul, preferring to devour the enemy's soul alive, possessing the ability to see the enemy's soul and attacking the soul, being a very rare rule-based ghost monster. Description: a crow cries, a little life dies, playing with the soul of a little life, kneeling down to feed the pigs. Chapter 92 Mask of the Evil Ghost Brain Purification. Hiss. Lin Haoren saw that at this time the soul-devouring crow ghost, oh no, it should be the soul-devouring dead crow ghost. There was a flash of shock in his eyes and, suck in a cold breath. This first ability is enhanced by the fact that devouring the souls of soul-type ghosts and monsters has the probability of comprehending one of the abilities of the. This ability was heaven-defying, but unfortunately the probability of this was extremely low, making Lin Haoren somewhat helpless. But it's not so bad. Maybe a stupid duck has a stupid mind. I've been lucky. I've won the lottery in one go, and I've realized an ability. That would be a great deal of money. The second ability, Soul Crow Call, has not changed, but Lin Haoren knew that the power and attack range of this skill must have increased dramatically. We'll see when we get a chance to try it out. Last ability, Undead Manipulation. Straight up, the silly duck shakes things up. Become a soul summoner. Kill the boss later and just manipulate its soul body to fight for you. But a soul body is a soul body. After all, you can only use soul-based skills, so there's not much use in recruiting souls for normal bosses. It can only scare people, but if it's a soul-type ghost boss, manipulate its soul after killing it and fight for yourself. That's really unbeatable. It's something to look forward to, but what a rarity of soul-based ghosts. It's just a matter of fate. Overall, Lin Haoren was satisfied with the change in Silly Duck at this point in time. Although it was still only able to use the ability Soul Crow Call, the potential was huge and should not be underestimated. Lin Haoren seemed to have seen Silly Duck manipulating the soul bodies of countless soul-type ghosts and monsters. A raven is an army of images now. Lin Haoren stroked the Silly Duck's somewhat bald head with satisfaction, and in his heart he wondered a little. You can lose your hair even if you don't use your brain. Lin Haoren shook his head and touched the strange light green mist, only to feel an icy chill and the kind that moves as cold as bone marrow, even the soul. This should be the green mist that manifests from the soul power of the Silly Duck. To get by in life, the top of the head must be a little green. There's nothing wrong with that old iron. Nice. Bald, but stronger. It's also greener, but it's still stronger. Lin Haoren patted Silly Duck's head and said with relief to the dumbfounded Silly Duck, Duck. This Silly Duck was startled at the word, and hastily touched his somewhat bald head with his wings and a tear of remorse flowed from his eye. Duck. Woo, why so bald? This Moncler outlet store handsome hair woo. I knew I'd go bald. Soul Ghost crystals it surely. It's better to eat it. It's so flavorful Silly ducks with bent eyes, showing a little cutie, general smile. Lin Haoren gave the Silly Duck a blank stare before continuing to open the system backpack. Yesterday the Rhinoceros Ghost Leader boss dropped 3 items. One was a quest item, a rhino horn. The second piece is the boss's ghost crystal. Myself and Silly Duck and the Ghost King's wife are already level 11. Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Fairy are still level 10. This ghost crystal is a level 10 elite boss ghost crystal that is given to Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Immortal to maximize the effect. Lin Haoren thought about it and decided to serve it to the Ghost Sword Fairy. He swears it's not a big deal. It's just that I instinctively felt that it would be better to serve it to the Ghost Sword Fairy. Don't ask. To ask is to be obsessed with ghosts. Lin Haoren summoned the Ghost Sword Fairy, and as he took her smooth and delicate jade hand, then he handed this ghost crystal to Ghost Sword Immortal and said, "Here you go, boss's ghost crystal." Ghost Sword Immortal blankly glanced at Lin Haoren, but didn't break away from Lin Haoren's hold. The other hand picked up the ghost crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding dong. Congratulations on leveling up your Ghost Sword Fairy, current level, 11. Lin Haoren's ears rang with the system's beep. The Ghost Sword Immortal's level had also finally risen up, leaving only the Little Thunder Underworld at level 10. Lin Haoren decided to find a place to practice later and level up Little Thunder Underworld as well. Lin Haoren took out the last item right after that. It's a mask, a ghost mask. There are 2 sharp horns on the top of the head, wrapping around the forehead and the nose and the mouth and half of the face. It looks very handsome. Lin Haoren tapped on its attribute panel. Name, Mask of Evil Ghost. Type, Class A Ghost. Effect, protects the player or head. Reduces enemy damage to the head. and allows the use of the ability, cerebral purification. Cerebral purification, after using this ability, it removes the states of vertigo, blindness, dizziness, vomiting, etc. Cooldown, 2 hours. Ghost information, ghosts birthed by the rhinoceros ghost boss. It still wants to bring up its own handsome others of face. I did not expect to be exploded flowers. Lin Haoren was instantly delighted after reading this evil ghost mask, reducing damage, and it also came with an uncontrol skill. Very nice. Lin Haoren decisively put on this evil ghost mask, together with the evil ghost armor he wears and the reggae gun he wields. It was like a battle-hardened king of evil spirits, majestic and domineering, mask of evil protagonist. Even the ghost sword immortal couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. Looking at Lin Haoren holding her hand, Bai Jie's cheeks couldn't help but emerge a faint peach blush. I don't know what I'm thinking. Lin Haoren looked at his equipment and nodded with satisfaction. It's a real dirtbag. It's full of A-grade ghosts. In his last life, a single A-ranked ghostbuster would have made Lin Haoren so happy that he couldn't sleep. So himself all A-grade ghost stuff. And he's also carrying an S-rank, Ghost Object 9-layer Ghost Suppressor Tower. An S-rank Ghost Object, Scapegoat Scarecrow. The one S-ranked ghost item on the Ghost Sword Fairy, the Ghost Spirit Sword, and the giant ghost swords. Those need no introduction. It's one word, ho-hum. Lin Haoren had a big smile on his face. P.S. I'm going crazy. 91 chapters are stuck in review again. XX. Chapter 93, The Second Heir. The Snow Woman Ghost in the Snow ability. Husband. Just then, a black light flickered and a stunningly beautiful figure quietly appeared beside Lin Haoren. The Ghost Sword Fairy immediately withdrew her jade hand as soon as she did, her face white and red, as if she had been caught cheating on her husband, eyes looking away to hide the panic in his mind. Although the Ghost Queen had told her that, serving a husband with her, but she was thin-skinned and couldn't let go of her face for the time being. In fact, in their minds, it's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. In ancient times, men from rich families were married to several wives, so they weren't really repulsed, and Ghost Sword Immortal was just thin-skinned. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor appeared in front of Lin Haoren's eyes, and immediately clasped his hands around Lin Haoren's neck. Looking at Lin Haoren with a smile on his face, he said, "Husband, our second child is on the way." Lin Haoren wrapped his arm around diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's waist, and when he heard this, he was instantly delighted, and looked at diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's stomach. At this time after the diffraction of the Ghost Emperor's stomach has emanated black light in addition. It seems that there is life is about to come out from inside. Great, you give birth. Ma'am, I'm here. I'll protect you. Lin Haoren solemnly said to the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor looked at Lin Haoren with a gentle expression. Then a powerful ghostly aura immediately erupted from his body. A black light instantly wrapped around the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. Flashes of blinding light. Lin Haoren summoned Little Thunder meditation as well. Lin Haoren stood around the black light source with the Ghost Sword Immortal, along with Silly Duck and Little Thunder Underworld, protecting the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. The diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor in childbearing is when she is at her weakest, and absolutely nothing can happen to her. Buzz. An ear-splitting sound rang out violently, and an ice-blue cold aura instantly emanated out in the black light mass. The water vapor in the air around them froze and turned into a floating snowflake that, glittering in the sunlight. It is very nice to look at. Lin Haoren's heart condensed. It looked like the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss's ghost crystals were working. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor gave birth to an ice and snow elemental type of ghost. Swish swish, a strong light flashed, and the black mass of light slowly dissipated. Two figures appeared in front of the crowd and, one was the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, whose face was slightly pale. Lin Haoren hurriedly went over to support his wife, then took out a few ghost crystals for the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor to consume. The pale face of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor finally became red and glossy. Thank you, husband. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor looked at Lin Haoren with a gentle expression, a touching color flashing deep in her eyes. Silly lady, I'm your husband. Don't say such polite things. This is what I should do. Lin Haoren looked at the diffractive Empress Ghost Emperor whose hair was a bit messy, a bit distressed, and said to the diffractive Empress Ghost Emperor with a solemn face, The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was touched on the verge of tears, resting her head on Lin Haoren's shoulder with a sweet face. Father and mother, did you guys forget there's a newborn baby? Right at this moment, a tender with milky little girl's voice rang out from one side. It made Lin Haoren faintly stare, and turned his head to look at. The first thing I saw was an adorable little loli looking at herself in a pitiful manner. That adorable look almost made Lin Haoren's cold-blooded heart about to melt. This little girl, with hair as white as snow, a round face with big, tearful eyes that, dressed in white, little ancient women's clothes, with snowflakes drifting over their bodies, like an elf in the snow. A proper petite and delicate little Lolita, the Snow Maiden as a child. Husband. this is our second child. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor looked at this little lowly, smiled faintly at Lin Haoran, and said softly. Lin Haoran's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly, and a message instantly surfaced in Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Ghost of the Snow Maiden. Qualification, S. Type, Elemental. Rank, 6. Ability, Ghost in the Snow. The Snow Maiden ghost has the ability to create and control ice and snow, and can instantly put enemies in a frozen state. Ice Arrow Flurry, the Snow Woman ghost uses her powerful ghost chi to condense countless ice arrows. The more ghost chi she consumes, the more ice arrows she will have, dealing horrific ice damage to the enemies within the range, and the ice arrows will also freeze the enemies when they hit them. Ghost information, diffracted after the Ghost Emperor and human beings were born as a combination of ghosts and monsters. With the ability to control ice and snow, proper long-range ice mage, she will definitely let you know what is called difficult to walk. Description, do you want 3 to 10 years to life imprisonment? Ding dong. You gain a random ability of your ghost heir, Snow Woman ghost, because of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's ability. Ding dong. Congratulations on acquiring the Ghost in the Snow ability from Ghost in the Snow Woman. Just at that moment, the system's beep also sounded violently in Lin Haoran's ears. Lin Haoran immediately felt a powerful force surging out of his body. Click click click. An icy cold aura suddenly appeared on Lin Haoran's body, and half of his body was instantly covered in cold ice and snow. Lin Haoran's hair magically turned white and, it's like white snow, bubbling and drifting, with this evil ghost mask that, as if it were a real ghost king. P.S. 3 times a day now. I'm happy for you. Remember to give away a free gift. A little bit of 5-star praise. Opa boys. Greater than over equal to x less than over equal to, / greater than over equal to x less than over equal to. Everyone, chapter 91 is stuck in review again and again and again. So you'll be going back for chapter 91 tomorrow. For crying out loud. Rotten Tomatoes. Chapter 94, Lin Shui and Sienna White Ghost. Hoo. Lin Haoran opened his mouth slightly and a cold air blew out and fogged right up. It could be seen how cold the body temperature of Lin Haoran's body was at this time. Ghost in the Snow. This ability directly turned Lin Haoran into a snow ghost. At this point Lin Haoran wasn't exactly human anymore. You can say that you are half human and half ghost. This power is wonderful. Lin Haoran clenched his fists, and a tantalizing moan escaped from his mouth. Raising his head slightly, feeling the full body strength he had gained in his body at that moment. Lin Haoran had a mesmerized expression on his face. Power. Surely it will be addictive. Irresistible force. Father, don't you be intoxicated. I want a hug. Just as Lin Haoran was getting high on himself, a little lowly's voice pitifully sounded in Lin Haoran's ears, instantly snapping Lin Haoran out of his self-importance. He looked at the cute little lowly in front of him and a small smile appeared on Lin Haoran's face. Disarming the Ghost in the Snow. Taking off his evil ghost mask, he reached out and picked up Yukito directly to her. My child, welcome to the world. Come, father, give me a kiss. Lin Haoran directly kissed Snow Maiden Lowly's fleshy cheeks with a mouthful of kisses. Cluck cluck cluck. The Snow Maiden giggled with delight all of a sudden. Then I'll give father a kiss too. With a happy face, the Snow Maiden kissed Lin Haoran on the cheek, leaving behind a pile of drool. From now on you'll be called Lin Shui. The nickname will be Cher. This is your brother, Lin Lei Mei. Call your brother. With a smile on his face, Lin Haoran touched the drool on his face and gave the snow girl a name. Then he hugged the snow girl and looked to the side at the Little Thunder meditation and whispered to the snow girl. Hello brother. The Snow Maiden looked at Little Thunder Underworld with a pair of big eyes and said sweetly to Little Thunder Underworld all of a sudden. Sister. Sis good. Little Thunder Underworld suddenly had a younger sister and was not used to it for a while, and was a bit overwhelmed as he returned. Cluck cluck cluck. Our little Thunderhead is shy, the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor said with a smile on the side. Then stretching out his hands towards Lin Shui, he revealed a bright smile and said, Come, Cheryl Sauce, come to mother for a hug. The Snow Maiden nodded her head in a good and cute manner and jumped into the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor's full embrace, saying happily, Mother, Schwer misses you so much. Mother misses you too. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's motherly love overflowed, and she immediately pinched Schwer's fleshy 2 eggs and said happily, Look at this cozy picture. A hint of tenderness appeared on Lin Haoran's face, causing his already ice-cold heart to faintly gain a few degrees of temperature. Lin Haoran turned his head to look at Ghost Sword Immortal on the side and reached out his hand to take Ghost Sword Immortal's hand. Then with his other hand, he took the hand of the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor and, on one side, Silly Duck was also next to Lin Haoran. At this moment, one person and several ghosts looked at each other and, all with big smiles. In the sunlight, the smile is so genuine and bright that, the heart is hard to measure between people, but the souls are linked together as man and ghost, and the mind of the ghost, more pure and sincere. On Rhinoceros Plains, Lin Haoran and Ghost Sword Immortal were walking side by side. After the diffraction of the ghost emperor went back to rest and sit in the moon, Little Thunder Meditation and Snowy and Silly Duck all turned into ghostly patterns and returned to Lin Haoran's body. Now Lin Haoranhua is going to go back to the old ghost smith to complete the quest, and the ghost sword immortal would be able to have 4 ghost swords. Unlocked the exorcist sword formation ability now. Lin Haoran glanced at the ghost sword immortal and spoke. That said, I haven't named you yet. What kind of nice name do you want? The ghost sword immortal froze at his words, and after a slight contemplation, he said to Lin Haoran, I don't know, it's better if you fetch it for me. Lin Haoran looked at ghost sword immortal's immortal appearance. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes and he spoke. Let's just call you Fairy. Fairy, good, just call it Fairy. The ghost sword immortal muttered in his mouth, then with a bright smile on his face, he looked at Lin Haoran and said. Lin Haoran smiled faintly and reached out to take Siena's jade hand, and the two of them were on the rhino plains. Toward the old ghost maker's place. Just then, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of making Lin Haoran and the ghost sword immortal stop in their tracks. Lin Haoran looked at one of them, a mocking smile on his face as he spoke. What's the matter? Is this looking for revenge? The visitors were none other than Snow and a player wearing a white evil ghost mask. 6 paths. You piece of trash. You're still talking tough at the end of your life. Ha 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 ha. I must kill you with my own hands. It's hard for me to resolve my heart's hatred until I kill you out of the game. Bai Shui looked at Lin Haoran with a resentful face and cursed at Lin Haoran through gritted teeth. Then he looked to the man beside him wearing a white evil spirit mask and said respectfully, Lord White Ghost, this is the trash that killed me and killed my shadow. Please, my lord, avenge me. A white ghost is a man who wears a white mask of evil. At this moment, he was quietly looking at Lin Haoran. A pair of cold eyes flashing with a glint of essence, finally spoke up. Chapter 95, The Ghost Mask Organization Death of Bai Shui. Hello Mr. Rokudo. Introduce yourself. My name is White Ghost, from the Ghostface Organization. Maybe you don't know what the Ghostface Organization is, but what I can tell you is that by joining us, you have $20 million a year to spend at your leisure. And in the real world, any problems our organization can help with the arrangements. Even if you kill someone in the real world, force a woman to, etc., our organization can help you out. Mr. Rokudo, I formally invite you to join our Ghostface Organization. The White Ghost used a flat tone, uttering words of immense shock. Having killed someone in the real world and being able to set things right, it is evident that the strength of this organization is extraordinary. But when Lin Haoran heard the words Ghost Mask Organization, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk violently. The mind raises 10,000 waves. The Ghostface Organization. Previous life. The Ghost Mask Organization of 10 people destroying a ghost town. A strong look of shock flashed across Lin Haoran's eyes as he thought in his mind. Ghostface. In the last life it was the most mysterious organization in the dark. There weren't many people in this organization. Only 10. But everyone had terrifying and incomparable strength. Even in the last life, as powerful as Yamat and the Ghost Father, they did not dare to easily provoke this organization. The most terrifying battle achievement of the Ghostface Organization was the destruction of one of the 10 great ghost cities with only 10 people. In the Doomsday Spooky game, when you go out of the newbie village, you teleport to any of the 10 ghost towns that. The 10 great ghost cities are as strong as clouds. There are many forces, and there are even more ghosts and monsters at the Ghost King level. But overnight, the entire ghost town was destroyed. All the ghosts and monsters inside were slaughtered, leaving none behind. Seizing ghost crystals, ferocious to the extreme. The name of the Ghostface Organization has completely resounded through the world, becoming the object of fear in every gathering place. And Lin Haoran was not qualified to come into contact with this mysterious organization at all in his last life. All learned about the organization on online forums or from others. Lin Haoran woke up from his memories. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the white ghost in front of him, who had extended an invitation to him. He hadn't thought that in this life, he'd come across this mysterious organization that, and with an invitation to himself. This did make Lin Haoran a bit surprised and astonished. Invitation. Hayake-sama, you're not here to avenge me. Why are you still inviting him this into the organization? You are joking, right? Yes. You must be joking. And on one side, Bai Shui was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Lord Shiratori actually invited Rokudo to join their organization? And it seems to be a full-fledged member. She herself was merely a reserve member. Bai Shui's heart was filled with disbelief and jealousy. Hadn't she agreed to help her take revenge? How did it become an invitation? Snow was completely confused and said loudly to the white ghost, "You shut the up." The white ghost glanced at Bai Shui and said coldly, "It's not your turn to tell me what I do." The white ghost stared at Bai Shui with cold eyes, just like looking at a mole cricket. Bai Shui was instantly like being doused with cold water. Her whole body became cold and piercing, and her eyes flashed a color of empty fear. The white ghost continued to speak to Lin Haoran. I know you have a problem with her. It's something I can help you with. Erase her completely in the real world. This is a small token of sincerity from our ghost face organization to you. What do you think? The white ghost's words instantly plunged Bai Shui into a 10,000-foot glacier, and a cold sweat broke out all over her body. His mouth couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were thick with panic and fear. When she joined as a reserve member of the Ghostface organization, she did so by reporting all of her reality information. Because if you report your information, you get paid, and it wasn't even a small amount. She simply couldn't resist the tantalizing temptation. But now it's the rope that's going to kill you. Strangling himself with his own hands. Lord White Ghost, you can't do this to me. I'm one of you. You guys can't do this to me. I can be a dog for you guys. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. And to be your Xing slave. With a face of fear, Bai Shui pulled the arm of the white ghost, like a dog, crying and praying to the white ghost. Roll. But the white ghost still had a cold look on his face, and said indifferently, and with a fling of his arm, he directly threw Bai Shui out of the room. Quietly looking at Lin Haoran, he continued to speak. Mr. Rokudo, how are you considering it? Does it join us? A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes as he glanced at Bai Shui, who had fallen to the ground and was shivering. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said faintly, then let me see your strength and sincerity first. The white ghost's eyes flashed with brilliance, understanding Lin Haoran's meaning. Smart people talking to smart people. It doesn't take a lot of explicit words to. One look and you know what it means. The white ghost's gaze froze for a moment, supposedly sending a message to someone else, before he said with a calm face, you wait a few minutes. Soon you will see our strength and sincerity. Snowy on the other side doesn't know what they're talking about, nor did she listen. Her mind was blank, already filled with fear. But at the moment, Bai Shui's eyes suddenly pupils shrunk violently, and her body's reflection suddenly flickered continuously. There was extreme fear in Snow's eyes. Then Snow's figure suddenly disappeared. It was as if it hadn't just appeared. A cold wind blew. A bitterly cold and bitter wind. A life was lost to the wind. Chapter 96, Snake, Demon, Ghost, Hidden Mode. Lin Haoran looked at the white snow that had suddenly disappeared, tapped on his friends list and found Snow's avatar and clicked in. Ding dong. The player does not exist. An ice-cold beep sounded in Lin Haoran's ears. The pupils of Lin Haoran's eyes shrunk slightly, mentally shocked by the horrific energy of this organization in reality. Just a few minutes passed and, if you say you're going to kill a man, you kill a man. Or anyone who joins this organization is being watched 24/7, or even lurking right next to it, to be able to kill it so quickly. Lin Haoran's heart fluttered, fought with a dark guess in his mind. The heart's danger level for this Ghostface organization had once again risen by 1 level. The white ghost looked indifferently at Bai Shui's disappearing figure, as if he had crushed a mole cricket. He turned his head to look at Lin Haoran and said indifferently, well, now you see our strength and sincerity towards the strength and sincerity. On behalf of the Ghostface organization, I, White Ghost, once again formally extend an invitation to you. Mr. Rokudo, would you like to join us? The white ghost extended his arm to Lin Haoran in an elegant inviting gesture. Turning to Lin Haoran, he asked solemnly. Lin Haoran looked at the white ghost's outstretched palm towards him, and a broad smile appeared on his face. Faintly, he spoke. Sorry, I refuse. As Lin Haoran's words fell, the rhinoceros plains became quiet in this instant. Swish swish swish. There's only the sound of a cold wind blowing through the grass. It made a swishy sound. The white ghost's arm was stretched out in midair all alone, looking a little awkward. The pupils of the eyes under the white ghost's mask flickered slightly, and an icy voice resounded once again. Mr. Rokudo, you're just messing with me. You'd better think about the consequences of refusing us. I'm afraid you can't afford it. The white ghost's pair of cold, icy eyes stared tightly at Lin Haoran, an inexplicable majesty emanating from his body. I never said I wanted to join you. I just said I wanted to see how sincere you were. Now I see. Nice. That's all. Lin Haoran said to the white ghost with a frank and collected face. As powerful as the Ghostface organization is, but Lin Haoran wasn't afraid of them. He was confident enough that he was definitely the strongest being right now. In my last life, I was a good boy, living like a dog with no dignity. Being born again, if you can't live as you please, what's the point of being born again then? Even you, Ghostface, can't force me, Lin Haoran, to do anything. When the white ghost heard Lin Haoran's words, his eyes instantly became cold and incomparably cold, looking at Lin Haoran as if he were a dead man. Turning to Lin Haoran, he said coldly, very good. You're the first one who dares to reject our Ghostface. As a reward, please, die. A black light snapped on the white ghost's body, and an intense ghostly aura violently appeared. In an instant, a hideous-looking ghostly creature appeared in Lin Haoran's body. This ghost has the head of a man and the body of a snake. long hair cascading down her cheeks, a large mouth full of sharp teeth, a pair of dark eyes like snake pupils. Underneath was a huge white snake body, with hard snake scales that were like iron, glittering with a metal-like luster. Hiss! The human-headed, snake-bodied ghostly creature spat out a serpentine letter from its mouth and let out a hissing sound that. A pair of dark snake pupils looked at Lin Haoran as if he were looking at a dead man, swinging his strong serpentine tail. It slammed against Lin Haoran. Touchdown Lang. Just at this moment, a sword light flashed by. A black and white ghost sword flashed with an icy cold light. Steadily against the tail of the human-headed, snake-bodied gargoyle. The ghost sword fairy was holding the ghost spirit sword, and the white dress on her body was moving without wind. A pair of Danfang eyes flashed with amazing sword intent. The ghost spirit sword in his hand collided with the strong snake scales of the human-headed, snake-bodied ghost monster. There was a metallic clash. Sparks are flying. A powerful wave of air swept in all directions. Lin Haoran's eyes rippled. The left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye trembles slightly. A wave of information instantly surfaced in Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Snake Demon Ghost. Qualification, S. Type, Physical. Rank, 8. Ability, Snake Scale. The whole body is wrapped by hard snake scales, and the defense is greatly increased. Venomous snake bite. The snake demon ghost uses its sharp, poisonous teeth to bite the enemy, instilling venom into the enemy's body, which causes the enemy to fall into a poisoned state, lowering their life every second. Ghost information. In his life, he was a human-headed snake, brutally massacred by human beings, pulling out his scales and teeth, and after his death, his grievances were not dispersed, and he was nurtured by ghosts, transforming into a snake demon ghost, with teeth that are highly poisonous. Description: snake. This snake demon ghost turned out to be an S-qualified ghost, but the ghost qualification list of Lin Haoran didn't see any snake demon ghosts named. Could it be stealth mode? Lin Haoran had a flash of light in his head. One possibility comes to mind. Doomsday spooky games for personal privacy. There are 3 modes in all. They are normal mode, privacy mode, and stealth mode. Normal mode is pretty simple. Just announce your nickname and what you look like. Normally, privacy mode just blurs your face, and the other person viewing your nickname is blurred. The hidden mode is even more mysterious. All the information is hidden status. Even the leaderboard has no information about them. The average player also sets the privacy mode. At most, very few players would set up stealth mode. So Lin Haoran had really almost forgotten that such a mode existed. P.S. Oh, wow. Thank you brother Guchanga for the great gift duck. Thank you for the gifts from the treasures. I'm so flattered. Turns out everyone was so enthusiastic. Moved to tears. Still 3 chapters for the puppa today. Chapter 97, Red Ghosts. Flames and Ice. Yo ho 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 ho. It's worthy of being the one who was able to exterminate the Hades Temple Guild and Prosperity. It does have a bit of strength. You're a ghostly qualification that's also S-ranked. Aren't you? The white ghost saw the ghost sword immortal fend off his snake demon ghost's attack with his sword. A glint flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently to Lin Haoran. But, pity, such a nice-looking ghost. It's going to be gone in a minute. Blame your master for making bad decisions. Come out. Red refined ghost. Burn them for me. The white ghost glanced at the ghost sword immortal. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes before revealing a cold smile and a second black light snapped on. At once another ghostly creature appeared in front of the crowd. This gargoyle is 2 meters tall, with a hideous face and crimson cheeks, with the body of a man, but wreathed in blazing flames. Emitting blazing heat, the ground was the lawn instantly burned to ashes. The pupils of Lin Haoran's eyes shrunk slightly, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, instantly floated the information of this ghost monster into Lin Haoran's mind. Name, Alchemy Ghost. Qualification, S. Type, Elemental. Rank, 8. Ability, Ghost of Fire Refinement. The Ghost of Red Refinement has the ability to manipulate flames, creating flames that burn enemies to ashes. Great Fireball. The Red Alchemy Ghost condenses blazing flames into a high-density fireball and blasts it towards the enemy, which can deal huge explosive damage. Ghost information. A human who died from being burned by flames, reborn in endless pain and resentment, was nurtured by ghostly energy and transformed into the Red Refined Ghost, possessing the ability to manipulate flames to terrorize the world. Description: don't pretend to be a pussy in front of me, or I'll burn your whole body with a fire. Hoo. As soon as the Red Refined Ghost appeared, it opened its large mouth and spat out a fiery spark that. A pair of blood-black eyes stared at Lin Haoran with a copper bell-like, deadly stare. Boom boom boom. The Red Refined Ghost glared angrily, and a blazing flame surged out of his body, violently surging towards Lin Haoran. It was as if it was going to burn Lin Haoran to the ground. Lin Haoran's hair was windless, and as he looked at the rolling flames that were coming at him, eyes flashed with a cold, piercing chill that, in a flash, An icy cold aura surged out from Lin Haoren's body. His pitch-black hair was dyed snow white, and a block of snowflake ice crystals floated on Lin Haoren's face. Ghost in the snow. Lin Haoren turned into a half-human, half-ghost in the snow in an instant, and the pupils of his eyes turned ice blue. Click click click. The air around Lin Haoren instantly became so cold that the water vapor was frozen into snowflakes. Lin Haoren's ice blue eye pupils shrunk, and the cold aura on his body was like a cold tide. Toward the blazing flames of the red refined ghost surged the boom. The blazing flames and the icy cold ice collided together in the air all of a sudden. There was a violent explosion. A thick, white mist of water vapor rose. Ha! What kind of ability is this? Having special abilities like the boss. When the white ghost saw the changes in Lin Haoren's body, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk and he blurted out. Just then, the ghost sword immortal on one side also made a move. With a ghostly sword in hand, eyes flashed with a cold, chilling aura of. The ghost spirit sword is like a spiritual snake, letting out a sword chime. The ghostly sword was like a stream of light that, in a flash, before the snake demon ghost could react, directly with a sword of frosty cold, icy cold and piercing to the bone, a sword sealing the throat, wiping out the neck of the snake demon ghost. The snake demon ghost's neck suddenly had more blood than it could handle, spraying out like a fountain. Ho ho ho! The snake demon ghost immediately had its snake pupils contract extremely fast, a flash of fear flashed in its eyes, and a ho-ho sound came out of its mouth. In the end, he was killed by Ghost Sword Immortal's horrific sword technique in seconds. Getting up close and personal with a Ghost Sword Immortal can be an extremely dangerous thing to do, and remotely, she could imperialize her sword and be just as dangerous. Bottom line, she's beautiful, but she's also dangerous. In just a split second, the snake demon ghost was killed. The white ghost had realized the gravity of the situation by now. And, this guy is stronger than expected. So strong it's scary. Red refined ghost. Run away. The white ghost at this time has not just controlled the whole situation that calm and self-conscious look. Instead, he was filled with panic and immediately shouted to the remaining red refined ghosts that, roar! The red refined ghost was short-tempered, his eyes glaring angrily at Lin Haoren, where he listened to the words of the white ghost. Now it just wanted to kill this mole cricket in front of it. Boom boom boom. A powerful blazing flame violently surged out of the red refined ghost's body once again, coalescing in front of it. Rapidly coalescing into a large ball of fire. It is exactly what it is capable of. A big fireball. The corners of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he said faintly, "You know nothing of my power." Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, snapped open, and in an instant, the icy blue pupil of his left eye turned black. The whites of the eyes also became pitch black, floating rounds of white circles, like the pupils of a demon's eyes. Wheel of Fortune. A faint voice came out of Lin Haoren's mouth, as if an evil spirit was whispering, or as if a demon was whispering. Chapter 98, The Might of the Reincarnating Ghost Eye White Ghosts. With a whisper from Lin Haoren, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the mind of the red refined ghost who was angrily condensing a large fireball. I'm just like an ant. A huge black shadow covered the sky, 10,000 feet tall, and one black eye with a ring around it, bubbling with a thick black, just like looking at a mole cricket. He looked at the red refined ghost. The black shadow resembles a ghost, a god or a devil, but it's as if they're not among the five elements. Beyond the wheel of reincarnation, the red refined ghost was in the world of his own mind, shivering, with a strong fear in his eyes. Outside, the red refined ghost is like a puppet that has lost its soul, not moving a muscle, standing silently in front of Lin Haoren. The large fireball in front of him also quietly dissipated. Tap tap tap. Lin Haoren was wearing an evil ghost mask. His left eye was bubbling with black gas, and he had white hair like snow, just like a real ghost. One step at a time, towards the white ghost. With each step, the lawn beneath was instantly frozen. A heavy footstep sounded like a hammer on the white ghost's heart. Yo, Whitey right, go back and tell your boss. I hate trouble and tell him to leave me alone. Otherwise, I'm going to be very angry. When I get angry, I want to kill people. So, you guys don't mess with me. Lin Haoren flashed a bright smile at the white ghost, but in the eyes of the white ghost, that smile is worse than an evil spirit. A cold sweat ran down the white ghost's forehead. The current Lin Haoren was giving him a lot of psychological pressure. Lin Haoren exuded an inhuman aura. He's only ever felt it in front of his boss. That is not human at all. It's a ghost. Good. This time white ghost, admit it. Words I'll take two. The white ghost couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty to Lin Haoren, very good. Lin Haoren smiled faintly. His ice blue right eye flashed with a glint of light as he spoke faintly. Then I'll be a good man and send the Buddha a free ride back to your village. Boom. Before the white ghost could react, he was directly pinched in the head by Lin Haoren's fist. hardly crushed the white ghost's head. It burst open like a watermelon, splashing yellow and red liquid in every direction. A headless body fell heavily on the lawn. Blood stained the lawn. It's a little dirty. I should have known better than to pretend. Lin Haoren shook off his blood-red palm with some difficulty, then wiped it on the red refined ghost. Kill it, Xiener. Lin Haoren glanced at the puppet-like red refined ghost and said indifferently. There were still 3 more in their own contracted positions, and although this red refined ghost was rare, it wasn't enough to move Lin Haoren's heart. Just kill it and get the crystal. Wouldn't it smell good to use it on your own wife? Put. The ghost sword immortal didn't have a moment's hesitation when he heard this, and directly chopped off the red refined ghost's neck with a single blow of his sword. A round head just dropped onto the lawn, as if it were a basketball, and rolled over on the ground. Finally, it turns into a cloud of black gas and dissipates into the air. Only 1 ghost crystal remains. Lin Haoren disarmed Ghost in the Snow's ability, picking up the ghost crystal of the red refined ghost, took a look at the body of the disappearing white ghost, should have gone back to the novice village resurrection stone, slowly said, Fairy, let's go. Then he took Ghost Sword Fairy's jade hand and left the place. Although Lin Haoren was a bit surprised to meet someone from Ghostface and invite himself into this mysterious organization, the general public would be greatly honored. Indeed, no one could refuse the offer made by Ghostface. Unfortunately, they encountered a reanimator. In Lin Ho-yin's opinion, those conditions seemed ridiculous, not nearly as tempting as the temptation to give yourself an SSS-qualified ghost. The resurrection stone of the novice village. The white ghost touched his head, and a look of palpitation flashed in his eyes. His head had just been brutally crushed by Lin Haoren. A flash of icy killing intent flashed in the white ghost's eyes as he tapped on a friend and initiated a voice call. Dropping. Hello, boss. The other side doesn't want to join us, and killed both of my ghostbusters. And he told me to give you a message. He hates trouble and told us to leave him alone or die. The white ghost didn't add fuel to the fire, suppressing his killing intent towards Lin Haoren in his mind and telling his boss the truth. Interesting. That's interesting. Ha. Too funny. Stay out of this for a while and let me handle it. Go find the purple ghost yourself. She's acquired quite a few powerful ghosts. Take your pick. On the other side of the phone, came the hoarse voice of A, addressing the white ghost. Yes, boss, this person has at least 1 SS-qualified ghostbuster, and he has the power of a ghostbuster just like you. A strength not to be underestimated. The white ghost nodded respectfully, then continued to address the black ghost. Oh, that's even more fun. When I finish this hidden quest, I'll personally go and meet him. The S voice carried a keen interest in the raspy voice sounded again, and the S tone was relaxed, as if he didn't put Lin Haoren in his eyes. It's just fun. That's all. Chapter 99 S-Class Ink Ghost Sword, Crisis in Every Direction. Yes, boss, the white ghost said respectfully to the on the phone. By the way, there are a lot of people in the novice village who seem to be looking for him, so if you tell Prosperity about his whereabouts, I'm sure there should be a big show to watch. Ha. The Negro seemed to think of something, and with a hoarse voice laughed at the white ghost. Okay, I know what to do. A glint flashed in the white ghost's eyes and he nodded and said, and the over there hung up. 6 ways. You're just waiting to die. A trace of icy killing intent flashed in the white ghost's eyes, and he muttered. As for the ghosts and goblins that were killed, he didn't feel any pain at all. In this world, money solves 99% of all problems, and as it happens, the last thing they need is money. Meanwhile, Lin Haoren didn't realize that his whereabouts had been exposed. He had returned with Ghost Sword Fairy to the old Ghostsmith's blacksmith store, who was still holding his hammer and pounding the iron hard. Sparks flew and there was a deafening pounding sound. Bang bang bang. Seeing Lin Haoren's arrival, his eyes immediately lit up, and he suddenly frowned and said to Lin Haoren, Young man, how come it feels like you're a little different? Somehow it feels a little familiar. Lin Haoren's heart fluttered. The old ghostsmith should be feeling that he had turned into a half-ghost at this point. After all, the old ghostmaker is also a half-ghost, familiar with the scent. Of course, Lin Haoren just smiled and laughed, not answering the old ghostsmith's words, and also took out 2 quest items. Ghost Ice Stone of the Ice Guardian Ghost Boss, the Ghost Rhino Horn of the Rhino Ghost Leader Boss. Lin Haoren handed the 2 items to the old ghostsmith and said with a smile, I'm done with you. When the old ghostsmith saw these 2 items, his eyes lit up and he took them in a hurry, a big smile on his face. He said happily, Good, ha, great, the young man has a future. I really wasn't wrong about you. Lin Haoren smiled faintly, then said to the old ghostsmith, that mission reward. Oh yeah, look at my memory. Come. This ghost sword was once a ghost sword that I forged well too, so I'll gift it to you now. The old ghostsmith patted himself on the head, and a ghostly sword as black as ink suddenly appeared in his hand. It was handed to Lin Haoren. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for completing the special mission, collecting ghost weapon materials. And congratulations on receiving the mission reward, the S-ranked ghost weapon Ink Ghost Sword. A clear and pleasant system tone also sounded in Lin Haoran's ears at this moment. Lin Haoran's eyes immediately lit up. That's a great reward indeed. Surprisingly, it was an S-ranked ghost weapon. Lin Haoran received the old Ghostsmith's ghost sword and couldn't wait to tap on its attribute panel. Name, Ink Ghost Sword. Type, S-Class. Effect, the Ink Ghost Sword. With its whole body like ink, has the name of an invisible sword in the darkness of the night, which can conceal its trail in the darkness of the night and kill people in an invisible way, and can use its special skill, ink dyeing red dust. Ink stained red dust, a sword is swung out, ink stains the 4 directions, and the color of ink obscures the enemy's field of vision, then inflicts great damage to the enemy. Ghost information, take the ink crystal forged into the ghost weapon. In the dark night has the ability to hide the sword blade, ink stained red dust, a sword to kill. Lin Haoran's heart was delighted. This Jianma ghost sword was indeed good, whether it was its special effects, or the skills that come with it. It's all good. The ghost sword boosts speed, the skill is stab, and this inky ghost sword is to enhance concealment, possibly sweeping. 2 different styles of swords, but they don't bother each other. In the dark of night, the ink ghost sword will fit. During the day, the ghostly sword would fit. It's up to the ghost Kenshin to use it in his mood. Here you go. Fairy, your exorcist sword formation ability can finally be unlocked, and I'm looking forward to its power. Lin Haoran smiled and handed the ink ghost sword to the ghost sword fairy, whispering to her, thanks. The ghost sword immortal received the ink ghost sword with a delighted face, playing with it somewhat lovingly as he said to Lin Haoran, between me and you, do I need to say those 2 words? Lin Haoran looked at the way Ghost Sword Immortal was happily playing with his beloved toy like a child, couldn't help but flirt with the Ghost Sword Immortal and said. The Ghost Sword Immortal sniffed and blankly glanced at Lin Haoran without saying a word, still delicately caressing this ink ghost sword. Lin Haoran actually rose a trace of envy of the ink ghost sword, as if it was not bad to be a sword man. Swordsman equals. Lin Haoran hurriedly shook off his head, flinging the strange thought flying into outer space. Lin Haoran then left with Ghost Sword Immortal in tow. As for the old geezer, let him be here. After the Doomsday Trickster gained fusion, it's not too late to come back and collect him yourself. Lin Haoran walked alone to the bamboo forest. He now intended to go back to the old village chief. He still had a hidden quest to collect from him, and Lin Haoran intended to do it first. And then it's almost time to go do the trial quests that, generally, after a player is level 10, you will be able to receive a trial quest, and after completing it, you will be able to teleport out of the novice village. Go to the top 10 ghost towns. The bamboo forest where Lin Haoran is also rhino plains next to each other. Through this bamboo forest, you can return to the village. But at this moment, the bamboo forest is silent. Not a single bird or insect sound. P.S. Still 3 chapters for the boys today. Everyone remember to click 5 stars for the little lady. Thank you, everyone. Equals X smiley face. Chapter 100, 10,000 Crusades. I'm not a human being in the 6 paths. I'm a ghost. Hoo. In the bamboo forest, the cold wind whooshed and whistled like the hissing of a grumbling ghost. Brush up on. The leaves of the bamboos made an ear-piercing brushing sound in the cold wind, and in the dark silence of the bamboo forest. Extraordinarily clear and audible, as if it were being frosted. Lin Haoran's footsteps stopped, and his left eye had long since turned into a vertical pupil mold. It was the same ghostly-eyed ghost that the reincarnation ghost eye had devoured. Lin Haoran slowly swept around. Slowly, he spoke. Yo, are you guys playing hide and seek? Lin Haoran's words were exceptionally loud in the silent bamboo forest. Tap tap tap. In a few moments, a single silhouette slowly emerges from the shadowy bamboo forest and 1 person, 100,000 people, 5,000 people. I can't count at all. Numbering no less than 10,000 people. All around the bamboo forest were players that were looking at the encircled Lin Haoran with fierce eyes. Ha. Lin Haoran looked at the players around him and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he looked at one of them and said indifferently, head of easy. I'm really good at saving face. I can't believe I let so many players surround me. I'm so flattered. That's right. The person at the head of the group was none other than the leader of the Easy Ghost Regiment. Easy. You're wrong. We're not besieging you, but you're killing and abusing too much, causing the entire novice village number 4 to be in a state of pandemonium and panic. We are a righteous division, ridding the people of evil and returning a clear sky to our novice village number 4. You are so. Today is destined by God. We're just doing God's work for him. A glint flashed in his eyes, but not a drop of water escaped his eyes, pointing out Lin Haoran's crime. As the saying goes, half the work, half the effort. This way no one will call them names on the internet. but instead will support them in just doing justice to the heavens. Take the place of heaven. Take the place of heaven. Kill this thief. Take the place of heaven. Kill this thief. More than 10,000 players in the surrounding area shouted in unison, emitting deafening cries, like a huge wave of, "It was imposing and murderous. Ha 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 ha. That's ridiculous. Who did I kill? Kill you. It's still you. It's still you." Lin Haoran let out a loud laugh. Then his eyes narrowed as he pointed at one of the fat men and asked. The fat man was momentarily speechless. He didn't know Lin Haoran at all. He just saw the internet saying that this person was murderous and abusive. Just take it at face value and follow the crowd. After a sentence, it's none of his damn business. There were a few other players who were pointed out by Lin Haoran that, but none of them could say a word because they were all lulled by a bunch of waterbenders with rhythms. Ha 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 ha. See that? What a stupid bunch. Totally unaware. You have been used as guns. Thanks to your shouting. You guys really make me sick. Lin Haoran swept a glance at the surrounding players, his eyes indifferent as if looking at a group of general. Everyone don't listen to him. These are just his words of sophistry. Murderous demons. Everyone must be executed. Kill this demon. Seeing that the surrounding players seemed to have faltered, a cold light flashed in Easy's eyes, shouted to the crowd. Murderous demons. Everyone must be executed. Murderous demons. Everyone must be executed. The 10,000 or so people present at the scene suddenly shouted out in excitement, their loud voices resounding throughout the bamboo forest. Autumn winds and killing intent. Funny. Funny. Lin Haoran lowered his head and let out a low voice. Humans. It's pathetic. I am ashamed to be of your kind. And today I, Rokudu, make an oath here. I, Rokudu, am officially no longer human. My 6 paths to the ghost road. An icy blue light surged out of Lin Haoran's body, and in an instant, his dark hair instantly turned a snowy white, and his face was covered with this icy snowflake and cold ice that, the left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye snapped open, and the black mist wrapped around the pupil of his right eye was icy blue, flickering with a cold and piercing chill. The surrounding void instantly became cold and incomparably cold, and countless snowflakes appeared, fluttering in the wind. Lin Haoran was white-haired, wearing an evil ghost mask, evil ghost armor, and holding a reggae gun. The left eye of the chakra ghost eye is eerie, bubbling with black gas and, it's like the eye of the devil. At the moment he was like a real ghost, filled with a ghostly, terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. The players who were close to Lin Haoran instantly felt like it was difficult to breathe, and looked at Lin Haoran with a face of fear. Haven't you guys always wanted to know who I am? Today, I will fulfill you. System. Cancel leaderboard hidden nicknames. Lin Haoran grinned a fearful smile and shouted at the crowd. Ding dong. Player leaderboard nicknames have been unhidden. As the system beep sounded, the player level leaderboards, ghost qualification leaderboards, and ghost level leaderboards, 3 lists of otherwise hidden nicknames, instantly manifested itself. In an instant, the name, Rokudo, dominated 3 lists. Lin Haoran also manifested his nickname above his head. Rokudo. The world was abuzz at this moment. Chapter 101, ranking the 6 paths of the world. In an instant, the 3 lists at this point turned out to be, player ranking chart. NO1, Rokudo, rank 11. NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, rank 8. NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, rank 7. NO4, Emperor, rank 7. NO5, Handsome World, rank 7. NO6, Yama, rank 6. Ghosts and Goblins qualification ranking. No. 1, SSS class Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, Contractor Rokudo. NO2, SS class Reikage, contracted by Rokudo. NO3, SS ranked Oni Kenshin, contracted by Rokudo. No. 4, Soul Devouring Crow, Ghost Contractor Rokudo. NO5, S-Class Tengu Ghost contracted to Miyamoto Musashi. NO6, S-Class Evil Bone Ghost Dragon contracted to India-san. NO7, S-Class Daogun Ghost Contractor, T-Jun. NO8, S-Rank Snow Maiden Ghost Contractor, Rokudo. NO8, S-Class Green Giant Ghost Contractor, American Empire. Ghosts ranking. No. 1, S-Class 9-level Ghost Tower, Holder Rokudo. No. 2, S-Class Ghost Sword Owner, Rokudo. No. 3, S-Class Inked Sword Owner, Rokudo. No. 4, S-Class Scarecrow Rokudo. NO5, Grade A Reggae Gun, Holder, Rokudo. NO6, Grade A Reggae Bead Holder, Rokudo. NO7, Grade A Ice Ghost Bead Holder, Rokudo. No. 8, Class A Ghost Suppressor Spirit Holder, the Emperor. NO9, Grade A Oni Ican Owner, hidden. On the 3 leaderboards. For a split second, the name of the 6 paths rocked the list. The Ghost qualification ranking has 1 SSS ranked ghost and 3 SS ranked ghosts dominating the top 4. It was like a high Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain, and everyone from 5th place down couldn't catch their breath. To add to the horror, the list of ghostly creatures, with an absolute landslide of the top 7 on the list. Touching and thrilling. At this moment, the world was boiling, and the world chat channel had completely exploded. Bird's nest mask, boobies. You guys look at the charts. Something big is going on. Little Life Hot Chicken, Nima. Holy, who is 6th Avenue? Scary as hell. Dozome Powerhouse. I'm 18cm. This Rokudo is invincible. Naya. The hidden nicknames on the leaderboards are all this guy. 5 Claws Hot Pot, 6,666. People are playing the game. We are being played by the game. Hometown's Tenderness, looking at the nickname. It should be a person from our country of China. That's a relief to me. Kawasaki Rugged Rock, Baka Yalu. I can't believe it's not one of our big island players. Must kill him. Trash Rokudo. Musashi's 3 little ones, Yoshi. Within the Chinese district. Leave the task of assassinating Rokudo to me. Your mom sang under me. The whole network wanted Musashi 3 small children. With screenshots, kill once 1000. Musashi's 3 little ones, Nima. This moment, players from all over the world stopped practicing and, with a shocked face, he watched the changes on the world leaderboard. Some high-minded rich kids directly announced their withdrawal from the game and opened a thread to scold 6 paths for hanging. Insult the game for being trashy and not worth playing for everyone. For a moment, some people really believed it and refunded a lot of players. It was because of this impulse that, when the end comes, it will be too late for regrets. Repentance. But there is doom in this world, but there is no medicine for regret. At this time, in Novice Village number 4, in the bamboo forest, at this moment, all the players here are dead set on the world leaderboards. With a shocked face, he looked at the large nickname on top of Lin Haoran's head. Rokudo. Rokudo. He is the 6 paths. Number 1 on the 3 lists, possessing an SSS-ranked ghost monster, 3 SS-ranked ghost monsters, and encompassing the top 7 of the ghost object rankings. Is this ING still a human being? Are we still fighting? Why don't we withdraw? People can still be resurrected after death. It's useless to kill him without releasing ghosts and monsters out. That's just it. And I have nothing against him. I don't know if it's really so hateful. Let's go. We are all casual players. No, don't go through this mess. That's right. People look like big gods. Pinching us little caramels isn't a piece of cake. The players in the bamboo forest looked at the evil ghost like Lin Haoran not far away with shocked faces. At this point there's been a lot of already timid. A hint of withdrawal rose in his heart. The pupils of his eyes were trembling fiercely at the moment. Obviously he hadn't expected Lin Haoran to possess such terrifying strength either. Gollum. Easy couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His mind spinning at breakneck speeds. The arrows are in the air and have to be sent. If he couldn't completely destroy the 6 paths this time, then what awaited was his relentless pursuit. Easy's eyes filled with blood and he shouted at the crowd. Don't panic everyone. I have a ghostly object that can make all his ghosts and monsters summoned. Just kill his ghosts and monsters. He won't be able to turn over completely. You guys think about it. Don't you guys think it's strange for a player to have so many highly qualified ghosts and monsters at the same time? He must have mastered some game bug. This kind of person doesn't deserve to play the game. He must be removed. Chapter 102, 10,000 Ghosts Surrounded by a Great War. Have to say, the Prowler is indeed worthy of being the head of a troop. A few words stopped those who wanted to evacuate. A flash of jealousy flashed in the eyes of these people and, why do people play games and how can you just have such highly qualified ghosts and monsters and such a powerful demonic object? If you take it and sell it, it's possible to sell it in the tens of millions. A strong feeling of jealousy rose in the hearts of these players. We don't have, and neither do you. These players' eyes flashed with brilliance as they shouted at Easy, head of prosperity. Quickly use your ghostly items. Today we are going to completely remove him as a cheating player. Yes, it's not fair. Why should he have so many highly qualified ghosts and spirits? Kill him. Explode the ghosts. Kill him. Explode the ghosts. Kill him. Kill all his ghosts and monsters. At this moment, the gazes in the eyes of the people looking at Lin Haoran were filled with a ferocious look. Like a hungry wolf, it shone with a greenish luster. It was eager to eat Lin Haoran's flesh and drink his blood. The corners of Prosperity's mouth turned up slightly. The mocking look in his eyes flickered and, immediately taking out a round ancient mirror from the system backpack, as if it were a demon-spotting mirror, shining a light at Lin Haoran, he shouted, manifest all your ghosts and goblins. It's a B-grade ghost artifact called the Ghost Manifesting Mirror. What it does is, it reveals the ghosts in the player's body, and for 5 minutes, cannot return to the player's body. This was specially prepared by Prosperity for this crusade against Lin Haoran, but he didn't expect to catch a big fish. I didn't expect you to have so many highly qualified ghosts and monsters. This is just good. Strangle them all together. It's just a shame about that ghost swordsman. Prosperity thought grimly in his mind. And at this point, because of the effect of the ghost exposing mirror. All the ghosts and monsters on Lin Haoran's body were revealed. A flash of black light, gorgeous and beautiful, but the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor whose face was a bit pale. Immortal aura and sword aura of the cold ghost sword immortal. A white-haired, positively adorable Reikijoni Ikuan. A soul-devouring dead crow sparrow with black fur and wafting green aura. The last one. The little lowly snow girl ghost with the snowflakes. 5 ghosts and monsters instantly appeared beside Lin Haoran, who had white hair and a lowered head. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Sword Immortal were on Lin Haoran's left and right. Little Thunder Metal and Snowy are each on one side of the fence. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost spread its long black wings behind Lin Haoran. From afar, Lin Haoran seemed to have a pair of pitch-black wings. As soon as Lin Ho Yin's Ghostbusters came on the scene, it immediately attracted the attention of all the players present, all looking at the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and Ghost Sword Immortal with a look of amazement and jealousy. There were even some special hobby players who were staring at the little lowly snow maiden dead in the face, with perverted smiles flowing out of their mouths. Nima, 2 such beautiful ghosts and monsters have been arched by a pig. This is worse than killing me. No way. This kid must die. This thought surfaced in the minds of the players at the moment, and jealousy invaded their hearts. Husband, they're in me. I won't let these ugly humans hurt you. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor's face was slightly pale, but it still exuded a terrifying aura as he gripped Lin Haoran's ice-cold hand, said softly to Lin Haoran. The attitude of the other ghosts and monsters was also obvious, looking at the surrounding players with a murderous look on their faces. Duck duck duck, stupid humans, looking for, if you dare to mess with me, Master Duck, I'll peck out all your hair. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost let out an angry duck call from its beak. Father, with Schwerer here, I'll help you fight these bad guys, Cheryl said in a milky, childish voice. At this moment, Lin Haoran finally slowly raised his head and looked at the ghosts and monsters that had protected him from the world. A hint of softness flickered in the icy pupils of her eyes and, then looking to Easy and the others, as if they were memorizing them one by one in their minds. Said slowly in a raspy voice, remember, today is the worst decision you have ever made. You will definitely regret what you did today in the near future. You will die. Lin Haoran's left eye touched the bizarre black gas, and a wide smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But these words, like a magic spell, were imprinted in the minds of all the players, and the pupils of their eyes contracted violently. Showing a hint of fear. People don't let him scare you. Come on, all of his ghosts and monsters are showing up. Let's go everyone. Kill this thief. Kill. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, Prosperity immediately drew a ghostly sword and shouted at the crowd. At once the 10,000 or so people present at the, one by one, they unleashed their ghosts and monsters. The whole bamboo forest was filled with black light and cold winds, and it is full of the breath of the solemnity. Woohoo! Ouch! Evil ghosts appeared in the bamboo forest all over the sky. Ghosts cry, wolves howl, bloodthirsty kill Rin. In ancient times, there were 100 ghosts walking at night, but today there are 10,000 ghosts running rampant. The terrifying ghosts and monsters swarmed towards Lin Haoran like a black tide. The players had hideous grins on their faces. Die. Ha 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 ha. P.S. 3 chapters in today's installment. Give it 5 stars from the big puzz. Thank you. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Oh. Chapter 103, The Soul-Eating Dead Crow's Ghost Song. Under the moonlight in the bamboo forest, the cold wind swished, the coldness grows, the ghosts hiss. The murderous intent is so great that all the ghosts are boiling. Woohoo! Ouch! The 10,000 ghosts were like a tidal wave that swept wildly towards Lin Haoran alone. The 5 ghosts. Lin Haoran slowly opened his mouth slightly and spat out an icy breath, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. A low voice slowly sounded. In this life, I want to look down on the gullies of mediocrity with the top of the peaks of the group, and I will stand above the heavens and defy the humble ants. I, Rokudu, will be the king of ghosts. The name of my 6 paths will completely resound throughout the world. The hair on Lin Haoran's body was windless, and the pupils of his eyes blossomed with an astonishing light. Silly duck, let's see how much your skills have improved since you evolved. Lin Haoran raised his head, his cold and piercing eyes looking at the ghosts and monsters running around, and said indifferently, duck duck duck. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost immediately flapped its wings and flew above Lin Haoran. Seeing the tide of ghosts coming from all directions, the black pupils of his eyes flashed a pale green light that, suddenly, he opened his mouth like a black hole, and a horrible crow's cry resounded through the entire bamboo forest. The crow. The voice was like the whisper of death, and like the call of Hades. A terrifying invisible energy instantly spread in all directions, like a scythe wielded by the god of death. Buzz. An ear-splitting sound snapped through the heads of the running swarm of ghosts and goblins. Ouch! Aha! In an instant, The ghosts and monsters around them only felt that their souls had been struck by huge hammers. A heart-rending scream escaped from the mouth of without a hint of surprise. The souls of these ghosts and monsters were ripped right out of their heads. All the ghosts with white eyes and puppet-like corpses collapsed one by one on the cold ground, like dominoes, one after the other. Without a hint of surprise, all the ghosts and monsters within a 300-meter radius from the soul-devouring dead crow ghost died. The 10,000 ghosts army died a heavy death in an instant. At least 5,000 ghosts and monsters died under the soul-crowing cry of the soul-eating dead crow ghosts. Terrifying as hell. This scene directly made the players who were at the back of the room directly freeze, with a shocked look at the corpses all over the place. His mouth couldn't help but open wide in incomparable shock. How is this possible? Is this a hallucination? Gollum. A voice of gulping continuously rang out, and the crowd was like losing their souls as they mumbled in shock. Great. Don't be afraid, everyone. This kind of big move. Short time that surely can't release the second move. Kill him while you can. A cold sweat ran down his forehead and his lips turned slightly white, but he still forced himself to suppress his inner uneasiness. Shouted to the crowd. Yeah. Don't panic, everyone. We still have countless ghosts and monsters. Pile him up even with ghosts and goblins. Kill Such a strong ghost must die. Asterisk him in the ass. The crowd woke up from their shock, and the jealousy of Lin Howren became even stronger in their hearts. Death. This man's gargoyle must die. Everyone's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, thinking spitefully. Woohoo. Ow. There were also countless ghosts and monsters cruelly and mercilessly trampling on the corpses of the dead ghosts and monsters, continuing to send a charge towards Lin Howren. Not dead or alive. Lin Howren had white hair like snow, the pupils of his eyes a cold color, turned his head to look at the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor and said gently, "Ma'am, you're not feeling well, just lend me your power. See, my husband offers you a play, the play of death for all ghosts." The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor nodded obediently and softly said to Lin Howren, "Then according to the husband." A powerful force surged out of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, instantly transmitting over Lin Howren. It's the third ability of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. It is possible to transfer one's power to one's partner to embrace the full force of one's power. The aura on Lin Howren's body became terrifying in an instant, and the white hair on his head slowly grew. The broken hair has turned into a head of long hair white hair to the waist, flowing with the wind, white as snow. His eyes were flashing with a shocking ice blue light, and his body was surrounded by green-colored thunderbolts like a thunder dragon. Crackle! Lin Howren slowly floated up, supported by this terrifying thunderbolt, emanating a terrifying pressure. It is like a ghost. Lin Howren slowly raised his head, his left eye reincarnation ghost eye black gas rolling, like a demon pupil. Lin Howren said slowly with a cold smile on his face, "Gentlemen, follow me to kill the enemy. Leave no one behind." As Lin Howren's words fell, the ghost sword immortal, Little Thunder Underworld, and Little Snow instantly struck out. Chapter 104, The Death Penalty, Destroying the Sky and the Earth. Crackle! Little Thunder Underworld Transformation God Thunderbolt Dharma King, his white hair standing up, his hands holding green thunderbolts, like the king of thunderbolts. "Give me, disgusting two-legged beast." Little Thunder Underworld roared with fury, his eyes flashed with amazing thunder-ons, and the countless thunderbolts on his body were like a thunder snake, blasting away at the swarm of ghosts and monsters running in front of him. 10,000 thunderbolts flash boom. Boom boom boom. The terrifying green-colored thunderbolt blasted a large swath of ghosts and monsters to death with a destructive force. The terrifying green thunder made these ghosts and monsters stick to it and die. Although this group of ghosts and monsters were numerous, their qualifications were low, and their levels were even between level 4 to 6 only. Where could they carry the terrifying power of Little Thundering's green thunder? Straight-up lightning kills a bunch of people. On the other hand, on one side, Yuki's eyes became ice blue, and her tender cheeks were covered with a sheet of ice and snowflakes. Seems to have shed a few of its childishness, more than a few points of demonic. Small body exudes an extremely cold and piercing cold air. The icy blue pupils of his eyes flashed with a flash of anger, and he shouted in a milky voice, "Since you dare to bully my father, give me death." Ice arrows are firing. Shabu shabu. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of ice arrows appeared in the air. With a wave of Yuki's tiny hand, all of a sudden these ice arrows slammed into the swarm of ghosts and monsters. Ow. The ghosts and goblins that got hit by the ice arrows let out a miserable shriek. The body flew directly backwards, crashing into the ghosts behind it and causing a series of damage. Yuki hated these people, coagulating round after round of ice arrows, inflicting great damage on some ghosts and monsters. And it freezes the enemy. The army of ghosts and monsters wailed in agony. It's the ghost sword immortal that's the scariest of all. She has now unlocked her own big move, Immortal Execution Sword Formation. It was also the first time that the horrors of ghosts and monsters of the Ghost Immortal class were shown in front of the crowd. A sharp sword aura surged out of the Ghost Sword Immortal's body, and his long hair fluttered without wind. The 4 ghostly swords floated around Ghost Sword Immortal, then spun up at extreme speed, emitting a light sword chirping sound. The first one, the Ghost Killer Sword. Second, Ghost Giant Sword. The third one, the Ghost Sword. Fourth, the Ink Ghost Sword. Buzz. For ghostly swords with terrifying sword chi. Like a sword spirit, a white mysterious spell formation slowly unfolded underneath Ghost Sword Immortal's feet. The phalanx is inscribed with countless sword patterns and gods and demons. Sword chi is like a rainbow. Sword shadow demon trail. In a flash, the phalanx violently expanded in all directions, and all of a sudden the feet of the ghostly army were covered by a mysterious phalanx that Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Rise for me. The Ghost Sword Immortal's eyes flashed with an amazing sword chi. His clothes floated. His sword chi was like a rainbow, and an ice-cold voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of her jade hand, 4 ghostly swords shot up into the sky, under the incredulous gaze of all. The 4 ghost swords transformed into terrifying energy giant swords, carrying the momentum of destroying and destroying, blasting down in the sky towards the ghost monster army below. Boom 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 boom. A loud booming and crashing sound resounded throughout the bamboo forest and the clouds. Aha! The army of ghosts and monsters was instantly like an ant encountering a flooding beast, being mercilessly slaughtered. The whole bamboo forest is like a hell on earth. All the miserable cries of ghosts and monsters. Ghosts wailed and wailed. Hell can be so cruel. For just this instant, the army of ghosts and monsters has already been slaughtered by more than half, and there are still many ghosts and monsters dying of serious injuries and lingering on. The morale of the ghost and monster army instantly fell to a low ebb, and they stopped their attack. The dark ghostly eyes looked at Ghost Sword Immortal and Lin Haoran and the others filled with a look of intense fear. For a moment, surprisingly, none of the many ghosts and monsters dared to take a step forward. Instead, it's still backing up. This is not a ghost at all. It's a ghost god. The players in the back. With a shocked face, he looked at Ghost Sword Immortal's Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Their mouths were trembling, and some of them had dropped their weapons in their hands without realizing that Instead, he said with a look of fear and shock, "Can't fight. This guy is too strong. He's not even human. How is it possible to possess such a powerful ghost?" The others couldn't help but gulp, the pupils of their eyes trembling fiercely. There was no more fight in his heart. "I'm not playing. You guys play. It's a ghost I worked so hard to contract. I'm not going to let it go to its death." Yeah, I'm not playing either. This guy isn't even human. He's a ghost. He's definitely a ghost. Get out of here before it's too late. Come back too. My favorite Quin ghost. You come back too. Poor man. The players were now really scared, and hastily took back all their ghosts and monsters. It's none of my business if other people's ghosts and monsters die, but one's ghosts and goblins can't afford to die any more than they already have. But the ghost players who are already dead aren't happy about it. We agreed to work together to destroy the 6 paths. Now that my ghosts and monsters are dead, you guys are backing off. Are you using us as cannon fodder? Chapter 105, Ugly Humanity, The Hunt's Hour. A fierce-looking burly man's eyes instantly glowed with ferocity as he cursed at these players. "You can't leave. Our Oni are dead. What do you mean you're on the verge of running away now? None of them can leave. If you're going to die, you're going to die together. Or nobody wants to live." As soon as these words came out, those ghosts and monsters who were all dead immediately surrounded all those players who wanted to retreat. Eyes glowing green, he said viciously, "Yes, we all agreed to come together to crusade against this demon, and you deserve to die for running away from the battle. You can't leave, otherwise everyone must keep hunting you until you exit the tour. That's just it. Where is the good thing that our ghosts and goblins aren't ghosts and goblins? Your ghosts and monsters are just precious. Let them all out. Come on me, or we'll destroy you together. If we're going to die, we'll all die together as ghosts and monsters. That's only fair. Don't even think about going tell you guys. Round them all up. Don't let any of them go. A bunch of proctors. All trash." These people stared menacingly at the players who hadn't yet died of ghostly monsters, like hungry wolves. Those players who were preparing to retreat were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the players surrounding them. They never expected that their comrades just now suddenly turned into enemies in general. These players were also enraged and cursed angrily at the players who surrounded them. "Grass Nima, I can leave if I want to. It's none of your business. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too. Asterisk 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 your sister. A bunch of you ghosts and monsters deserve to die. Ha ha ha, good death. Come on, Grass Nima. I'll see whoever of you dares to stop us. I'll kill them. Talking to this group of, destroy them directly, and I'll see who dares to seek revenge on me. Yeah, just the hell out of him. Give me death. Come out. Quin Ghost. Give me a peck on their balls. And so the drama unfolded. Only to see that the players who had just made common cause were at this moment as if they were killing their fathers and taking away their wives. The two parties of players actually fought each other. And on one side, Easy's face turned blacker than, ********. Bunch of piggybackers. It's all crap. It's all crap. Make it or break it piggybacking. Easy to travel, all the teeth are gritted. The pupils of the eyes are red, like a raging bull. In his mind, he cursed angrily at the group of players. Regiment commander. Why don't we withdraw as well? We're so far gone that we can't afford to fight anymore. Yeah, we'll go back and make plans. These 6 paths have already aroused the wrath of the people and will not live long. If we don't go, we're going to be buried with these fools. It's not worth it, our chief. The crowd of the Free Ghost Regiment also had no intention of fighting at this time. Seeing the ghostly fighting power of Lin Howren's ghosts and monsters, with cold hands and feet, plus infighting, the members of the group turned to Easy with some fear. Retreat. Prosperity's lips were bitten through and a stream of blood flowed down, and he cursed with resentment. But he had sense, and knew that the jig was up. If you don't go, you won't be able to go. Easy to Travel took one last look at Lin Howren, who looked like a ghost in the air, and a flash of hatred flashed in his eyes. 6 paths. Wait for it. If I don't take this revenge, I'll be a man in vain if I don't get away with it. Prosper roared low. Then he was ready to leave with the crowd. Meanwhile, on Lin Howren's side, Lin Hao floated in the air, watching the infighting killings of the players with perfect clarity. His face could not help but show a look of thick mockery that, faintly, it's so sad and pathetic, so sickeningly human that it touches the heart. But, you want to leave? Lin Howren's mouth revealed a cruel smile, and a shocking killing intent exploded in his eyes as he slowly said, did you guys ask me? Today, none of you will leave. Lin Howren let out a low growl, then roared at his ghost. Fairy, little thunderhead, snow, and silly duck, kill them all. Leave no one behind. With the power of lightning, Lin Howren transformed into a green-colored thunderbolt and continued to swipe towards the side of the player army. And the ghost sword fairies are right behind them. The ghosts and monsters have been killed, but there are still players who haven't been killed yet. These ugly humans are the ones who deserve to die. Lin Howren's eyes flashed with an excited and cruel smile as he licked his lips and looked in the direction where Prosperity was. Said in a raspy voice, hunt the moment. It's on. Ha 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 ha. Go. None of you are going anywhere. P.S. How come the ratings are still dropping? Whoa. Is it because it's 3 chapters a day? So sad. Popal 5-star reviews smashing in. Chapter 106I. The 6 paths. Wish to incarnate the heavenly wheel of reincarnation and judge mankind. Just as these players were fighting it out, a laugh with a strong sense of mockery rang in the ears of the crowd. Ha 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 ha. What a show. It's brilliant. It's really worthy of a human. Lin Howren was covered in waist-length white hair, surrounded by a chilling aura, twining green lightning, and eerie ghostly eyes, floating above the heads of the crowd. He let out a loud laugh. Immediately after that, his eyes narrowed, flashing with an inexplicable look. He slowly raised his palms and said in a hoarse voice, selfishness, self-interest, envy, greed, lust, lies, betrayal, war, destruction. All of humanity is stained with. If mankind is guilty, if there is no heaven in this world, if there is no judgment in this world, then I, Rokudu, would like to incarnate the heavenly wheel of reincarnation and judge mankind. In a flash, Lin Howren's body violently surged with an endless cold aura. In the void, a handful of ice arrows glittering with cold light quietly appeared. Thousands and thousands of ice arrows. It's mind-numbing and shocking. This was after the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor had transferred all of his power to Lin Howren, plus Lin Howren's own power. The ice arrow flurry skill. No, it should now be called 10,000 arrows. Give it all to death. Griffins. Lin Howren waved his hand and roared. In an instant, the ice arrows in the void were like a rain of arrows, densely packed, shooting down toward the bamboo forest at extreme speeds. The players below who were still killing each other saw this scene and directly pissed themselves with fear in their eyes. Desperately, he ran backward, shouting at the top of his lungs, run away. This guy isn't even human. Help. Don't step on me. Help me. Get thee out of the way and let me run first. Ooh-hoo. Devil. He's the devil. In a flash, a rain of razor-sharp ice arrows shot straight through the entire bamboo forest. Shoo 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 shoo. A heart-rending scream with the sound of an ice arrow piercing a human body. Interplaying with each other. It seemed to play a symphony of death. Moving turnip wonderful. and the Ghost Sword Immortal and other ghosts and monsters from the rear also arrived and joined the slaughtering party once again. Mercilessly harvesting the lives of these terrified players. Ghost Sword Immortal's sword seals the throat. Little Thunder Underworld Judgment Gun skewered 10 people to death in one shot. Just like an icy candy cane, Yuki's ice arrows were incredibly precise, and they hit the head, revealing that bursts of the soul-devouring dead crow ghost's mouth even scared the out of countless players. A peck on the head is horrifying. In an instant, there's blood flowing in the bamboo forest. Bodies are piling up. The smell of blood is so thick you can smell it for miles. It's sickening. Some of the players had broken limbs and couldn't walk, so they could only let out miserable and fearful cries on the ground. The devil. He's a nightmare. Shall not die. You shall not die. Crazy all crazy. Vomit. Some of the players smelled the strong odor of blood, looked at the entrails of the surrounding corpses and straight up vomit your stomach out. At this moment, Easy and the others were surrounded by Lin Haoren and other ghosts and monsters. It was like a chicken about to be slaughtered. Tap tap tap. Lin Haoren took one step at a time towards Easy and the others, passing by some players who were still barking furiously and waiting to die. Lin Haoren directly stomped on their heads. The face was expressionless, just like stepping on an ant. It made the eyelids of Easy to swim and the others jump as they watched, and a great fear welled up in their hearts towards Lin Haoren. The feeling of killing someone in a game is actually similar to reality. Easy has killed people in reality, but it definitely couldn't be done in such a breezy, cold and frank manner as Lin Haoren, as if he was killing chickens. This guy feels it from the bottom of his heart. People are not people. It's slaughtered at will. What kind of a person have I messed with? As he watched Lin Haoren still stomping on players' heads, he couldn't help but gulp furiously. His back was chilled and a cold sweat ran down his face as he thought in fear in his mind. At this point, Lin Haoren arrived in front of Prosperity and the others. The snow-white hair had been dyed blood red. That's blood. A pair of cold and indifferent eye pupils looked faintly at Easy, revealing a cruel smile. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, Ghost Sword Immortal, Thunder Underworld Ghost Monarch, Snow Woman Ghost, and Soul-Devouring Dead Crow Ghost all came behind Lin Haoren. This horrifying sense of oppression directly caused the crowd of Easy Ghost Troops' feet to go limp. Some of them even peed right out. 6 paths. You'll get what's coming to you. You'll be punished by heaven for killing so many players. Knowing that he was in trouble this time, Prosperity still forcefully suppressed his fear of Lin Haoren. Said to Lin Haoren, "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin Haoren smiled audibly and laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light as he slowly opened his mouth. It is a sin to kill one man. Kill 10 people for evil. Kill 10,000 people as a male. Kill 10,000 people before you become the king of ghosts. Every time Lin Haoren said a sentence, his body's aura became 1 point stronger, and the terrifying pressure of his aura was like a 1,000-pound burden, directly crushing Easy and the others to their knees on the bloodstained ground, looking at Lin Haoren with a face of shock and fear. Remember, 6 paths, will become your taboo-like existence. Lin Haoren's cold eyes looked at them as if they were gods looking down on the humble ants on the ground. Chapter 107, The Wheel of Illusion controls the enemy. The Easy ghosts are all wiped out. Get away. Do you think I can't do anything about you if you don't release the ghosts and monsters out? Today, I'll let you watch your own ghosts and monsters get decapitated by me. Lin Haoren's left eye reincarnation ghost eye flashed with a strange light, and said indifferently to the easygoing and the others. An ominous premonition rose in the hearts of Prosperity and the others, immediately followed by a sudden brain. They're just like puppets with their eyes lost in thought. All of them are caught in the wheel illusion of the reincarnating ghost eyes. Unleash the Ghostbusters. Lin Haoren said indifferently to Prosperity and the others. Shabu shabu. Without a moment's hesitation, Prosperity and the others directly released all the ghosts and monsters and the ghost tattoos on their bodies. These ghosts are well qualified, all C-level qualifications and above. The ghosts at large even have 2A qualified and 1B qualified ghosts. Lin Haoren instantly cancelled his wheel of illusion ability, and Prowler and the others regained consciousness. But when they saw the ghosts and goblins around them, their heads buzzed and no idea at all what's going on. But just then, a voice like a demon's rang in the ears of the crowd. Kill them all. In an instant, an icy sword light surfaced in the eyes of the crowd. The These ghosts and monsters were like chickens, directly manipulated by the Ghost Sword Immortal Sword Royalty Immortal technique. Ghost Spirit Sword. Ruthlessly obliterate their necks with a sword, black and dripping with blood, sprayed in the faces of the crowd of Easy Ghost Corps. A scream of horror snapped out and, my Ghostbusters are dead. I obviously didn't release the ghosts and monsters, so how did I appear here and how did I die? What's going on here? Can someone tell me what's going on? Chief, my Ghostbusters are dead. These members of the prosperous Ghost Regiment immediately let out a scream of terror and, It's a powerful ghost that they've contracted with great effort, and it's their capital for pretending to be a bully to the other players. Now all of them are gone. It was 100 times worse than killing them, and at this moment, Easy's eyes were lost in thought as he looked at the 3 ghosts and monsters that died in front of his eyes. That's his own spooks. Spent countless hours and money to get the baby. But now, like a dead dog, lying motionless on the cold ground. Devil, you devil! Prosperity trembled slightly, raised his head with a resentful face, and stared at Lin Haoren with a deadly stare. Gnashing his teeth, Lin Haoren grinned, revealing a bright sunny smile, and looked at Prosperity contemptuously, saying faintly, self-inflicted. It's time for you to hit the road, Lin Haoren said slowly to the crowd. Kindly, immediately afterward, to the horror of the crowd, an arrow of ice, thicker than a pipe, stabbed right into their mouths. A sound of heads exploding rang out, and the entire Easy Ghost Regiment was annihilated. All ghosts and monsters are all dead. It's become a total spent ghost regiment. Hoo. A quiet night in the bamboo forest. A cold wind. The blood-red earth. The piles of corpses and bones. It was like the depths of hell. Hoo. Lin Haoren slowly disarmed the ghost in the snow's ability. A ragged breath came out of his mouth and 10,000 arrows could consume a large amount of Lin Haoren's ghost chi and physical strength, and it wasn't as easy as it appeared. Husband, are you okay? The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor even supported Lin Haoren and asked with a worried expression. The Ghost Sword Immortal also picked up Lin Haoren's other arm, and although he didn't say anything, a flash of worry flashed across his eyes. It's fine. It's just a little depleted. Lin Haoren shook his head and said with a smile, Let's go back to the village. Lin Haoren said indifferently to his ghosts and monsters, and then turned away. All that was left was a field full of corpses and the strong smell of blood. Today's battle of the bamboo forest. It is destined to resound throughout the world. The name of the 6 Paths Ghost God would begin to spread throughout the 8 directions at this moment. 1 man against 10,000 players. 1 man destroys all. He's as powerful as a ghost or a god. No one can stand in its way. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The name of 6 Paths completely boiled over in the chat channels, the official forums, the streets and alleys. No one knows about it. No one knows about it. With the body of a mortal, it is comparable to the shoulders of ghosts and gods. And the 6 Paths. Lin Haoren returned to the village. Just went offline. Too tired and too late. The hidden quests will have to wait until tomorrow to continue. In the real world, Lin Haoren had just run up from his bed when he suddenly felt a chill that. The pupils of Lin Haoren's eyes shrunk slightly, and he immediately picked up his cell phone, and the temperature showed that it was already 15 degrees. This is outrageous. It's springtime in the south. It was 18 or 19 degrees yesterday. Temperatures continue to drop extremely fast today. Did the Doomsday Shenanigans game really merge with reality ahead of time? Lin Haoren's face changed for a moment and said grimly. He thought there was still a long time for him to get his strengths up and play well in the game. But it didn't occur to me that this apocalyptic bizarre game would suddenly merge with reality ahead of time. This was something Lin Haoren never expected. Could it really be because of the butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth? Lin Haoren thought with a gloomy face and dark speculation. Chapter 108, Early Integration of Reality Ghost World Rift. Undeterred, Lin Haoren previewed the information on his cell phone online, and sure enough, it was a collective global extreme cooling. This caused Lin Haoren's face to become completely ugly. It's basically all set. Doomsday Creepy Games is going to merge reality early, according to this calculation, and it was highly likely that there were still a few days at most, which caught Lin Haoren a bit off guard. The Simuwo tripod of the Devil's Capital must be obtained, and when Doomsday fuses with reality, that will be the moment I seize this tripod. There's also the layout on Wang Defa's side that must be wrapped up, as well as the hidden quests in the game, and traveling to Devil City, one of the top 10 ghost towns, to receive that hidden quest and get that ghostly treasure. All of these things must be caught up on. Holy, Lin Haoren gave the wall a hard punch. Fist big disability, said grimly. Easy. Calm down. Even so, I have a great advantage on me. No need to worry. First call Wang Defa. Ask him to carry all the burial jades and antiques to me. There's still time for the rest. There's no rush. Lin Haoren forced himself to calm down, then thought darkly in his mind. Lin Haoren didn't hesitate and directly dialed Wang Defa's phone. Dropping. Hello, master. You are looking for me. Wang Defa's respectful voice rang on the other side of the phone. I'll give you an address. Move all the antiques and accompanying jades you have in your hands right now over to me. Lin Haoren didn't have time to talk nonsense with Wang Defa and spoke directly. Yes, just the master. But, master, I have a little problem on my side, Wang Defa said respectfully, then stammered a bit and said to Lin Haoran, help, what's the problem? Lin Haoran frowned and said coldly, it's like this. I found another grave-robbing gang and tried to buy their antiques in jade, but they wouldn't sell, and as far as I know, they have quite a lot of it, but they're quite numerous and have guns, so we don't dare take it easy. You see, does the master want to do it himself? Wang Defa touched the cold sweat on his forehead and carefully said to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran sniffed, slightly silent for half a moment, then said indifferently, I'll give you an address later, come pick me up. Lin Haoran hung up the phone after saying that. Wang Defa immediately rejoiced. The other side of this gang is actually an old rival with them. There was constant friction. There were even gunfights. This maximum rejoicing if one could use Lin Haoran's power to exterminate the other party. Wang Defa immediately ordered the men to get ready. It's going to be a big one tonight. Lin Haoran rummaged through the cupboard and put on a thick coat, dressed and went out. Lin Haoran still came to his usual place and ordered a few dishes. At the moment the perimeters filled with several youths who are excitedly discussing the Doomsday Shenanigans game. Asterisk. Have you guys seen it? Someone in the official forums posted a video of Six Paths fighting an army of 10,000 ghosts all by himself. That scene was comparable to millions of special effects. Looked. The internet is going crazy. The Six Paths is directly being canonized by online players as Six Paths of Ghosts and Gods. That's so cool. It's like my idol. Didn't you see on the internet that he's a murderous demon? The whole newbie village was almost killed by him. It's none of my business. They're no good either. So many people besieging someone else's one person, and most ridiculously getting counter-killed. And now they have the face to run to the forums and act pathetic. Yeah, the funniest thing is that you also help people to hang and ask for official blocking. Laugh me to death. If you can't win a fight, make a scene. Bunch of stuff. These youths are obviously gamers that, but the players from the other novice villages were very ashamed of the 10,000 person siege on Lin Haoran in novice village number 4. And there was a teenager who adored Lin Haoran, a man of honor, as it should be. One man in charge, 10,000 men in charge. If Judas breaks in, he will be destroyed. But the teenager didn't realize that his idol was just a few meters away from him at the moment, was eating at a leisurely pace. Dropping. Insert a couple of urgent news items below. Just then, on the TV in the hotel, a siren suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward a news item surfaced on the TV screen. Dragon State, Longtu Province, Gaizhou City, a village of more than 400 people all disappeared. The village only left bloodstains all over the place. Experts say, there are beasts infested. Tianyu City, Bayern District, a neighborhood suddenly black gas shrouded during the day today, and after the black gas dispersed, all the people in the neighborhood disappeared, and there was blood and broken flesh everywhere. Tianyuan Citizens Office Street, the whole street is covered with black gas, causing more than 2,000 people to go missing. Earth Ming City, Allen County, black gas shrouded, resulting in the disappearance of 10,000 people. The streets are empty, not a trace of life, all over the broken bones and blood, suspected to be. This sudden briefing, directly making Lin Haoran, who was eating, freeze. The pupils of his eyes shrunk violently, flashing a flash of bizarre essence, and said secretly to himself, sure enough, it's here after all. Ghost World Rift. P.S. Thanks for the nice comments. Pause. I really appreciate all of you. Daddy Dribones. Asterisk greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Chapter 109. Black mist fills the sky and a crack in the ghost world comes to life. The ghost world, which means the world of doomsday creepy games. And when the ghost world begins to merge with the real world, it creates a crack that randomly generates known as, the Ghost World Rift. Ghost World Rifts appear randomly in the real world, where ghosts and monsters from the game world appear in the real worlds, and there is the possibility of catalyzing the conception of real-world ghosts and ghostly objects and even ghostly treasures, and gamers have the same powers in the Ghost Rift that they have in the game. Only gamers can have a chance of making it out of these random Ghost World Rifts alive. This Ghost World crack was full of dangers, but it was also possible to pick up a powerful ghost item or ghost treasure and soar to the heavens. In a nutshell, Ghost Rift is high risk, but may have zero or high rewards that. The main theme is that chance needs to be obtained by those with great fortune. The end is finally coming. Lin Haoran licked his lips and revealed an inexplicable smile, really looking forward to it, and then proceeded to eat a delicious meal that. It's just that the end is here now, and dry rice is still dry rice. This is the professional conduct of being a dry cook. At this point, the guests at the hotel see this shocking list of missing persons. Where is there any appetite to eat? Suddenly a face of horror and murmuring. What is this? How can this news suddenly appear? Really, I googled it and all over the country, if not the world, these mysterious disappearances are being reported. Hiss, all over the world. This isn't going to be the end of the world. Fake it. How can these news not be blocked? The country is not afraid to cause panic. There are so many missing people. The state can hide it. The main thing is that these incidents appear so suddenly. Hard to believe that the world is really going to end? It's over. Are we going to die? The crowds in the restaurant were so panicked that even the cooks and owners in the kitchen ran outside to see the news that all panicked and talking. Everyone's face was unattractive, slightly white, and obviously there was some fear and trepidation in their hearts. Anyone who suddenly reads these news, they're all scared and panicked. The world became restless and chaotic from that moment on. A lot of claims have surfaced on the internet that there's apocalyptic, there's otherworldly, there's spooky. Wait, for a while, the real world became a big mess, with cases of rape, murder, arson, robbery, and so on, occurring frequently. Heaven for the wicked and hell for the good. After Lin Haoren finished eating, he called Wang Defa, and soon 2 cars came over to pick up Lin Haoren. It was none other than Wang Defa. Master, please get in the car. Wang Defa got out of the car and said respectfully to Lin Haoren, just learned about these mysterious disappearances from the internet. Wang Defa's first thought was of Lin Haoren's mysterious and unpredictable power. Grave robber's intuition. It made him feel that Lin Haoren might have some kind of relationship with these cases, and this Wang Defa's offer Lin Haoren became even more intense. Lin Haoren didn't talk nonsense and directly got into the car, speaking faintly. Let's go. Go straight to them. Yes, master. Wang Defa immediately asked the driver to drive, and then led his minions towards the base of the other group of grave robbers. Lin Haoren closed his eyes in the car, thinking about his next plan. Boss, look guys, why is there a black fog in the sky? Right at this moment, a junior in the car suddenly let out an alarming sound, pointing out the window and shouting, "It's really so strange. How can a black fog rise at night? Some evil call unlucky." The other boys in the car murmured, and Lin Haoren snapped his eyes open at that moment and looked out of the window, illuminated by moonlight and the light of the sky is filled with an eerie black mist that, it was like the mouth of the abyss, opening its bloody mouth toward the earth to devour people. Ghost World Rift. A somber look flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes as he muttered in his mind. In the last life, the Ghost World Rift didn't start here, so there really are too many variables. Lin Haoren looked at the increasingly dense black fog in the sky and flashed a glint of light before looking at Wang Defa and shouting, "Drive faster." Yes, 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 do you hear me? Speed me up? Wang Defa immediately shouted at the driver. He had been watching Lin Haoren's face, and when he saw the black mist outside his face obviously changed, which made Wang Defa's heart sink. And the news on the internet came to his mind. Black mist. Seems like the internet says it's also appearing as a black mist. It's hard not to. Wang Defa's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and a cold sweat ran down his forehead. Wang Defa is no less than a human being. It's all thought out at once. No matter what, he could still have Lin Haoren by his side, which gave Wang Defa a hint of security. The car arrived at its destination in no time at all. It's a small marina. Lin Haoren and the others got out of the car. Lin Haoren raised his head to the sky and the black fog had so completely enveloped the land that the moonlight had all but blocked out the. Lin Haoren clearly felt the presence of the ghostly aura. The Ghost World Rift is finally coming. Click click click. Just then, the black mist of the sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder. Boom boom boom. Hoo hoo hoo. A gust of ghastly wind blew in gusts, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would be able to clearly see that the entire town was shrouded in black fog. Chapter 110, Ghosts and Goblins. Seizing goods at the pier, terrifying thunder and lightning were exchanged, and a terrifying and mysterious black fog directly enveloped the entire town. Electricity flashed and thundered in the black mist. Boom boom boom. It's like the end of the world. Everyone in the town ran outside with a look of horror on their faces and looked up into the sky and, I don't know what happened. What's going on here? Screw the typhoon? This seems to be a bit like what the TV news is saying. It's over. The end is coming. What to do? Call the police. The phone's been busy on the line. Maybe the police station's phones are swamped. Hurry up. Let's hurry towards the police station where it's safest. Yeah. Hurry up. The people in the black fog were panicked and talking, just as a horrified scream rang out. It's a direct kickoff to the killing and abuse, only to see countless hideous-looking ghosts and monsters quietly appearing in the town, their pitch-black pupils greedily looking at these people. There are pig-headed ghosts with human heads. There's the full-bellied ghost with the big belly. There are baby ghosts with fangs. They are the very same ghosts and monsters from the spooky game of Doom. And at this point, they are, because of the effects of the Ghost World Rift, descended into the real world. The ghostly aura of the ghost world instantly surges out of the real world, catalyzed and birthed some unknown ghosts and unknown spirits. The inhumane killing and abuse begins. Help! There's a ghost. What are these? Help! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! You bit my boyfriend! Ah! Rohan, you shall not die! Let go of me! Ooh-hoo! Help! Don't eat my intestines! When the ghosts come down, they attack humans, and ordinary humans are no match for these ghosts, instantly bitten and devoured. For a moment, the whole town resounded with a succession of miserable cries of, and the excited ghostly cries of the gargoyles. And the more these ghosts and monsters devour humans, their strength is surprisingly becoming more powerful at a rapid pace. This made the ghosts and monsters even crazier, looking at the humans as if they were ginseng fruits, with a strong greed that, if you kill one, you devour it in one gulp. Not a single hair was spared and all were eaten. The original calm town, heck, it became hell on earth. At this moment, on this side of the small pier, Lin Haoren and Wang Defa had already arrived here at the lair of another group of grave robbers. Lin Haoren felt the ghostly aura in the air, and the power that was surging within him. The mind already knows that the ghostly rift has begun. This town has been devoured by a ghostly massacre. Lin Haoren's face was expressionless, and Wang Defa walked into a warehouse in the dock. Inside, a dozen men were bagging antiques. It seems to be intended to be shipped. Ha! Fatty Wang, what are you guys doing here? At the head of the group was a one-eyed strong man with a long scar on his face that looked like a centipede. Fierce looking, not a good person at first glance. The one-eyed strong man looked at Wang Defa and the others, and immediately put his hand on his waist and said viciously to Wang Defa, "Hey, One Eye, I told you guys, you have to give us this shipment. Since you won't listen to, then we'll come over here and go by ourselves." Wang Defa's dog was in a position of power, and when he saw Lin Haoren's calm demeanor, he bottomed out. Said the one-eyed strong man with a grim smile, "Fatty Wang, I think you are looking for death." A hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the one-eyed strong man, and he said with murderous intent to Wang Defa, "Woohoo!" Just then, a goosebump-inducing, oozing sound suddenly came from outside the warehouse. It was like a grumbling ghost howling. "Ha! Who's out there playing God? Fatty Wang, is this your tactic? How dare you pretend to be a ghost to scare us? Ha 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 ha! In our line of work, we're still afraid of ghosts. Ha 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 ha!" The one-eyed strong man heard the ghostly cries outside and couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the rest of the minions even covered their stomachs with laughter. They never expected Wang Defa to be so childish as to pretend to be a ghost to scare them. Isn't that funny? Grave robbers are afraid of ghosts. And on the side, Wang Defa and the others were dumbfounded. They're not running a drag show. Only Lin Haoren said slowly as the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. "Here it comes." Wang Defa froze at his words and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what's coming?" "Ghostbusters." Lin Haoren coldly spat out two words from his mouth, but it made Wang Defa's eye pupils shrink violently, and his whole body was flooded with goosebumps. If someone else said that, he's gonna give him a slap in the face. But he had to believe Lin Haoren's words. Wang Defa instantly tightened his grip on the pistol at his waist and looked around with a horrified look on his face. The hands were trembling slightly. Right at this moment, a miserable cry rang out violently behind the one-eyed strong man. Completely shattered the silence in the warehouse. Chapter 111, The Blood-Stained Warehouse. The Unknown Ghost. A scream rang out violently from behind the one-eyed strong man and the others, and the crowd was startled, instinctively reacting to look behind. A horrible sight to see at once. I saw a big hole in the stomach of one of the juniors, and his intestines and guts were flowing out of it. The little brother held his gut in a death grip with a look of fear, but there was no way to stop and there's a gargoyle behind my little brother, mouths grinning up to the ears, with sharp, pointed teeth that, a pair of dark eye pupils with a strange light, directly opened his mouth and swallowed the head of his little brother in one gulp. Blood was splattered in all directions, and countless blood red fluttered to the ground. The little brother's body was still trembling fiercely, and the gargoyle was chewing on the head with a look of enjoyment, blood-red blood showing at the corners of its mouth. Ghosts! There's a ghost! This so fearful scene immediately scared the piss out of the crowd on the side of the one-eyed strong man, rolled straight backward. What the hell is this? The one-eyed strong man was dumbfounded, and with a horrified look on his face, he looked at the ghostly monster that was devouring his little brother. With a trembling voice, he said, however, he was also someone who had seen great storms and waves. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he let out a roar. "Whatever the hell you are, all old man die," immediately pulling out his gun and shooting at the poltergeist. Bang bang bang. Several shots rang out in quick succession, bullets hitting the body of a ghostly creature. A few splashes of blood. The gargoyle let out a scream of pain. Gaga. The dark eyes looked at the one-eyed strong man filled with anger and resentment, and immediately threw down the corpse of his little brother, which had already been almost gnawed on, just lunged at the one-eyed strong man and, "Die for me, die for me." Bang bang bang. the one-eyed strongman. His only remaining eye filled with fear, pulled the trigger again and fired at the gargoyle. Can do limited damage to ghosts and goblins, unless you hit it in the head. Gaga. The ghost, against the bullets, pounced directly on the one-eyed strongman, opened his mouth and snapped his neck with a bite that. The one-eyed strongman just had his pupils widened and his body trembled violently as he was mercilessly gnawed on by this poltergeist. Aha! Run! The boss has been killed by a ghost. Wait for me. Hurry up! The one-eyed strongman's minions were scared out of their wits and ran directly toward the outside. Old boss, let's get going too. This must be filth. The little brother behind Wang Defa was also trembling and said to Wang Defa with a fearful face, "Go, walk what walk?" Wang Defa was scared to death in his heart, and his obese body was about to stick to Lin Haoren's body. If Lin Haoren wasn't here, he must have been the first to run. When Wang Defa heard his little brother's words, he couldn't help but forcefully suppress the fear in his heart and rebuked with a trembling voice, "With the master here, what are you afraid of?" The little brother's legs went weak and they could only trust Lin Haoren. Just then, the men who would have walked in front of the warehouse, suddenly there was a scream. Just see the door to the warehouse. A group of rotting ghouls came in from outside. The whole body is rotting. The skin is black, with his face showing oozing white bones. He opened his mouth and lunged and bit at the one-eyed, burly minions. Help! I've been bitten. Help me. You shall not die. Fat cat, you pushed me. Sorry bro, I'll take care of your wife for you. Fat cat, you shall not die. The group was instantly overwhelmed by a swarm of carrion ghosts, gnawing madly, emitting oozing sounds of chewing bones. Makes the scalp numb and the throat dry. Only one fat man with a hot sweat all over his body and a fearful face came to Wang Defa and shouted, "Boss Wang, let's get out of here. I know there's an exit there." This man was the same ruthless man who had pushed his brother into the horde of carrion ghosts, and at this point, he knew that there were more people to have a chance of staying alive. So he decisively came to Wang Defa's side. Wang Defa glanced at Lin Haoren and realized that he wasn't even looking at the man. Instead, he looked deeper into the warehouse, where it was dark, like the mouth of an abyss, and it seemed as if something there drew him in. Wang Defa withdrew his gaze. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he chided the fat cat. "Get the hell out of here, or I'll shoot you in the head." He seen this fat ass push his brother into the abyss with his own eyes. It was people like that he despised the most. Certainly didn't have a good look for him, and if his hands weren't shaking at the moment, he'd have shot him with his gun right now. When the fat cat saw that Wang Defa had actually done this to himself, a hint of eerie color flashed in his eyes, but didn't dare to make a move. There are quite a lot of people on Wang Defa's side. He doesn't dare. With a cold snort, the fat cat fled in a hurry towards the dark depths of the warehouse. "Let you all die. This is good. It can delay time for me to escape." A hint of sinister color surfaced on the fat cat's face as he secretly thought in his mind. Just then, a black shadow flashed in the darkness, and the fat cat's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. With only one head left, still with a weird sinister smile, it fell to the cold ground and rolled. P.S. 3 chapters in today's installment. Thank you for your kind comments. Love you guys. Chapter 112, Lizard Ghost Elite Ghosts. Lin Haoren shows his strength. The fat cat's head with a weird smile rolled directly in front of Fatty Wang and the others. Wang Defa's minions let out a direct scream of fear. "Shut the up." Wang Defa's face was white, but he still had a bit of guts and said in a low chorus to the little brother behind him. The little brother in the back instantly covered his mouth in death, revealing eyes with a strong look of fear. Interesting. Surprisingly, an elite ghost has descended. I'm this lucky. Lin Haoren had opened his left reincarnation ghost eye at this time, and in his ghost eye, in the darkness of the warehouse, a monstrous lizard-looking ghostly creature is frantically gnawing away at the corpse of a fat cat. The left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye trembled slightly, and the information of this lizard monster ghost monster was presented in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Lizard Ghost, Elite, Qualification, C, Type, Physical, Rank, 8, Ability, Toxic Bacteria Infection. The teeth of the lizardman ghost contain a large amount of toxins and bacteria, and when bitten by it, the body will slowly become infected and corrode to death. Ghost info, born as a lizardman. After being brutally murdered by humans and made into a specimen, his resentment was so great that he transformed into a ghost in cannibalism. Weakness is the head. Description, lizard. I'll suck you a billion. Baby be good, oh I'll give you a lizard. Rank 8. Qualification C. Elite Lizardman Ghost. It seems that the level of the ghosts and monsters that descended from the Ghost World Rift this time is not low. This Lizardman ghost placed in the game are not even in existence that can be soloed by an ordinary player at the moment. Of course it's a different story when it comes to those sick players from White Ghost. Ho ho ho. Just then, The rotting ghouls at the warehouse door and the gnawing one-eyed poltergeist have finished munching on the bodies of the. He stood up at once, his mouth full of blood and broken meat, and lunged towards Wang Defa's side with his teeth and claws open. Ah, boss master, they're here. Boss, run away. We're gonna get bit. Wang Defa's minions instantly pissed themselves in fear, shouting at Wang Defa and Lin Haoren with terrified faces. Lord, make your move. Wang Defa's mouth was also trembling with fear, and he said to Lin Haoren in fear, a bunch of mole crickets are just. What's so scary? No talent. Lin Haoren lightly glanced at these low-level carrion ghosts and said in a breezy manner, crackle. Immediately afterward, under the shocked gazes of Wang Defa's crowd, berserk green-colored thunderbolts violently emerged from Lin Haoren's body. Lin Haoren gently waved his hand, and the terrifying green thunder was like a thunder snake that, hissing, terrifying green-colored lightning struck these carrion ghosts, and the bodies of these ghosts and monsters were directly blasted into charcoal. Dead can't be dead. Boom 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 boom. Green lightning flashed. These low-level carrion ghosts were no match for Lin Haoren's one move. Green-colored thunderbolts touch and die. In a flash, this group of carrion ghosts were all slaughtered cleanly by Lin Haoren without any effort. The whole warehouse, which had become instantly quiet, was. The eyes of Wang Defa's congregation stared like bronze bells. His mouth could be stuffed into a large watermelon, and he looked at Lin Haoren, whose entire body was entwined with lightning, with a shocked expression. At this moment, Lin Haoren's image in their minds was like a heavenly god descending to earth. This is a fairy. A thought popped into the minds of the minions. The pupils of Wang Defa's eyes trembled violently, his eyes flashing with a strong look of shock and excitement. Great! Ha 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 ha! Great! Master is really no ordinary person. Must hold on to the master's thigh at all costs. Wang Defa roared in frantic excitement in his heart, looking at Lin Haoren with a gaze filled with blazing heat. At this point all that's left in the warehouse are the elite ghosts and goblins of the lizardman ghosts in the darkness. But this guy's no less intelligent, having been hiding in the darkness, afraid to come out so easily. A pair of eye pupils that looked like lizard eyes stared at Lin Haoren dead in the face. Lin Haoren made it feel the aura of danger. The lizard-like intuition is a good thing. It's not coming out. Then die in the darkness. Lin Haoren looked at the lizard man ghost in the darkness that refused to come out, then grinned and said faintly. A long black lance suddenly appeared in Lin Haoren's hand, and it was none other than the A-ranked ghost item, the Thunder Ghost Gun. Fatty Wang and the others were dumbfounded. Master, this gun is so long. How did it suddenly appear? The master hid it in his pants. If you're fighting, you should take it out and play with it. This is outrageous. Lin Haoren's left eye reincarnation ghost eye turned into a vertical pupil mold, with the ability of night vision and open field of vision. The lizard man ghost in the darkness was completely unaware that he had been completely exposed to Lin Haoren's eyes. Ta-da-da-da-da. Lin Haoren was holding a reggae gun, walking step by step towards the lizard man ghost's position. The lizard man ghost was startled. It's hard to believe that this pussy can see himself, but the lizard man ghost seemed to be holding on for dear life, and just made his breathing and his heartbeat lower, and didn't leave, ready to continue shading, waiting for Lin Haoren to come a little closer, and then give him a sneak attack. The main fight is one that doesn't speak of voodoo, and you can't flash it. A sinister smile appeared on the lizard man ghost's face, silently giving himself a nod. The corner of Lin Haoren's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile as he said indifferently, so it's an old 6 ghosts and ghouls. Then please go to hell. Chapter 113, Harvesting the Ghost Jade Soul Jade Pijar. A thunderous light flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes, and countless green-colored thunderbolts immediately surged out from his body, violently instilled in the reggae gun in his hand. Crackle! The Thunder Ghost Gun was instantly filled with thunder and lightning, and the head of the gun flashed with amazing lightning power. Lin Haoren probed into the darkness with a shot. The lance was like a thunder dragon, flashing with electricity and extremely fast. A reggae kill was made. The thunder gun was like a drill stabbing towards the head of the lizard man ghost in the darkness. The lizard man ghost looked at the lance that was like a thunder dragon stabbing toward him, and was completely dumbfounded, lizard-eyed. This realism can see me. The lizard man ghost had this thought floating through his mind. Boom. It was too late for it to dodge at this point, and its head was directly shot by Lin Haoren with a gunshot to the head. The lizard man ghost's head was burst open like a watermelon, and countless black plasma flew out. Into a headless corpse. Lin Haoren picked up its ghost crystal and ate it in one bite. Although it was a level 8 ghost crystal, an elite template that, it contained quite a bit of ghost energy. After Lin Haoren resolved the lizard man ghost, he came directly to the box containing the antique jade. At this point, the box is emitting a strong ghostly aura. Lin Haoren's face showed a trace of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, a shot uncovered the box. A piece of jade glittering with black light was revealed, and these burial jades, catalyzed by the ghostly aura of, it's turned into a ghost jade. It has the same effect as the ghost crystal, With a direct wave of his hand, Lin Haoren took all these ghost jades back into his system backpack. After the game and reality merged, it was convenient to be able to use the system backpack function in the real world as well. Lin Haoren continued to open several boxes, which were filled with antiques and jades. All of these jades had turned into ghost jades, and Lin Haoren took them all back into the system backpack collectively. And these antiques are a little worse for wear. Several boxes of antiques catalyzed 2 ghostly creatures. None of the other antiques have turned into ghosts. It's the greed of the self. The probability would have been extremely low, and it would have been nice to have 2 ghosts. Lin Haoren thought with a slight sigh. The chances of an antique being catalyzed into a ghostly creature by a ghostly aura are very low, maybe 1 in 10,000. Now hundreds of antiques here give birth to 2 ghosts. You can say that you are very lucky. Lord, what is this? Wang Defa and the others saw Lin Haoren wave his hand in the air, and those jades disappeared, stunning the crowd. Once again, Wang Defa came to Lin Haoren's side and asked with some astonishment, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Lin Haoren glanced at Wang Defa and said indifferently, "Yes, master." Wang Defa was shocked and cursed his own stupidity in his heart. How could he ask about this confidential matter? If it was you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Lin Haoren picked up the 2 ghostly objects and, one is a jade pendant, and another is a ceramic jar that, Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, twitched slightly, and instantly the information of these 2 ghostly objects appeared in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, Soul Jade Pendant. Type, Class B Ghost. Effect, can resist 1 soul attack for the wearer, but there is an upper limit. When exceeding the upper limit, it can only partially resist soul damage for the wearer. Ghost information, originally a burial jade pendant from Earth, catalyzed by ghost chi to become a ghost. If it was older, the grade would be higher. Name, Ghost Pottery Jar. Type, Class C Ghost. Effect, special space for storing liquids. Free to put in and take out liquids. Ghost information, Earth's burial urine canister, catalyzed by the ghost gas into a ghost, with the ability to contain urine. All liquids, a good jar. Lin Haoren's eyes lit up when he saw a soul jade pendant. Anything that had anything to do with souls was good. Lin Haoren was satisfied. Give it to Shui to wear. She's the youngest and the weakest. If you don't love your own daughter, who will? Little Thunder Meddler. So, what about me? Lin Haoren almost wanted to throw it out when he saw the second ghostly object, a ghostly clay pot that, this is actually a pea jar. Lin Haoren couldn't help but smell it, and there was a faint smell of uric acid. Lin Haoren directly threw it back into some dim corner of the system's backpack. Lin Haoren checked once more to make sure he hadn't missed anything, then turned to Wang Defa who was standing respectfully behind him. Let's go. Go to your place. I'll look at the antiques and jade you have there. Yes, master. Wang Defa said respectfully at once. Lin Haoren is satisfied with Fatty Wang's attitude, and his ability to do things is good. The main thing is that he is afraid of death, and he moves in proportion. Such people are easily manipulated, and with the addition of the illusionary seeds he had left in his mind, he could not even bring himself to betray himself. It's a usable one. There are suitable ghosts and goblins who could deed one to him instead, so that he'll be completely dead to me. Lin Haoren looked at the dog-like Wang Defa in front of him, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Then he led Wang Defa and the others out of the warehouse, got into the car, and drove towards the store where Wang Defa was. Along the way, the streets were covered with blood-red blood, and limbs and broken flesh. The minions in the car almost didn't throw up when they encountered ghosts and monsters that didn't want to die and wanted to touch the porcelain. They also had Lin Haoren stretch out a finger and send out a green-colored thunderbolt that straight up electrocute it and call it daddy sauce. But Lin Haoren said he had too many children and was about to be unable to feed them, so it was better to kill it. Fatty Wang and the others certainly looked at Lin Haoren with even more devotion and worship, just like a god. There are still humans in the streets being chased by ghosts and goblins. When those few humans saw Lin Haoren and the others' cars, it was as if they had seen hope. Walking to the middle of the road, trying to stop the car of Lin Haoren and the others, he shouted excitedly, "Big brother, help, take us with you. Yeah, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You guys will definitely get credit for it. Big brother, stop the car and save us." A few people looked at the fast-moving car and shouted in excitement as they kept waving their hands. Crash through. When Lin Haoren saw that these few people actually ran into the middle of the road to stop the car, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes and he said indifferently, "Yes, boss master." The driver's little brother sniffed without a trace of hesitation. Now Lin Haoren was a god in their hearts. Even if Lin Haoren told himself to eat, he felt that this was definitely something he had to eat. But where there's a second of hesitation, it's all disrespectful to Lin Haoren. P.S. Pubas, I'm going to work tomorrow. Woo woo, my mom says I can't do my job, that I can't get married, and that I have to go to work, so I can't do 3 chapters a day for you guys. so I'm going to have to go back to 2 chapters a day, so I'm not going to be able to do that. I'll add more if I have time or if I get more rewards. Hey, it's hard to finally get to work. Buzz, buzz. Chapter 114 Ghost Jade Harvest, a great instantaneous ghost ring. Boom boom boom. The little brother was on the gas so hard that he almost stepped on the ground of the road. The car let out a loud roar, like a mechanical beast that. He charged toward the few people who had stopped in the middle of the road. The few people who had stopped the road were dumbfounded and they still retain the mindset of a normal legal society and think it's unlikely that they'll run someone over. But it never occurred to me that there was really such a brave person who even accelerated and crashed over. Pung! The one in the middle of the road was directly hit by the car into a pile of rotten meat. The whole body burst open in general. The blood was splattered and dead. And 2 men on the side of the road escaped because the car wasn't wide enough for them. Looking away from the car, and friends who are too dead to die, the 2 men let out angry and horrified curses at Lin Haoren and the others. Demons! You shall not die. You'll get what's coming to you. Ho ho ho. But before he could finish, a group of ghosts and monsters pounced on him, and a miserable scream rang out, and it fell into a calm. After driving for most of an hour, Lin Haoren and the others finally returned to Wang Defa's antique store. At this time, this originally crowded, bustling antique street has become a street of blood. The ground is covered in blood and broken flesh, but no ghosts or monsters were seen. Should be foraging elsewhere, but it's better this way. Save yourself the trouble. These low-level ghosts and monsters. You even feel redundant to make a move. The ghost crystals are basically useless to themselves again. Wang Defa looked at this familiar street now turned into this appearance. Suddenly also cold sweat. Master, follow me. Wang Defa touched the cold sweat on his forehead and led Lin Haoren right toward his store, and then into a basement. Inside, one by one, the boxes were all the burial jades and antiques that he had recently acquired. As soon as Lin Haoren entered this basement, he immediately felt a strong ghostly aura that, seeing the dozen or so boxes in front of him that were emitting ghost energy, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Said to Wang Defa, not bad, I'm satisfied. As a reward, I'll help you contract an Oni, so don't let me down in the future. A cold light flashed in Lin Haoren's eyes, and he said indifferently to Wang Defa, snap. Although Wang Defa didn't know what a contract ghost monster was, his intuition told him that, rise up yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Defa immediately knelt down in front of Lin Haoren and kowtowed to him excitedly. Master, Wang Defa, will definitely be loyal to you from now on, never have any second thoughts. Wang Defa, will be my master's most loyal and ferocious dog. I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. Wang Defa excitedly kowtowed to Lin Haoren. In his line of work, this was already the biggest gift. Lin Haoren glanced at Wang Defa and spoke, do a good job. I won't treat you badly. Yes, master. Wang Defa, jealous of the trembling hands, said in a hurry, and Lin Haoren waved his hand and directly took all the ghost jades back into his system backpack. Lin Haoren glanced at the quantity. Even with the ghost jades collected from the warehouse, the quantity had reached 1,200 pieces. It's just that I don't know how rich the ghost energy contained inside is, and the richness of the ghost energy determines the effect of this ghost jade. The concentration of ghost chi inside a normal ghost jade is comparable to that of a grade 5 to 10 ghost crystal. Of course, some ghost jades are big, or have a long history of. The concentration of ghost chi contained inside was then high, possibly comparable to the level of 20, 30 or even 50 ghost crystals, with no upper limit. With this batch of ghost jade, one's own level and that of the ghosts and monsters should be raised by 1 or 2 levels. It's just not good enough. If there's a high concentration of ghost jade, it might directly raise several levels. Lin Haoren secretly thought in his heart. His heart is very satisfied. White whoring is cool. Lin Haoren then turned his gaze to the boxes containing the antiques and reached out his hand to open all of these wooden boxes. The first crate has no ghosts in it. The second box doesn't have one. Neither did the third box. Lin Haoren's face was getting ugly. That's a very low probability, isn't it? Finally, at the 6th box, Lin Haoren finally detected an antique that emitted a ghostly aura. It was a gold ring. Lin Haoren picked it up, and his reincarnation ghost eyes shook slightly. The information of this ghostly ring instantly surfaced in Lin Haoren's mind. Name, instant ghost ring. Type, class A ghost. Effects, can instill ghost energy, allowing the wearer to perform free instantaneous movement. The more ghost energy instilled, the farther the instantaneous distance. The furthest cannot exceed 500 meters. Cooling time 1 minute. Ghost information, originally a ring worn by the dead on Earth. It was stripped off and catalyzed by ghostly energy, transforming into a ghostly creature with magical transient ability. Lin Haoren's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs when he saw this ghostly object. This instant ghost ring is too useful. It's a good offense. It can escape an attack. It's good. It's very good. Lin Haoran looked at the ring that was bubbling with black gas, satisfied in his heart, and immediately put it on his finger. Lin Haoran continued to open the box, but unfortunately, he was unlucky that none of the remaining antiques had been turned into ghosts. However, Lin Haoran was already satisfied after obtaining the transient ghost ring, a small extreme ghost item. Anyway, no loss, blood money, let's go, take you to Dita Gargoyle. Lin Haoran was in a good mood and turned to Wang Defa and said, "Yes, master." Wang Defa hurriedly said respectfully, "What are you doing? Stay away, or we'll be rude." Just then, a cacophony of voices rang out from outside, as if someone had broken in. This is the sound made by Wang Defa's little brother's call. Wang Defa's face changed. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes before he led Wang Defa out of the basement. Chapter 115, The Gamer, Cat in the Face. In the antique store of Wang Dfa, four youths were carrying bags of antiques, fakes, from the store. There's a cold man behind them. Most strikingly, the cold man had two gargoyles beside him. One of them was dressed all in white, with long, waist-length hair, and a hint of pitch-black eyes peeking out from between its strands, staring straight at Wang Defa's minions. A 2-meter-long tongue was frightening. Ghost, long-tongued female ghost, dequalification, rank 5. There was also one that looked like a cat, but had a creepy human face with an eerie smile. Ghost, human-faced cat ghost, C qualification, rank 5. This cold man is a player in a spooky game of doom, in which a crack in the ghost world descends and ghosts and monsters run rampant, wanton slaughter of human beings, and he was horrified at the first moment that, but soon he realizes that these ghosts and ghouls are actually ghosts and ghouls from a spooky game of doom that. This shocked him, but something even more shocking happened. The ghosts and goblins in his game could be summoned, and with in-game powers, too. He was also a rank 5 player, with all the strength to hammer a man's head off with one punch. Ecstatic at this discovery, it took 4 of its friends to slay the goblins, and then made its way to Antique Row. Seeing these valuable antiques, and suddenly became greedy, and came to move the antiques away. He doesn't know what's going on right now, why the ghosts and goblins from the game are descending into reality. But the first thing they do, who still retain modern ideas, is to look for things of value. When we're done collecting these antiques, we'll go to the bank. The desire in the cold man's heart was like a beast that had gotten out of its trap and was raging in madness. Stop. This is our boss's stuff. My boss master is more of a god. Get lost if you don't want to die. Yes. Our boss master is inside, so get out of here before he comes up, or you won't get it. Wang Defa's minions saw these people carrying their boss's antiques with greedy faces. With a look of anger, he chided several people, but the attention stayed on the 2 gargoyles beside the cold man, a cold sweat running down his forehead. This guy seems to be some kind of regular guy, too. I can't believe I can control this filth. What kind of person is this? Ha. Gods, pass the word and show them what it means to be a god. The few people who were carrying the antiques laughed out loud at the words, then looked at the cold man and said with a smile. The corner of the cold man's mouth rose slightly, and he said faintly to the long-tongued female ghost, "Go ahead, kill them." Along the way, he's already killed a couple of ungrateful people. A few more wouldn't be much. Ho. The long-tongued female ghost's eyes immediately flashed a trace of cruelty, and the corners of her mouth madly rose, revealing a bizarre arc. Extending sharp claws, and curling long tongues, lunged at the minions. A scream of fear came from the minions, and one of the minions was directly strangled by the long-tongued female ghost's tongue, and pulled over. As soon as the long-tongued female ghost immediately opened her bloody mouth, revealing her sharp teeth, and took a bite out of her little brother's head, biting his neck off. Blood was splattered everywhere, and a headless body was still twitching slightly on the ground. The long-tongued female ghost took a mouthful of blood-red blood and chewed on her little brother's head in her mouth with an expression of enjoyment. It seemed to be eating some earthly delicacy. The minions became even more alarmed, and scurried all over the antique store. Ha. See, a bunch of trash. This is the power of a god. When the few people carrying the antiques saw the scene, they broke into a crazy smile. This feeling of going with the flow is fantastic. Stop. Just then, Wang Defa and Lin Haoran walked out from the basement. Wang Defa looked at one of his juniors who had lost a head, and glared angrily. Immediately, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it at several people. The men saw the pistol and panicked, hastily taking a step back. They're flesh and blood. They can't take a bullet. Big brother, have something to say slowly. Don't be impulsive. Otherwise it's not good if both sides lose. One of them gave a wink to the cold man, then pretended to surrender, and said to Wang Defa. Wang Defa immediately aimed his pistol at the man who had spoken, cursing at him. Shut the up, or I'll kill you. Meow. But before Wang Defa could finish his sentence, A weird cat cry suddenly rang out. Wang Defa immediately felt that his head was hit by a truck, buzzing, and a fierce pain hit him. The pistol in Wang Defa's hand fell directly to the ground. His hands deadlocked on his head that was about to explode. That's exactly the skill of a cat ghost with a human face. A catcall escaped his lips and it can inflict psychic damage on mentally weak enemies. A severe case of mental retardation or a mild case of headache and vertigo. Kind of like the Silly Ducks skill set. But Silly Ducks is aimed at the soul, and is more than one level more advanced than the human-faced cat ghosts. Long-tongued female ghost. Kill him. The corner of the cold man's mouth hooked out a cruel arc, and he said coldly to the long-tongued female ghost, "Cold guy is doing well in the game. Owning is he qualified. Still controlling. Ghostly human-faced cat ghost." It was also the ghost he was most proud of. And with it, he was basically invincible. You can attack and retreat. Ask who else in this world is still a rival of his own. Even if the forums are in an uproar about the 6 paths, the 6 demons and gods. Ha 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 ha. Laugh your ass off. If I come across it, I'll let everyone know that I, transmission breath, am the strongest. Ha ha ha. The cold man's eyes flashed with a thick color of arrogance as he laughed madly in his heart. P.S. First day of work today. Almost couldn't get up. Too sleepy. Felt like I was god-awful. Yesterday the numbers were still bad for this book. Woohoo. It's too hard for me. Chapter 116. If this is a ghost, it must be a ghost god. But the cold man didn't even think that he had actually encountered the 6 paths. Right at this very moment. Ho ho ho. When the long-tongued female ghost heard the cold man's order, a shriek came out of her mouth and the long tongue was like a spike, stabbing rapidly toward Wang Defa's heart. If stab, it would definitely pierce the heart. Die. Griffin, times have changed, and ghosts and monsters are king. A cruel smile appeared on the calm man's face as he looked at Wang Defa, who was about to be stabbed to death. Yo, bullying my people in front of me. Is it that you don't take me seriously? It takes a dog to beat a dog. Just then, a man's voice faintly sounded and, snap. A strong hand gripped the long-tongued female ghost's tongue so tightly that the long-tongued female ghost was thrown into a state of confusion. A dumbfounded look at the man tugging at his tongue. You're not fighting. You're ing fighting. What do you mean? Pull my tongue. Who are you? The cold man was instantly startled. His eyes flashed with a glint as he asked Lin Haoran in a low voice. That's right. The person who grabbed the tongue of the long-tongued female ghost was none other than Lin Haoran. Who I am doesn't matter. But you're going to kill my people with my permission. Lin Haoran's face was expressionless as he said indifferently. Asterisk 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 nigga. Who the are you? I hate it when people ing pretend. Pass the message. Kill him now. A youth on the cold man's side couldn't help himself when he saw that Lin Haoran was actually acting like such a pussy. Stretching out his finger, he cursed Lin Haoran. But before he could get to the point where he waited for the cold man to take action, a sudden flash of green-colored lightning. Boom! The man who spoke was immediately blasted into a piece of charcoal by the green thunder. It's no longer human. I also hate it when people talk loudly in front of me, so you might as well die. Lin Haoran withdrew his left hand and said coldly, Aha! The remaining 3 youths immediately let out a scream of fear, rolling and crawling to run behind the cold man. With a face of fear, he looked at Lin Haoran. A cold sweat ran down the cold man's forehead. He hadn't even seen clearly how Lin Haoran had struck. Green-colored thunderbolt. But he's human. How could it be possible to have the power of ghosts and monsters? The cold man couldn't figure it out, so he was very disturbed in his heart. Ho ho ho. At this point, the long-tongued female ghost kept tugging at her tongue, trying to pull her tongue back and, you might as well die, too. Lin Haoran glanced at the long-tongued female ghost, and his right hand, which had grabbed the long-tongued female ghost, violently transmitted a green-colored thunderbolt. Follow the tongue, and electrocute it directly on the long-tongued female ghost. Crackle. A bolt of electricity rang out, and the long-tongued female ghost's body was instantly entangled in green-colored lightning, electrified into a piece of charcoal. The dead can't be dead. Gollum. The entire antique store instantly became quiet, and the crowd of cold men looked at Lin Haoran with disbelief. Is this guy the devil? While Fatty Wang and the others were looking at Lin Haoran with a look of adoration and devotion. If this is a ghost, it must be a ghost god. They are willing to contribute their faith and follow it for eternity. You, who the hell are you? You must be a Doom creepy gamer too. We're both players. There's no need for this. We can get along. Now, we have the power. We have access to everything. The cold man was sweating profusely, the pupils of his eyes trembling slightly as he stared at Lin Haoran dead in the face and said, As I said, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, you killed my men. Just have to die. Lin Haoran's eyes were like cold ice under a glacier, cold as snow, and he said coldly to the cold man, Cat ghost in human face. Kill him. The cold man knew that the two sides couldn't reconcile the moment Lin Haoran uttered his last word. forcing back the fear in his heart. He growled loudly at the human-faced cat ghost in his body. The human-faced cat ghost's eyes immediately flashed with a dangerous light, about to open its mouth and send a mental attack at Lin Haoran. But when the human-faced cat ghost saw Lin Haoran's eyes, the human-faced cat ghost instantly lost consciousness, like a soulless puppet. Dumbfounded, he stood still. Ha! Man-faced cat ghost, what are you still doing? Kill him for me, don't you hear me? When the cold man saw that the human-faced cat ghost was still standing stupidly, his face instantly flushed with anger, and he shouted angrily at it. But the human-faced cat ghost remained motionless. It's as if you didn't hear it. Man-faced cat ghosts, kill them all. Lin Haoran's left eye reincarnation ghost eye had opened at this time, and the pitch-black pupil of his eye, a circle of white circles is like the wheel of hell. It was bubbling with a weird black mist. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly as he spoke faintly to the human-faced cat ghost. Meow meow. A low voice, like the sound of an evil spirit at the start of a hunt, suddenly came out of the human-faced cat ghost's mouth. P.S. Thanks to Xiaochun for giving my little lady a big gift for being unhappy every day, and to Auntie Huang for sending Xior. Thanks for the gifts from the papas. I stayed up late last night to code some of them, plus a morning touchdown to give you an extra chapter. I'll try to find a way to give you guys one more chapter tomorrow. Oh, thanks for all the support. Asterisk greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Chapter 117, Wang Defa contracts cat ghost with human face. Shangwan Wan airs call. The human-faced cat ghost had been controlled by Lin Haoran at this point, even if its father didn't recognize it. Where else would you know that the cold man is that onion? The cat ghost with the human face opens its disgusting mouth, revealing his sharp-pointed teeth and extending his sharp claws. He directly lunged towards the cold man. Several people. Help, don't bite me. Send a message. You've got to help me. Human-faced cat ghost, you evil ghost, how dare you kill your own master? You shall not die. Meow meow. In no time at all, the cold man and a few others had all been killed by the human-faced cat ghosts, their necks covered in blood-red claw marks, staining the ground red. The eyes of the cold man's corpse still held a strong look of doubt and fear. Doesn't seem to understand. How can your own ghosts and monsters kill you, and cold men die? The human-faced cat ghost's contract with the one on him was broken, as well, because one man and one ghost signed a contract of equality. Therefore, the human-faced cat ghost did not suffer any backlash, still being firmly manipulated by Lin Haoran, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Blood and mincemeat covered its mouth and claws, and with its oozing human face, it's like an evil spirit crawling up from hell. Fatty Wang and his minions saw that Lin Haoran had actually controlled a ghost monster, took out the enemy with little effort. Wang Defa and the others couldn't use words to describe their admiration for Lin Haoran at this point. It only felt like, even if Lin Haoran let them die, they all felt they had to die. Wang Defa and his juniors directly kneeled down with a pious face and worshipped Lin Haoran, muttering in their mouths, "Ghosts and gods come down." The ghost god descends. Wang Defa, you come here. Lin Haoran looked towards Wang Defa, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke. Yes, master. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Defa came next to Lin Haoran and looked at him with a blazing face. Human-faced cat ghost, open your master-servant soul contract and form a contract with Wang Defa. Lin Haoran said indifferently directly to the controlled human-faced cat ghost. Meow meow. Without a moment's hesitation, a mysterious spell appeared on the head of the human-faced cat ghost. Shooting extremely fast towards Wang Defa's brain, contracted with the soul of Wang Defa. Wang Defa, this human-faced cat ghost is good, so I'll reward you and you become a ghost master. Lin Haoran spoke to Wang Defa. Wang Defa instantly felt that his soul had an extra indefinable link with the human-faced cat ghost. A single thought of his own could kill the human-faced cat ghost. That is to say, he is now turning into the face of a god who controls ghosts and monsters. Wang Defa was ecstatic in his heart and immediately knelt down in front of Lin Haoran and said excitedly, "Thank you master for the gift of. Thank you master for your gift. I will surely die for my master all the way." Wang Defa kowtowed to Lin Haoran, secretly vowing in his heart that he would do everything for Lin Haoran. Well, you remember your words. I can give you power. It also means it can be taken back at any time. Still your life of course. Lin Haoran's voice slowly sounded like the cold wind of the dark night, piercing and icy. Yes, I will definitely keep that in mind. Wang Defa said respectfully and firmly. Radicalize you too, mildew. Just then, Lin Haoran's cell phone suddenly rang. There's something funny about that weird ringtone. Lin Haoran frowned and took out his cell phone. Looking at the name of the caller displayed on his phone, there was a wry smile. And the call was answered. And a voice tinged with sobs and panic came out of the cell phone that, "Hooray! Woo woo, come and help us. My neighborhood is full of monsters. So many people have been killed and eaten. Can you come and help me? I'm so scared. Woohoo. It was none other than Shangwan Wanner's voice. You guys, Zhang Lei is at your place too. The corner of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly as he said to Shangwan Wanner. He came to me for one thing. We really didn't have anything going on. The opposite party's Shangwan Wanner's tone was obviously a beat, and she hurriedly stammered to Lin Haoran. I got it. You guys wait for me. I'll be right there to save you. Lin Haoran directly interrupted Shangwan Wanner's words, then said to Shangwan Wanner. Really? Oh, Hojo, I love you. You really do love me after all. Thank you, Hojo. Come soon. I'll be waiting for you. Shangwan Wanner was immediately overjoyed and excitedly said to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran hung up the phone directly. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and licked his lips. A grinning mumbled. It's time to end this feud. Shangwan Wanner and Zhang Lei. Lin Haoran turned to Wang Defa. Give me the car keys. Find yourself a place to hide or go hunt those ghosts. The ghost crystals from a ghost's death can boost your ghost's strength, and it's up to you as to what you choose. Chapter 118. Lin Haoran's pressure. The miserable Zhang Lei. Lin Haoran picked up the key, turned around, and left, having already contracted a ghost monster for Wang Defa himself. The rest is whether they die or live depends on his life. It's all irrelevant. Wang Defa looked at the departing Lin Haoran and fell into silence for a while. Boss, what do we do now? The minions surrounded towards Wang Defa and asked him. Let's get rid of Xiao Lu's body first. Cremated, so it doesn't get eaten by these disgusting things. Then we go hunting ghosts and monsters to improve our strength. Only by becoming stronger can we survive. Only by becoming stronger will we not be abandoned by our master. Wang Defa's eyes flashed with determination as he said to his minions. Yes, boss. The minions nodded and replied before they began to dispose of the body of the minion whose head had been bitten off by the long-tongued female ghost. In the car, Lin Haoran stepped on the gas pedal and drove all the way towards Shangwan Wanner's residence there. Shangwan Wanner doesn't live far away. It's also a 10-minute drive. Along the way, Lin Haoran looked at the blood-stained ground on both sides of the street, and knew that in the town now, it's been confirmed that it's been overrun by ghosts and goblins. Only gamers like Coldman have a chance of surviving, and of course there are those who hide, and a chance to live. Usually Ghost World cracks don't appear for too long. Tomorrow morning the Ghost World cracks will disappear. Ghostbusters are also back in the game world. As for how many of the townspeople will be alive by tomorrow morning, that's a matter of fate. 10 minutes later, Lin Haoran finally arrived at the neighborhood apartment where Shangwan Wanner lived. Shangwan Wanner was in the 13th building. On the 8th floor, Lin Haoran got out of the car, and there were quite a few ghosts and monsters roaming the neighborhood. And when these ghosts and monsters saw Lin Haoran, he immediately revealed a cruel smile, bared his teeth and ran wildly towards Lin Haoran. Ow 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 ow. Ho ho ho. Lin Haoran's eyes were as cold as snow, and a powerful ghostly aura surged out of his body violently. A flake of snow floats through the air and Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with an icy blue light. Coldly, roll. A powerful and terrifying pressure swept toward those ghosts and monsters. The ghosts and monsters who were still excited suddenly had a color of fear emerge from their pupils. The wildly running footsteps immediately stopped, looking towards Lin Haoran with a horrified expression. Lin Haoran calmly walked past these ghosts and monsters, who didn't dare to breathe a word. It was only after Lin Haoran had walked away that these ghosts and monsters dared to gasp fiercely for air and, woohoo, so scary, almost thought I was going to die. Ho ho ho, I'm peeing my pants. What a horrible intimidation. The gargoyles are still in a state of trepidation, shivering and exchanging. There was even some gratitude for Lin Haoran's kindness in not killing him. They knew that Lin Haoran didn't need to waste much effort at all to kill them. Woohoo! What a nice guy! Nice guy! These ghosts and monsters clasped their hands together at Lin Haoran's back and bowed in gratitude. At this time, Building 13, 8th floor, Apartment 801, Shangwan Wanner and Zhang Lei were shivering and hiding in the house. Zhang Lei felt that he was really unlucky. I don't care if you've been a dog before. A few days ago, I met a group of people who were chasing after me with knives, saying that I had robbed them of $2 million. This is literally away from Trump. It makes him afraid to go back to his home now. I can only come to Shangwan Wanner's place to hide, but here comes more bad luck. All sorts of screams went off outside. The two men looked out the window and almost pissed themselves when they saw a lot of ghosts and ghouls appearing in the neighborhood, in a frenzy of hunting and gnawing on humans. This scared the two men straight away. Calling the police was not answered, and then Shangwan Wanner was the first to think of Lin Haoran. It has to be said that it is also ironic that she didn't think of Lin Haoran when she was cheating, but when there was a threat, she thought of Lin Haoran. Zhang Lei, will we die? I don't want to be eaten by those disgusting things. I'm afraid. Woo-woo. Shangwan Wanner was cloaked in her shoulders, and with a scared face, she hugged Zhang Lei's arm in death and asked in tears, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We will survive. You won't die with me. A trace of disgust flashed in Zhang Lei's eyes, but his mouth comforted Shang Wanwaner as he said, Zhang Lei, you are so nice. Shang Wanwaner looked at Zhang Lei with a loving face and said with her head on Zhang Lei's shoulder. The rest of his eyes caught the glass of the bay window. There seems to be a dark shadow. The pupils of Zhang Lei's eyes trembled slightly as he slowly turned his head to look. A scream of fear paired with the silence of the entire neighborhood. Chapter 119, Desire for Ghosts. Is this the takeout you ordered? Just in front of the glass doors of the balcony, a disgusting-looking humanoid ghost was looking at him and Shang Wanwaner with eerie eyes. A dry skin, long like an old man, with his tongue sticking out and drooling disgustingly. This ghost is obscene to the core. Classy ghost, rank 3, lust ghost. At this moment, the lust ghost was looking towards Zhang Lei and Shang Wanwaner with greedy eyes, his mouth revealing a line of saliva. Zhang Lei immediately let out a terrified cry, his eye pupils filled with a fearful look. Bang on! The glass door of the windowsill was instantly broken by the lust ghost, and the lust ghost instantly pounced towards Zhang Lei and Shang Wanwaner with an excited and lewd smile. Shang Wanwaner doesn't know what's going on yet. Suddenly, he was pushed out by Zhang Lei himself, into the arms of a disgusting thing. Shang Wanwaner twisted her head, and immediately saw a lewd old man's general smile. Shang Wanwaner's eyes instantly glazed over as she let out a scream of fear, and after Zhang Lei sent Shang Wanwaner to the arms of the lustful ghost, he didn't have a moment's hesitation and directly pulled out his legs and ran away. Zhang Lei, you're not human. You shall not die. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Zhang Lei. Shang Wanwaner let out a heartrending cry, struggling frantically but the lust ghost revealed a lewd and perverted smile, firmly hugging Shang Wanwaner, his saliva dripping down. You let go of me. Please leave me alone. Don't eat me. I'm dirty. Ooh, don't eat me. Shang Wanwaner is screaming like crazy, but the lust ghost got even more excited. The yellow teeth in your mouth make you want to vomit. On the other side, Zhang Lei, who was frantically escaping, had just opened the door of his room, when a disgusting and obscene face appeared in front of him. Another lustful ghost. Zhang Lei let out a terrified yell, but before he could react, directly caught by the lustful ghost waiting outside the door. Dragged into the house. Zhang Lei, you think you can walk away? Die. You're going to die with me. Shang Wanwaner was like an evil ghost when she saw Zhang Lei being dragged back by another lustful ghost, laughing happily. Ha. The two lustful ghosts looked at each other and, showing a lewd, perverted smile, with dirty yellow teeth that hadn't been brushed in I don't know how many years, with a greedy face, he looked at Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Lei. The reason why lust ghosts are called lust ghosts is that some extremely lustful human beings, who are still obsessed with lust after death. Lust is so overwhelming that it is nurtured by ghostly energy before it becomes a lustful ghost. Lust ghosts' greatest love is abusing humans. Stay back, please, stay back. I'm dirty. Shang Wanwaner saw the lewd and perverted smiles of the two lustful ghosts, and immediately pissed herself out. His whole body was trembling with extreme fear in his eyes. The Zhang Lei next to him was even more scared less, his whole body in cold sweat, his mind stuffed with fear. Tap. Just then there was a footstep at the door, and it made the two ghosts and the two men stare at each other for a second. How can there be anyone at this hour? Only a figure in a black trench coat appeared in front of the crowd and, Haoran! This person was none other than Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran saw that Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Lei were controlled by two lustful ghosts, and seemed to be about to perform that illicit act. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile as he chuckled. Yo, am I interrupting you guys? Lin Haoran, as if he were in his own home, walked directly to the sofa in the living room, crossed his legs and, faintly, he looked at the dumbfounded lust ghost and Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Lei. The two lust ghosts are getting a little short in the head. Looking at each other, both could see a big question mark in the other's eyes. Woohoo. Who the is this? You ordered takeout. One of the lust ghosts asked the other lust ghost with a confused look on his face. Woohoo. No, takeout is unhealthy. I'm all for getting out and finding fresh humans to make it and eating it when it's done. The other lust ghost touched his hair, which was about to fall out, and shook his head. Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Lei were also shocked by Lin Haoran's actions at this time. How big is your heart? Can't you see the two monsters? You don't run. Even if you sit on the couch and cross your legs. What do you mean? Are you planning to watch a human ghost battle? It's also good. It's good to die together like this. Although Shang Wanwaner was puzzled by Lin Haoran's bizarre divine maneuver, she thought that Lin Haoran would have to die together as well. A perverted grin spread across his face. This woman. Sex is evil. Or maybe it's just that people are evil in the first place, if not properly guided. Human sexuality, from birth, is an evil being. P.S. Today continued a small morning every day unhappy send big gift box plus more chapter O. Oh, thanks for the support, pa boys. Love you guys. Asterisk greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Chapter 120, End of Grudges. Death of Shangwan Wanner and Zhun Lei. How ran. You came just in time. We can die together this way. Ha ha ha. Die all. You all deserve to die. All of you. Shangwan Wanner had a crazy smile on her face, looking at Lin Haoran with a malicious expression and laughing crazily. Ha ha ha. The two lustful ghosts have also reacted now. Since there's dinner coming to their door, there is a reason to refuse there. One of the lustful ghosts immediately revealed its disgusting yellow teeth and grinned at Lin Haoran. It was about to go and get Lin Haoran. You, what's going on? A glint of ice blue light flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and his hair was windless. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on the two lustful ghosts, and Lin Haoran's eyes were like ice. Coldly, he said to the lustful ghost who was trying to walk over to him. Boom boom. The two lustful ghosts instantly acted as if they were being pressed by a huge mountain, directly kneeling on the ground with both feet. A face of fear looked at Lin Haoran, trembling. Lin Haoran's aura was like that of a ghost king. It was horrible. Lin Haoran looked at Shangwan Wanner and Zhang Lei coldly, without a trace of temperature in his eyes. What you owe me in your last life. It's time to pay it back. Lin Haoran smiled coldly at the two of them before turning around and walking out of the rented room. Woohoo! Aha! Help Haoran! Haoran, help me! I'm your girlfriend. You can't do this to me. Ooh-hoo! Stay back. Aha! Lin Haoran! Ah! You shall not die. Ah! Haoran brother. I don't dare anymore. It's your girlfriend who seduced me. I won't dare again. Please let me go. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo. The two Shangwan Wanner and Zhang Lei let out a scream of terror, their hearts overwhelmed with fear. But it's over. The two were tortured and finally devoured by become a pile of white bones. Lin Haoran smoked a cigarette outside the door, an icy cold light flashing in his eyes. Hoo-hoo. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke and said faintly, finally the end of the grudge of a previous life. Now, there's Marshal Li. Wait, I'll be back for you soon, young Master Li. An icy smile appeared at the corner of Lin Haoran's mouth. P.S. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Thank you all. Don't send gifts if you're underage. It would be nice to read my sister's book every day. Underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside, underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside, underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside, underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside, underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside, underscore greater than with circle inside less than with circle inside. Chapter 121, Seeking the Lord of the Ghost World Rift. Elite Pigman Ghosts. Shangwan Wan Er and Zhun Lei are dead, bone deep, tortured, and watching their flesh and blood being eaten, bite by bite. Physical and mental destruction, make life worse than death for both of them, ended his life in an excruciatingly painful way. Hoo-hoo. Lin Haoran looked at the pile of blood on the ground. His eyes didn't have a single ripple, and he exhaled a smoke from his mouth. Said to the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor in his arms. Ma'am, let's go. Listen to your husband. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was flushed and said to Lin Haoran in a bird-like manner. Lin Haoran pulled the jade hand of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and left. The karma of the last life has been paid. Lin Haoran felt more relaxed than ever before, feeling the chains that bound him fall off and, all in one easy. Maybe this is karma. Husband, where are we going? Walking on the road. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor hugged Lin Haoran's arm with a sweet face and asked in a soft voice, find the Lord of the Ghost World Rift. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes as he said faintly, in every Ghost World Rift, a powerful and special ghost is born, called the Lord of the Ghost World Rift. And although the Lord of the Ghost World Rift is strong, it does, however, possess a characteristic the irresistible characteristic, that's killing the Lord of the Ghost Rift. It's bound to drop an incredibly precious ghost treasure. A flash of greed flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, muttering, the more you risk, the more you gain, and with one's current strength, can't a Lord of the Rift be dealt with? Ghostbusters, definitely not to be missed. With a wave of his hand, Lin Haoran unleashed Silly Duck. Duck duck duck, what's the point of calling Mr. Duck, silly duck? Go, you go to the sky and find the place where the ghostly aura is the thickest. Lin Haoran spoke to the soul-devouring dead crow ghost. Duck duck duck. Silly Duck's head tilted and he flapped his wings and took to the air. Boom boom boom. Just as Silly Duck flew into the sky and disappeared into thin air, a booming battle sound suddenly rang out not far away. And, ouch, a great roar followed. And Lin Haoran instantly turned his head to look, only to see a huge-bodied ghost monster fighting with several ghost monsters. There were two other youths commanding their ghosts and monsters. These two look like gamers at first glance, and the gargoyle, with its huge body, It was a pigman ghost with a pig's head and a height of 2.5 meters, holding a bloody bone-chopping knife in its hand. See grade qualification. Rank 7. Elite Ghost, Pigman Ghost. Legend has it that the butcher killed too many pigs, and the pigs' grievances haunted him for years. After the butcher died, catalyzed by the ghostly aura, it'll turn into a pigman ghost. Roar. The pigman ghost opened his bloody mouth and let out a loud roar, and the bone-chopping knife in his hand attacked with a thunderous. A direct slash cuts a player's ghost in half. My sling quin quin ghost. A player let out a sad wail. Hurry up. This is an elite ghost monster. We can't win. Hurry up. By now the two players were scared out of their wits and, screaming frantically, rushing toward the back of the room. He happened to encounter Lin Haoran and the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor who were walking head-on. The two of them were obviously stunned, especially when they saw the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, who possessed an overwhelmingly beautiful face. Brothers, get out of here. You didn't see that pigman gargoyle up ahead? It's an elite ghost monster. Hurry and run for your life. One of the youths with an inch head was the first to react and anxiously said to Lin Haoran. But another youth with dyed yellow hair saw such a beautiful diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor. A flash of intent flashed across his eyes, and his gaze towards Lin Haoran revealed a hint of inexplicable color. And behind them, the pigman ghost chased after the two with a bloody bone-chopping knife with an excited look on his face. The pigman ghost's favorite thing is to chop up human bones, and it gets excited when it sees humans. Hey! The yellow-haired young man still grinned at Lin Haoran and the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor as he passed by, stretching out his foot violently. He was about to kick Lin Haoran in the direction of the pigman ghost. This is pure evil. Put. Aha! But the next second, a foot flew off into the sky and, blood spattered. The yellow-haired young man let out an agonizing scream of misery, with a horrified look at his feet. It was cut in two. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was smilingly looking at the yellow-haired young man and said indifferently, "Kick my husband. Will be killed by me." Oh. The smile of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was beautiful, but in the eyes of the yellow-haired youth it was more terrifying than an evil ghost. It made the yellow-haired young man instantly like falling into a glacier, his whole body freezing. Ah, bitch, I'll kill you, ponytail ghost, kill them for me. The yellow-haired young man yelled angrily, shouting at his ghost. Put, before its ghostly monster could strike, a cold and piercing ice blade directly severed the yellow-haired young man's neck. A head like a basketball, rolling on the ground. The yellow-haired head's eyes were still thick with terror. Cluck cluck cluck. You'll lose your head if you say the wrong thing. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor covered her mouth and said with a smile. It was like killing a chicken without a ripple. The other youth was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that in a moment's time, the yellow-haired young man's head moved. Ouch. At this time, the pigman ghost had already arrived in front of the two of them, his pitch-black pig eyes flashing with an excited and berserk look. Raising the bone-chopping knife in his hand, he was about to slice down at Lin Haoran. Ah la la. A little butcher dares to be so reckless? Chapter 121, Lord of the Ghost World Rift Skull Knight Ghost. Lin Haoran looked indifferently at the bloody bone-chopping knife that the pigman ghost had raised into midair. It's as if they didn't see it. Ah la la. How dare a little butcher be so reckless? A laugh from the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor suddenly rang out. The surrounding temperature dropped extremely fast, and an extremely cold current violently blew over the pigman ghost's body. Click click click. Immediately afterward, in the pigman ghost's fearful expression, its huge body turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. It gave off an icy blue glow. The pigman ghost's eyes had lost their luster, and it was dead. Then the body turned into a black gas and disappeared into the air, leaving behind only a ghost crystal. Gollum. The inch-headed youth on one side looked at the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor with a face of horror, and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. It's a ghost. This is too scary. A rank 7 elite level ghost was secured in one move? A wave of incredulity ran through the inch-haired youth's mind. Lin Haoran casually picked up the ghost crystals on the ground and summoned Little Snow. Father, kiss. As soon as Xiao Shue's cute figure came out, she jumped up and pounced into Lin Haoran's arms. Lin Haoran hurriedly hugged her, and Xiao Shui gave Lin Haoran a hard kiss on the cheek. Big watery eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Yuki, be good. This one is for you to eat, Lin Haoran said with a hint of a smile on his face as he handed the pigman ghost's ghost crystal to Xiao Shui. Thank you, father. Snowy smiled sweetly and immediately swallowed it, and her level was finally raised to level 7. Lin Haoran had planned to find a place to distribute the ghost jade to everyone, but after Lin Haoran thought about it, he still decided to find the Ghost Realm Rift Lord first and hunt it down to seize the ghost treasure, because he doesn't know when the ghostly rift will go away, and it's 2 a.m. In the morning. It might disappear soon, and Lin Haoran didn't want such a good chance to disappear for nothing. Let's go. The concentration of ghost chi over here is very strong, and if there are no surprises, the Lord of the Ghost Realm Rift is just ahead. Lin Haoran felt the concentration of ghost chi in the air, then looked ahead and said indifferently, Husband. I'll listen to you. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor came to Lin Haoran's side, and the two large soft and sticky piles of bread pressed against Lin Haoran's arm and spoke. Mother, I want a hug. Don't. People want to hug their husbands. Oh, then I'll hug your husband too. You go away. This is my husband. Lin Haoran. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was like a child, arguing with Xiao Shui, almost making Xiao Shui cry with anger. Lin Haoran couldn't help but have a gentle smile on his face. This is fine, isn't it? The three of them walked further and further away, disappearing at the end of the street, leaving only the young man, drenched in sweat with inches of, still frozen in place, looking at the departing Lin Haoran trio with a bewildered and confused expression, and then looking at the corpse of the yellow-haired young man on the ground with a broken head and legs. Lapsing into silence, he muttered, if I hadn't just let him run, maybe I would have died too. Hoo. Get a life. Lin Haoran had already brought the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and Xiao Shui to the other side by now. Lin Haoran took out his cell phone, opened the map, and looked in the direction of the dense ghost chi, found out that there was a cemetery over there. This made Lin Haoran even more convinced that the Lord of the Ghost World Rift was over there. Graveyards are heavy with yin energy and more likely to give birth to powerful ghosts and monsters. Duck. Just then, a duck call rang out from the sky. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost flew above Lin Haoran and stretched out its wings, pointing in the direction of the cemetery and screaming, duck. Lin Haoran nodded his head, signaling that he already knew. Let's go and meet this Ghost Realm Rift Lord. Lin Haoran flashed an icy blue light and said faintly, I do everything my husband says. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor looked at Lin Haoran with an infatuated face and said sweetly, is this the top relationship brain? Yeah. Yuki go too. Xiao Shui said happily as she hugged Lin Haoran's neck. Let's go then. Meanwhile, the town cemetery. This place is so thick with ghost energy that it's about to turn into liquid, shrouded in blackness and haunted by. The whole graveyard is even more eerie. Even the ghosts and monsters from the game Descent didn't dare to enter this place, looking inside the graveyard from the perimeter with a look of fear, and then walked away, as if there was some horrible monster inside. Boom. Suddenly, the ground surged with a terrifying roar that, there seems to be something gestating in the ground that, it's about to come out. Boom. The ghostly black mist in the sky suddenly descended several streaks of bizarre purple lightning, which violently struck the ground of the cemetery. Roar! A loud roar rang out from below. Boom. The graveyard floor exploded violently. Like a bomb, the ground cracked open and a wide fissure appeared. It is like the door to the abyss. Tap. A loud sound of hoofbeats came out of the great chasm, and seemed to resound through the abyss of the sound goes from far to near, from faint to loud. A skeletal knight in armor, wielding a greatsword and riding a strong black ghost horse appears in the middle of the graveyard. A terrifying and incomparable aura emanated from his body, just like an abyssal demon. Lord of the Ghost World Rift, Skeleton Knight Ghost. Epic Boss. Chapter 122 Bitch Chen Mengchi you can't leave. He's coming. I have finally awakened. The tall, terrifying ghost of a skeleton knight looked around distantly with a pair of dark eyes. A raspy, low voice surprisingly came out of his mouth. The flavor of blood food. It's amazing that there are so many blood meals in this world. It was heavenly. The skeleton knight ghost inhaled deeply, sniffing the smell coming from the air with a greedy look on his face. Said with an enraptured look on his face, go. The time has come for me. The skeleton knight ghost patted the black warhorse on his crotch and shouted in a hoarse, low voice, fish. A pitch-black warhorse with black flames sprouting from its feet resembles an abyssal ghost horse. It rushed up at once and, running wildly toward the outside of the cemetery. At this time, Lin Haoran, who was on his way to the cemetery, encountering a group of human beings again. And there's a lot of them. There were more than 30 people, which made Lin Haoran a bit surprised. The more humans there were, the heavier the odor, the greater the probability of being spotted by a ghost. But soon he knew why, for the group of humans turned out to include several gamers. At the head of the group was a fairly good-looking woman that, both ghosts were leveled up to level 6, a black panda ghost and a white panda ghost that, the qualifications are all BS. This definitely counts as an advanced player that, even in-game, it's definitely within 1,000 lists. No wonder you can lead so many people to escape and survive until now. It should be mostly due to this woman. Hurry up, hurry! This woman led the crowd on a wild goose chase, just in time to see Lin Haoran's family of 3. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly said to Lin Haoran, Mister, don't go that way. The ghostly aura is very strong over there, and we hear horrible screams. There's a good chance that a very strong ghost has appeared. Come with us, the woman said to Lin Haoran with an anxious face. Munchkin, leave them alone. Hurry up or I won't even be able to get away. The woman, named Chen Mengchi, is also the temporary leader of the gang. A player behind Chen Mengqi said sharply to Mengqi. No way. This is our countrymen. How can we ignore them? Chen Mengqi immediately chided the player and said. That player's face instantly turned ugly, a look of disgust flashing in his eyes. This Chen Mengqi is very strong, but he's ing sanctimonious. He comes across a guy and has to save him. He saves him. Their teams were all 30-something, which was alarming to the other players, because they also noticed a pattern that, the more people there are, the easier it is for the ghosts and monsters to find them. Along the way, they've all been found by ghosts and goblins many times over. Luckily, Chen Mengqi's 2 ghosts are powerful, otherwise the crowd would have died 10 times over. This made the remaining few players love and hate Chen Mengqi. Mister, come on, come with ours, don't worry, we're strong, we can protect you. When Chen Mengqi saw the cute little snow that Lin Haoran was holding, her eyes were flooded with motherly love and glittered with joy. Hurriedly, he said to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran was speechless for a moment in his heart. He's figured it out. This woman is the legendary Madonna bitch. Sister, you guys go, don't worry, my father is very powerful. Oh, those ugly things can't beat my father. Xiao Shui revealed a sweet smile and said to Chen Mengqi in a milky voice. Oh, wow, that's so cute, it's killing me. Chen Mengqi's heart directly melted when she saw Xiao Shui's adorable smile, her eyes all filled with little stars. Little sister, you're still young and uneducated. Those ghosts and monsters can love to eat people. Cute Hakimi like you, they love to eat them, one bite at a time, crunchy and fragrant. Chen Mengqi made a cannibalistic expression at Xiao Shui, staring her and said, lol 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 lol, sister is so funny, it's good that Yuki doesn't eat them. Yuki, however, giggled. Mengqi, there's no time for that. People don't want to, so let's not force them. Let's hurry up and go. If we don't leave, we could all die here. A few players behind him, their eyes blazing with anger, said anxiously to Chen Mengqi once again. Damn, dead woman, dead sanctimonious. If you didn't still have real skills, I'd be the first to kill you. Fuck. The player has already greeted Chen Mengqi 10,000 times in his heart, and he can't wait to kill Chen Mengqi now. After first female dry, any more flogging of the body would hardly relieve the hatred in his heart. Girl, hurry up and go. People want to die. You can't stop people, can you? That's it. Their lives are important, but our lives are important. We are more than 30 people's lives. Yes, yes, yes. Never mind if they're dead or alive. Hurry up and take us away or you're a murderer. Don't you dilly-dally. Will you? If old me gets killed by those monsters, you're a murderer, an accomplice. Those ordinary people behind them, at this time, could not sit still, pointing and cursing at Chen Mengqi. Those words are as ugly as they come. They had completely forgotten all about Chen Mengqi saving them, and seemed to remember that Chen Mengqi had saved them as a matter of course. Chen Mengqi saw the crowd pointing at her. There was some disbelief in their eyes. Hadn't they just been so grateful to themselves? Now why the sudden change? You guys, what's wrong with you guys? They are also lives. If I do not save you at the present time, you also die at the hands of ghosts and monsters. The smile on Chen Mengqi's face had disappeared, and her eyes were slightly red as she shouted angrily at the crowd. You can't leave. He's coming. In this regard, at this time, Lin Haoran, who hadn't said anything all this time, had his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, opened, turning into a pitch-black ghost eye. With an eerie black mist, he looked at the distance with a solemn face and said in a hoarse, low voice, P.S., treasure children, 5-star praise to give oh. Thank you all. Chapter 124, Skeleton Knight Ghost Attacks. One sword to the waist. He's coming. Who is he? Who's coming? Chen Mengqi stared at the words and couldn't help but say in confusion. But no one answered her question at this point. On the usual smiley love brain after the Ghost Emperor. At this time the face of a rare emergence of a trace of gravity. The color. The aura of the Ghost Emperor slowly radiated out from his body. Tap tap tap. Just then, a dull hoofbeat suddenly sounded in the distance and the voice seemed to have a magical power to shake one's soul and this is spirit-type ghosts and monsters. Lin Haoran murmured with a slight narrowing of his eyes. What's that noise? The sound of horses' hooves. Why are there hoofbeats here? This voice is too weird. I feel like my body is so hot, as if my soul is on fire. I feel the same way. This is too evil. Ha! Is that something coming over here? It looks like someone is riding a horse. And really yeah, there's horseback riding now. It's so pretentious. The crowd couldn't help but touch themselves when they heard the strange hoofbeats and, frowning and squirming a little hard, he said in a discussing voice. Suddenly a figure on horseback was seen looming in the thick fog. Coming toward the crowd. The sound of that horse's hooves was getting closer too. Tap tap tap. Finally, the figure stepped out of the black fog and came to a point not far from the crowd. A skeletal rider on a black ghost horse. Ghost of the Skull and Bones Rider, Ghost of the Soul and Bones Horse. At this moment, he was staring at the crowd with a pair of bizarre eyes, his mouth showing an inexplicable smile. The eyes of the crowd immediately revealed a flash of horror as they shouted, "Aha! Ghostbusters! It's Ghostbusters! Run for it! Running my ass! There's Chen Mingqi! Yes, yes, yes! Chen Mingqi! Hurry up and kill him! Go 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 go! No fear, no fear! Captain Munch is here and there are no surprises! Yeah! Captain Mangchi has already killed many batches of ghosts and monsters. This time there's only one. It's trivial." When the crowd saw the skeleton knight ghost not far away, they instinctively reacted by trying to run away. But suddenly thinking that Chen Mengqi was still there, she was slightly relieved and hurriedly walked behind Chen Mengqi. Squeezing a smile on his face, he said to Chen Mengqi. The crowd all naturally ignored the fact that they had just cursed Chen Mengqi. This caused Chen Mengqi's face to turn a shade of red and white. She's seen how heinous these people can be, but she was kind by nature, and she still forced herself to hold back her aggression and said to her two black and white bear gargoyles, "Black bear ghost, white bear ghost, prepare for battle." Ouch! But the two bear gargoyles were shivering at the moment, looking at the approaching skeleton knight ghosts with a look of fear on their faces. It was like seeing some scary ghost or monster. Black bear ghost, white bear ghost. When Chen Mengqi saw the abnormality of her two ghosts and monsters, a strong uneasiness rose in her heart. Redirecting his gaze to the oncoming ghost of a skeleton knight, a cold sweat ran down his forehead. His lips were slightly white, the pupils of his eyes trembled slightly, and he shouted violently to the crowd, "Run! Run! This ghost monster is a boss. Give me a quick run." Although Chen Mengqi was a saintly mother, she was not stupid, and when she saw the fearful look on her ghosts and monsters, plus the aura on the Skull Knight's ghost, she knew that this ghost must be at least a boss level or above. Without hesitation, she shouted directly to the crowd. Chen Mengqi's sudden shout caused the crowd to faintly freeze, then reacted. There was a flash of horror, and "Aha! Run! Run! Wait for me! Pull your mom! Get thee out of my way!" In an instant, these people were like birds of prey. The group dispersed, running backward in a frenzy of fear. But in the next second, suddenly a black shadow, under Chen Mengqi's disbelieving gaze, it was like a black stream of light passing in front of him. Tap tap tap, accompanied by the eerie sound of hoofbeats. The skeleton knight ghost's figure had disappeared from the spot where the next moment, having come behind the fleeing crowd. "The griffins, in front of me, still want to run away." The skeleton knight ghost raised the ghostly sword in his hand, and a raspy, low voice came out of his mouth. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, swish swish, skeleton knight ghost's ghost sword swept across the sky, and immediately blood splattered everywhere and severed limbs flew all over the sky. These crowds who tried to escape were directly cut down at the waist. "Aha! It hurts! I'm in pain! I've lost my leg! Beg me, please! Oh! I don't want to die!" These men, with broken feet, and cut off at the waist, had not yet died instantly. Dragging his body along, he kept crawling on the ground. A shocking trail of blood ran down. That's not true. Chen Mengqi stared blankly at the misery of the crowd, revealing a look of horror. With tears all in his eyes, he muttered, "Tap tap tap." The skeleton knight ghost turned his horse around and turned his gaze towards Lin Haoren and the ghost emperor. The dark eyes rise with an ethereal green light, said slowly in a raspy voice. Obviously a ghost emperor with great potential, but it has even submitted to the crotch of a mole human in the district. What a humiliation for the ghost world. Let me wash away this humiliation today. Chapter 125, Skeleton Knight Ghost Epic Boss and Soul Bone Horse Ghost, and Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had just floated a panel of information about this skeleton knight ghost into its mind. Name, Skeleton Knight Ghost, Epic Boss, Qualification, S, Type, Physics, Rank, 12, Ability, Ghost Armor, Skeleton Knight Ghost fully wears hardened and unparalleled ghost armor, increasing his own defense by 100%. Ghost Sword Chop, the Skeleton Knight Ghost wraps ghostly energy around his greatsword and chops out at the enemy with a single slash, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Ghost Aura Liberation, the Skeleton Knight Ghost liberates the ghostly aura from his body, dramatically increasing his combat power for a short period of time, after which he will fall into a weakened state. Ghost Information, the Ghost World and the Present World Fusion and Birth of the Ghost World Crack of the Lord, Born to Kill and Abuse Born. He will exterminate the Ghost World Crack of all human beings. Body has a very strong power. Weakness, Soul. Description, Awakened. Time to Hunt. A flash of shock flashed across Lin Haoren's eyes. He hadn't expected that this Ghost Realm Rift Lord would be an epic-level boss. In his last life, he also experienced a Ghost World Rift but he hasn't run into the Lord of the Ghost Rift. But the information he got on the forum was that because the game has just merged with the real world, The ghosts and monsters in the Ghost World Rift are usually not too strong. The strength of the Lord of the Ghost World Rift was at most an elite boss, or even a normal boss if it was a small rift. But how do you come to yourself? It's the epic boss. Well, playing against yes. Or did he detect his own strength and deliberately raise the strength of the Lord of this Ghost Realm Rift? Lin Haoran thought grimly in his mind. And what surprised Lin Haoran was that the ghostly horse on the crotch of this skeleton night ghost. It's a spirit-type poltergeist. Surprisingly. Name, Soul Bone Horse Ghost. Qualification, S. Type, Physical Soul. Level, 10. Ability. Soul Body Conversion. Soul Bone Horse Ghosts can convert between solid and soul bodies, and are immune to physical damage while in soul body. Soul Hoof Rush. Use soul power to wrap around a horse's hooves and gallop up quickly, instantly boosting your speed. And the sound of the horse's hooves will cause the enemy to feel panic and soul trembling, causing them to fall into a state of fear. Ghost Info, a mount for the Skeleton Knight Ghost, which can enhance its compulsion and master a certain amount of soul power, making it a rare and good mount. Description: look at me ghost fireless horse. Tap tap tap. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up as he looked at this soul bone horse ghost with a hint of blazing heat. This ghostly horse is handsome, and it runs with a forced, self-shocking special effect that it properly matches your own temperament. This horse, I'll take it. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes. Murmured, you guys get out of here, take your wife and kids and get out of here. I'll hold him off. At that moment, Chen Mengqi, her face full of tears, shouted out to Lin Haoran. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and shouted at the black and white bear dual ghost monsters. Little black, little white, together, we must stall him. Roar. The black and white double bear ghosts roared angrily, seemingly bracing themselves, and a ferocious light flashed in their eyes. Letting out a roar at the skeleton night ghost, he stared the skeleton night ghost dead in the face. Poof, griffin-like thing, how dare you speak out of turn? Damn. The skeleton night ghost's eyes flashed with green light, looking at Chen Mengqi with a face of contempt. His crotch ghost horse stepped out violently. The figure instantly appeared in front of Chen Mengqi's body, a pair of cold and bizarre eyes looking indifferently at Chen Mengqi. Chen Mengqi's eye pupils contracted violently, and she was like falling into a glacial lake, ice cold and bone-chilling all over. She felt the breath of death. She saw her great-grandmother waving at her, dying. Chen Mengqi closed her eyes in despair. The greatsword in the skeleton night ghost's hand slammed down at Chen Mengqi. Bang lang! An ear-splitting clash of metal rang out and sparks were flying. Yo, I hate Madonna though, but a Madonna is better than a voice rang out slowly and the air around them instantly became icy cold, and countless snowflakes floated in the air around them. Lin Haoran had white hair like snow, and his left eye was dark and eerie with a ghostly eye bubbling with black gas. His right eye is an icy blue color, and his face is covered in ice crystals, like an evil spirit. Ghost in the Snow ability. Lin Haoran is holding a reggae gun, blocking the skeleton night ghost's great sword. He said indifferently to the skeleton night ghost with a cold face. Chen Mengqi opened her eyes and looked at Lin Haoran in front of her with an incredulous expression. With a mouth that could fit a large sausage, he muttered, he turned out to be so strong. A mere half-ghost. Also want to stop me. Looking for death. The ghostly fire in the skeleton night ghost's eyes rose violently, and he said coldly to Lin Haoran. The arm gripping the greatsword fiercely exerted itself and slashed out at Lin Haoran. Bang lang. Lin Haoran instantly felt a huge force surge. The reggae gun bent and was directly bounced a few meters away. How dare you? How dare you hurt my man? A powerful ghostly aura surged out of the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's body, his face as frosty as a frost, and he snorted coldly at the skeleton night ghost. Crackle! Countless berserk green-colored thunderbolts were like thunder dragons, slashing down towards the skeleton night ghost. Boom boom boom! Fish fish fish! A terrifying thunderclap rang out, and the skeleton night ghost and the soul bone horse ghost were crazily bombarded by this thunder and lightning on their bodies. The ghost horse under the crotch of the skeleton night ghost let out a miserable cry. Its 4 feet went limp, and its whole body was scorched black. Seriously injured. The power of a SSS grade qualified Ghost Emperor was as terrifying as it was. P.S. Keep the ball rolling with the 5-star reviews. Boys. Chapter 126, Groups of Ghosts Fighting Epic Bosses. The base attributes of SSS ranked ghosts and goblins are very high, and the Soul Bone Horse Ghost doesn't have a boss template. It's just an S-qualified ghost monster that, although most of the green thunder was on the skeleton night ghost, the two were touching. After all, the Soul Bone Horse Ghost was already pretty good if it wasn't killed in a second by the angry diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor. Crackle! The berserk cyan-colored lightning was still flickering faintly on the skeleton night ghost's body. The blackened armor of the skeleton night ghost had become a little scarred with, but it didn't hurt the skeleton knight's body at all. Just the fact that he was wearing armor. Very good. Woman, your strength is recognized by me. I can leave you in one piece. The skeleton knight ghost's eyes orbited with red flames as he looked faintly at the diffractive queen ghost emperor and said, "Unbridled, a mere ugly skeleton, how dare you speak out of turn, looking for death." The diffracted queen ghost emperor exuded a ghost emperor's pressure on his body. His face was ice cold, and he shouted at the skeleton knight ghost with a cold snort, "Everyone, come out." At that moment, Lin Haoren beckoned, directly releasing Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Immortal. Duck duck duck. At that moment, the soul-devouring dead crow ghost heard Lin Haoren's call from his soul and finally flew back as well. Flapping his wings, he flew through the sky, staring down at the skeleton knight ghosts with a death glare. "Father, mother." When Little Ray meddling posse comes out, he's always so polite, even when he's fighting a boss. Still, he greeted Lin Haoren and the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor first, and the Ghost Sword Immortal had an immortal aura on his body, and his sword ceremonies were awe-inspiring, just like a heavenly sword immortal. The temperament is out of this world. No one could tell that she was actually a ghostly creature. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Sword Immortal, Little Thunder Underworld, the soul-devouring dead crow, Little Snow, plus Lin Haoren. One man, 5 ghosts, all of them exuded a powerful ghostly aura, and their breath had all but locked onto the skeleton knight ghost on one side. The terrifying pressure was like a monstrous river, sweeping in all directions and setting off a wave of air. Gollum. On the other hand, Chen Mengqi on one side was already about to pee in fear. Her eyes were shocked as she looked at one of the ghosts and monsters that Lin Haoren had summoned, feeling like she was dreaming. Gee, could he be the number one on the 3 lists? 6 paths. Chen Mengqi looked at the ghosts and monsters surrounding Lin Haoren, and this thought suddenly came to her mind. The pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk violently, revealing a hint of shock. Murmured, "Can't be wrong, now that the strength is so terrifying. It's not him." Although Chen Mengqi was a saintly mother, she was not stupid and instantly guessed Lin Haoren's true identity. "Oh my god, I can't believe I told this god of killers that I was protecting him. I'm such an idiot." When Chen Mengqi thought about what she had just said to Lin Haoren, she immediately felt a hot pain in her face. At this time, the battle on the other side was also on the verge of breaking out. The skeleton knight ghost looked at the surrounding aura, locking himself to one person and 5 ghosts, his face slightly condensed as he opened his mouth. "Human, it's amazing that you have the followings of so many ghosts and monsters with great potential. Indeed, I was not expecting it. But, today I will show you that fighting is not a matter of having too many people." The flames in the skeleton knight's eyes rose violently, as if ready for action. Lin Haoren instantly pulled out a mini ghost tower at this moment and threw it up above the skeleton knight ghost's head. Buzz! It was none other than the 9-layer ghost suppressor tower. An ear-splitting sound rang out, and the 9-layer ghost suppressing pagoda instantly turned into a pagoda several meters high, suspended in the air. An invisible field unfolded and the skeleton knight ghost's movements just now lurched, and he felt his strength diminish as and there are quite a few. This ghost effect, well, what an abomination of a human. The skeleton knight ghost glanced at the 9-layer ghost suppressor tower in the air and said with cold eyes, "Griffins, all give me death." The skeleton knight ghost held a greatsword, an arrow step, as fast as lightning came directly to Lin Haoren's side. Tackling a thief. He knew that all these ghosts and monsters were contracted by Lin Haoren. Kill Lin Haoren, then these ghosts and goblins will not be attacked. Underworld realm, open. Just then, Little Thunder Underworld took the lead and unleashed his rule-based skill. Jia. A field of darkness then unfolded in all directions, and all of a sudden the surrounding ghosts let out a scream that, wrapping itself around the skeleton knight ghost, sucking in his power and feeding it back to the Little Thunder meddler. The guns of judgment. Ghost Spirit Sword. Go! Little Thunder Underworld and Ghost Sword Immortal struck at the same time. A green-colored lightning lance and a sword light shot violently and extremely fast towards the skeleton knight ghost. The skeleton knight ghost looked at the imposing 2 attacks and had no choice but to give up attacking Lin Haoren. Used a great sword to block Little Thunder Underworld's lance of lightning and Ghost Sword Fairy's sword royalty. Boom boom. 2 fierce collision sounds rang out, and the skeleton knight ghost was directly set back a step by this terrifying force. There was still black smoke coming from the greatsword. Die for me. Ice arrows all around. I also ice arrows all over. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and Little Snow also struck out at this time. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor let out a cold snort. His eyes turned into an icy blue color, and a handful of sharp ice arrows instantly appeared in the void. Yuki yelled back in a milky voice. Together with the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, they condensed ice arrows, and the mother and daughter maneuvered the ice arrows to shoot at the skeleton knight ghost at extreme speed. Damn Ghostbusters! Skeleton knight ghost is having a hard time right now. His strength is being suppressed, and he's being sucked out of his power. Now he has to fend off several ghosts and monsters. Even he can't resist a little bit. Bang 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 bang. Skeleton Knight Ghost swung his greatsword and kept shattering the ice arrows, but there were just too many of them. Still getting hit by some ice arrows. All of a sudden a layer of cold ice and snow surfaced on the ghost armor on the Skeleton Knight Ghost's body, quickly icing out the Skeleton Knight Ghosts. Ka-ching ka-ching. Chapter 127, Killing the Skull Knight Ghost, Lord of the Ghost World Rift. Ice arrow has a freezing effect. Getting hit by an ice arrow more than once will create a chain reaction that will freeze the enemy. Griffin, give me death. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor snorted coldly. His body flashed with green-colored lightning, quickly condensing a terrifying lightning lance, shooting at the Skeleton Knight Ghost at breakneck speed. And Little Thunder Underworld also condensed the Lance of Judgment and projected it towards the Skeleton Knight Ghost once again. The Ghost Sword Immortal exuded a terrifying aura as he manipulated the Ghost Spirit Sword, making use of the Ghost Spirit Sword skill, Ghost Spirit Stab. Like a bright stream of light, it swept toward the Skeleton Knight Ghost at great speed. The three terrifying single skills attacked the Skeleton Knight Ghost, who was in the midst of freezing. Together, even if Skeleton Knight Ghost is an epic boss, eating those three attacks must not have been easy either. Boom boom boom. Just then, a strong ghostly aura suddenly surged out from the ice-sealed Skeleton Knight Ghost. The whole body becomes black and foggy. The frost on his body instantly exploded, revealing the demonic-looking Skeleton Knight Ghost. It exuded an extremely terrifying aura. He used his third ability, Ghost Aura Unsealing. Damned mole crickets, all give me death. The Skeleton Knight Ghost, whose entire body was covered in black mist, let out a loud roar as ghostly fire boiled in its eye sockets. The greatsword in his hand instantly emanated a rich ghostly aura and lit up with a brilliant black light. He was about to use his big move, the Ghost Sword Slash. Silly duck. It's now. Get him under control. Lin Howren, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, flashed a glint in his eyes and immediately shouted at the soul-devouring dead crow ghost in the air. Duck duck. The silly duck had been waiting for a long time, and without a moment's hesitation, opened his beak, which looked like a black hole, and, letting out a horrible scream of the soul that, a mysterious power instantly rushed into the soul of the Skeleton Knight Ghost. Buzz. The ghostly flames in the Skeleton Knight Ghost's eyes contracted violently, revealing a flash of fear as the movement of releasing skills was interrupted, and his hands clutched his head in death, falling into a painful struggle. The weakness of physical ghosts and goblins is always the soul. At this time, Lin Howren's one hair was like snow, and his left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had turned into a vertical pupil ghost eye. Dynamic vision is turned on, instantly appearing beside the Skeleton Knight Ghost. He took out the cursed ghost talisman from the system backpack and ruthlessly affixed it to the Skeleton Knight Ghost's body. This is a ghostly object borrowed from the King of Hell, which can lower the defense of ghosts and monsters. There are a total of 3 uses of this is the last time that it will disappear after use. Buzz. The cursed ghost talisman instantly bloomed with a weird yellow light, and in an instant, the black aura of the hardened ghost armor on the Skeleton Knight Ghost became decadent. The metallic general appearance seems to lose some of its luster. Boom boom. At that moment, the terrifying 2 lances of judgment had already struck, directly hitting the ghost armor on the Skeleton Knight Ghost's body. 2 terrifying explosions were heard. Ha-rub. The impenetrable ghost armor could not withstand even the most violent single attack of the Gun of Judgment, breaking a big hole. Shoo shoo shoo. The Ghost Spirit Sword manipulated by the Ghost Sword Immortal carried a sharp breaking sound and emitted a sharp sword aura through the hole in the Skeleton Knight Ghost's body where the ghost armor had broken open, and directly into the Skeleton Knight Ghost's body. Once again, the Skeleton Knight Ghost lets out a yell of agony that, the double torture of his soul and body sent him into a state of insanity, roaring in a frenzy. Die for me. Lin Howren's eyes flashed with a flash of green-colored electricity, holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, and countless raging thunderbolts surged out of his body violently, instantly coalescing on the tip of the reggae gun in his hand. The reggae kill. Lin Howren roared, his long spear like a dragon. The sharp and furious head of his thunderbolt stabbed out at the Skeleton Knight's ghost head. The boom. A roaring sound rang out as the reggae gun pierced right through the head of the Skeleton Knight Ghost. The raging thunder and lightning exploded violently in my head. The crackle. The Skeleton Knight Ghost's head had turned into a thunderbolt exploding head, smoking with lightning and black smoke. The ghostly flames in the Skeleton Knight's ghostly eyes were like candles in the wind, and he opened his mouth slightly and a voice of unwilling weakness issued. I am not willing. A mere human has so many terrifying ghosts and monsters following him. I am not willing to. With intense reluctance, the ghostly fire in the eyes of the Skeleton Knight Ghost instantly extinguished an epic boss with terrifying strength. Having just been born not long ago, he died in such a suffocating manner under Lin Howren and his ghosts and monsters' continuous moves. That's life, I have to say. Duck duck. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost hurriedly flew to the skeleton night ghost's side and opened its black hole-like mouth to suck in a. All of a sudden the soul of the skeleton night ghost was sucked into silly duck's mouth. The ding-dong. Congratulations on leveling up your ghostly soul-devouring dead crow ghost to its current level of 12. At this moment, Lin Haoran's ears recalled the system's beeping sound. Soul-devouring dead crow ghost, this silly duck has a silly blessing. Become a ghost of the highest rank. At that moment, the body of the skeleton night ghost instantly turned into black gas and dissipated with the wind, leaving behind only 3 items. Skeleton night ghost's greatsword. Skeleton night ghost's ghost crystals. There was also a final heart-like item, blackened but beating as if it were a heart. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Haoran's face, and at the first opportunity, he picked up the 2 items and put them into his system backpack. If it's stolen again, then one might actually go crazy. Chapter 129, Undead Manipulation Subduing Soul-Bone Horse Ghosts. At that moment, Lin Haoran came to the side of the half-dead soul-bone horse ghost, whose entire body was blackened with electricity. A glint flashed in his eyes as he directly stretched out his reggae gun and aimed it at its throat, saying faintly, "Death is actually a new life. Welcome to your new life, horse." The soul-bone horse ghost's weak eyes looked at Lin Haoran feebly, although it didn't know what Lin Haoran meant by forcing, but it also knows that today's self is about to die. It's no use talking to this human. The soul-bone horse ghost closed its eyes with some reluctance. It had only just been born. The world was so big and he wants to get out and about, and he wants to gallop around the world and leave his hoofprints on Earth. But it seemed that this dream was going to be destroyed before it was even born, and although it was very unwilling, the soul-bone horse ghost accepted his death with equanimity. Put! The reggae gun in Lin Haoran's hand directly pierced through the neck of the soul-bone horse ghost. The soul-bone horse ghost has also lost its last breath of life. It's dead. Lin Haoran turned around and shouted at the soul-devouring dead crow ghost. Silly duck, over to you. Use undead manipulation on the soul of the soul-bone horse ghost. Don't be a mouthful and eat it or I'll use you as a mount. Lin Haoran patted silly duck's somewhat bare head and said to him, "Duck, duck, duck, what are you barking at? You still want to make this big duck a mount? You think so? Damn it, I can't believe my own thoughts have been discovered." Silly duck's eyes glazed over. Exasperated, he shouted at Lin Haoran. But when he saw Lin Haoran's raised palm again, he was instantly honest, and he hastily sucked violently at the corpse of the soul-bone horse ghost. All of a sudden the soul of the soul-bone horse ghost was sucked out by silly duck, and then swallowed into the mouth of the black hole with a single gulp. Then with a hard slurp, a mouthful of spit. Vomit. At once the soul body of soul-bone horse ghost suddenly appeared in front of the crowd and soul-bone horse ghost looked around with a fierce look on his face and, "Isn't he himself dead? How did it come back to life? I said, death is the new life. Soul-bone horse ghost, congratulations on your new life." Lin Haoran came to the soul-bone horse ghost's side, a hint of a smile on his face, and said indifferently to the soul-bone horse ghost, "Fish, fish, fish." The soul-bone horse ghost let out a horsey cry, and a black light surged out of his body. The transparent soul body of the soul-bone horse ghost instantly turned real, its body becoming solid. That's what the soul-bone horse ghost can do. Soul body transformation. Can freely switch between solid and soul bodies, and the soul body is immune to physical damage. After the soul-bone horse ghost converted into a solid body, it walked up to Lin Haoran and lowered its noble head. Offer gratitude and loyalty toward Lin Haoran. It knew it was this human who had saved it. Very well, soul-bone horse ghost, you won't regret making today's decision. The corners of Lin Haoran's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bright smile, before he directly rolled onto his horse and, riding high on the ghostly back of the mighty and domineering soul-bone horse, with white hair like snow. The left eye is bubbling with black gas and a weird mysterious ghost eye. The right eye is ice blue like a lake. Just like a ghost emperor who conquered the 4 directions, full of mystery and dominance. On one side, the diffractive queen ghost emperor looked at Lin Haoran with misty eyes, and the ghost sword immortal face looked at Lin Haoran with a different color. "Father, you are so handsome. Yuki wants to ride a horse and pony too." Xiao Shue's big eyes were all little stars, looking at Lin Haoran with a face of adoration, coming under Lin Haoran's horse and saying happily, "Come, Snowy, get on the horse too." Lin Haoran bent down and directly carried Snowy up in front of him, sitting on the broad back of the soul-bone horse ghost. Cluck cluck cluck. Big mama mama. Yuki lay on the back of the soul-bone horse ghost, happily appraising its neck. Fish. The soul-bone horse ghost twisted his horse's head, stuck out his tongue and licked Snowy's white cheeks. Snap. Lin Haoran directly slapped soul-bone horse ghost's head and cursed under his breath. "You colorful batch of horses, this is your little master." Fish. The soul-bone horse ghost let out an aggrieved shriek. Cluck cluck cluck. Big mamas are so good. Xiao Shuai looked at the soul-bone horse ghost's aggrieved expression, and immediately said with a smile to comfort it, "De Mayor, my father is very good. He's joking with you. Don't cry oh. Soul Bone Horse Ghost looked at Yuki's adorable face, and his heart was about to be adorable. And he gave a lewd expression and nodded. Lin Haoran's eyes burned with anger, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse to take in this horse. Wait till you get your own baby girl on the hook, then one really has to find a place to cry. It's only fair to have silly duck give it little shoes to fill later. You can't let it get by that comfortably. Lin Haoran thought darkly in his mind. The poor Soul Bone Horse Ghost doesn't know at this point that he's already been missed by the Great Master. As a father, your own cabbage must be guarded by yourself. There's a horse on the other side. Neither that. You are Rokodu Daigami, aren't you? Just when Lin Haoran was thinking about how to protect his little cabbage in his mind, Chen Mengqi walked over with a slightly pale face and asked Lin Haoran with a face of admiration. She watched the entire battle between Lin Haoran and the skeleton night ghost. The strength of these ghosts and monsters has refreshed her perception of the strength of ghosts and monsters. And what's even more terrifying is Lin Haoran himself. He's so strong that he can be compared to a ghost or monster. Chen Mengqi's heart was filled with incredulity. Although, as you level up, the player's power is also increased. But it simply can't be done with a power comparable to that of a ghost. But Lin Haoran told her with practical actions. Humans are also comparable to ghosts and monsters, if not better than most of them. Lin Haoran sniffed, rode his Soul Bone Horse Ghost, looked at Chen Mengqi, and his icy gaze was like a glacier at the North Pole. Looking at Chen Mengqi, she opened her mouth and said, "You seem to have some brains after all. Mengqi Chen, I have been offended and I thank you Lu." Chapter 130, Beginning Emperor Ghost King S-Class Dark All-Night Sword. Lin Haoran didn't care if his identity was recognized. Your own strength now. You don't fear anyone. Dare to come and die. That's what being powerful gives you. The Ghost World Rift has appeared, and in a few days at most the Doomsday Spooky game will merge completely with the real world. The Doomsday will be complete and even the state will not be able to fight these unnatural forces. The 10 ghost cities, moreover, have a terrifying ghost boundary. A nuclear bomb can't even break through this terrifying boundary. There were numerous ghost kings in the 10 great ghost cities, and although one stepped out of the ghost city, they were all disaster-level existences. It was only nuclear bombs that posed some threat to these Ghost King-level ghosts. Missiles couldn't even hurt them. But the Ghost King generally seldom makes a move, usually harboring inside the 10 great ghost cities. As to what causes, Lin Haoran wasn't so sure. He hadn't been able to access these hidden messages in his last life. But ghosts invade, and powerful ghosts and monsters are born in the real world. For example, in the last life, the tomb of the first emperor of Qin, which was extremely gloomy, catalyzed by ghostly energy. It's turned into a menacing forbidden place that, 1,000-year-old emperor transformed into a ghost king. The world called, the beginning of the Ghost King, with powerful ghost generals such as Bai Qi, Meng Tian and Wang Jian. Ghost soldiers are hundreds of thousands of them, too many to count. The strength is very scary. In the late post-apocalyptic period, there were absolutely top-tier ghostly forces in the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum Forbidden Zone. And what impressed Lin Haoran even more about this beginning Ghost King was that the beginning Emperor Ghost King didn't seem to have much malice towards the Chinese subjects. If you didn't take the initiative to provoke, this beginning Emperor Ghost King wouldn't even take the initiative to attack the Chinese subjects. He led many ghost generals and ghost soldiers to fight overseas. The first one is the sword to the island. It made countries with small lives tremble and were nearly exterminated. It also garnered a lot of reverence and adoration. It had to be said that this beginning Ghost King's pattern was so large that Lin Haoran was very impressed. "Thank you for saving me. Thank you very much. I will repay you later." Chen Mengqi bowed deeply to Lin Haoran and said to him with a solemn face. Lin Haoran revealed a disdainful smile. Do you need help from others? Himself never thought that others would help him, or perhaps that he had come to see human nature completely. The people, not trustworthy. In his mind, there were only two kinds of people that, a kind of person who was valuable to himself, like Wang Defa. The other kind is those who have no value to them. Kill or save them, as you wish. Let's go. Lin Haoran ignored Chen Mengqi and said indifferently to the ghosts and monsters, and then it's riding the ghost of a soul and bone horse. Turn around and leave with all the ghosts and goblins. Brother, you come up here to Omamura too. I don't need it, I have feet. Geez mother, what are you doing? Whoops, you assholes, get out of the way. Husband, you hold me. Oh, it's so excessive mother. I don't want to sit on the horse's head. I want father to hold me. Don't. This is my husband. Slightly. Blood-stained streets, resounding with a jostling sound, somewhat out of place in the deadly surroundings. It is full of coziness. A few figures slowly disappeared into the black mist of the. Only Chen Mengqi stood dumbfounded in place, looking at Lin Haoran's departing figure in her eyes. There was a flash of inexplicable color, and it seemed that his heart was beating fast. In the old days, Guoxiang met Yang Qiao and was mistaken for life. Today, there is Mengqi meets Haoran. As well, Lin Haoran was strutting down the street on his soul-bone horse ghost. Some of the ghosts and monsters showed fear when they saw Lin Haoran and the others, so they avoided far away. It's like the roles have been switched. Lin Hoin is the ghostbuster, and the ghosts are fragile humans in general. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the black fog in the sky was quite evidently much thinner. This ghost world rift is about to disappear. Lin Haoran opened his system backpack and checked the items dropped by the skeleton night ghost. First of all, there's the ghost crystals. Lin Haoran chose to eat it himself, swallowing it in one gulp. A black light lit up on Lin Haoran's body, and Lin Haoran felt his power increase. Ding dong! Congratulations on your leveling up. Current level 12. No surprises there, he leveled up. And the level 12 progress bar has almost reached level 13 already. The milk of this epic boss's ghost crystal was just enough. Lin Haoran nodded in satisfaction, and then proceeded to check out the second item. The greatsword in the hand of the skeleton knight. Ghost. Name, Dark All-Night Ghost Sword. Type, S-Rank Ghosts. Effects, boosts the user's power. And how the use has a dark attribute also boosts the user's dark power. And holds the ability, Shadow Slash. Shadow Slash, infuse dark power and deliver a quick slash at the enemy, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Ghost information, a ghost sword held by the skeleton knight ghost, possessing great power and more effective if used by a dark attribute ghost. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up. It was still an S-ranked ghost. Dark attribute power. Give it to Little Thunder Medium. Kid to swing a big sword. When Lin Haoran saw this ghost sword message, the first thing he thought of was his cheap son. Little Thunder Underworld. Little Thunder Underworld, oh. Father, you finally remembered me. Little Thunder Underground. This side of the great sword is for you. Lin Haoran looked at Little Thunder Meditation on one side and said with a slight smile to Little Thunder Meditation. Then he handed the Dark Noon Ghost Sword to Little Thunder Underworld. Little Thunder Meditation was a little confused. Looking at the great sword in front of him, which was taller than himself, his eyes slightly red. Father really does still have me in his heart. Little Thunder Underworld hurriedly took it over with joy and said respectfully to Lin Haoran, "Thank you, Father, for the gift of." Lin Haoran couldn't help but reveal a small smile as he looked at the little Lei Hei who was happy as a child. P.S. Popel. I have the ability to send a free gift for the love of power. Chapter 131, Heart of Ghost Spirit, Ghost Treasure. Although little Lei Medi was usually very serious and had a steady character, he was still just a little kid after all. Of course I'm happy to meet a favorite player, and from my own father. That's even happier. Oh, wow. What a beautiful big sword. Father is so good to brother. Xiaoshue's big watery eyes looked at the dark all-night greatsword in Little Thunder Underworld's hands and instantly said with a look of envy. The corners of Little Thunder Pluto's Masamune-faced mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, seemingly with some pride. Lin Haoran smiled faintly, ignoring the two brats, and then turned his gaze to the last item. It is also the most precious thing. If nothing else, it's a rare ghost treasure. Lin Haoran immediately checked its information. Name, Heart of Ghost Spirit, Ghost Treasure. Type, Special Ghost Treasure. Effects, a very rare and special ghost treasure. Only humans can consume it. After humans consume it, they can be transformed into ghosts and awaken the power of ghosts. The type of ghosts and their abilities are related to the potential of humans. Information on ghostly objects, ghostly treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, with mysterious and powerful powers. Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran's eye pupils suddenly shrunk violently after looking at this ghost treasure, and his breathing became a little short. Transformed into a ghost race, awakening the power of ghosts and monsters. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with excitement before he let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, turning into a ghost tribe. Why not? I've already shed my human identity a long time ago. Becoming a ghost race is just what I want. This is God's way of getting me out of the sinister race of detached humans. As long as I can gain power, what's wrong with turning into a ghost? Only strength can live well. Everything else is just clouds. Lin Haoran's eyes flashed with an astonishingly cold light, and his right hand squeezed the strangely beating heart with a deadly grip. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Haoran directly opened his mouth and took a bite of the. There was a strong smell of blood that hit his nose. It's disgusting, but Lin Haoran remained expressionless, biting and chewing one bite at a time, just like an evil ghost that. It's like gnawing on a human heart. It gives one a full-body thrill. But Lin Haoran's diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, Ghost Sword Immortal, and the other ghosts and monsters around him weren't scared at all. Instead, he had a faint smile on his face and looked at Lin Haoran with a loving expression. Soul contract, life and death, not to mention Lin Haoran eating the heart. Even if they ate themselves, they wouldn't hesitate to offer themselves. After Lin Haoran devoured all of the ghost spirit's heart, his body immediately shone with an eerie black light. The hair on Lin Haoran's body was windless, and his body was surprisingly under the astonished gaze of the heavy ghosts and monsters. Slowly floating up, his body blossomed with a brilliant black light, like a black sun. Buzz. A ringing in the ears instantly resounded in the periphery of the boom 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 boom. Suddenly, out of the black mist in the air, a roll of thunder resounded and the thunder was deafening, deafening, deafening. Lightning and thunder. The thunder in the black mist was like a thunder dragon, let out a rolling dragon's roar. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt slammed into Lin Haoran's black light, but the radiant black light does not fade without becoming weaker, and it seems to have become even more terrifying. Glowing with a blinding black light. There was still lightning twirling around the perimeter. Boom boom boom. The thunder and the black mist in the sky seemed to be a bit angry, and at once several heavenly thunderbolts once again descended. Mercilessly blasted at the black light mass. On one side, Xiao Shui was in the arms of the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, looking with a worried expression at the black mass of light where Lin Haoran was. Unable to resist, he said to the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor, "Mother, is father alright? This thunder is so bad. Why does it strike father?" A glint flashed in the eyes of the diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor as he stroked Little Snow's head and said comfortingly, "It's fine. Your father is very strong. How could a mere heavenly thunder be able to harm your father? Your father, the man who will surely become the Ghost Emperor in the future." Endless tenderness flashed in the eyes of the diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor as she said softly to Xiao Shui, "Aha, I know, mother." Yuki nodded her head seemingly in understanding and said seriously. A look of worry flashed across the face of the Ghost Sword Immortal on one side as he watched the heavenly thunderbolt bombard Lin Haoran's body. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Her hand gripped the Ghost Spirit Sword tightly, and her pair of Danfang eyes revealed a trace of icy killing intent. Looking at the violent thunder in the sky, he muttered, "I hope nothing happens to him, or else you're even a Tendo. I'll decapitate you too." The Ghost Sword Immortal doesn't talk much about being ruthless, but when he's ruthless, he'll even chop up the heavenly Tao. Not bad for a ghostly fairy-type ghost. Against all odds, this is the Ghost Immortal. Boom boom boom. In the black foggy dark clouds, thunder and lightning rolled, and a raging thunderbolt was like a thunder dragon roaring. Constantly descending thunderbolts bombarded the black light mass. It seems to be stopping this ominous ghost from coming out. "Get thee out of here." Right at this moment, a voice full of majesty came out from within the black mass of light and a huge green-colored thunderbolt resembled a green-colored thunder dragon, violently bursting out of the black light mass. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a loud roar that, with a destructive momentum toward the black mist in the sky, it lunged and bit. Boom boom boom! The terrifying green-colored thunder dragon instantly rolled and rampaged through the black mist and dark clouds, black fog clouds in the thunder and lightning as if the chickens encountered the eagle, fleeing in all directions. As if it had encountered some natural enemy, it was directly destroyed under the tearing of the terrifying green thunder dragon. Chapter 132 Awakening the Power of Ghosts and Monsters Reincarnation of Ghost Masters. Oh, wow. Mother, it's father's voice. He's really okay. Great. And father is so good, that he beat those damnable thunders away. When Xiao Shui saw this scene, her eyes instantly twinkled with little stars, and she followed the diffractive Queen Ghost Emperor with a face of adoration. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor had a smile on her face that was as beautiful as a rose blooming in the darkness of the night. The beauty is unbelievable. Duck duck duck. I told you that this little cutie, Haoran, it's not that easy to beat, is it? He's a bit silly, but he's still a bit strong. Silly duck said, feigning an old-fashioned look, but with its cocked head and goofy look, it didn't seem very convincing. Fish fish fish. You're right, future Lord Duck. The kid, Soul Bone Horse Ghost, immediately turned his eyes, smiled with a horse face and said to Soul Devouring Dead Crow Ghost as he patted his ass, "Future Duck King." When the Soul Devouring Dead Crow Ghost heard this, his eyes lit up, and his eyes bent into a comical shape. Unable to help, he stretched out his wings and patted the Soul Bone Horse Ghost in a smug manner. "Pony Ghost, not bad, promising, you'll hang out with me from now on. This Duck King will definitely let you starve 9 times in 3 meals." Soul Bone Horse Ghost. A song played out of Soul Bone Horse Ghost's head. "Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons." The black mass of light floating in the air at this time. Finally something moves. Only the black light was slowly winding down, revealing the figure in the mass of light. I only saw a body covered in black gas, and the silhouette entwined with green-colored thunderbolts and floating snowflakes appeared in front of the Zhong ghost monster. "This is father." Xiao Shui looked at this somewhat different figure in the air and covered her small mouth in some surprise, not daring to believe. In the sky at this time, Lin Haoran's appearance had changed drastically. Hair as white as snow. A pair of hard horns grew on the top of his head. The left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye is as black as ink, and a circle of white circles resembles the mysterious path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The right eye blossomed with an icy blue light that, the eyes were as cold as blood, full of majesty. like the Ghost Emperor who controlled the ghost world, and like the Ghost God who manipulated the 6 paths. Mysterious runes emerge from their necks, and the skeleton bones of evil spirits appear on their shoulders. A long, black trench coat, fluttering in the wind. A terrifying pressure emanated from his body, sweeping out in all directions. The ghosts and monsters hiding in the surrounding area, sensing this pressure, immediately went straight to the ground with their feet on the ground, shivering and shaking. With a face of fear, he looked at the figure in the air, as if he had seen some terrifying monster. There were even some weaker ghosts and monsters that directly blanched their eyes and fainted back. Phew! Lin Haoran slightly opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of ice blue cold air, eyes rippling like stagnant water in a deep pool. He felt this heart-stopping power of his body. This power is so much more powerful than your own half-ghost's power. It is simply not on the same level. This is the power of the Oni that belongs to me uniquely. It's a wonderful feeling. No wonder in the last life, there were countless people who were willing to give up everything they had, even their souls, in order to obtain the power of ghosts and monsters. This kind of power is simply irresistible to the average person. The power of ghosts and goblins. Ha 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 ha. Lin Haoran opened his hands and let out a loud laugh. At this moment, Lin Haoran opened his attribute panel. It's been completely turned upside down. Name, Rokudo. Sex, male. Race, human/ghost. Age, 24. Level, 12. Contracted ghosts, diffracted ghost emperor. Ghost sword fairy. Soul devouring dead crow ghosts. Ghost heirs are not included in this category. Ghosts, evil ghost armor. Reggae gun. Evil ghost mask. Systematic backpacks, omit. Special abilities, Lord of the Thunder Plague. Ghost in the snow. Ghost power, Reincarnation Ghostmaster. Name, Reincarnation Ghostmaster. Qualification, unknown. Type, mystery. Rank, 12. Ability. 6 paths of reincarnation. You can use the corpses of ghosts and monsters to create 6 doppelgangers. Hell path, hungry ghost path, Shura path, earthly path, and heavenly path. The doppelgangers have different abilities. Reversal of reincarnation reverses what has happened in a certain area, requiring a large amount of ghost power to be consumed, and a lack of ghost power will consume your lifespan. Reincarnation omen releases a terrifying white flaming omen through the eye of a reincarnation ghost, burning the enemy's flesh and soul. Ghost information, unknown existence, unknown power, unknown destiny, cannot be called by name. Description, this can't be right. How could this be? Things are out of my control. This is the information about your own attributes nowadays, so powerful that you feel afraid of them. This feeling, as if even the heavens seemed unable to accommodate this enormous potential of his own. This heavenly phase is rejecting itself. Reincarnation Ghost Lord. This is the power of the ghosts and monsters awakened by themselves. It's so powerful. Lin Haoran opened his hands and looked up at the sky with a mesmerized face, muttering, P.S. Popal. Everyone, support the Little Puff Girl author. Thank you all. Chapter 133, The End. Going to the Magic City Museum. Himself nowadays can be said to have become a ghost completely, but still seems to retain a human nature. But the impact is not significant. Himself is a ghostly creature nowadays, and the qualification is even highly likely to be beyond SSS grade. Unknown grade qualification. Lin Haoran had still seen it in his own reincarnated ghostly eyes. The reincarnation ghost eyes, reincarnation ghost lord. Are the two somehow related, or is it simply coincidence? A trace of inexplicable color flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and in his mind he secretly thought, the reincarnation ghost eye could be considered one's greatest card, and the most mysterious being of all. To this day, Lin Haoran held a trace of awe towards it, because it was too weird and too powerful. Even the Doomsday creepy games couldn't detect its presence, and it came down to reality early, and mysterious, spooky. Now, with his own awakened demonic body, it just happens to be called the Reincarnation Ghost Lord. Is this really a coincidence, or is there some kind of connection? Lin Haoran is not known, but there was always a special connection, as if a shocking secret was slowly unraveling under his own nose. Lin Haoran pushed down the various thoughts in his mind and looked at his 3 abilities. 3 abilities of their own, one more terrifying than the other. First of all, the first ability of your own, to create 6 doppelgangers. These doppelgangers are created from ghostly or human corpses. The doppelganger retains the powers of the original corpse, and a new ability will be born. This skill was very heaven-defying. If one used the corpses of 6 god-devil level bosses to create 6 doppelgangers, who is still his own opponent, absolutely unbeatable. Thinking about Lin Haoran felt a wave of terror. The second ability is somehow even more counterintuitive, being able to reverse things within a certain area of the. For example, if one is stabbed through the heart with a sword, one can instantly launch a reincarnation reversal then things are reversed. This reversal is not a reversal in time, not so much a time regression, but more like a higher, more mysterious dimension of the unknown. After the reversal, which turned into the sword not piercing the heart, even if in reality it did puncture. But it really is that scary. Karma, or some kind of multidimensionality. Lin Howren didn't know, but he knew that with this skill, as long as he wasn't instantly killed in seconds, instantaneous unconsciousness, then one is immortal. Of course, the cost of turning on this move is also extremely terrible. The ghost energy consumes life when it's depleted. As for the third ability, a very overbearing means of attack, the double burning of flesh and soul, a half-spirit type of ghostly creature himself. Lin Howren's body slowly landed on the ground, and the power of the ghosts and monsters was slowly taken into his body, changed back to human form. Father, the aura of the way you looked just now was so terrifying. Xiao Shui felt inexplicable palpitations. Xiao Shui instantly ran over and jumped onto Lin Howren's arms pitifully. Little Snow is good. No matter what father becomes, I will always be the father who loves you. Lin Howren had a small smile on his face as he tenderly stroked Xiao Shui's head and said softly, A happy smile appeared on Yuki's small face as she nodded fiercely. How does it feel? The ghost sword immortal walked over to Lin Howren's side and with a hint of worry, he asked Lin Howren, I'm fine, don't worry. Lin Howren pulled Ghost Sword Immortal's hand, signaling that he was fine. The Ghost Sword Immortal smiled faintly at Lin Howren, revealing an absolutely beautiful smile. Lin Howren couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. It seemed like he hadn't seen Ghost Sword Immortal smile yet. You look even better when you smile, like a blooming lily, fresh and holy. Husband, congratulations husband on your new life. The diffracted Empress Ghost Emperor also came to Lin Howren's side at this time and said with a smile at Lin Howren, Congratulations to father. Little Thunder Underworld held the great sword and respectfully said to Lin Howren, Duck duck duck. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost flew next to Lin Howren and came to join in the fun. Thanks. Lin Howren smiled faintly at the ghosts and monsters, a touch of the grandeur of a king's reign flashing in his eyes as he said indifferently, Let's live in this world together, and then step by step we'll go to the top of the world. Yes, my emperor. 5 a.m. The layer of black mist disappeared, and the ghost world rift vanished, releasing the whole apocalyptic-like town, with all sorts of ambulances and police showing up at the first sign of trouble. It's got the whole town wrapped around it. Looking at the bloodstains and broken flesh all over the street, everyone was silent at the moment. The final statistical calculations. The accident brought the number of missing people to 12,000, but there were people who made it out alive. Ordinary humans and, of course, the players. The first thing these people do is police being walked. Soon the nations of the world will be aware of the real-world connections of the creepy game of doom. As unscientific as it may be, the number of dead and missing grows larger every day as ghostly rifts descend around the world, leaving states with no choice but to believe that there is a big problem with this game. And at this very moment, Lin Howren has already left, with their gaming helmets on, way forward to Mordor. This place is on full lockdown. There's no point in staying here. He's going to Mordor now, to see to the Mordor Museum, or else suddenly a ghostly rift descends there. If the SSS Great Ghost artifact Simu Wooding was gotten by someone else, then he wouldn't have any place to cry, and he believed that if after the invasion of the ghostly energy, there must be other antiques in the Mordor Museum that have been catalyzed by the ghostly energy to give birth to new ghosts. All one has to do is go there and wait. One of the only SSS-class ghosts in China. He must get his hands on it. It's a pity that I don't know the provenance of the second SSS-ranked ghost item in my last life, or else I could have arranged it in advance as well. Lin Howren thought with some regret. It's okay. Someone else gets it. I kill someone else, and it's still mine. Lin Howren's eyes flashed with an icy cold light as he said quietly, Chapter 134, Changes in the Game Hidden Ghost King, above. Lin Howren took a plane and it was already noon when he arrived in Magic City. Lin Howren was carrying a huge amount of money, so he directly found a hotel near the Magic City Museum and checked in. That way, even if the Mordor Museum descended into the Ghost World Rift, it would cover itself. And the ghostly objects inside the Magic City Museum. He was set. Lin Howren took care of all this, and then the first thing he did was put on the game helmet and entered the Doomsday Creepy Game. And at this point, in the creepy game of doom, there's something very wrong with the atmosphere, because many players have experienced Ghost World Rift in the real world and realized that this game is definitely not simple. The ghosts in the game actually appear in the real world? And the same goes for your own game of Ghostbusters, which has erupted all over the world with ghostly cracks. There's always a shortage of smart people in this world. Quickly realized what was going on. They have been acquiring highly qualified ghosts, ghost crystals, and anything else in the game that can boost their strength. But if you can think of it, no one else can. Nowadays, an A-qualified Ghostbuster has been speculated to $1 million apiece in the Doomsday Creepy Game, as qualified ghosts and monsters for $5 million, but they still have a price tag. The chat channel was a mess. Fantasy Chicken Brothers, buy ghost crystals in large quantities. Money is not a problem. Interested in private chat me. Dumbfounded Yahoo, $5 million to receive a S qualification ghost. Realistic deal. Come quick and fast. I'm a licking dog, acquiring ghosts. The price is whatever you want. I don't want it if it's too high. Boo boo kisses, you guys don't take it. No one will even sell it. It's been said in the official forums that ghosts and monsters from the game have appeared in the real world and that they can summon their own ghosts and monsters. And now everyone's in danger, where they'll sell the things that they need to save their own lives. Big hanging munchkin, I've just experienced it firsthand, having seen the wackiness of the game appear in the real world. Slaughtering and eating people indiscriminately. It's horrible. Topics, ha ha ha. Doomsday has broken out. Ha 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 ha. It's us with ghosts and goblins who are the chosen ones. Paper can't hold fire. Because there are quite a few players who have experienced the Ghost World Rift firsthand. Word has gotten around about the game power being able to come down to reality. And some of the big guilds were so bold that they immediately had their guild members all gather together in reality, and not only does it include food and housing, but it also has a variety of benefits and is constantly recruiting gamers. And these players know that there is strength in numbers, and for the sake of their own little lives, people are more than willing to travel to real-world guild headquarters and group together that, even if a ghostly rift erupted, with tens of thousands of players, they were still afraid of what ghosts and monsters, straight across the Ghostbusters. This was the prototype of the agglomeration that followed. Lin Howren returned to the game, put on the evil ghost mask and the evil ghost armor. Just go back to the village. On the way, Lin Howren clearly felt the players' faces were grave, and they were walking in a hurry, vaguely still hearing the words of the ghosts and monsters descending into reality. Lin Howren got it. Knowing that the gamer had also guessed something roughly, Lin Howren smiled slightly, knowing that players were now starting to panic and were trying to find ways to improve their game. Death is scary, but what's scarier is waiting for death. Lin Howren licked his lips and muttered, and walked away without looking back, toward the village headman's location. Lin Howren arrived at the old ghost head village chief and directly opened the door to him. Village chief, I've come to collect the hidden quest, the hidden ghost king. This quest was the first one that he had reached level 10 and the system awarded him. Lin Howren had a premonition that this mission was definitely not ordinary. Boy, it's you. Not bad, not bad, to have leveled up to level 12. This growth rate is truly demonic. Old Ghost Head's cloudy eyes looked at Lin Howren and crossed a glint of essence, revealing a row of large yellow teeth. Smiling at Lin Howren, he said, good, then I'll leave this task to you. Maybe you really are capable of accomplishing it. The old Ghost Head stared at Lin Howren with a pair of eyes full of wisdom, causing Lin Howren to frown. He felt a special aura on the old Ghost Head that didn't seem to be human. Ding dong. Congratulations on receiving your special hidden quest, Hidden Ghost King, above. In the northernmost part of the village, in the dense forest of black mist, a Ghost King was once sealed, and now that the ghost energy is reviving and the seal is loosening, the Ghost King is about to break the seal and come out, and that novice village may fall into a crisis. Players are invited to head into the dense forest of black mist to find out what's going on, and then come back to the village chief for a solution. Mission reward, unknown. But before Lin Howren could think about it in detail, a hoarse and low system prompt sounded in Lin Howren's ears. Young man, this is a teleportation talisman. In times of crisis you can crush this teleportation talisman to return to the village. Old Man Ghost took out a piece of talisman paper from somewhere and handed it to Lin Howren. Lin Howren took it and glanced at the Old Man Ghost, then turned away. The Old Man Ghost's cloudy eyes were glittering with glittering light, as if they were dotted with stars in the starry sky. Crystal clear and unfathomable. An unseen destiny. Oddly odd. Like a man but not a man. Like a ghost but not a ghost. Not in the 5 elements. Beyond the 6 paths. It's really interesting and fun. P.S. 5-star reviews. Everyone move your hairy hands. Giving flowers. Leaving a fragrance in your hand. Thank you for the family gifts. Thanks to everyone. Oh. Chapter 135, Black Mist Forest. Devouring Ghost Jade. Great enhancement. At this moment, Lin Howren had already followed the map to the dense black mist forest. The place was shrouded in black fog, and the feeling these black fogs gave Lin Howren was exactly the same as the black fogs when the Ghost Realm Rift descended. And inside this black mist, it caused an ominous feeling to well up in Lin Howren's heart, making Lin Howren unable to resist a frown. This feeling, the 6th sense of ghosts and monsters. Let's raise our strength first. This mission is not simple. Lin Howren pondered for a moment and immediately opened his system backpack, taking out the ghost jade he had obtained from the real world. It's amazing, isn't it? Things from reality can be brought into the game as well, but ghosts and monsters are out there in the real world. What else is there to think about? Everybody out. Lin Howren directly released all of his own ghosts and monsters. The Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Sword Immortal, the Little Thunder Underworld, the Soul Devouring Dead Crow Ghost, and Little Snow, Husband, Father, Duck duck. When the ghosts and goblins come out, all of a sudden, they surrounded towards Lin Haoran. Then his eyes lit up when he saw a piece of ghost jade on the ground that was emitting ghost energy. Father, what is this stuff? It looks so delicious. Can Yuki eat it? Snowy's mouth watered at the sight of these ghostly jades. Her little fingers lowered over her tiny mouth. The Big Eyes looked at Lin Haoran and asked, sure, it's just for you to eat. These are called ghost jades, and they are pretty much the same effect as ghost crystals. You all split it and eat it. Lin Haoran looked at the ghosts and monsters and said with a slight smile, duck duck duck. When the silly duck heard that there was such a good thing to do, his head was also good, and he immediately pounced on a mouthful of ghost jade. Crows eating chickens in general. Duck duck, you're so bad. Yuki wants some too. Xiao Shui was instantly anxious, and hurriedly walked over to the ghost jade as well, and began to devour it. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor and Ghost Sword Immortal, Little Thunder Underworld and Lin Haoran also joined the devouring team. Ding dong. Congratulations to your ghost heir, the Snow Maiden Ghost, for leveling up to current level 8. Ding dong. Congratulations to your ghost heir, Thunder Underworld Ghost Lord, for leveling up to his current level of 11. Ding dong. Congratulations on your Ghost Diffractor Queen Ghost Emperor leveling up, current level 11. Soon, a bunch of ghostly jade was finished being devoured by Lin Haoran and the 5 ghostly monsters in countless ways. At this point, Lin Haoran's level had risen to level 13, Diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor level 13, Ghost Sword Immortal level 13, Little Thunderbolt level 13, Soul Devouring Dead Crow Ghost level 14, and Little Snow level 12. His own strength induced a wave of great enhancement, and this ghost jade absorbed too much fragrance. It's a pity. If only there were a billion more ghost jade points, then I'd just level up to level 90 as a ghost king. Lin Haoran licked his lips and thought with some greed, husband, I'm going back to preparing for pregnancy. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor came to Lin Haoran's side at this time and somewhat reluctantly wrapped her arms around Lin Haoran's neck, saying in a resigned manner, because it was crazy with Lin Haoran in the ghost world crack. At this moment she was pregnant again. Madam has worked hard for you. Lin Haoran was holding the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor's thin waist. A deep, passionate kiss. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor was instantly bewildered and shy. Husband, remember to think of me. Oh. The diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor smiled shyly at Lin Haoran before turning into a stream of light and drilling into Lin Haoran's body now. Come on, let's go in. Let us meet this legendary Ghost King. A cold look appeared on Lin Haoran's face and he said indifferently, then took the lead into this unknown dense forest of black mist. Although he had temporarily lost the diffracted Queen Ghost Emperor, a powerful battle force, Lin Haoran was confident that with his own current strength, you can walk sideways in the newbie village. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest of black mist, on a worn and mossy stone altar, a huge stone covered with mysterious patterns is in the middle of the altar. Emitting a weak white light, the stone was already covered in cracks and seemed to be about to shatter at any moment. Underneath the huge mysterious stone, a terrifying ghostly aura emanated. Black light flickered, constantly impacting the white shimmering stone. Ha 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 ha. I'll be out soon. 1,000 years. I have waited for this moment for 1,000 years, and I am finally going to break this damn seal. Humans deserve to die. After I break the seal, the entire human race will be slaughtered. Below the altar, a hoarse, frantic voice like an evil spirit from the abyss. In a frantic roar of resentment. Ghosts are in turmoil. This is the big spooky one. At this time, Lin Haoran had already entered the black mist dense forest. Ding dong. Player enters the dangerous map, the black mist dense forest. Ding dong. Human life values will continue to drop in this map and the player will die after 10 minutes. Just then, the system beep suddenly sounded in Lin Haoran's ears, causing Lin Haoran to faintly stare. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This black mist buff is too scary. Against humans. A glint flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and he thought darkly, but I am no longer human. A strange black mist flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and suddenly his black hair turned snow white. A pair of horns, black as ink, sprouted from the head of the left eye of the chakra ghost opens up with an eerie black mist and mysterious runes emerged from their necks. Skeletons of evil spirits appeared on there. A horrible ghostly aura emanated from his body. Ghostbusters, Reincarnated Ghostmasters. Chapter 136, The Vajra Ox-Headed Ghost Boss. The omen of reincarnation shows its power. Woohoo! At that moment, a ghostly cry rang out. In the surroundings of Lin Haoran and the others, a black mist-shrouded mass of ghosts and monsters appeared. A pair of blood-red eyes filled with a grumpy look, like unconscious puppets. Lin Haoran's left eye reincarnation ghost eye flickered with a faint black light, and information about these ghosts and monsters surfaced in his mind. Name, Black Mist Ghost. Qualification, C. Type, Elemental. Rank, 12. Ability, Misting. You can make your body mist. Immune to some physical damage. Elemental damage is not immune. Ghost information. A human who mistakenly entered a dense forest of black fog and got lost in the black fog, and after his death, his grievances did not dissipate, and he was bred into a ghost by the rich ghost energy, and his weakness is elemental attacks. Description: dead. You have to die too. Stay and become evil spirits together. Ha 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 ha. Lin Haoren's eyes slightly condensed. Surprisingly, all of them were elemental ghosts and monsters, and their level was as high as level 12. This black mist dense forest really isn't simple. Woohoo! A spiteful cry came out of the mouths of the black mist resentful ghosts in the surroundings, and they suddenly surged towards Lin Haoren and the others. Bunch of ugly rats. Die for me! Little Thunder Underworld's eyes flashed with a flash of electricity, and his body violently countless berserk green-colored thunderbolts. Splitting in all directions toward the resentful ghosts. Crackle! Ow 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 ow. These black mist resentful ghosts immediately let out an agonizing scream, with smoke rising straight from their bodies. It was directly split into ashes, leaving only a ghost crystal. These black mist spiteful ghosts GA before they even make an appearance. There's no ash left. Lin Haoren's face was expressionless as he led the ghost sword immortal and the other ghosts and monsters in great strides deeper into the dark misty dense forest. A voice sounded faintly. Little Thunder Underground. Remember to pick up on the ghost crystal. Yes, Father. Little Thunder Underworld nodded seriously, then continued to use lightning to lash these black mist resentful ghosts. The black mist grievous ghost was beaten by Little Thunder Underworld, wailing and crying, so miserable. Little Thunder Underworld's green thunder was simply their nemesis, and the power of lightning originally restrained these things of supreme een. Not to mention that Little Thunder Underworld's green thunder isn't just any thunder, it was a lopsided massacre. For a while, it was hard to know who was the devil. Lin Haoren was dressed as a ghost emperor, his body followed by the ghost sword immortal, the soul-devouring dead crow ghost, the little snow maiden, and the Little Thunder Underworld, though there are only a few of them, but you can vaguely see a few moments of the 100 ghosts of the night. The terrifying ghosts and monsters in the dense forest of black mist were all casually blown to smithereens by Lin Haoren and the others. For a moment, these black mist resentful ghosts were shivering, looking at Lin Haoren's line of ghosts with a face of fear. Roar! Just then, a loud roar rang out, and like a thunderbolt, a powerful aura came out, blowing up countless dead leaves. Boom boom boom. In the black mist, a ghostly creature with a huge body appeared in front of the crowd. A gorilla's body, a cow's head, covered with fluffy black hairs. It was like a bull-headed Vajra. Roar! The bull-headed Vajra opened its bloody mouth and let out a huge roar at Lin Haoren and the others. A pair of pitch-black bull's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and berserk gaze as they stared at Lin Haoren in death. Lin Haoren's face was expressionless. The pupils of his eyes were like the chaos of the abyss, and his hair was snow white and flowing. The left eye chakra ghost eye first accessed the information panel of this ghost monster. Name, Vajra Minotaur Elite Boss. Qualification, A. Type, Physical. Rank, 13. Ability, Vajra's Body. The Vajra Minotaur possesses a Vajra's Body, increasing its own defense by 150%. Berserk Bull Ghost. The Vajra Minotaur makes itself berserk, dramatically increasing its attack power and lowering its IQ for 5 minutes. Ghost Info: a combination of adamantine and bull, with both the hard body of adamantine and the strength of a bull. With amazing defense and strength, a single punch can shatter mountains. Weaknesses: chrysanthemum, eyes, soul. Description: brave bull, not afraid of difficulties. King Kong Nyo Nyo, one punch to kill you ducks. Lin Haoren looked at the 3-meter-tall behemoth in front of him. His eyes were without ripples. It's like stagnant water in a deep pool, rippling. Nowadays, elite-level bosses were no longer worthy of more than a hint of surprise from him. After all, epic bosses die at their own hands, and one's strength is simply not something that an elite boss can contend with. Or maybe, he himself is the boss. Don't you guys make a move. Let me do it. Lin Haoren said indifferently to the ghosts and monsters, then calmly walked towards the Vajra Minotaur ghost boss. Of course the ghost sword immortal and the other ghosts and monsters didn't have a problem with it. They knew Lin Haoren's terrifying strength. It was 100% reassuring to Lin Haoren. Roar! The Vajra Minotaur boss dared to be so calm when he saw the mole cricket in front of him. It's not like you don't care about yourself. The Vajra bull-headed ghost was instantly enraged. His bull's eyes flashed with amazing killing intent, and he swung his sandbag-sized fist end. He was about to hammer down the ant in front of him, the omen of reincarnation. Lin Haoren's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, snapped open, and immediately a white flame rose up on the body of the Vajra Minotaur ghost. This white flame seems to be real, seems to be phantom, just like karma fire, instantly burning violently on the Vajra Minotaur. Ouch! The pupils of the Vajra bull-headed ghost's eyes suddenly shrunk violently, revealing a look of pain. A dismal cry escaped from the mouth of the. Both hands kept patting the white flames on his torso. But no matter what the Vajra Minotaur did, these white flames twisted around in a deadly fashion, seemingly unable to be extinguished. P.S. Thanks for the gifts and nice comments from the papas. Thank you all for your support. Despite the bad grades and stats, I will write well with your support. __intersection. Chapter 137 White Bone Valley Epic Boss. Ouch! The huge body of the Vajra Minotaur rolled directly onto the ground, trying to extinguish these bizarre white flames on the ground. However, these white flames were as if they could not be extinguished, and they burned dead on the Vajra Minotaur's body. A heart-rending scream came out of the Vajra bull-headed ghost's mouth. Pain! It hurts too much. It hurts in the flesh, but it hurts more in the soul. The Vajra Minotaur was literally worse than death, and as the white flames burned fiercely, soon the white flames had covered the entire body of the Vajra Minotaur, turning it into a roasted cow. The Vajra bull-headed ghost's screams are getting weaker and weaker, until they were all consumed by the white flames and burned alive to ashes. There's only one ghost crystal left. The Vajra bullhead ghost was as if it had never appeared. This reincarnation heavenly omen is overbearing and terrifying as hell. In just a few seconds, an elite boss was burned alive into ashes. This makes anyone's head spin who watches it. Father is so mushy. Xiao Shui looked at Lin Haoran's domineering figure with a face of adoration. Her big eyes were filled with little stars. Little Thunder's eyes also carried a strong color of admiration. This is the father he respects the most. In his heart, he felt very honored with the fact that he was Lin Haoran's son. You're getting stronger. The ghost sword immortal's pair of Danfeng eyes were mesmerized as she stared blankly at Lin Haoran's back and muttered, "Duck duck." When the soul-devouring dead crow ghost saw Lin Haoran's white flame, it couldn't help but shrink its duck head. You'll have to do as you're told from now on, or else take a shot of this sick flame. I'll lose my skin if I don't die. The soul-devouring dead crow ghost thought darkly in his heart. Lin Haoran's face showed a hint of satisfaction. This reincarnation heavenly omen really didn't let himself down. The flames are terrible. The elite boss couldn't even resist the engulfing flames. It was too sick. Let's go. Keep going deeper. Lin Haoran picked up the ghost crystal of the Vajra Minotaur ghost on the ground and said indifferently. Then with all the ghosts and goblins continuing to go deeper and the black mist resentful ghosts wandering around the perimeter had long since cowered in fear, not daring to show up. Looking at Lin Haoran and the others was like the devil king of hell. Lin Haoran had a smooth journey. No ghosts or monsters dared to stop him. Even if there's an ungrateful one, it was also instantly killed in seconds to seize the ghost crystals. Lin Haoran and the three ghosts and monsters were in the most terrifying map of the novice village, just like their own backyard. Walk blandly and deter 100 ghosts. The ghosts and monsters retreated and none dared to stop them. Finally, Lin Haoran came to a valley which was filled with corpses and bones. All white bones, animals, ghosts and even dragon bones. It's so gloomy and ghostly here, but it's strange that so many white bones haven't turned into ghosts and monsters. It does make some of it a little hard to imagine. Lin Haoran's eyes stared slightly. The corpses and bones were stacked up like a mountain of white bones. It was indeed a bit shocking. There might be some powerful ghosts and monsters here suppressing these white bone grievances, or else ghosts and monsters wouldn't not be born. Lin Haoran looked at these dense piles of white bones and thought darkly in his mind. Just as Lin Haoran was about to step into this white bone valley, boom! A huge black scythe of ghostly energy swept out from the valley outstretched, with terrifying might, towards Lin Haoran and the others. He attacked violently. A flash of light flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes, and with a flash of black light, the reggae gun instantly appeared in his hand. Thunder and lightning rolled over his body, instilled in the head of the reggae gun. Crackle! Electricity flashes. The lance is like a dragon. Reggae kill! Lin Haoran stabbed out with his spear and violently blasted together with the black scythe-shaped energy. Boom boom boom! A huge explosion resounded through the entire black mist-dense forest. A violent gust of wind was whipped up, and all the leaves on the surrounding dead trees were swept away in a single. Hoo hoo hoo! The wind was raging, and a hoarse, low voice slowly sounded from the depths of the valley. The forbidden land of black mist. Get the hell out of here! The voice was filled with coldness and killing intent, warning Lin Haoran and the others. Duck duck duck! The soul-devouring dead crow ghost instantly glared with both eyes, stretched out one wing, and cursed into the valley. How dare you tell Master Duck to get lost? Lin Haoran, this dog doesn't even dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? Lin Haoran glanced faintly at Silly Duck, and Silly Duck's whole body suddenly shook with excitement, turning to Lin Haoran with a curt smile. That looks like a duck legger. What if I have to go in there? Lin Haoran's left eye reincarnation ghost eye black gas surged out, flashing a flash of icy cold light. Looking into the depths of the white bone valley, he said indifferently, "That's death." Boom boom boom. The voice resounded again, followed by a loud boom from within the tap tap tap. In the black mist, a dull footstep sounded slowly and, not long after, a tall figure appeared in front of Lin Haoran and the others. Devil-eating bone ghost. This poltergeist, about 2 meters tall, with a white bone head and 2 horns, crossed with white bones, and clad in a black tunic, and holding a double-edged scythe in his hand, a pair of dark eyes, flashing with a blood-red light, incomparably cold, like an executioner from hell. There's not an ounce of emotion. His black tunic fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The aura of death came to the surface, and the black mist resentful ghosts in the surrounding area were shivering on the ground in fear. Not daring to look up, as if seeing the devil, Lin Haoran's eyes moved slightly, revealing a hint of shock as he muttered, "Epic boss." Soon the left eye reincarnation ghost eyes instantly put the information of only ghosts and monsters floated in Lin Haoran's mind. Chapter 138, Rule Class, Demon Eater Bone Ghost, Epic Boss. Name, Demon Bone Ghost, Epic Boss. Qualification, S. Type, Rules Based. Rank, 14. Ability, Bone Busting. Demon Eater Bone Ghosts can absorb biological bones to boost their strength and can recover from their own injuries. Mad Bone Order, Demon Eater Bone Ghosts can manipulate dead bones to form bone soldiers or even more powerful monsters with terrifying might. Bone Demon Field, Devouring Demon Bone Ghost opens the Bone Demon Field in a certain area, and within the area, the body's strength increases power dramatically, freely manipulating the bones of all the dead within the field. Ghost Info, the last ghost that guards the Ghost King's altar has been faithfully carrying out his mission for thousands of years, and anyone who wants to go to the Ghost King's altar will be mercilessly killed by him. Description, death is not scary. What's scary is not 1,000 years of loneliness. Lin Haoran couldn't help but slightly shrink the pupils of his eyes when he saw the attribute panel of this devouring bone ghost. This demon eater bone ghost deserves to be an epic boss. Strong. Very strong. Too strong. Skeleton Knight Ghost is his brother. This devil-devouring bone ghost was still a rule-type ghost, and like Little Thunder Underworld, it possessed a domain ability that you can also manipulate bones and absorb them to recover from your injuries. In this valley of corpses and bones, he is simply not a good fighter. It's kind of tough. Lin Haoran frowned and muttered as he looked at the demon-devouring bone ghost not far away. It's weird. At that moment, the devil-devouring bone ghost looked indifferently at Lin Haoran with a pair of pitch-black eyes, and his mouth let out a raspy voice. It seems like a long time since we've spoken. The voice had a hint of rust to it. I'm weird. How strange. When Lin Haoran heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile as he looked at the devouring demon bone ghost and said indifferently, "You possess the aura of a human, but the ghostly aura you carry is the power of a ghost." The devil-eater bone ghost's face is covered in white bone. Couldn't see any expression on his face that, maybe he's been around for a long time, and things like expressions have passed with him over time. The devil-devouring bone ghost continued to speak. "You want to know? I can tell you, but how about you let me through?" Lin Haoran looked at the devouring demon bone ghost. The corners of his mouth rose as he spoke. The devil-devouring bone ghost was surprisingly silent for half a second, and seemed to actually have a hint of hesitation. But quickly rejected Lin Haoran's offer and said, "I'm sorry, it's my duty, I can't let you through." The devil-devouring bone ghost was surprisingly a little polite and would apologize, which made Lin Haoran even more surprised. One might be able to add a member to his own wheel of 6. Lin Haoran looked at the devouring demon bone ghost. A hint of blazing color flashed in his eyes, and he said secretly to himself. Then a hint of wariness flashed in Lin Haoran's eyes. Holding his reggae gun in his hand, the gun pointed at the devouring demon bone ghost, and said indifferently, "Then let's fight." "As you wish." A ghostly white light flashed in the eyes of the devil-devouring bone ghost. A powerful white light suddenly lit up his body, instantly surging in all directions. It was his ability, the Bone Demon Field. The aura on the devil-devouring bone ghost instantly became even more terrifying, like a demon from hell that. A cold white light wrapped around his body, and the piles of bones around him trembled fiercely as the click click click. The devil-eater bone ghosts don't talk about martial virtues at all. Directly opening his domain ability, it seemed that he could also see the strength of Lin Haoran and the other ghosts and monsters, so he wasn't careless, and when he struck out, it was with his full strength. Click click click. Immediately afterward the bones combined into a single bone soldier, and some cavalrymen on bone horses. There's even some powerful bone dragon creatures that rose and rose, like an army of skeletons. There were so many of them that they surrounded Lin Haoran and the others. This was the second ability of the devouring demon bone ghost, the mad bone call. Ouch! These bone ghosts opened their bony mouths and let out an odd sound, all of them staring at Lin Haoran and the others in death. "Crush them for me." The devil-devouring bone ghost's eyes glittered with a cold light as it issued an offensive call to the bone creatures within its domain. Ouch! The bone creatures immediately let out a loud shriek and launched themselves at Lin Haoran and the others. It's like 1,000 horses running. Majestic. It's quite a feeling that you can't return until you've broken the building. The devil-devouring bone ghost is 10 million ghosts in one ghost, and this is the strength of a great ghost. Let's get on it too. The black chi in Lin Haoran's left eye rose up violently, and his right eye lit up with a blue light. The air around us instantly became cold and biting. Lin Haoran opened his mouth slightly and said indifferently, "Yes, father, watch me beat the bone demon." Duck duck duck. Little Thunder Underworld and the other ghosts and monsters all responded at once. Thunder Undertaker Jr. takes the lead. A ghostly black light flashed in his eyes, and a black light instantly spread out in all directions. The field of the underworld begins. In a flash, in the valley, the white and black coexisted in the realm, and countless spiteful ghosts wrapped around the demon-eater bone ghosts, as well as the bone creatures, constantly absorbing their power. The more enemies there were, the more powerful the power absorbed by Little Thunder Underworld became. Little Thunder Underworld was holding the S-rank ghostly Dark Noon Greatsword, and dark power was instilled on top of the Greatsword. All at once the Greatsword of the Dark All-Nighter lit up with a drop of brilliant light. Die for me. A black chopping blow slammed out and it was the Dark Noon Greatsword's own ability, Shadow Slash. Boom! The terrifying energy chopping attack was like destroying everything, instantly devouring countless bone creatures. P.S. Treasures, the little lady continues to ask for 5-star reviews. Please, please, please. And thanks for the gifts. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Oh, family.